Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, then, on behalf of Border Counties Motor Racing Club, it's a very, very warm welcome to day 2, the final day of the final round of the 2022 Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. We've been speaking about sharp ends and getting towards it. We're there. This is it. Everything will get decided with regards to the series today. We've got lots of racing to get through. We had a good, busy, hectic day yesterday, as most of you will be aware. You were hopefully here with us, or if not, you would have been watching on BAStv. And if you're doing either of those today, then we hope that you have a very good day. Race order, then, we are starting with the second round of qualifying for the ladies class 1, followed by the ladies class 2s. We do have then men's classes 9 and 10 from yesterday, so that's the only outstanding men's races. We've juggled the order a little bit due to the fact that we do have got to get semi-finals in for men's classes 1, 2 and 8. So we actually worked out and calculated that we've got 310 races to get through this weekend. Not a bad weekend's motorsport, is it? However you look at it. So on an ideal situation, 155 races we'd have been at yesterday, and we were at 145. So that's not too bad at all. As the Class 1 ladies then get things underway, we promised an 8:30 start, and there we go. We are here with an 8:30 start. Race 1 of 4 races coming your way in this second round of qualifying for the ladies Class 1s, and it is the Cambridge 136 car then that is the first one to show as they come past us and go down that far side for the first time. That's Emily Polly at the wheel of the Cambridge 136 machine, and just beginning to pull away a little bit in the early stages as back round towards us they come. Cambridge 136 then it is. Tucked into second place is the Tivy 2 car of Larry Davis. Mallow 5, Jasmine Cusack runs in that third place position. Just tucked in behind Jasmine, that's Jade Dyke Whitfield in the Cambridge 295 machine. Then comes Rachel Compton in North Shropshire 159, racing just ahead of the other North Shropshire machine, Bethany Emblin in North Shropshire 443. But your race leader, as the last lap flag goes out, is Emily Polly in Cambridge 136, Tivy 2, Mallow 5, Cambridge 295, North Shropshire 159 and 443, and completing it all, Caitlin Seal from the Hereford Club in H37. So all the cars then on to their final circuit. But your race leader is Emily Polly. She was 5th at the start of this weekend in the British Autograss Series standings. That's done her chances no harm whatsoever. Tivy 2, Larry Davis in 2nd, Mallow 5, Jasmine Cusack, Jade Dyke Whitfield comes 4th, and North Shropshire 159 then Rachel Compton wins the North Shropshire battle, getting there just ahead of Bethany Embling in 443, and completing it all the Hereford car of Caitlin Seal in Hereford 37. Race 2 on the line brings out Imogen Morris in Cum D1, Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95. She was 6th at the start of the weekend in the series. Your series leader is also there on the line and had a good win yesterday. Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951, Laura Henry in SR19, Sarah Lovett in IK37, Angela De Croo in PAC 181, and Larry Fionn Jones in North Wales 6. Those are the cars that are leaving the line and coming back round towards us, and it's Laura Henry in SR19 showing that she's back into the swing of autograss racing, isn't she? So had a do you have maternity leave from autograss racing? I suppose you do. So yeah, maternity leave. So good to see Laura back out there in SR19 as she brings the field back round towards us from Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951 in that second place slot. Scarborough 95 it is then. Emily Grayson runs in 3rd. Invicta Kent 37. Sarah Lovett in that 4th place position, or she was, but challenging round the outside is Imogen Morris in Cum D1. North Wales 6 is Larry Fionn Jones, and completing it all Angela De Croo in PAC 181. But Laura back round towards us, back round towards the last lap flag. One circuit to go then for SR19. Still under very strong challenge from Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951 as they go down that far side. A little bit of a gap then back to Emily Grayson, but that'll be all right, I think, for Emily in Scarborough 95. We're looking, of course, for the top 8 cars after the 3 rounds of qualifying to go through to the final, and I reckon Laura Henry's going to be there. SR19 takes the win, North Shropshire 951, Scarborough 95, Imogen Morris in Cum D1, Sarah Lovett in IK37, Larry Freon-Jones in North Wales 6, and Angela De Croo in PAC 181. 2 down, 2 to go. Race 3 on the line. Nicole Kingsley in Invicta Kent 90. Elizabeth De Croo in PAC 48. Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 122. Normally sort of like associating Jess, of course, with the Class 2, but looking good in the Class 1 yesterday. Maisie Bowers should be there in Stroud 62. Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397. Nia Jones in TA 352. And Gail Davis in Ludlow 77. Those are the 7 cars that we are expecting, and 7 cars we've got, and it's that little Tivy 352 Mini that's one of the early ones to show as they come back round towards us for the first time. 352 it is. Scunthorpe 122 and Ludlow 77 racing neck and neck. Jess Conway and Gail Davis. That's the battle for that second place, just tucked in behind them. Rebecca Owen in North Wales at 397 as they go up that far side. Tivy 352 still it is, but still under very strong challenge as just drifts a little bit wide. There's a gap then on the inside, and SC 122 isn't going to need any second asking as Jess Conway then takes up the running in Scunthorpe 122. From the early race leader, the 352 machine, as they go up that far side. Nicole Kingsley it is that runs in that 5th place in Invicta Kent 90 as their race leader just begins to pull away a little bit. Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 122 onto her final circuit. 352 Lud 77, North Wales 397, Invicta Kent 90. Then comes Elizabeth De Croo in the PAC 48, and completing it all is Maisie Bowers in Stroud 62. But it's going to be a win for Jess Conway as Scunthorpe 122 comes round for the final time, takes the checker flag, takes the good win. TA 352 in that second place. 397 Rebecca Owen in third, just ahead of Gail Davis in Lud 77. Nicole Kingsley in Invicta Kent 90. Elizabeth De Croo in PAC 48, and Maisie Bowers in the Stroud 62. Race 4. So the final race of this second round of qualifying for the ladies Class 1s. Charlotte Hart in WS20. Chloe Ray in Border Counties 150. Sophie Lewis in Athelston 10. Rachel Hadley in Severn Valley 147. Tia Morgan in Swansea 10. And Tracy Short in Ludlow 200. Those are the cars for Heat 2, Race 4 of the ladies Class 1s. Our series sponsor then TBR, and meeting sponsors DM Design and Fabrication Limited. Big thank you to both of those organisations for their support of ladies Class 1s, both across the season and also here at Border Counties Round 5. Athelston 2, Sophie Lewis, the first one to show. Chloe Ray, Border Counties 150, tucks into that second place slot as they go round that start line turn for the first time. Rachel Hadley runs third in Severn Valley 147. Tia Morgan, Swansea 10, looking to come up through on the inside. But your race leader then, Sophie Lewis it is, in Athelston 10. Just pulled away a little bit from Chloe Ray in Border Counties 150, 147. Swansea 10 and WS20 having the closest race at the minute. Tia Morgan and Charlotte Hart respectively, and then Tracy Short completing it all in Ludlow 200. But Sophie Lewis all of a sudden has pulled quite a distance in the space of one lap as Athelston 2 comes round for the penultimate time. One circuit to go then. Showing in second place then it is Rachel Hadley still in 147 ahead of Chloe Ray in the Border Counties 150 car. The 2 West Midland League cars then battling out for that second place position. Tia Morgan comes next, and then the WS20 machine of Charlotte Hart and Tracy Short. But here comes Sophie Lewis. Athelston 2 then comes round, takes the checkered flag, takes the win. Second place goes to Rachel Hadley in 147, Chloe Ray in 150. Swansea 10 is Tia Morgan, WS20 Charlotte Hart, and Ludlow 200 is Tracy Short. So that completes the second round of qualifying for ladies Class 1s. So on the line, that must be ladies class 2s. So the good news is you haven't got to listen to me anymore this early on a Sunday morning. And to my right, you can listen to the dulcet tones. And it's a very good morning to Mr. Gareth Jones.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. As we look to the line then, we've got 3 lineups of the second round of qualifying of ladies class 2 down there on the line. For the first time today then, the dust repellent makes its way onto the circuit and just keeping this track in tip-top condition. We saw yesterday, especially if you were watching on the live stream, then as they were coming off the line, there did seem to be a fair few deep ruts being made as each lineup was making its way onto the circuit. But like I say, they worked on the track last night and it looks in tip-top condition once again this morning. So the one Bowser then taking the inside line, the other Bowser taking the outside line. There is just a little bit of a dry racing line through the middle of the start gate turn, and we'll see how many laps it takes for these ladies to see where that dry line is. But race 1 of your ladies class 2s are down there on the line, and just a little bit of a sprinkling going down across the start line as well, about halfway up that start line straight. So the 2 Bowsers then make their way down with the hedge under the Union Jack on the far side of the circuit. Race 1 brings out Jenny Booton, Radford 80, starting in lane 8. Grids 7 and 6 then unoccupied, but from lane 5 in, then we've got Samantha Morris in BC 64, Michelle Hall in Scunthorpe 227, Leanne Hushkin in Severn Valley 23, Lara Jones in TA 17, and Laura Addis in Cundy treble 2. And it is Lara then from the Tywee Club that makes the best of breaks, and she leads the pack towards us for the first time. Now, it'll be interesting to see whether, from the driving position, whether Lara can see where that dry line through the start gate turn is. She's on the slippy side of stuff on the inside. That allows Leanne Hushka to reel her in ever so slightly in Severn Valley 23, and Lara's going to have to be careful not to leave the door open, because I'll tell you one thing, there's plenty of people there looking to pick up the pieces and claim maximum points in this second round of qualifying. But at the moment, it is Lara in TA 17 that brings the pack towards us. Leanne Hushka this time is going to have to try and find a way around the outside of that little Nova that's in prime position at the moment. Jenny Booton is there in third, albeit about 10 car lengths down from the race leader, and Laura Addis is there in fourth, rounding out your top 4 in Cundy treble 2. But already that yellow rag with a black cross gets made ready, and Lara then moves on to her last lap. No change in your race order for 1, 2, 3 and 4. Scunthorpe 227, Michelle Hall is back there in 5th, and unfortunately Samantha Morris in BC 64 then pulls into the infield. But the checkered flag flies, and unless something goes drastically wrong on the last bend, then there's 55 points on offer. Lara's for the taking. TA 17 takes the win from Leanne Hushka. Severn Valley 23 taking second. Jenny Booton third. Laura Addis in fourth. And Scunthorpe 227, Michelle Hall then rounds out race 1 in that 5th spot. So 2 wins out of 2 for Lara, and she's looking to close in on that Class 2 trophy in the British Autograss Series for this year. Kent Cams and Simpsons Race Exhausts are series sponsors once again for the 2022 season, as ladies class 2 race 2 then down there on the line. I think we're going to go with race 3, because we can see Linda Thomas is there in PAC 91. She's that blue micro starting in grid number 1. Good morning. If you're joining us on the live stream, you've got the best view in the house of that start line, and you can see that PAC 91 micro starting in lane 1 next to the white machine in lane 2. That's Caitlin Newton in Stroud 99. Grid 3 is Leanne Lewis in Swansea number 1. Just her second race, I think, in this car, and she's made a break with the best of them as they make their way then into the woodland turn for the first time. Look, someone looking to go right the way around the outside, and that someone is Jess Owen in North Shropshire, number 15. But at the moment, it's Linda Thomas that leads the way through the start gate turn then for the first time. 91 just blowing out a puff of smoke, and that means that she pulls a little bit of more daylight between herself and the leader of the chase, and at the moment that's still just about Jess Owen in Shropshire 15, having reclaimed that second spot from Caitlin Newton in Stroud District 99. A good battle on for that second and third spot. Oh, Leanne Lewis, where are you going back? In Swansea number 1. And then the Mallow Machine of Claire Boland, Mallow 117, towards the tail end of the field. But the yellow rag with the black cross, that means they've got one more lap to go. And it's about to be shown to your race leader. And that leader is still Linda Thomas. PAC 91 then makes her way down the hill for the final time. Jess Owen reeling her in ever so slightly, but it doesn't look like she's got enough to make the difference between 45 and 55 points in this second round of qualifying. So Linda Thomas it is then, and makes her way across the top part of the circuit for the final time. Ken's going to be happy as Linda picks up a set of 55 points from Jess Owen rather, in North Shropshire 15. Caitlin Newton takes third in Stroud District 99. Fourth place will be Claire Boland in Mallow 127, and Leanne Lewis in Swansea 1 rounds it all out for race number 2. So race 3 down there on the line. Two of these drivers from the Radford Club, and they both start next to each other out in grid number 7 and 8. Nicola Bettany on the far outside in Radford 92. Missy Mosley starts in lane 7. Missy Fowler in Radford 3. Pam Horgan, Mallow number 2, don't think she's there. And she was meant to start in lane 6, but lane 6 unoccupied. So as the rest of the field then make their break, it's Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126 that's going to lead in through turn 1. She pops out of turn 2 and down the hill for the first time, leading the way ahead of Jade Morgan in Cumdee number 30, who's under strong challenge from Vicky Robbins, just flicking out one of the cones on the entry to the start gate turn in St Neots 34 and claiming that second spot. Pam Horgan is actually there, so she must have started in the long grid, and she's rounding out your top 4 in the Mallow 2 machine, and she's racing just ahead of Nicola Bettany and Missy Fowler, who are uncharacteristically at the tail end of the field. The Mallow machine from the Southern Ireland League then blowing out a puff of blue smoke from the tail end of the Mallow car, but away and gone. It's the Scunthorpe machine of Jess Conway, who's going to come back towards us and start her final circuit. 126 makes her way down the hill for the final time from 34 and 30. A three-way tussle for 4th, 5th and 6th, but Pam Horgan just about holds on at the moment. Nicola Bettany making a challenge on the outside now in Radford 92. She's had enough of sitting in 5th. She's up to 4th. She's on the... Oh! If there was a black flag deserving this weekend, that's it. But it's Scunthorpe 126 that takes the win. St Neots 34 takes 2nd. 3rd place goes to Missy Fowler in Radford number 3. From Pam Horgan in Mallow number 2. Jade Morgan in Cumdee 30, then crosses the line in that 5th spot. But if there's a rammer on grass, then we saw her there in that race. But I think that's going to conclude the second round of qualifying for ladies class 2s. We can hear discussions being made from the centre of the Monkland Raceway. I think we're going to go back a lap and we're going to exclude in Nicola Bettany in Radford 92, who quite frankly is going to be lucky to have nice people taking her back to the pits after that little bit of dooring. But we got junior specials down there on the line, and for the first time this morning, once again, it's a pleasure to hand over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Thank you, Gareth. Morning, everybody. Hope you're doing better than I am this morning. Not long since I actually got up. Hopefully all okay. And bit of an incident pack run, that one. It was all looking good, wasn't it, for the ladies twos? But shame it ended that way. Let's see what the junior specials can do. The only issues we had with the junior specials last time was that they came out in a random order with their races, which caught me out on a couple of occasions. But thanks to the lovely people who do the lap scoring and watch the cameras, they knew better than I did what race was on. So hopefully we have got race number 1 down there of the junior special. 6 races to come your way, and let's hope we get a good clean run from them. We'll wait and see. Engines buzz, and away we go. And quick out the gate to the centre of the grid, but then the field starts to line up as they go into turn 1. And it looks like Lewis Middleton. Oh, there's contact there. First incident for the J-Specs this weekend as Lewis Middleton and Harvey Donovan lead the way. But that's going to be a red, isn't it? Yep, so not a good start. Juniors, as we had a tangle there into turn one. I think Jesse Jones was one of them involved, and the other one being Ben Ayres. But as the competitive nature for some of them, and they went into turn one, and that's where the incident came around. So they've all got going, which is good to see, but there will possibly be some flags or anything given out of there. We'll wait and see. Let's try race 2, shall we? Igo Evans in Typhy 6, Ellie Brown, Carmarthen 49, Harry Russell in Victor Kent 65. Dale Hodgkins, Ludlow 39. Will Bradford, Border County is 115. Sean Bradford, Border County is 117. And Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17. So Carter and Russell meet in this one. And both trying to fight for the title. And it's Carter who just edges into turn one. One of the Bradfords on his outside. Harry Russell tries to slot up the inside. Look at this. This is close. And Harry Russell finds an opening and takes the lead. And, that is tight into the turn. A cone goes down. Igo Evans up the inside of, I think it's Will Bradford in Border County 115. And Sean Bradford watching in Border County 117. But they go side by side for third and fourth. But it's Harry Russell who's got the whole shot so far. And he leads 65, pulling clear of 17-6. Then the squabbling Bradfords, Carmarthen 49 and Ludlow 39 just go through at the tail end and having their own little battle, but it's getting away from them now with the race leader pulling further and further clear. In Victor Kent 65 it is Harry Russell on his way, 1 lap to go already, and he's well secure for this race victory. Scunthorpe 17 now under pressure as Tyvy 6 looks up the inside. Igo Evans trying to find an opening, it was there but then it was closed, and 17 just dashes away slightly. The siblings still squabble for fourth and fifth, but here's the checkered, and Harry Russell then comfortable win in the end, found that opening, took it with both hands and goes for it, takes the win. Carter, Evans, the two Bradfords with Will, I think it was, just ahead of Sean. Good little race between those. And then Ellie Brown in Carmarthen 49. And last but not least, Dale Hodgkins in Ludlow 39. So, one race started, one race finished. Thanks, Mickey, with the programme. Liam Evans Tyres, your sponsor this weekend of the class. And the Dig It Plan Tyre, your series sponsor for the junior specials. So, we obviously thank both very kindly for the support. As Mickey's just doing his paperwork for himself and just looking through the fantastic programme once again. Right, let's go race number 3 then. And this has your points leader, Corey Mumford, and he dashes out the middle grids and looks to lead up the hill for the first time. And can he lead out of it? Who's he got to challenge? Well, they're all going to be after it if they can, but already Mumford has got away. Looked a good few car lengths clear of Tom Cosgrove in ARC 25. Up the inside looks Breeding Hill 5 of Alex Hines. Then we go... who is next? Is that Tilly Clark? Just moving up into that third position, in the Radford 210. No, it is fourth as they come past us once more. Tom Cosgrove then has closed in half that deficit to Mumford as they go into the start gate turn once more. Alex Hines sits third ahead of Tilly Clark, Rio Sheehan and Rosie Russell. And the one just at the back is James Smart, only his second race, remember, and doing very, very well to be on the track where he is. So Forest 161 leads into the final circuit, the national champion, looking to grab the British Autograss Series title as well. And has Tom Cosgrove right there with him, but just a little mistake there, running wide, allowed Mumford just that little bit more breathing space into the final turn for the final time. Corey Mumford's going to do it. So Forest 161 takes the win. Second is ARC 25, Breeding Hill 5, Radford 210, in Victor Kent 165, PAC 44. And the last one to complete is that Forest treble 7. So that was race 3 done. Still some discussions on race 1 with that first corner incident, but we'll see what race 4 can bring to the table. Dylan Grasby in Evesham 120, Troy Holtby Scunthorpe 161, Max Holtby Scunthorpe 6, Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 2. Those 3 are battling for 4th in the table. And then we have Denver Whitehouse, Harvey Evans and Tia Reese. This is a good lineup. And who is it going to be into turn 1? I think it's Reese who leads in PAC 21. Bartlett slots in behind her. So the girls go 1-2. Max Holtby the first one to go to the outside line. Oh, that is very close. Down the hill for the first time. Scunthorpe 6 on the wide line. Troy Holtby slots into the groove and goes into 3rd in Scunthorpe 161. Bartlett's the one who's relegated to 4th. And it's Tia Reese then who leads the way. PAC 21. 3 of these drivers, I think, on a win yesterday. And that is Reese and the 2 Holtby boys. But it's Max who leads the chase. Troy under pressure from Bartlett as they go 1, 2, 3 and 4. Then we go to the North Shropshire 16 of Harvey Evans, Denver Whitehouse. And the one running at the back is the Grasby machine in Evesham 120. Max Holtby's not done yet, though. He's still trying to find a way by PAC 21. But Tia Reese just gets away out that turn onto the final circuit we go. Scunthorpe 6 seconds, Scunthorpe 161. No answer to the pair in front. Sitting there in 3rd. South Somerset 2. Early challenge has now faded away and is a more distant 4th, and then the rest go through. But into the final turn, and Holtby once again looks to the outside. It's a long way round in one of these cars. Tia Reese goes 2 out of 2. Max Holtby 2nd, Troy Holtby 3rd. Kirsten Bartlett takes 4th. Then it's North Shropshire 16, Harvey Evans, Denver Whitehouse, Trent 6, and Dylan Grasby, Evesham 120. So that was race number 4 of the scheduled 6. We have 2 more to go for their second qualifying run. And Lewis Farrer, Alfie Ross, Sky Pascal, Vince Pascal, Lucy Hines, Millie Lane, Lily Rose Pratt. So away we go. And was that Alfie Ross slow away? In Sturton 717 it was. Now he's got work to do. And York 76 is the one who leads into turn 1. Lily Rose Pratt then with Lewis Farrer right on the outside. Yorkshire has 42. Oh, that was close once again as Farrer tried to get across the front, but found the car still there. Oh, Lucy Hines has gone spinning in Breeden Hill, number 2, as the top 2 get away, and it's Lewis Farrer pulling clear now. He's made the move, and it's worked. Yorkshire has 42. York 76, then a gap back to, I think it's Hereford 50, as Alfie Ross looks to recover lost ground, and he's up to 3rd. Now, what can he do with a couple of laps to go in Sturton 717? It's Hereford 50, North Wales 78, and Vince Pascal then making his debut. Unfortunately, didn't get off the start line yesterday. Good to see first laps under his belt. Now, as Lucy Hines gets going in Breeden Hill, number 2. And rejoins the race a lap down. 1 lap to go then. And Lewis Farrer is away. Lily Rose Pratt has had that gap back to 3rd place closed. As Alfie Ross now right on the tail of York 76. Can he do anything in the final half lap? Looking down the start straight. Excuse me. But the leader still there. Yorkshire's 42. And he's going to take the check. And Lewis Farrer is your winner. Alfie Ross looks up the inside. Has he done it? Yes, he has. Great recovery to take 2nd in Sturton 717. York 76. Hereford 50. North Wales 78. And Hereford 450 completes his first ever race then. Well done to Vince Pascal, only 10 years old. So well done. Lucy Hines comes through then a lap down. Didn't see what happened, just saw her spinning. Don't know if it was on her own accord or whether there was any assistance. So this should be the last scheduled run then, race 6 of the Junior Specials. Away we go, and it's Neil Tivey then who leads out the middle of the grid. once again in the West Waterford car. 142. Aaron Richardson looks to go with him, looking to the outside line in Pennine 1, but that's the best he can do so far. Then it's Border Counties 116 of Owen Bradford. Tom Williams looks to slot in somewhere in Tivy 44. Then we go Cian Lewis in Border Counties 39. And the York 33, Nathan Bowes, is the last one running. No Finley Emerson in Scunthorpe 197 in this one, which is a shame. But Tivy is away already, isn't he? Pennine 1, no answer to him, starting to get some pressure applied from Owen in the Border Counties car, looking for a way by. We've got a little dice going on further back with Tom Williams and Cian Lewis racing towards minor places, and Nathan Bowes having to watch it all from a distance in York 33. 1 lap to go. Then as West Waterford 142 it is, led it from the off. Pennine 1, Border Counties 116. Now we've got this battle for 4th and 5th, with the Tivy car just holding on at the moment. Lewis goes round the outside, though momentarily takes the position. Can he hold on to it? All these points are valuable, but nobody's scoring more in this one than Neil Tivy, who comes through, takes the win in West Waterford 142. Pennine 1 is second. Border Counties 116. Border Counties 39 made the move work in the end, ahead of Tivy 44 and York 33. So well done, juniors. 6 races, 5 of them completed. 1 only made it to turn 1. We'll be back for that rerun when it appears. But we have some Class 9 machinery on the line. So we'll be back for the juniors rerun. And when we get to Class 10s, which I think follows straight after the 9s. And the F600s, not forgetting, of course, they'll be out as well at some point. So, but over to the 9s, and it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. We're going to go straight on with the second round of qualifying of men's Class 9s. 4 heats going to be coming your way in this second round of qualifying. And I tell you one thing, the two Phils have managed to avoid each other, as the random grid generator has put Phil Rogers in race 2 and Phil Cooper in race 3. So what Phil Rogers and Phil Cooper said in their live streamed interview on Friday night about it coming down to one race, it might yet come true, and what a race that's going to be. But race 1 are down there on the line. Matty Jones is there in Swansea number 8. He starts out in grid number 8. Joining him, Graham Moore in North Wales 96. Stu Taylor in IK 121. Sean Roberts in North Wales 17. Rob Seal in Hereford 133. He goes with fellow club mate Martin Jones in Hereford 55. And 2 North Wales cars then starting in grids 1 and 2 belong to Jamie Dodd in North Wales 8, who starts in grid number 2, and Adam Robinson in North Wales 88. That's your lineup then for the first race in this second round of qualifying of men's Class 9s. Bodyworks Racing are your local sponsors here this weekend, and Extracts are your series sponsor across all 5 rounds, and the corporate sponsor for Class 9 in the British Autograss Series in 2022. So we hear revs beginning to lift on the far side of the circuit, as does the yellow flag. The bungee brakes, and it's the Hereford 55 machine of Martin Jones, and who's got the initial urge off that line and into turn 1. He pops out of turn 2 in race control as North Wales 88, then Adam Robinson leads the chase. He's looking for a gap up the inside as they go through the start gate turn, but the momentum very much with the Jones machine at the head of affairs, and Matty Jones makes it a Jones 1-2 as the Swansea 8 pilot then moves into that second position. Matty's had a fair bit of good news this weekend, as he's been given the role of the Wales under-21 football manager, and he's there in that second spot. But Adam Robinson's not giving up the fight in North Wales 88. A good race on for those second and third positions. Oh, Jones is over in the Swansea 8 machine, and that's going to bring out the red flags, and just a little spit of flame there, and I'm sure that's just the too much oil feed coming from the engine. And Swansea 8, Matty Jones never seems to have the luck. We were saying this last night, and once again he comes unstuck. So maybe football is the sport that he should stick to, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, congratulations. That's not the way he wants to end his British Autograss Series campaign in 22, but he's certainly deserving of the post that he was been awarded by the FA of Wales this week, and he's your official manager of the Wales under-21 team. So yeah, big congratulations, Matthew. And well, after spending life in Leicester in the Premiership about 10-15 years ago, then he's making a welcome return to Welsh football. And as the Welsh women's team also qualified for a big tournament, it was good to see Matty on the sidelines with that squad as well. And we'll just about hope. Is he out of the car? I think he's making his way into the ambulance. And it just goes to show what a knocking of wheels can do. And over and out he went in the Swansea 8 machine.
Did he get tackled in that corner?
Yeah. Oh. Ba-ba-bum. Yeah. Yes, yeah. As Mickey B says, he got tackled in that corner. But, oh yeah. So while we got a bit of downtime, then the track maintenance team, efficient as ever, they make their way onto this Monkland Raceway. A little bit of dust repellent going down on the start line as well. And unfortunately, we're going to see the Swansea 8 machine being taken back to the pits in a way that we don't like to see cars taken back to the pits at all. Race 2, though, of this second round of qualifying. It feels very strange to say that about men's racing in Class 9 on a Sunday morning. But yeah, in the second round of qualifying, race 2, down there on the line, Sam Middleton, don't think he's there, in Trent number 9. Thomas Lloyd in TA42 starts in lane 7. And we might be switching races again, because I think down there in lane 7 it's Morris Powell in Evesham 92. So we'll pretend that we know what we're talking about, and we'll say that the race on the line is race 3. So this one brings out Rhys Wetherick in IK 99, but again, I think grid 8 is an empty grid, so Rhys Wetherick's not there in IK 99. Certainly there, though, in a immaculately turned out Class 9, Morris Powell in Evesham 92. Paul Harden in PhD 3 starts in lane 6 on the outside of Phil Cooper in ARC number 5. He starts in lane 5. Lane 4 is occupied by Evesham 26. That's Mark Barker. He's been flying the Evesham flag in Class 9 for many seasons now. And he starts on the outside of Aidan Llewellyn, who initially led in his first run yesterday morning until he had to lead the chase of Phil Rogers, and the PhD pair finished in first and second. Chris Colgate took a win yesterday in North Wales 19. He starts in lane 2, and Archie Rose in Stroud District 22 starts in lane number 1. We can see then, if we're looking towards the incident area, we can see that marshals slowly begin to make their way back to their posts, and it looks like the Swansea 8 chassis is a little bit worse for wear on the front end of that telehandler. But once again, just hope that Matty's going to be okay in Swansea 8. It might be a little bit sore tomorrow because it was quite a heavy roll, and it just goes to show how light these cars are and how dangerous the touching of wheels can be. So we are going to have a little bit of a disbursement up there on the far end of the track. Swansea 8 makes its way back into the centre of the Monkland Raceway on the front end of the Manny 2. Quads and marshals are making their way back to their posts and to the centre of this Monkland Raceway now, and the JCB there with the grader on the front end just doing a little bit more track maintenance as the Swansea 8 makes his way back into the track centre. Race 3 down there on the line. We've given you a full rundown of runners and riders. Phil Cooper and Chris Colgate, the two in this one that took a set of maximum points from their first round of qualifying. They're down there in grids 5 and 2. They will both make the Northwestern League proud, I'm sure. And like we said, they're joined by the two PhD drivers, Paul Harden and Aidan Llewellyn, Archie Rose in Stroud District 22, Morris Powell in Evesham 92, Mark Barker in Evesham 26, and I think we are going to go without Rhys Wetherick in IK 99. So 7 cars we should have, As you're watching the live stream, we've got 7 cars occupying grids 1 to 7, and like we thought, grid 8 is unoccupied. One lone marshal then making his way back to the track centre, but we got yellow flags waving around this Monkland venue, and it is ARC5 then not having the best of breaks. He's being led into turn 1, but he's through on the inside as they go down the hill for the first time. It's 5 that leads from 9 as Aidan lifts those front wheels as they go over the brow just in front of us here in commentary, and Chris Colgate goes with them in North Wales, number 19. That's your 1, 2 and 3 as they make their way up that far straight for the second time. It's ARC5 that leads from Aidan Llewellyn in PhD 9, and Chris Colgate, also known as Reggie, still there rounding out your top 3. Fourth place is Mark Barker, that's the Eastern 26 then, flying the flag for the MAP League, back in that 4th spot ahead of the PhD 3 machine of Paul Harden, with Maurice Powell and Archie Rose towards the tail end of the field. But it matters not to Phil Cooper, who's at the back, because he's the one that's got 1 lap to go of this Monkland Raceway. ARC5 sideways over the brow, down the hill and through the start gate turn for the final time. He'll be looking to bag himself a set of 55 points. Aidan Llewellyn will try his utmost to stop that, I'm sure, in PhD 9, but he's showing the rest of the field a way to go in that second spot. But ARC5 takes the win, PhD 9 takes second, third place will be Mark Barker in Evesham 26. So have we lost Reggie? Jake Harden, no, Paul Harden takes 4th in PhD 3 from Maurice Powell in Evesham 92. Archie Rose back the order, and Chris Colgate at the tail end of the field. It doesn't look to have a puncture or anything on board, so problems on board possibly mechanically for the North Wales 19 machine, and unfortunately a win and a last probably means that his chances of making the final are pretty much over. The runners and riders then from race 3 make their way back towards the pits, and as we look to the line, we are going to go with the second scheduled race in this Class 9 lineup. Sam Middleton, Trent 9, Thomas Lloyd in TA42, Alan Roberts in North Wales 4, Marcus Mills in Ludlow 12. Also joining them, Dave Palmer in ARC 31. Lee Seagreaves, I don't think is going to be there in grid 3, and as you can see on the live stream then, yeah, that third grid is unoccupied. Tell you who is there though, Andy Hornshaw in York 78, and he starts in lane 2. Phil Rogers will start in lane 1. So we expect 7 cars down there on the line, and indeed the 7 cars are there. And unfortunately ARC3 picking up terminal problems yesterday, which means that Heidi's campaign in the ladies class 9 and Lee's campaign in the men's class 9 categories unfortunately over, and we obviously don't like to see cars picking up terminal problems that completely write off the chances for trophies at the end of the year. Swansea 8 then is back within the compound of that start line over there on the far side, but we haven't got time to wait because we're already up and we're racing with race number 2. Dave Palmer it is then that leads into turn 1. Hornshaw's round in York 78, but it's Palmer that leads. Thomas Lloyd is up to second in TA42. Phil Rogers in PhD 2 goes there in third. He's racing just ahead of Sam Middleton in Trent number 9 as this race continues. Then on the far side it's Palmer in 31 that leads. Billy's up to second in PhD number 2 from Thomas Lloyd, who's showing strong in that third spot in the TA42 machine. Oh, just a little bit of getting close with the action there with Alan Roberts in North Wales number 4, who's trying to turn his speed. He's up to from 5th to about 3rd now, but we've got a new race leader, and he's just seen the other Phil take a set of maximum points. He wants to do the same himself and keep that points difference identical to how it was as we went into this weekend. But Billy moves on to his final circuit in PhD 2, taking the very long way around that start gate turn, but he's got the momentum to make it stick up that far straight into turn 1 for the final time. PhD 2 then, Phil Rogers, also known as Billy, comes back towards us. 2 from 2 for PhD number 2. Dave Palmer takes second in ARC 31 from Alan Roberts in North Wales 4. Fourth place was Sam Middleton in Trent number 9 from Thomas Lloyd in TA 42. And further down the order then, Marcus Mills in Ludlow 12. Andy Hornshaw in York 78. That rounds out race number 2. Race 4, the last scheduled race in the second round of qualifying of men's class 9s then down there on the line. This one brings out Josh Morgan, Gloucester 31. He's certainly there, starting on the outside of that grid in lane number 8. He goes with Jamie Smith in lane 80, Tony Wilson in Spalding 10, Kieran Cobb in IK 166, Jason Richardson in Pennine 5, Lee Waldron in Forest number 4, Laura Blaber in Athelston 12, and James Bow in York number 6. So Dave Bennett there, just making sure that there's no dust on that top bend. He makes his way back to the marshal post. Yellow flag shown on the entry to the start gate turn. We await that yellow flag to be shown from marshal post number 1. That's the one on entry to the Forest turn. But the bungee breaks and race 4 then leaves the line. And a little bit of a depleted lineup. Just the 5 cars make the start, but it's Lee Waldron in Forest number 4 then that's going to lead the pack towards us for the first time. IK 166, Kieran Cobb momentarily slots into that second spot. James Bow looking to go right round the outside. In York number 6, he's on the charge there, and he's claimed that second position in York number 6, but back towards us comes Waldron in Forest number 4. He rounds out his first full circuit of this Monkland Raceway in the Forest, in the Gloucester League machine. Through the start gate turn he goes, holding off the challenge of James Bow in York number 6, and he's pulling daylight between himself and James as they make their way up that far side for the penultimate time. Forest 4 then comes back towards us to start his final circuit from James Bow, still in a strong second position in York number 6. Kieran Cobb out of contention at the moment in IK 166, just losing a bit of ground to your front 2, and Josh Morgan rounds it all out in Gloucester and District 31. We started with 5, but 4 make their way onto the last lap, but back towards us for the final time. 55 points in the bag for Forest number 4. Lee Waldron takes the win from James Bow in York number 6. Third place goes to Kieran Cobb in IK 166 from Josh Morgan in Gloucester and District 31. So that brings to a close then your second round of qualifying of the X-Trax sponsored men's class 9s. And like we say, at the top end of the table, absolutely no difference in points between Phil Rogers and Phil Cooper after 2 qualifying rounds this weekend, as they both sit on 110 points. So Jimmy Smith then, led the way team, makes his way under his own steam back to the pits, but we got more specials over there on the far side. Are they 10s?
No, junior rerun.
Junior specials rerun. So back to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Thank you very much, Gareth. So, yeah, some good Class 9 racing there, fast-paced. And a couple of incidents as well, which is what Autograss racing brings. But let's see what happens with this Junior Specials rerun, shall we? Liam Evans Tyres, your weekend sponsor for the Junior Specials, and Dig It Plan Tyre, your series sponsor. So thank you kindly to both. As we look down to the holding areas, we're almost completed with the men's and juniors second heats. We've still got all the ladies to go, so lots of racing action to come your way. The Class 3s are making their way down. The 10s are just forming up behind the junior specials. We've got the F600s as well, don't forget to run out. But this is the one outstanding rerun of the junior specials, if you remember, not too long ago. They only got to the first corner, and I think Jesse Jones and Tom Ayres tangled, so not a good morning for the Jones family. I didn't see Matty go over, but I definitely heard Gareth call it, and then when I got back to the van, Oliver was quick to tell me that there was a wheel rolling away. So I hope Matty's okay. Good chap is Matty. I've not spoke to him for a little while, but he's always a pleasant guy to talk to. So yeah, hope no ill effects, and same for everybody who had an incident or two. Remember Mount Bow's big roll yesterday in the Class 8. I only caught the end of that, but it looked like a very heavy landing. So I hope Malk is doing okay this morning. And again, we like to see close action, but and the odd moment, but we don't want to see anybody suffering due to an incident. So I hope everybody is okay. Ladies Class 5s just making their way down now. See Kirsty Godfrey heading into the holding area. So very soon we'll be on with the ladies' second run of qualifying. It's a bit of a norm for them now to run their second heats on day 2 But we'll see what happens. Let's hope we get some clean racing. Starting with the junior specials. Race 1 rerun. All the vehicles are out of the way by the look of things. We should be under starters' orders in just a moment. Yellow flag up, bungees up, and away we go. And Lewis Middleton led the break to turn 1 last time around. I can't see whereabouts he is this time around. Bit difficult to pick out who's leading with the sun bearing down. So we get a bit of a cross up, and let's just wait for him to come out the turn. Harvey Donovan it is, Invicta Kent 71. Then it's Tom Ayres in York 23. And the Grasby machine, the Evesham car, 121 just slotting through into second. That's Liam at the wheel. Where's Middleton? He's down in 4th behind Swansea 6. So Jess Jones then in that 3rd position at the moment in time. Watered circuit, just catching 1 or 2 of them out, but Harvey Donovan's made the break and he's away. IK 71 it is. Evesham 121, Swansea 6, York 23, Ludlow number 40 is Glenn Hodgkins. As Cara Blaber just comes through in Athelston 2-1-3. Lewis Middleton's gone right back down the order, down to 6th, so not a good run for Whiter's 37. He's still ahead of 1 car, just on picking him out. It might be one of the other Ayres boys. In fact, they're together now, York 23 and York 22. So Tom and Ben down the tail end as Middleton regains 1 position, but he's behind the Ludlow 40. Nobody's going to catch a leader, though. IK 71, Harvey Donovan, well clear, and he's going to come through and take the checkered flag. So good win for Invicta Kent 71. Second is going to be then Jesse Jones, Swansea 6. Oh, close for 3rd and 4th. I think Grasby just held on in Evesham 121 over Hodgkins. Then it was Middleton and the Ayres boys. Didn't quite see which order they were. I think 22 and 23 completes it all. So that completes junior specials as Cara Blaber comes and takes her finish in Athelston 2-1-3. So that's all done and completed. We move to the Formula 600s next. And SGS Gas is your sponsor for the series. Can't quite remember who was the meeting sponsor. Really ought to be more organised, shouldn't I? But we'll find out in just a moment and give you that rightful mention. KP Thomason's son. So for the F600s, we had 5 on the list. Only 4 have come out to play, so 1 is missing. We'll pick them out. I think it's Sturton 11, Andrew Godfrey, who's not here in this second heat, but Trevor Frost certainly is. White Rose 400 leads. Then we've got Ludlow 16 and Pennow 600 fighting for 2nd and 3rd. The other title protagonist, Jamie Smith, has got work to do. And look at that, sweeps around the outside. 4th to 2nd in 1 fell swoop goes Yorkshire Dales 103. But it's Frosty who leads, then Smith. Can he do anything about the race leader and his title challenger? Not at the moment. Frosty it is. Smith in 2nd. Then it's Aaron Spriggs in Pennow 600. And Ludlow 16, Ashley Bradford. So that's the running order. And they seem to have settled down a little bit now, don't they, these 4? With Trevor Frost in command in the White Rose 400. Jamie Smith trying his hardest, though, to close up the gap, but just not working, trying a different line as it materialised for him. Frost goes out wide. Smith makes a slide, but loses traction on the exit and loses more ground. 400 gets away. So up the hill they go for the final time. Checkered flag is going to be out, and it looks like we're going to see another win for Trevor Frost. White Rose 400. Frosty takes the win. Oh, Smith out wide, but he takes 2nd. Aaron Spriggs is 3rd. And Ashley Bradford in Ludlow 16 is the last one finished, and they've all decided to go round again. So the F600s then coming to a conclusion. We've got a guest commentator here, have we? Oily. Morning. So the F600s then told where they're meant to be going. But a good little race there for those, and cleanly done. Right, we're going to go Class 10s for their second heats. They haven't appeared for those yet. So There we go. So ProLinks, your series sponsor, and KS Coles Farming, your meeting sponsor as well. All the adverts in this programme. So if you've got one, check it out, have a look, and you can see who's kindly sponsoring who. But up the hill we blast them for the first time, where Lee Seagreaves is in the groove. After disappointment in the 9-0, we've got contact further back. Where's Tinker? And I'm not sure who it was. I think Chris Ellis just had a little glancing blow there. But it's Seagreaves who really wants this one. He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to win the title off Liam Evans, but Seagreaves is trying his hardest, and ARC1 can do no better than Lee. Chris Ellis in second, Wes Tinker, Fink up to third now in York 40, Mark Pascal in fourth. So we've got 3 heat winners in this one, and there's only 3 heats, so they're all out together. Seagreaves is away and gone though, look at him go. Ben Herdman has a bit of a moment and loses ground in Radford 207, but Wes Tinker now fighting with Chris Ellis, looks up the inside in York 40, takes the place, and that puts him into second position. He's not going to do anything about the leader. On a wide line goes Seagreaves, but he's really on a mission here today in ARC1. York 40, South Somerset 6 and Hereford 250 can do nothing but chase away, and Lee Seagreaves takes a dominant win, crushing the opposition there. Wes Tinker second, Chris Ellis third, Mark Pascal in fourth. And then it's Ben Herdman, and didn't get a mention out of that Lee Dodd. That was actually race 2. Not race 1, as I now look to the TV screen and spot that. But never mind, when the race is as fast and as good as that, it doesn't matter which race it is. But Lee Seagreaves, a statement made on the Class 10 crowd this morning. That is without a doubt. Right, let's see what we get next. I think race 1 was held back because Andy Hornshaw's in 2 classes. I think this one is race 3 because Superstar Class 10 driver Phil Peake is there on the outside. Didn't make the best of starts though. Only 4 of them, so we're missing somebody. Let's try and pick out. Oh, they've made contact. Luke Bennett and somebody. It wasn't Sam Burbage because he leads. It was Andy Bishop who came to grief there at the top turn. Luke Bennett round the outside of Phil Peake, retakes second position. Peaky down to third ahead of Bishop. But we go Sam Burbage leading the way. 1 missing, that's Gary Morris, unfortunately. No come D28. Oh, Phil Peake's made a mess of it and half spun it. But it's Sam Burbage leading. Luke Bennett looks for a way through. He looks up the inside, down the hill they go. No way through at the moment in time. Up the start straight as the dirt goes flying. And into turn 1 goes Sam Burbage, but he's gone wide. Luke Bennett sees the door open and uses that as an invitation and goes through. North Wales 62 with 1 to go. Sturton 40 not giving up on his outside. And can he make the cut back? He's making it. He's looking. Has he got the traction now? No. North Wales 62 then, as after a disappointing first corner, has got in the groove now and looking good. So Luke Bennett comes through, takes the win. North Wales 62, airborne over the brow there. Sturton 40, Andy Bishop up to third in Yayton Sodbury 37. And Phil Peake, not to be this time around, just a 4th place for the Yorkshire Dales man. So that was races 2 and 3 of the ProLinks and KS Coles Farming sponsored Class 10s. Let's see what race 1 can do. Andy Hornshaw on the outside, Carl Morgan next to him, Liam Evans, the points leader and almost champion, I think, in the 10s in North Shropshire 3. Away we go then. Who else? We got Phil Young, Paul Coles and Barry Seal. Oh, it's a messy start. Phil Young has got damage and has spun around. And it was Liam Evans leading, but this one ain't going any further, is it? No, it's not. We've got reds. So red flags waving to bring a halt to that race. So it was Phil Young, I think, facing the wrong way in Evesham 23 on that one. So that's a shame. We nearly got through it all, but 1 rerun left to come now for my Class 10s. So we'll leave ProLinks and KS Coles Farming sponsored 10s for the time being. Water's going down. And we will go to the ladies racing for the first time this morning. No, it's not the first time, actually, because Class 1s have been on, haven't they? I've not seen, and 2s, so yes, there we go. So I was still in bed at that point, unfortunately. Yes. So we're going to go Class 3s on the line and step in from one room to the next because Steve likes to multitask like nobody else. I'm not sure he enjoys it all the time. Here he is anyway, doing what he does best, and that is on the mic. And he's going to take you through the second run of qualifying for ladies Class 3s.
Yeah, you're quite right, Russell. Thank you very much indeed. So, yeah, it is Ram Developments, our British Autograss Series associate sponsor, and Digit Plant Hire, meeting sponsor here at Border Counties. It's all very close in British Autograss Series standings between Becky Shaw and Jade Russell. And just to make it extra interesting, they come up against each other in race 2. So with 9 of them signed on, we have got 2 races. Race 1 brings out Catherine Bynon in CM3, Gemma Fullard in Radford 70, Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4, Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343, and Naomi Davis guest appearing in the Evesham 34 machine, but certainly guest appearing with some style yesterday. I think the TA1 car has not had the best of seasons mechanically, I think, the TA1 machine. And I think it's a terminal for the 2022 season. So Naomi out in the Holloway Evesham 34 machine. But looking very quick yesterday, it has to be said. So a little bit of water going down as well. So we'll see what effect, if any, that has, as the water carts look like they have done what they need to do. Don't forget, if you're feeling peckish, it's sort of like breakfast time, then fine array of hot food and hot and cold drinks, as always, available, situated down just to our left-hand side from where we are in commentary, so down the finish line straight. So there's a nice array of different options of food down there. So if you want to get yourself fed and watered, we can certainly do that for you here at Border Counties, and also all of the trade stands that are situated around the raceway. Certainly go and pay them a visit. Right, so they get away from the line then. Naomi Davis in Evesham 34. It is. That's just about the first one to show. Some problems then on that first bend for Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. But Evesham 34, your race leader, Carmarthen 4, runs in second place. The Radford 70 car then of Gemma Fullard is in third, racing with Catherine Bynon in the Carmarthen 3, and Becky Smith now playing a bit of catch-up in North Shropshire 343. But the one they're all trying to catch is Naomi Davis, as Evesham 34 comes out of that top bend once again on a little bit of a wider line, but keeping the power down from the Carmarthen 4 car. In second place still Donna Brown. Gemma Fullard getting a better run this time in Radford 70, racing just ahead of Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3. Everything to play for second, third and fourth as they go down that far side. But Naomi Davis is going to come round to take this yellow flag with the black cross. One circuit to go for Evesham 34. Donna Brown still holds on to second in Carmarthen 4. Gemma Fullard in Radford 70. Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3. And Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. It just all went wrong in turn 1, really, for the North Shropshire car. But absolutely nothing going wrong for Evesham 34 as Naomi Davis comes round looking impressive and taking the checkered flag and taking a good win. In second place, it's going to be Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4. Gemma Fullard in third in Radford 70. Carmarthen 3 is Catherine Bynon. And Becky Smith completes it all in North Shropshire 343. So good stuff then from race 1. Race 2 then brings out Erina Almond in North Wales 27, Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86, Nicola McKenzie in Invicta Kent 13, and Becky Shaw in Border Counties treble 1. As I was saying, Jade Russell and Becky Shaw sitting towards the, well, at the top of the points chart. But Nicola McKenzie missed a round earlier on. So once we bring in joint or drop scores and things, it all makes it interesting in Ladies Class 3. So very competitive one in this one as they come back round towards us for the first time. On the outside, it's Jade Russell. On the inside, it's Becky Shaw in treble 1. Right there with them is McKenzie, and Erina Almond certainly not out of it in North Wales 27. But Becky Shaw it is in Border Counties treble 1 that leads the way. Going down that far side, Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86 in that second place slot. Erina Almond challenging then round the outside of Nicola McKenzie. But it is Becky Shaw 2 laps to go. Yorkdale's 86 Jade Russell throws that machine sideways as they go into the start line turn. Nicola McKenzie in Invicta Kent 13 on the inside. Erin Almond keeping the power round in North Wales 27 and holding on to that 3rd place slot. It is going to be last lap flag this time round. Border Counties treble 1 then. 1 to go for Becky Shaw, looking to add the British Series title to a national title. Yorkdale's 86 Jade Russell, can she do anything on this final circuit? Erin Almond and Nicola McKenzie. Cracking Class 3 race between these 4 ladies as they go down the far side for the final time. But I think Becky Shaw now has done enough in Border Counties at treble 1 as she comes round for the final time. Becky Shaw then takes the win. 2nd place is going to go to Erin Almond in North Wales 27. Yorkdale's 86 Jade Russell in 3rd. Nicola McKenzie 4th in Invicta Kent 13. So excellent stuff. Well done, Erin Almond, particularly on that last lap in North Wales 27. So that was Class 3. I'm trying to see, what have we got on the line now? Is that Class 5 machinery? I think it is. That's where we should be going to in the order of events. And that is where we are actually going to. So Mickey B doing some paperwork sorting to my right as the first race gets away.
So, yeah, we are off and running with the ladies at Class 5s down here at the final round of the British Series. And here we go. Sarah Bateman and your new national champion leads them down the hill there. Michelle Ellis goes with them as well. Then Kirsty Godfrey, Rhiannon Smith, and that South Somerset 5 machine. That's pushing round and trying hard to close the gap. But Bateman leads them up the hill. Out of turn 2, they go again. Another lap under their belt, but there's a pressure being mounted now as Michelle Ellis looks for the cutback coming out of turn 3. They're side by side coming out of Stargate turn, but Bateman back on the power a little bit more and holds that 1st place, and they come up again. And I'll tell you what, last lap flag already. So 1 more lap to go on this. And is there going to be swapping and changing? Lindsay Pittman then in that South Somerset 7. Work to do from the back, but we are on this last lap. They're down the hill. They're out of Stargate turn. Sarah Bateman from Michelle Ellis. Rhiannon Smith now come in on the outside of that Cambridge 10 Kirsty Godfrey. Godfrey drops back down to that 4th place. And then Pittman in 5th, but checker flag. Sarah Bateman takes the win from Michelle Ellis, from Rhiannon Smith in South Somerset 36, Cambridge 10 Kirsty Godfrey, and then South Somerset 7, Lindsay Pittman. So there we go. That is your first race of ladies 5s. And we've got the next run on the line. So just put all my paperwork on my pad last night, and it's going to be here, isn't it? Of course it is, Mickey. You've just kind of covered it up. I know, yeah, these things happen. But here we go then. We are going with race 2. Nicola Jesse, Natasha Gibbs, Sandra Jones, Gemma Holland, Ruby Emerson and Gail Morris. Here are all your runners and riders. Who's going to come out on top this time? And it is that Kumdi 31, Sandra Jones then. But Nicola Jesse looks for the cut back up the inside. Again, we're going side by side coming out Stargate turn. Jones on the power though. Jesse tucks into that 2nd place as they climb up there. I can see Natasha Gibbs in that 4th place. Is she going to try and make up a little bit more of a move? But Jones still leads it in. Jesse chasing her down there from that Gibbs, Severn Valley 67. Trent 121, and it is that Gloucester and District 119, Gail Morris. So Natasha Gibbs just got a little bit out of shape, a bit wibbly-wobbly, as we say, and she's dropped down another place. But eyes back front as we pick up the last lap flag. 1 to go. Sandra Jones in, Cumdy 31 for Nicola Jesse, York 44. Nicola, can she close that gap on this final circuit? I think Jones has got this one in the bags, puts that power on, climbs that hill, and then turns it in a turn 1. So Nicola Jesse, York 44, going to have to settle for that 2nd place. There's a good battle going on for the position number 4. So Sandra Jones from Nicola Jesse, that's your 1-2. Severn Valley 67, Gemma Holland in 3rd. From Trent 121 of Ruby Emerson. From the Hereford 4 of Natasha Gibbs. And Gloucester and District 119, Gail Morris. So that is your ladies class 5s. Sponsored by lorryinsurance.com. And our weekend sponsors for ladies class 5s. It is, as I get me paperwork there, Matt Richards. So thank you to those guys. Right, they're going to do a bit of watering of the start line. And get that sorted out. We've got a little bit of top grading going on with that JCB. Oh, hold on a minute. So this is going to make it a little bit interesting. Kumdi 31 picking up a green flag. That is what we're hearing. So Sandra Jones, who fist pumping, got maximum points. You're now back into third. So there you go, 36 points. Still not bad. Still not bad. I would have been happy at that when I was racing, by the way. But that means Nicola Jesse gets elevated up into position Uno number 1 and 55 points. So there we go. Right, let's go into Super Saloons then. Tim Jones has arrived. We're all looking very dapper this morning, aren't we? Yeah, Tim got a big smile on his face. He's obviously had a good night. We'll quiz him a little bit later about that. But let's go back to our Class 7 ladies. Max Sport, our series sponsor, as always. And XC Works, our weekend sponsors. So race 1 then. Brings out Sue Herdman, Michelle Barrett, Ella John, Shamel Gadsby, Alice Bevans, Nicola Gibbs and Kesney Adams. So that is your runners and riders. Who's coming out of where? Kesney Adams out of lane 1, Nicola Gibbs out of lane 2, Alice Bevans out of lane 3. As we said to you yesterday, if you were you're listening, and obviously you guys on the live stream are seeing the picture right down the track, so you can see all of the cars. From commentary position here, we kind of missed the first 3 grids. So it looks like, God, there's not many on the line, but then they all appear from behind the Armco. So it's always good for us. We've got a TV screen in commentary as well, so we can see what you're seeing at home as well, which it's been quite handy actually during the course of this season, getting used to it and having that extra layer of information that can help. Many times before where we've all kind of said, what's on the line? And then now we can kind of look at the TV screen and the majority of the times we can pick out what is actually there. We still get it wrong, though. Well, I do. It's just naturally, these things, everyone makes a mistake in life. Oh, yes, yeah, no. So Gold Star performer Tim Jones is in commentary. Say, big smile on your face. What was you up to last night?
No, like just done a bit of a barbecue. Went down to see the presentation last night. It was good. So just nice sun shining. Why not?
I was digging for a little bit more information than that, really. I mean, you see some of these stickers, don't you, on the back of like these motorhomes? If it's a rocking, don't come a knocking. Oh yes! What a super intro into that. Then don't forget those retro grasser stickers are still on sale. So here we go. Then we are off and running. And we climb the hill into turn 1. The sun beating down on this track for the second day of asking. And it is going to be Herdman that takes it up from Michelle Barrett. Oh, massive. Oh, my good grief. That is Ella John over and out. Let's get to her quickly if we can. That was a massive roll. I can see her moving in the car. And... she's through through over the fence, and the safety barrier has done okay. And let the marshals do their job. Let them see to Ella John, but that was a massive role that took part there as well. And we'll just go a little bit quiet while we let the medical crew do their job. We'll be back to you very soon.
Tannoy's off at the moment. Yeah.
Just checking this mic to see if it's still working. You should be getting it now. Sorry, say again.
Meet you from air first.
When you dismount, make sure your hands are like that.
I think I'm over my loading here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was probably one of the biggest rolls we've seen in this BASS series, and probably you know, one of the biggest ones through the season. As we could see, the safety fence and the extra layer of Harris fencing you know, took some of that momentum out of the car and it landed in the safety zone. Ella John, as you could see for a moment, upside down, and not a great deal of movement coming from her, but she was quickly looking around, and the marshals were, as they always are, fast and quick to the driver's support. She was out the car pretty quickly. The car looks a little bit battered and bruised after what was, say, a hefty roll. Probably like me, and when you were watching it on live stream, we were watching those first two lead cars come past commentary, and then just out of the corner of my eye, I saw this blue and white machine coming, picking up momentum and then turning into the fence and through the fence. But thankfully, she's walked away from it. She seems fine. I mean, she was chatting away, so that's always a good sign. And you find that with some of these drivers, especially in Class 7 Super Saloons, they are hearty souls. But it's not good to see. The reason why we went a bit quiet, by the way, which is not a bad thing at times, is that the car actually did come through and actually flatten one of the on-track speakers there. So what we had to do was just do a check on that. So we had to unplug the system. Everything was checked through, and we had the thumbs up to plug back in and then come back to you live down here at Border Counties, the final round of the British Series. And as I say, we are at the business end of the 2022 campaign. 4 rounds successfully completed under your belt. We're getting to finish off our Heat 2 for the ladies. We've seen some of those reruns picked up this morning as well, and some of those final second heats for the men's. And we've got a full third heats to come as well, both men's and ladies, before we then get into what is going to be an exciting end to the season with the final suite of finals for all of the classes. And by then, I'm sure, as we get into those, that those finals will be determining champions and top 4 positions. And if that's where we are, then those finals are going to be really exciting. We're fingers crossed that we can get through those pretty quickly. We did at the last round just have a little competition on the amount of red we would see, and I was optimistic, as I always am, and got it totally wrong. I'm trying to think who actually got closest to it, but we did have quite a lot of red. And as we saw, you were saying, Gareth, that under 21 Wales football manager. I mean, wow, what an accolade that is, eh? And he's racing Autograss. I mean, I'm not sure if his bosses, when they see him going over and out, I'm not sure whether or not they'll say, I'm not sure whether or not that's something we want you to be doing. But wow, that's brilliant, that is. And again, everyone needs a hobby, an outlet from their work, and his work is football. It's, some of that, you'd think that's quite a nice, steady job. Oh, it's not, is it? There's pressure involved in that. And right, so... right, okay, so he's... right, fantastic. So I'm just getting a little bit of a lesson here on his kind of career, really. I mean, he's been in and around the football scene for a long time, and I suppose it's that natural progression for the guys that want to do it, to get themselves into coaching, management. But then there is some puns in there. I mean, instead of him getting a red flag, he got a red card out there, didn't he? He was offside. Yeah. He got a pass up the outside. It's all those things you could put football-related thing to it. So looking down, well done to all the marshals and the fence repair crew. It looks like it's A-OK. Gary Merton, if you can hear us, if you can take your truck down to pits control, please. Gary Merton, take your truck down to pits control. Right, while we just get all these machines off the track, let's go to race 2 then. Julie Hawthorne Fernyhough. Second yesterday in her first heat. She's already got the championship under her belt. Only, I think, 2 races this weekend that come into the weekend with that coveted, or the comfort, I should say, of knowing that whatever happens, you've done all the hard yards in the first 4 rounds. And that takes some doing. We interviewed her on Friday night, and it was all about consistency. You know, and that consistency, not just from the driver, but also the car as well. You know, no issues, and it's helped her get to the 2022 British Autograss Class 7 Lady Champion. So well done there. Alongside her, Emily McKenzie, Cambridge 12, coming out of lane 7. Samantha Graney. And Samantha Graney in the Pennine 8. She had a second as well yesterday. That car's been quick, and both in men's and ladies. Lindsay Allen had a third. Lee Wynn, and then Sarah Allmack in Yorkshire Dales 19. And I tell you what, Sarah had a cracking start there. She's running second, looking for the cutback and trying to take a tighter line. She does that, but it is that Lindsay Allen machine, Pennine 37 from Allmack, from Samantha Graney. From that Cambridge 12 machine, Emily McKenzie running 4th. And Allmack, again, she's got a tactic to keep it on that inside line, and she's sticking to it. And at the moment, it's paying dividends as the Yorkshire Dales 19 car exits that turn 2, down the hill. Woohoo! Lindsay Allen goes right round the outside in a Pennine 37. Samantha Graney, oh, there's a black flag being shown to someone. Who is that gone to? Is that, oh, it is. It's the McKenzie machine. And Emily McKenzie, black flag, she's off the track already. Yorkshire Dales 19, unaware of what just happened behind her. She still leads the way, but it is going to be Lindsay Allen on that charge again, looking to come round the outside from the Samantha Graney machine. As she, look at this, it's all getting close and personal. Graney comes up the inside of Allen and picks up that second place, but you throw a blanket over him, you cover the top 3 cars. Up the hill they go again, and it's checkered flag this time. It's going to be Sarah Allmack, Yorkshire Dales 19. Wow, I think Allen's just taken it from Graney, from Julie Hawthorne Fernyhough. CK8 Lee Wynn across to take the final points on that Class 7, and well done to Sarah Allmack. I mean, she left the sport to add to the population of the world. She's back into it, and wow, that's a great statement, that is. So, ladies Class 7, 1 completed, 1 goes to rerun. Up on the line, we are going to ladies Class 9s. Oh, it's a men's rerun, so it is over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. Yeah, going to go straight back to a rerun of men's Class 9s. And once again, Bernie Jones, Hereford 55. The quickest out of grid number 2, Stu Taylor in IK 121, goes with him, lifting up those front wheels. And they're side by side as they pass us for the first time. Oh, just a little bit of contact there, throwing Bernie out towards Yamco on the entry to the start gate turn. Jamie Dodd, North Wales 8, is there, rounding out the top 3 ahead of Hereford 133. And it's Sean Roberts back in that 5th spot in North Wales number 17, but it's Taylor that leads the way in the Taylor-made machine. IK 121 then continues to lead from Hereford 55. Bernie Jones on the cutback this time, and he's reclaimed that race control in the 55 machine as he makes his way up that far straight for the second time. It's 55 from 121 there, away and gone from the North Wales 8 machine of Jamie Dodd. Oh, but Bernie's gone in the 55 machine, and he slows down drastically on the exit of turn 2, but onto his last lap. Now unchallenged goes Stu Taylor in IK 121. He's away and gone from Jamie Dodd in North Wales 8 and the rest of the field. Sean Roberts, North Wales 17, he's up to 3rd. And Hereford, the 2 stricken Hereford machines, and just crawling their way back to the pits. But Stu Taylor adds 55 points to his BASt campaign in IK 121. Jamie Dodd takes 2nd in North Wales 8 from Sean Roberts in North Wales number 17. So as we look to the line then, we look to have ladies Class 8s. And picking up the mic, ready to take you through them, it's Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. Good morning, everybody. That is trackside, and of course, everybody watching on BAStv as well. I'm sure that you all got the memo yesterday to be up bright and early and ready for a 8:30 start. That's what they've done. They're cracking through as, what's the time now? 10:05, and we're going on to ladies class 8s then for their second round of qualifying. 4 races, of course, scheduled to come your way. We've had a bit of a messy break into turn 1, but they're going to carry on as we get away. Claire Horner it is that has dropped back into 4th. So Sophie Morgan it is that leads in Radford 71. Sooty runs 2nd in Scarborough number 2, and looking to put the power down and sneak up the inside. Horner running 4th on the outside line in Melton 62. Can't get past Shelby Ormond, who runs in 3rd in North Wales 271. As Jennifer then, your national champion, is down the order in 5th in the West Waterford machine, but down the far side, Sophie Morgan it is that leads the way in the Radford 71 machine, but Vicky Appleton making ground, switches to the inside line and looks for that gap up the inside. Sooty takes up the running in Scarborough number 2, a 2nd yesterday, but looking to put a win onto her Bass tally as they go down the far side. Sophie Morgan looking to fight back. The race still on for 3rd as Shelby Ormond drifts out wide and Horner's through up the inside. Oh, making contact, gets it all wrong. Sooty takes the win. 2nd, Sophie Morgan. I think Shelby Ormond snatched 3rd from 4th in Claire Horner in Melton 62, and then 5th was the Jennifer machine, West Waterford 158, and disappointment Ellie Hines, after early problems aboard, comes across to round it all off and finish off. I was going to say the first race of Class 8s, but that was race 3 for some reason, but it was the first race that we've seen. So race 3 then is the first one to be done and dusted with. We're looking to the line. That is race 1 down there, because I can identify Beth Tompkinson coming out from the middle of the pack. So race 1 then scheduled. This brings out a heat winner from yesterday, Sue Nichols in Yorkshire Dales at number 7. She's joined by Alice Bevans in PAC 2, Jodie Glover, Beth Tompkinson, Charlene Hankey, Hope Godfrey and Terry Mumford. So Sue Nichols, the one to keep your eye on. As I said, 55 points after heat 1, and she's going to lead them in and out of turn 1. Tonki's going with her though in Scunny 51. Alice Bevans 3rd yesterday and running 3rd now in PAC number 2. Jodie Glover up the inside in Scunny 71. Mumford relegated down to 5th with Charlene Hankey in 6th in ARC number 2. But it's running to the form book is Sue Nichols that leads them round once more. YD number 7. 2nd is still Beth Tompkinson. Alice Bevans is looking to close the gap. She won't be happy with 2/3 in PAC number 2 as she looks at the inside. It's still tight at the front as Beth Tompkinson now pulling the power down on the far side and looking to make a move past Sue Nichols, but Sue holding off, throwing the car out, pushing on just a little bit. That allows Beth to gain ground. Last lap flag goes out. It's 7 from 51 as they come past us for the penultimate time. Mumford is very much in the mix as she's into 3rd and looking to gain more ground and get in amongst the top 2, but it's not going to work down the far side. She's got one more corner to try and make a move as Sue Nichols goes out wide. Tonki's at the inside. It's a dash. Beth Tompkinson snatches the win. Sue Nichols, Terry Mumford, Alice Bevans, Jodie Glover and Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2 is the one that completes it all. I think Hope Godfrey, unfortunately, in Sturton 22 has found herself parked up over on the far side, so not making it into turn 1. She finds herself square-wheeled, facing the right way, but unfortunately not able to get the car moving, so no points for Hope in heat number 2. And she had a 3rd yesterday as well, so a good run would have certainly put her up in contention and put her up towards the top end of the points, but not to be, unfortunately. And likewise with the men, as I said yesterday with ladies class 8, really no margin for error. There's no room for mistakes. So competitive. So unfortunately, Hope Godfrey is the one that could be losing out in that one. But I'll tell you what, Beth Tompkinson, she stuck all the way to the end, all over the back of Sue Nichols, and waited till the last bend to make a move. And when she made it, she certainly made it stick, and she'll be happy with that. What did Beth do yesterday? She had a 5th. So a 1st and a 5th. She's going to need good points going into Heat 3 a little bit later on. But I'm sure she'll be absolutely sending it in Heat 3 a little bit later on, knowing that she's got a chance of making that final in the coming few hours, of course, this afternoon. I'm sure everyone here trackside are looking forward to the finals. Mind you, we've got a fair bit of racing to get through before we get there. Obviously, we are still on the second round of qualifying because the ladies didn't get a chance to go out yesterday after, I think we ran it until about 7 o'clock-ish. And we was all sat trackside. We didn't know what was happening. We thought Gareth was going to take us through the Class 9s. And then I think Gareth thought he was going to take us through the Class 9s. And then it didn't end up happening. But hence the early start this morning. And trying to get through as much as we can. Obviously, we've had a couple of incidents already. But these things are to be expected. As I said yesterday, this round 5, of course, everyone knows the points they need. They all know what they've got to do. And a lot of drivers are really, really giving it their all. And, of course, it does end up with some sort of drama and some sort of incident at the end of it. These things are to be expected, especially in things like Class 8 and Class 7 as well. So, but keeps us entertained at least. So hopefully then, if you are watching BAStv this morning, then you are all enjoying it. And I'm sure that you're going to be enjoying the rest of the action that's to come your way. And as I said, edging close to get into the finals a little bit later on. The finals of the 2022 Kent Camden Simpson sponsored British Autograss Series. Right, we look like we're getting closer to having track clearance, so we're getting closer to go racing with race 2, which brings out Taylor Jade Pascal, Sinead Thomas, Kelly Matthews, Cassie Gunn, Ruby Emerson, Rosemary Glover, and Claire Cockrell. So no heat winners out in this one. To be fair, and out of everyone in this one, all of the points were kind of mid-table, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So all of these ladies need good runs in Heat 2. And Ruby Emerson it is. That's going to be the first one in Scunthorpe 199 as they slow it down. The track just been freshly watered, so there is going to be wet lines out there, but it's Emerson that leads. Matthews runs 2nd. Claire Cockrell then is on a charge up to 3rd. Doesn't make it work this time in the North Shropshire 55. She's going to keep the tight line. Is it going to work as they go into the top bend? She emerges out in 5th as Taylor Jane Pascal is there on the outside line. I think Cassie Gunn in Pennine number 9 is trying to slot through in the middle, but at the front, Ruby Emerson it is that leads the way as looks like Claire Cockrell found a gap there at the inside, shoots through to 3rd. Kelly Matthews still hugging this tight line in 4:27, but she's not making it work to her advantage as the last lap flag goes out. Thomas now is on a mission on the outside in Carmarthen number 20 as she looks to throw that car sideways. Has she done enough? No. As she gets relegated to 4th. Cockrell fights back, but the race on the field for 3rd and 4th. No race at the front because Ruby Emerson, I think, has done enough in Scunthorpe 199. Checkered flag is made ready. She takes the win. Matthews 2nd, Thomas 3rd. Claire Cockrell from Cassie Gunn, Taylor Jade Pascal, and Rosemary Glover in White Rose number 2 is the one that rounds it all off. A very close race there from your ladies Class 8s. We haven't mentioned the sponsors yet, have we? So, of course, Beresford Chassis and Components, your very kind sponsors over the course of the series, and Rowan Land Rover Specialists, your proud sponsor for the weekend. So a big thank you to them. And I'll tell you what, I say proud sponsor, they're going to be even more proud if this last race gets through. As race 4 is down there on the line. 2 heat winners are coming out in this. We've got Lindsay Mullen in YD37 and Abby Jade Bennett in Forestine number 8. We've also got your series leader, Josie Tompkinson, in Scunny 52. So what a race this could shape up to be. Josie needs the points as they get away from the line. It's Josie that leads, but Bennett's up the inside and Mullen round the outside in York Trails 37, but none of them with an answer to Josie Tompkinson at the moment in Scunny 52. The series leader is your race leader as they go down the far side. Mullen and Bennett run 2nd and 3rd. Russell 4th in IK number 19. So the 2 heat winners can't do anything in this one at the moment as they come past us. 2 more to go. Who's running 5th as the top 4 get away? It's going to be the Carlo number 2 machine, and Sharon Barker in Evesham 25 is the one that rounds it all off at the tail end of the field, but Josie Tompkinson, as she knows the points she needs, she knows I think 2 more wins will be enough to win that BAST title, and she looks to be halfway there, but not over yet, as Abby J. Bennett is all over the back in the Forester D number 8, and Lindsay Mullen is by no means out of it either in Yorkshire Dales 37. Checkered flag being made ready, they all bunch up. Oh, Bennett gets it wrong. Mullen climbs over the car as someone shoots through, but Josie Tompkinson takes the win. Jade Russell manages to get up to second as Lindsay Mullen takes third. Abby J. Bennett relegated to 4th in the Forest D number 8. Courtney Brady in Carlo number 2, and Sharon Barker in Evesham 25 comes across, completes it all, and completes me as well. So 4 races I had, and 4 races all went through. Why couldn't they have done that yesterday? If they'd done that yesterday, we wouldn't have had to have seen them this morning, because we would have got through it. But well done then to the ladies Class 8s getting through. And I'll tell you what, Josie Tompkinson, 1 step closer to getting her hands on that BAST trophy, and she'll be looking to do the same in Heat 3. Right, we got Class 10s. It's over to Russ.
Thank you very much, Liam. Yes, away we go then. This outstanding men's Heat 2 rerun men's Class 10s, and it's Liam Evans then already. 1 hand on the trophy. Phil Young, who picked up damage last time around, still ill effects on the Evesham 23. He's in early retirement, but it's Evans who leads. Paul Coles looking to go up the inside. Andy Ornshaw around the outside. 3 abreast, look at that. And Evans gets swamped and drops to 3rd. Can he fight back? Oh, Coles has got it out of shape. And Evans back past him, but it's Ornshaw who leads the way. We've got problems further back then with the tail enders. Let's hope we keep going. We've got the Hereford 254 Barry Seal spinning on the centre green. Think we've damage after contact with Carl Morgan in company treble 6, but 3 of the best then up front. And it's Ornshaw on a wide and proud line as Paul Coles looks to attack back on Liam Evans. Looks up the inside, no way through. Slide it down the hill. York 7, North Shropshire 3, South Somerset 166. Ornshaw used that wide line from the get-go, and it's worked for him. Will Evans sneak up the inside? He's going for it as Ornshaw goes out mighty wide. Checkered flag, and it's a dash to the line. Ornshaw with the power takes the win. York 7, North Shropshire 3, South Somerset 166. And Hereford 254, Barry Seal, Carl Morgan. I think Seal was a lap down after spinning on the centre green. Unfortunately, Phil Young with some ill effects on the Evesham 23 after damage earlier on. That was Class 10, brilliant stuff, getting that rerun done, ultra fast pace as well. Right, I think that's all of the men's races finally completed. We go back, ladies, we've got water tankers coming out. It looks like it'll be the combination of Class 4s and Stockhatch for the ladies' Heat 2 qualification. And we can then, I think he's just trying to find his sheet. He's got some, but not all, is Tim? So are you all about ready? So here we go then. Didn't need to rush. Look, the water tankers are coming out. They knew this would happen to us, so they're just being kind and giving us the time. We can calm down and get ourselves ready. But to tell you who's down there on the line for the 4s, Stockhatches, and then the 6s, it's over to Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Russ. So, yeah, on with the Heat 2 of ladies Class 4 and the 2 Stockhatches. So, as I say, water going down on to the Monkland Raceway, and everybody already assembled on the line. So, first round, or first heat winner then, Claire Compton should be down there. She comes out of lane 5 in North Shropshire 434. Joined by Kelly Weatherick, he had a second yesterday. Did the IK 272 machine, and she starts right on that outside line in lane 8. Claire Herdman also joins them in Radford 47. She comes out of lane 7. Julie Whitcomb in SR 61. Another one had a 5th yesterday, and Julie then comes out of lane 4. Gwen Reeves in the Commander 7 machine. As I said yesterday, I think the last meeting for that car, I think the car is actually sold. So just one last run for the Commander 7 machine. Took a 3rd yesterday, and that comes out of lane 3. Radford 59, I think I can safely say the new Lady Stockhatch champion, Michelle Petrie. And she's down there in lane 1. And the other Stockhatch, that's going to be Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. And she starts in lane 2. So that's who we've got. SGS Gas is, of course, your very kind sponsor. As once again, more water goes down on to this Monkland Raceway. Sun is shining, always nice to see. And fair play to the Border Counties team and all the team that's involved. They're getting through it. And a bit of a hectic day yesterday, but we got through it. We got as far as we could go. And as I say, the team are hoping to make up some time and doing good stuff as well. So those of you listening on BAStv, then good morning to you. I hope you're all well, wherever you are in the world, whether you're at home or dare I say at work, or even at the race meeting, watching in your campers or wherever. Then it's nice to be with you, and hope we can bring you some action through today's racing. So we're back on racing then, ladies class 4, as away from the line we go, and it's going to the form book then. Claire Compton in North Shropshire, 4:34, that leads them around turn 1 for the first time of asking, with the Gwen Reeves machine Commander 7 just slotted into second, just ahead of Kelly Weatherick in IK 272. So the top 3 round the start gate turn for the first time. The water just slowing the pace down slightly, but not slowing it down too much, with Herdman now running in that 4th place slot as they climb the bank once again. But Compton just coming under the challenge from the outside line from Gwen Reeves and Commander 7 as they go past us. Once again, Gwen a little bit later on the race. Compton on that nice tidy inside line in 4:34. Weatherick still running 3rd, ahead of Radford 47. Then comes Julie Whittingham in SR 61, having the battle with the Stockhatch. That's Michelle Petrie in Radford 59, and Kelly Louise rounds it all out in Hereford 182. One to go this time then. Still Compton still battling with Gwen Reeves as they go once again absolutely locked side by side into the start gate turn. Gwen Reeves then takes up the running as she powers round and down the far side we go. Compton still running second, Weatherick gaining ground as well in IK 272. These 3 have just broken away from Radford 47 of Claire Herdman in that 4th place slot. But it's going to be a win, a 1st and a 3rd then for Gwen Reeves. Commander 7, North Shropshire 434, Kelly Weatherick in IK 272. Then comes Radford 47 of Claire Herdman, Julie Whitcomb in SR 61, Michelle Petrie in Radford 59. Wins the battle of the Stockhatches ahead of Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. So 4s and Stockhatches all done and dusted as we move onwards and upwards. Ladies class 6s, so Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your sponsor. And the Phil Young, your meeting sponsor. Big thanks to both. Away we go then. No time to tell you who's done what, but it's Hannah Thomas that's your leader into the first turn. She took a win yesterday, so looking to take another set of maximum points as she leads the field back round towards us for the first time. Scully 33. Ella Bailey, of course, your new champion, ladies class 6 champion and champions, and she runs in that 2nd place like Olsen, then looking to move through into 3rd ahead of the North Wales 20 machine Jan Huschke as they climb the bank once again, and Evesham 291 and Emma Canning rounds it all out in ladies 6s. Thomas it is, back round towards us, Scarborough 16, Scunning 33, North Wales 20, Command 47, that's 1, 2, 3, and the 4, then comes Evesham 291 of Emma Canning that rounds it all out. As once again down the far side we go. Still no change in the race order as Canning just has a look up that inside of Olsen for that 4th place slot. No room for there this time around, but Hannah Thomas it is that brings them round. Scarborough 16, Scully 33 from Huschke in North Wales 20, then having a good battle as Huschke on the inside, Bailey on the outside as they go down the far side and climb the bank once again. But your race leader and into the top turn for this final time. Looking to make it 2 wins from 2 then. It's Hannah Thomas, 55 points on the ball and the race win. Scarborough 16, Ella Bailey and Scully 16, Huschke in North Wales 20, Nicola Olsen in Command 47 and Emma Canning in Evesham 291. So that completes the 4s and 6s for their second run. Well, we'll see them a little bit later on, but we're leaving those for now. We're going open wheelers, we're going ladies class 10, and we're going to Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. We've also got the F600s out there, so there should be 5 cars, and 5 cars leave the line, so that's good for us, isn't it? And the Class 10s have the horsepower advantage and they lead to turn 1, but you can see the F600 is not too far behind in acceleration speed, so it just shows how effective they can be. This time around, though, Becky Faulkner leads the way, North Shropshire 6. She took the win yesterday in the one heat that they did, and Jill Grasby took second and Jodie Pascal took third. With the F600s, Donna Evans actually took the win after a slower start, reeled in Hilary Frost and made the pass and took the heat victory. Those two are racing for the championship. There's only 2 of them, but it's very close. There was only 25 points going into this weekend, and Evans has already closed 10 points on Frost, so it could all still change, but it'll be status quo if they stay as they are. We've got a race on for second in the 10s then. Jodie Pascal looking for a way past. Oh, Jill Grasby's overcooked it, and round she goes right in front of the chasing 600. That gives breathing space then for the remaining Class 10s, and Grasby then is going to rejoin, is she? Yes, back off the centre green, back onto the track, and away she goes, continues on away. 3rd place points, but I think the title is pretty much secure for her. She had a really healthy advantage over the rest. But checkered flag then, Becky Faulkner goes 2 out of 2 this weekend. Jodie Pascal takes second. In the 600s, Hilary Frost is, only just, as Donna Evans made a late burst for that, but just fell short, I think, anyway. And Jill Grasby completes it all in Evesham 1-2-2. So there we go. That completes my stint for now. I'll be back for men's F600 10s and the junior specials in a few hours' time. But we've got the ladies 7s back on the line, and I don't think we could have had anything more spectacular than what happened last time. Great to see that Ella John, who is out the car and okay. But let's hope the action stays in the confines of the track and everybody stays the right way up. But Mickey, it's over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Russ. We are off and running. Max Sport and XC Works, our sponsors. And, yeah, a little bit depleted lineup after that massive roll there for Ella John. But she walked away from the car, which is what we want. And it is Kesney Adams then from that York 57, Sue Erdman. Erdman looking to try and get a slingshot going on that wide line. It's paid past one. That's that Shamel Gadsby she's got, but she's just had to slow it down there. Michelle Barrett holding that second place and trying to keep that line tight. Oh, there's a bit of door banging as they come down past commentary. Kesney Adams then from Michelle Barrett, and Michelle Barrett finds the gap. Sue Erdman follows around as well. Kesney Adams back at it. Shamel Gadsby, and then it's Alice Bevins in that PAC 53. There's the 5 all running up the hill. Not too much between them as they come out of turn 2, and it is down the hill for the final time. Michelle Barrett then from that early leader. Kesney Adams in the border counties 26 from Sue Erdman. York 57, Shamel Gadsby spawning 31, and Alice Bevins PAC 53. There's a little bit of a move there as we come up that hill. Sue Erdman then defending that second place as she got a little bit of push on there. Can Kesney Adams come back? But it's Michelle Barrett. York 12 takes the win from Sue Erdman, from Kesney Adams, from Shamel Gadsby, and PAC 53 of Alice Bevins. So there you go. Second time of asking. Ladies Class 7, Heat 2, done and dusted. Up on the line then, we are going to Class 9s, and it is over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, John Mickey. Yeah, we're going to go straight into the second round of qualifying for ladies Class 9s, and it is a depleted lineup, just the 4 cars down there. And we can see out there in grid number 8, it's Sharon Barker in Evesham 26. Chloe Richardson, Pennine 5, starts in lane 5. We'll pick up the rest because they're going to make their break from the line. And it's the Hereford 150 machine that's going to lead into turn 1. So J. Dyke Whitfield then, it is that takes up the running down the hill for the first time. Chloe Richardson goes with her in Pennine number 5. Kelly Weatherick in IK99 slots into that 3rd position as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. And Sharon Barker then at the back of the pack in Evesham 26, but a puff of smoke from the tail end of the Hereford 150 machine, so she'll be having a blue flag before long as Hereford 150 then just smoking through that start gate turn. Chloe Richardson goes wide in Pennine number 5. That allows Kelly Weatherick to sniff a gap on the inside in IK 99. And like I say, it's still the Hereford 150 machine that leads the way across the top part of the circuit, and that smoke just getting worse as she moves on to her final circuit. But through the start gate turn she goes. 150 continues to lead Richardson on the cut back in Pennine number 5 from the Kelly Weatherick machine. Oh, Chloe Richardson's round. Oh, Sharon Backer avoids her, and Chloe will rejoin the field at the tail end of the pack, but taking 55 points from round 2 of qualifying. It's Jade Whitfield and Hereford 150 from the IK 99 machine. Kelly Weatherick, third place, Sharon Backer in Evesham 26, and Chloe Richardson in Pennine 5 will come round to round out the second round of qualifying this weekend here at Border County's British Autograss Series round 5. So ladies class 9s with Heidi Dealey's mechanical problem in the ARC3 machine, and obviously with Katie Hardiman's mishap last week, then it's all going to change the trophy positions in ladies class 9s. But we have a bit of track maintenance going on. The JCB and the grader on this near side straight, and the dust repellent being put down on the start line straight and into turn 1. But for the second time this weekend, we've gone full circle. We're back to men's class 1s, and we're going to head straight back to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. So yes, indeed, this is the third and final round of qualifying for the TBR Race Engines and SBD Motorsport sponsored men's class 1s. Don't forget, we are looking for the top 16 to go through to 2 semi-finals in men's class 1s. And after the first 2 runs, we have 3 cars and drivers unbeaten. Your current national champion Conor Griffiths in TA16, Tom Powell in Evesham 82, and Adam Jones in Swansea 2. They are the 3 unbeaten drivers, but 9 heats to come your way in this third round of qualifying. John Napier in WS20, Rhys Phillips in Tivy 98, Rhys Edwards in North Wales 44, Jonathan Jones in Tivy 4, Josh Holden in Penhow 66, Charlie Attock in Gloucester 27, Tom Hawthorne in Radford 76, and James Davis in Stroud 62 are the 8 cars that have been drawn for this first heat that is down there on the line. Appreciate she's not longer off the track, but if anybody can get a message to Jill Grasby, if she can pop up to race control, please. Jill Grasby, please up to race control. That would be really good. Thanking you very much indeed. So just looking around the track, and then I think the marshals look all to be happy with all the cones and everything. So we will be looking for the bungee to lift. The bungee does lift, and the first of our 9 races in this class 1 gets underway. It's a very level break, but it's just about Jonathan Jones in Tivy 4 that is the first one to show. Tom Hawthorne on the inside then in Radford 76. They all successfully negotiate turn 1. Tivy 4, Radford 76, North Wales 44, Rhys Edwards in that third place slot. He's being tracked through by Josh Holden in the Penhow 66 car. That's the leading quartet on the outside. Then John Napier in the WS20 machine. Coming through on the inside, Rhys Phillips in Tivy 98. But Jonathan Jones it is in Tivy 4 that comes back round towards us as the race leader just pulled away a little bit from Tom Hawthorne in Radford 76 as they go into that bottom bend and over the far side of the circuit once again. But the Tivy 4 car, Jonathan Jones, only on 55 points at the minute. Will a heat win be enough? I don't think it will, unfortunately, as he comes round though. Tivy 4, it is your race leader. Radford 76, North Wales 44, that's the 1, 2, 3, WS20, P66, Tivy 98. Then comes the Gloucester 27 machine, Charlie Attock at the wheel of that one, as James Davis unfortunately sits and watches on in stride 62. It's getting tighter at the head of affairs as they come round once again. Tom Hawthorne, unfortunately, I think also not going to make the semi-finals, but it is going to be Jonathan Jones that takes the win in Tivy 4. Tom Hawthorne, Radford 76 in second. Rhys Edwards third in 44. WS 20, John Napier. Then Tivy 98, Panhouse 66. And completing it all is Gloucester 27. So good stuff from race 1. Race 2 brings out Chris Dyer in Evesham 28. William Henry in SR 19. He's currently sitting joint 4th, basically on 100 points. Winning a second yesterday, so that's a good day's work, and a good run in this will certainly book him a place in the semi-final. Jake Hemsley in IK 611, also down there on the line, as is Mark Stone in 931. Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25 sits joint 21st at the minute on 73 points. So once again, a good run, and that'll get him into the semi-final. Once we get to the semi-finals, it matters not what you have done before. It's just the first 4 in each race will go through to the 8-car final. It's that simple. Mark Stevenson in North Wales 164 also on the line, as is Dylan Tyrrell in North Wales 6, and completing the lineup, Charlie Williams in Cambridge 42. So that's the lineup for race 2, but they are already underway. Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25 will be very, very conscious that he needs a good result as he comes past us once again. IK 611, Jake Hemsley on the outside, Dylan Tyrrell tucked in on the inside in North Wales 6. Cambridge 42, then Charlie Williams trying to track him through on the inside as well. But Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25 looking to just pull away a little bit and open up 3-4 car lengths advantage as he comes out of that top bend and past us at the halfway stage. IK 611, North Wales 6, Cambridge 42, North Wales 164 and SR 19 racing together. So William Henry, will he have done enough in SR 19? He looks to get ahead of the North Wales car and also the Cambridge machine. I think if he gets up to 4th, he will certainly have done enough. But Ian Ullathorne doing all he can as Scunthorpe 25 comes round for the penultimate time. 1 circuit to go. IK 611 still runs second. North Wales 6 in that 3rd place slot. Dylan Tyrrell at the wheel of North Wales 6. SR 19 and Cambridge 42 still having a good battle. The one at the back of the pack at the minute, Mark Stone in Invicta Kent 931. But it is going to be Ian Ullathorne that's going to come round, take the checkered flag, take 55 points and wait and see. But I think he's going to make the semi-finals. 611 in second, Dylan Tyrrell 3rd in North Wales 6. Henry in SR 19, Cambridge 42, then Evesham 28, Chris Dyer finishing further down the pack than we used to. Perhaps not been his weekend, finishing just ahead of the Mark Stone IK 931 machine. Race 3 then brings out one of our unbeaten cars from yesterday, Tom Powell in Evesham 82. He's joined by Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2. Josh had a 1st and a 4th, so he's currently on 83 points, so sits joint 12th. So, yeah, looking all right at the minute. Tom Herbert in Stroud 31 should be on the line. Scott Atkins in South Somerset 44 sits joint 8th on 91 points. Dan Jones should be there in Invicta Kent 430. Katie Hobbs in South Somerset 101. Greg Jenkins in Cum D70 and Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223. Jamie sits joint 24th, 64 points. Probably going to need a win. South Somerset 44 though, it is Scott Atkins that's the race leader as they come past us for the first time. Tom Powell in Evesham 82 though looks for that inside line advantage. Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2 having a good battle then with Jamie Hussey in Scarborough 223. That's the battle going on for 3rd place as a race leader. Comes round then, it is Evesham 82, South Somerset 44, North Shropshire 2, Scarborough 223, Invicta Kent 430. Oh, Evesham 82, here we go. Hot news, black flag for Tom Powell for a jump start. So Evesham 82 going to be excluded from this one. So he's going to have to wait and see if 110 points is going to be enough. It's not, I'll tell him that. Coming round then, South Somerset 44 is your race leader, North Shropshire 2, Scarborough 223. The IK 430 machine. Katie Hobbs then in South Somerset 101 and Stroud 31. But as they go down the far side, I say the message we have across the radio is Evesham 82 is going to be excluded from this one. So as he comes across, then South Somerset 44 is your race winner. North Shropshire 2, Scarborough 223. In third, Invicta Kent, 430, Dan Jones. South Somerset, 101, Katie Hobbs. And then Stroud, 31, Tom Herbert. So jump start for Tom Powell in Evesham 82, unfortunately means no points to add to 2 race wins. And yeah, 110 points I don't think is going to get you into the semi-final. Looking at how it's all shaping up at the minute, might be wrong, but yeah, I'd be a bit nervous. Right, race 4, North Shropshire 172, Ryan Morehouse. Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. Alex Hill in St Neots 164, currently sits joint 8th, does Alex on 91 points. Connor Urquhart is 11th on 90 points in TA 211. Mark Robbins should also be on the line in Swansea 16. Damien Goodman in Stroud 66. And Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403, sitting joint 15th. That's the slot that everybody will really want to get into. So Cambridge 403 could do with a good run in this one as they come past us for the first time. It is Ludlow 48 on the outside of Swansea 2. So they haven't put out race 4, they've put out race 5. Thank you, Pits Control. Right, Adam Jones in Swansea 2 then. One of the unbeaten cars yesterday and looking to make it 3 wins out of 3. We've got Dean Smith, Mitchell Collins, Ian Jenkins, Dennis Owen, Jordan Robinson and Craig Conway also out there. But it's Swansea 2 leading the way from the Ludlow 48 machine of Dean Smith, joint 15th at the overnight stage. Spalding 26 in that 3rd place position. Jordan Robinson joint 8th. So yeah, they're all looking set fair for a place in this top 16. But Adam Jones certainly is as Swansea 2 comes round. 1 lap to go. 1 lap away from 3 wins out of 3. Ludlow 48, Spalding 26, Scunthorpe 122. Then comes the Wessex 17 machine of Ian Jenkins. But going down that far side, Swansea 2, Adam Jones. Looks like he's got this one signed and sorted. Race 5 then comes round to the checkered flag. 3 wins out of 3 for Jonesy. See you in the semi-final. Ludlow 48 in 2nd. Jordan Robinson 3rd. A smoky Scunthorpe 122, finishing just ahead of WS 17. Then Dennis Owen in North Wales 197. And Mitchell Collins completes it all in PhD 48. So that was race 5. No, I don't know why it came out before race 4 either, so don't ask me. Right, race 4 then. Is that what we've got on the line? What do we reckon to our chances? Say again, sorry. Right, we can see an NS 172 down. So sorry, Gareth shouting numbers at me. Right, so from what we're seeing, we reckon this might be race 7 then. Down there. So perhaps they just like odd numbers, I don't know. Down on the line, so trying to identify a number as it comes across the line. Yeah, Ollie Wrigglesworth we can see from the middle of the grid in Scarborough 221. So yeah, this is race 7. So there we go. We're skipping the even numbers. That's the way to get through the racing quicker, isn't it? If you're drawn in an even number heat, unlucky, you're not going to get a 3rd run. ARC 304, Luke Fairhurst, your race leader. Scarborough 221 in that 2nd place slot. Somebody else trying the smoke screen tactics. I think that's Lewis Walters in CK 89 towards the back of the pack. But leading the way as they come around towards Luke Fairhurst. Another one of these on joint 15th. There's a lot of those at the overnight stage. But a race win will certainly put him through. Ollie Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221 in 2nd. North Shropshire 159 and North Shropshire 192. Racing very close together, shall we diplomatically say. Zach Bowers in 159, Michael Aiken in 192. That's the battle for that 3rd place as they go down that far side. But it is ARC 304 Luke Fairhurst that's going to take the last lap flag as the fairly clear race leader from Scarborough 221. North Shropshire 192, 159, the Cork 89, Spalding 14, Harry Witham at the wheel of that one, and Ludlow 85, Harry Parker. But it is definitely going to be Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304 that's going to take the win and definitely book a place in today's Class 1 semi-final. 304 it is then. Ollie Wrigglesworth, Scarborough 221 in 2nd. North Shropshire 192 in 3rd. 159 comes 4th. Then the court car of Lewis Walters in CK 89. Ludlow 85 is Harry Parker. And coming round very slowly. Obviously some problems on board. And Spalding 14 coming to complete. Right, unfortunately, Zach Bowers in North Shropshire 159 did pick up a green flag in that one. So we'll go back 2 positions from his finishing position. Right, here we go then. So, on air theory, we've had 5, 7. Do you reckon we're going to get race 9? No, Gareth doesn't. He reckons we're going to get race 4. So, there we go. I don't know. I just can't offer any excuse, really. So, race 4, then, it is, we reckon, on the line. You've had all these once, but if your memory's anything like mine, we'll do them again. Ryan Morehouse in North Shropshire 172. Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. Alex Hill in St Neots 164. Connor Urquhart in Tivy 211. Mark Robbins in Swansea 16. Damien Goodman in Stroud 66. And Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. They probably are wishing at this point that they'd have come out where they should have come out, because they're now going to be faced with a freshly watered track, which is just the luck or lack of luck of the draw. But certainly a very level, even spread going right across the raceway here. And also taking every opportunity to carry out any grading work that they can on the top part of the circuit. But the racetrack holding up really, really well. So I was saying yesterday, across the weekend, it is going to have well in excess, and this is before you count reruns, which might have added 1 or 2 to the total. It's going to have well in excess of 300 races coming your way, because the full programme was 310 races, I say. So, yeah, we're on course for about where we should be as well. So we do keep a close eye on time and all of that to make sure we're not slipping too far behind race programme. And no, not doing too bad at all today. I think it's fair to say today's going better than yesterday. But cracking racing out there yesterday. Absolutely superb stuff. And where would we be without social media? Oh, wouldn't it be lovely? Yeah, looking at social media last night, then yeah, lots of sort of like positive comments and various aspects of the racing and things. So yeah, it's holding up well, I think it's fair to say. So Water Kart 1, I think, is just, oh no, it's going to come back across the start line. Water Kart 2 is down there, and yeah, I'll say rolling and grading over there on the far side as well. So as we're saying earlier, hopefully you've had an opportunity to pay a visit to trade stands and catering facilities that are situated around the racetrack. Ask my fellow commentators, they're all busy here doing paperwork. Have we had any ice cream samples yet? No? No? Shake of heads?
Mr. Whippy has not been up yet.
You got an extra chicken select?
I did, yeah. Well, have we got time? Yeah. So I went and got me curry and chips last night and a couple of chicken strips, and I said, as I'm a commentator, can I have an extra one? And I blagged it as well. So thank you very much for filling me up last night.
There we go. Right, let's get on then with race 4 of the Class 1s as they get away from the line. It is Connor Urquhart in TA 211 that just shows on the inside from the Cambridge 403 car. That might be good enough for Kieran McKenzie. St Neots 164, Alex Hill tucked right in that third place slot, tracking him through. I think that looks very much like Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. But your race leader as they go down that far side, Connor Urquhart, it is in TA 211 that is going to bring the field back round towards us. Cambridge 403, St Neots 164, Severn Valley 31, then comes the Swansea 16, Mark Robbins at the wheel of that one. A little bit of a gap then back to Damien Goodman in Stroud 66, and Ryan Morehouse completes it all in North Shropshire 172. But Connor Urquhart, TA 211, getting under a little bit more pressure now as the last lap flag gets made ready. Kieran McKenzie also getting under very strong pressure. Cambridge 403 still there in second place. St Neots 164 and also very involved in all of that. Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. But whilst this battle goes on for the second place, it does just enable a little bit of breathing space for Connor Urquhart. TA 211 into that top bend for the final time and back round towards us, back round towards 55 points TA211 takes the win. Kieran McKenzie, Cambridge 403 in second. Alex Hill third in St Neots 164. Kieran Griffiths then in Severn Valley 31. Mark Robbins comes next in Swansea 16. Stroud 66 is Damien Goodman. And North Shropshire 172. Completing all is Ryan Morehouse. So that completes race 4. Right. So on the line then we have got race 6. Brings out Brandon Cushing in Hereford 304. Riley Diper in 10F. Chandon Watkins in Swansea 10. Dave Chapman in 3F. Ryan Wainwright in North Shropshire 110. Andrew Owen in North Wales 397. And Colin Hadley in Severn Valley 147. So those are the cars that are down there. Got a bit to do, I think it's fair to say, for a place in the semi-final. Andrew Owen sits joint 24th in North Wales 397, so probably certainly looking for a heat win for him. Ryan Wainwright sits in 23rd in North Shropshire 110. Looking for track clearance, and we have track clearance and we're away. So we were expecting 7 cars. Looks like we've only got 5, so a couple of non-starters in this one, but Andrew Owen certainly one of the starters as North Wales 397 comes round as the early race leader, but challenging right round the outside is the 10F car of Riley Diper. North Shropshire 110, Ryan Wainwright in the bumper, trailing in the breeze in that 3rd place slot. Dave Chapman then in 3F, it is in 4th. But your race leader, North Wales 397, Andrew Owen, under very strong challenge with Riley Diper in the 10F machine. That's the 1 and the 2. North Shropshire 110, 3F. And the one we haven't mentioned, let's put that right, is the Hereford 304 car, Brandon Cushing at the wheel of that one. But going down that far side, through on the inside, Riley Diper it is in 10F. North Wales 397, Andrew Owen in that 2nd place slot. Right there with them is North Shropshire 110, Ryan Wainwright in that 3rd place. And just bringing up the rear, Brandon Cushing at the minute is Hereford 304. But race leader, it now is Riley Diper in 10F going down that far side. Andrew Owen, North Wales 397, dropped back to that 3rd place. But checkered flag, Riley Diper takes the win in 10F. North Shropshire 110, Ryan Wainwright in 2nd, 397 in 3rd. Then comes Dave Chapman in 3F, and completing all is Hereford 304, Brandon Cushing at the wheel of that one. Race 6 completed. Race 8. Do we reckon? What can we identify? Oh, here we go. We've got, right, NS110 picks up a green flag in that one for contact, is what we're hearing. So Ryan Wainwright going to go back 2 places in North Shropshire 110. So race 8, it is on the line. Dave Owen in North Wales 97. Craig Bagley in Cum D1. Timothy Gardner in PAC 209. Tristan Daniels in Athelston 2. Stephen Salis in Ludd 200. Ashley Hutchings in PhD 12. And Jake Barnes in St Neots 143. So who's going to be the first one to show? I think just on the outside it is the Cum D1 car, Craig Bagley, joint 15th at the overnight stage. North Wales 97 looking to go round the outside, but losing out a few positions on that one. It is Ashley Hutchings in PhD 12 that comes through on the inside, joint 24th at overnight stage. But your race leader then, Cum D1, Craig Bagley. If it stays like this, see you in the semi-final. PhD 12, St Neots 143 now, up into 3rd place. Jake Barnes having a much better run in this one. Uncharacteristically then, it's Dave Owen at the back of the pack in North Wales 97, but not uncharacteristic to see Craig Bagley in whatever class leading an Autograss race, and C1 is doing just that as the yellow flag with the black cross goes out. 1 circuit to go. Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, St Neots 143, PAC 209. Timothy Gardner goes through in that 4th place slot. All the 6 cars then are on to their final circuit in this penultimate race of Class 1, 3rd round of qualifying. But it's going to be Craig Bagley that takes the win. Cum D1 it is. 2nd place is going to go to Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12. Jake Barnes 3rd in St Neots 143. PAC 209, Timothy Gardner. Ludlow 200 is Stephen Salis. And North Wales 97 is Dave Owen. Right, one to go then, race 9. And the observant amongst you will have spotted that we haven't yet seen our third and final unbeaten car and driver, Connor Griffiths, in TA16. That's because he's in this one. And he's joined by Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, James Slater in PAC 35, Ryan Powell in North Wales 52, Carl Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295, Jordan Taylor in Breedon 87, and Rich Owen in North Wales 15. So that is the lineup. Carl Dyke Whitfield sitting joint 4th at the minute on 100 points. That's a first and a second. So a good run for him. Good run for Connor Griffiths. They're both, I think, going to book a place in the semi-final. Ben Gould sits joint 12th on 83. So a lot to play for in this one, as he gets away from the line over there on the far side. And it is Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16 that is just about the first one to show as they come past us. Tracking him through is Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443. On the inside then is Rich Owen in the North Wales 15 machine. Carl Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295, racing in 4th just on the inside, but right in touch with that leading group as Tivy 16, Connor Griffiths, comes back round once again. Ben Gould, North Shropshire 443, still in second place. North Wales 15, Cambridge 295. It's the North Wales 52 of Ryan Powell completes the lead in 5. They've pulled away a little bit from Breedon 87, Jordan Taylor and James Slater in PAC 35. But our race leader looking to do an Adam Jones and make it 3 wins out of 3 as the last lap flag goes out. 1 to go then for Connor Griffiths in TA16. North Shropshire 443, North Wales 15. That's the 1, 2, 3. All the cars now on to their final circuit in this TBR Race Engines and SBD Motorsport sponsored men's class 1s. But it is going to be Connor Griffiths. He's going to be in the semi-final on 165 points, but he'll need to finish in the top 4. Ben Gould, North Shropshire 443. Carl Dyke Whitfield up to 3rd, just ahead of North Wales 15. And then Ryan Powell in North Wales 52. PAC 35 is James Slater. And unfortunately, looks like we've lost Jordan Taylor over there on the far side in Breedon 87. That completes men's class 1. Next time we see them, it will be semi-finals time. No reruns, Mr. Jones. Absolutely. I wasn't going to mention it, but seeing as you brought it up, Gareth.
So no pressure then.
No, absolutely. So yeah.
It's only because there's a plate of biscuits. It's been trying to get through the racing.
Yeah, I can't believe they bring the food in every time when I'm commentating. So there we go. Yeah, 9 class 1s without a rerun, Mr. Jones. Class 2 on the line. Yeah, you've only got 7 to get through. Oh, God, blimey. So,
do you want to do them?
I mean, I think that gives you an unfair advantage before we start, if we're perfectly blunt about all of this.
The extra 300cc doesn't make a difference then, does it?
No, absolutely not. No, not at all. And Class 2 drivers are known for their careful consideration. It's like almost, do you want to go in front of me to the first corner? It's the sort of thing, yes. That's it.
It's the grown-up man's class 6, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually couldn't have put it better myself, really. So, yeah.
Yeah, 7 lineups then of men's class 2 going to come your way in this third and final round of qualifying. Border Counties Motor Racing Club, your local sponsors here this weekend. Obviously, they're the hosts and they're sponsoring in memory of Gary Tolley and Fleet Care Services, your sponsors across the 5 rounds of this season's British Autograss Series. Class 2 will reach a climax a little bit later on. We look for the top 16, as we do in Class 1, to make their way into the semi-finals. And they'll be coming up. Here's our running order here. So they'll be coming up straight after the semi-finals of Class 1s. So as we make our way then through the third round of qualifying, we've gone full circle twice. We're just making our way through that third round of qualifying. 1s are done, as Steve rightly said, no reruns for him. Let's hope that we can emulate that same success, as we have 7 competitive lineups down there on the line. Race 1 brings out Rob Wilkins, Wessex 44 from the Southern League. He starts in lane number 1 next to Darren Aiken, North Shropshire 4. He begins his third round of qualifying from lane 2. Ricky Julian, Malo number 2. I don't think he's there because grid 3 looks empty. If you're watching and joining us on the live stream, then you can see better than I can. And lane 4 is occupied by Jay Alberton. So away from the line they go then. And it's a very, very even break as they pass for the first time. But it is the Southern League's Rob Wilkins and that leads. Oh, Darren Ike in North Shropshire 4 just getting a little bit of a push on there, and WS44 rejoins the field at the tail end of the field, but he's out of it at the end of the first 3 quarters of a circuit. Scunthorpe 126 though. Craig Conway leads the way up that fast straight for the first time from Jay Alberton. Scunthorpe 156. Brad Ellison in York 16 is there rounding out your top 3 from the St. Neots 34 machine of Danny Robbins, and that's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 as they conclude their first full circuit of this raceway from Darren Aiken in North Shropshire 4, WS 44 at the tail end of the field with it all to do at the moment. That's Rob Wilkins, but it's Conway that continues to lead, and he's looking to get his hands on yet another British Autograss Series title as he sees that yellow rag with the black cross and moves on to his final circuit to book his place in the semi-finals. That's going to be coming up later on, but Jay Alberton also goes with him in Scunthorpe 156. It's a Scunthorpe 1-2 from an East Anglian St. Neots 34 machine of Danny Robbins, who's there in third. Brad Ellison on the outside in York 16. Doesn't look like too many of the positions are going to change, but it's Craig Conway that takes the win. Scunthorpe 126 then leads back towards us, takes 55 points from round 3 from 156, 34 and 16. Darren Aiken takes 5th from Rob Wilkins in Wessex 44. And that concludes the first race of this third and final round of qualifying. Race 2 then, down there on the line, brings out Amber Powell in Ludlow 99. Also joining Amber, Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, Sam Doddridge in 515F. Rian Rowland in North Wales 121 starts in lane 5 next to Gary Shannon in Cork 16. Paul Mealy's there in Swansea 1. Alex Espley starts in lane 2 in North Wales 64. And Ewan Twig in TA 202. So away from the line they go then, and your graphics just come up on the screen. They're all bunching up as they go into turn 1, just a little bit of panel adjusting. Ewan Twiggs there applying some pressure on the inside of the Swansea 1 machine, but as they come towards us then for the first time, it is Ewan that takes up the running down the hill for the first time. He's left the door open for the CGTRO League machine. And Simon Overty takes up the running as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. Paul Mealy slots into that second spot and leads the chase in Swansea number 1. Cork number 32 is Gary Shannon. He is through from about 6th to 2nd, and Ewan Twiggs still there in that third spot in TA 202. But it's 18 from 1, 202 and 121 then go side by side down into the start gate turn in that battle for 3rd and 4th. Also getting up into the battle is Amber Powell in Ludlow 99. She's through from 5th to 4th. But as we look back to the race leader, it is still Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18 that comes back towards us for the penultimate time as that yellow flag with a black cross gets made ready from Paul Mealy in Swansea 1. Third place is still Amber Powell in Ludlow 99 from Rian Rowland in North Wales 121. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 then as they go through the start gate turn for the final time. But eyes back at the front, and it's Scunthorpe 18 that makes his way into that forest turn for the final time. He shuts the speed right down to control that inside line, and 18 Simon Overty holds on from Paul Mealy in Swansea 1. Third place goes to Amber Powell in Ludlow 99 from Liam Rowland, Ewan Twig, Gary Shannon and North Wales 64. Alex Espley then rounds it all out for race number 2. Okay, there is going to be a runoff for the 16th place in the semi-final. So Kieran McKenzie, Cambridge 403, and Dean Smith, Ludlow 48. If you're out there in spectator land, then you need to make your way back to the pits very, very quickly, and you need to make sure that your cars are ready to go, because those semi-finals will be coming out on track straight after men's Class 8s. So Kieran McKenzie and Dean Smith, Class 1, joint 16th. You need to make your way down to the pits immediately, please. Race 3 of the third round of qualifying of Class 2 then down there on the line brings out Michael Jordan in Radford 284, Ash Robinson in Spalding 43. They go with Nigel Bishop in Radford 80, Stephen DeMel's there in Wessex 99. Ash Farrow starts in lane 4 in Scarborough 249 on the outside of Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227. The yellow machine starting in lane number 2 is Darren Williams in Carmarthen number 6, and Dieter DeMel in Athelston 99 starts in lane 1. We have track clearance. We await that yellow flag to be shown on Marshall post number 1, and on cue the bungee break, so away we go. They're all once again got to bunch up as they head into turn 1, but 2 packs begin to be formed as they make their way into turn 1 and turn 2, but it's Ash Robinson and Spalding 43 then from the Fenland League that come down past this for the first time and leads down the hill into the start gate turn. Chris Hall goes with him in Scunthorpe 227 from Ash Farrow, who rounds out your 1, 2 and 3 in Scarborough 249. That's what you're watching on the live stream. They're the 3 that lead the way this time as Ash Farrow just slowly reels in the tail end of the Scunthorpe 227 machine. That yellow machine just coming into view then is Darren Williams. Carmarthen 6 rounds out your top 4, and he goes down into the start gate turn for the second time ahead of the Radford 80 machine of Nigel Bishop. But the race very much on now for that second and third position between Chris Hall and Ash Farrow. Looks towards the outside in 249. But that's the battle that lies on track, but away and gone, and bringing the pack back towards us once again, it is the Fenland machine. Ash Robinson moves on to his final circuit at the tail end of the field. We've got Dieter DeMel in Athelston 99, then it's Wessex 99 of Stephen DeMel, and the one that we haven't mentioned, Radford 8284, is Michael Jordan, but eyes back at the front, camera focus back at the front, and it's Ash Robinson, Spalding 43, that comes back towards us to claim 55 points from his third round of qualifying. Second place goes to Chris Hall from Ash Farrow, Darren Williams. Nigel Bishop takes 5th in Radford 80 from Dieter DeMel, Stephen DeMel, and Michael Jordan then in Radford 284. And he rounds out race number 3. So as if you're joining us on the live stream, then once again, good morning and welcome to the Monkland Raceway virtually. And it's once again a lovely day here at the home of the Border Counties Motor Racing Club. If you're joining us on the live stream, then we've cut back to that view, and what a view it is down towards the start line. The yellow flag is shown towards that inside, and the bungee breaks, and away we go as once again race 4 then make their way off that start line. Gaz Stokes doesn't have the best of starts this time. He goes into turn 1 back in about that 6th spot, but the man at the head of affairs is Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104. Ben Griffiths goes with him in Severn Valley 8. Somebody there on the inside line. I think that's another IK machine, and it is IK 130 of Jack Bromley then, who leads the chase up that far straight for the first time. Ben Griffiths goes with him. Gaz Stokes up from 6th to 4th in the Pennine 87 machine, and coming into view as well is the Athelston 16 machine of Jack Stevens, but away and gone is the 104 machine from the Yorkshire Dales Club, and that's Jack Hodgson that leads his way through the start gate turn for the second time. Good battle on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, because there's not much to split the chasing pack, but it is Jack Hodgson back at the head of affairs in Yorkshire Dales 104 that leads the way, and he's going to bring the pack towards us for the penultimate time, because that yellow rag with the black cross is shown from Jack Bromley, who continues to lead the chase in IK 130, still there in a strong second position as they make their way through the start gate turn, but eyes back at the front and your camera back at the front if you're joining us at home. It's Jack Hodgson that exits turn 2 for the final time. Yorkshire Dales 104 is going to take the win in race 4 from Jack Bromley in IK 130. Ben Griffiths takes 3rd in Severn Valley 8 from Gaz Stokes in Pennine 87. Jack Stevens takes 5th from IK 231, Ben Foster, that we didn't mention. And then the car at the tail end of the field was the North Wales 101 machine of James Espley. Sorry. So as we look towards the line then, we can see the runners and riders from race 5, and I totally missed that car there over on the far side of the circuit. That was Radford number 60. So Ryan Taylor just getting a little bit of attention and a recovery back to the pits. But down there on the line, we've got Will Duggan in Cumdee 190. He starts in lane number 8 next to Kyle Ucart in TA 212. They're the ones that start out in lanes 7 and 8. Lane 6 is occupied by Corey Paisley in Pennow number 8. And he joins Jamie Lillington in South Somerset 45, who starts from lane 5 and frantically looking around and looking across to see who goes with him. But he's going to see that North Wales 171 machine that's going to lead into turn 1. A little bit of contact between Corey Paisley and the Mallow machine. Who's behind the wheel of that one? It's the Ryan Mulroy machine that leads the chase down the hill for the first time, but it's the Andrew Wild machine that's going to lead and make it stick through the start gate turn. Good move there from the middle of the pack for the South Somerset 45 machine of Jamie Lillington, but the momentum not with him, and he falls back to about that 5th spot. But it's Andy Wild, North Wales 171, that continues to lead. Lillington now on the inside, leading the chase in 45. Corey Paisley on the outside in Pennow 8. A 3-way tussle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, and Tony Hawkins in Severn Valley 23 in the thick of it, tries to cut back on the inside of the Southern League machine. He's through from 5th to 3rd as long as it stays like this. Ryan Mulroy knocked out as Kyle Ukart makes his way up to 5th now, but it's still Andrew Wild in North Wales 171. This time they'll see that yellow flag with a black cross, nothing between these leading cars as they go down the hill for the final time. Just a little bit of a love nudge there from Tony Hawkins to Jamie Lillington, just to let him know that he's there and just to let him know that he can't make a wrong move. But up that far side for the final time, 171 goes. Corey Paisley in Pennow 8 goes with him. Is it too late to make a change? It looks like it is, because exiting that top turn for the final time, Andy Wild, North Wales 171, takes the win from Pennow 8. From South Somerset 45, Tony Hawkins, Kyle Ukart, Will Duggan. Ryan Mulroy finishes well down the field in Mallow 127 ahead of the back marker. That was the BC 64 machine that we did mention of Liam Morris. So those runners and riders then from race 5 make their way back to the line, and some more track work, track maintenance going to be done, as we've got the dust repellent also coming on to the circuit, and the grader as well coming on with them. So we've got 2 more scheduled races of Class 2 to come our way. We can see that Paul Ruddock is making his way onto the circuit as well. If you're watching us on the live stream, then you can see him making his way onto Marshall Post number 1. But we've got 6 cars down there on the line for race 6. And it looks like Paul Morgan's not there in Radford 22, but I tell you who is there, and he sat on maximum points after 2 rounds of qualifying, and that man is Bradley Thomas in IK 55. He starts in lane number 7, and if you've got eagle eyes on your screens at home, then that's the car that starts in lane 7 with a Dayglow yellow visor, or Dayglow yellow sign lighting on the visor. He starts then next to Stephen White, cork number 7, who starts in lane 6. Then it's the familiar colours of the Wrigglesworth clan, and Scarborough treble 2 starts in lane number 5 next to Stevie Heath. Penine 65 starts in lane 4. JD Farrow in Scarborough 17 starts in lane number 3, and coming from lane 1 it's going to be Adam Coleraine in down Autograss 43. So out of the 7 starters, we've got 6 down there on the line, and they'll be coming out to play just as soon as the track maintenance team have done their work here, and the track looking superb considering the amount of racing it's taken over the course of the 3-day meeting that was held here about 3-4 weeks ago. And as Steve alluded to a little bit earlier, 310 races over the course of the weekend, but to some extent it felt like we did 250 of them yesterday. So more dust repellent making its way down onto the circuit. But have we got some news hot off the press, Mr. Langley?
We have. We've got Class 1 semi-finalists hot off the press. So I can tell you that semi-final 1 will consist of Connor Griffiths in TA16, Riley Diper in 10F, Connor Urquhart in TA211, Craig Bagley in Cum D1, Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2, Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25, Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, and Alex Hill in St Neots 164. Semi-final 2 will be Adam Jones in Swansea 2, Scott Atkins in South Somerset 44, Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304, Carl Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295, Will Henry in SR 19, Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 122, Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26, and the winner of the runoff.
Thanks very much, then, Steve. Yeah, we're going to go with race 6, and they're already coming back towards us, and it's the familiar sight of Bradley Thomas leading the way down the hill for the first time in IK 55. Adam Coleraine goes with him in down Autograss 43 to cork number 7, then slots into that 3rd spot. That's Stephen White, who races ahead of the Pennine 65 machine of Stephen Heath. Stevie looking up the inside of the Cork machine as they go into turn 1 for the second time, but it's Thomas that leads. About 4 car lengths clear now of a three-way tussle for second, third and fourth, and it looks like Heath has made it through from fourth to lead the chase, ahead of JD Farrow, who's come through the same gap from 5th to 3rd in Scarborough, number 17. He's now looking up the inside of Stevie Heath on the exit of that start gate turn, and the momentum very much with the Scarborough machine, and he now leads the chase, but it's Bradley Thomas in IK55 that continues to lead then from 17 and 65, still battling for second and third. Back in that fourth spot is Adam Coleraine in Down Autograss 43, and Stephen White in Cork number 7 then rounds it all out. But we can see that brake light on the Down Autograss machine keeping that nice and tight inside line. Has he slowed down too much? No, he holds on to fourth, but eyes back at the front. And it's Bradley Thomas that's going to make it 3 heat wins out of 3. IK55 then leads past us and books 165 points from his 3 rounds of qualifying from JD Farrow, who takes that second spot. Third place goes to Stephen Heath from the Adam Coleraine and Stephen White machines, who finish in 4th and 5th. So Bradley Thomas then 3 wins out of 3, making his way back into the pits as we got one more race to go before we have that Class 1 runoff. And if you're watching us on the live stream, then you can see the red Yaris of Kieran McKenzie. He's going to be starting in grid number 1 with Dean Smith in Ludlow 48, who's going to be starting out in lane 3. Here we go then, the last scheduled race of qualifying for men's Class 2. Fleet Care Services and Border Counties Motor Racing Club, your sponsors. Away they go from the line. Radford number 3 just making the best of breaks, but on the inside line it's the Ludlow 55 machine. A bit of paint swapping as they go into turn 1. Oh, a little bit more paint swapping as they exit turn 2 as well, but it's 55 that's going to lead down the hill for the first time. North Wales 152 is there. That's George Evans. He goes with him, racing on the inside of the George Cresswell machine. He's back there in 3rd in Scunthorpe 127. Nothing between these first 6, it needs to be said. And Ash Lillington in South Somerset 38 also getting up into the mix with Mark Mosley on his outside shoulder in Radford number 3. But it's 55 that continues to lead the way from 127 and 152. The Southern League representative then is Ashley Lillington. He's back there in 4th in South Somerset 38. He races ahead of the North Shropshire League representative, and that's Graham Holmes back in that 5th spot. But we've got a change at the head of affairs, or have we? But I tell you, well, maybe not, but we've got a cracking battle between Tom Stevens and George Cresswell as they make their way onto that last lap. It's 55, that's just about got a car length and a half as they go into the start gate turn for the first time. Cresswell reels them in, just losing a bit of momentum as they make their way up that far straight for the final time. But it's 55 that continues to lead from 127. Doesn't look like anything else is going to change, but it's going to be 55 points for Tom Stevens unless Cresswell can make a last gasp attempt. No, not quite. Scunthorpe 127 has to make do with second, ahead of Graham Holmes, who takes 3rd in North Shropshire 93, and the rest of the field then come across to conclude your 3rd round of qualifying for the Fleet Care Services and Border Counties Motor Racing Club sponsored men's Class 2s in memory of Gary Tolley, and he flew the BC Treble 8 number for many, many years in men's Class 2s, and he is very, very sorely missed, especially on this at this venue. But we've got 2 cars down there on the line. They've worked hard in their 3 rounds of qualifying in men's Class 1s. Here's the man to tell you what they've done. It's Mr. Langley.
Thank you very much, then, Gareth. They have finished joint 16th. So, would you believe the last 9 cars that have qualified through for either the semi-final or this runoff split by just 2 points? And these two both on 126 points, but it counts for, well, it does count for something because it's got them to here. Basically, the first one of these through is going to be into semi-final 2 of the Class 1s, and that at the moment is going to be Dean Smith. Ludlow 48 is the first one to show, coming past us. Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge at 403 in that second place slot, but Ludlow 48 opens up about a 3-4 car lengths advantage as they go over that far side and coming back round towards us. 2 laps standing between Dean Smith and a place in the semi-final. Can Kieran McKenzie do anything? Ludlow 48, Cambridge at 403. That's the 1 and the 2 in this runoff as they go round that start line turn. The gap not getting any bigger, but equally from Kieran McKenzie's point of view, he'll be conscious it's probably not getting any smaller either. And they're going to be greeted with the sight of the yellow flag with the black cross this time round. Kieran McKenzie now has got a lot closer, actually. Dean Smith, Ludlow 48. Kieran McKenzie looks for a move up the inside in the Cambridge 403 machine, and that was judged to absolute perfection by the Cambridge 403 machine. And all of a sudden, he just pulls away. I don't know whether Dean Smith has got a problem on board in Ludlow 48. Does seem to have noticeably slowed. I think he has, unfortunately. But it's going to be Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403 that is going to be going through to semi-final 2 to join Jordan Robinson, Craig Conway, William Henry, Carl Dyke-Whitfield, Luke Fairhurst, Scott Atkins and Adam Jones. Rotten luck then on Dean Smith in Ludlow 48. But we now do have 16 semi-finalists for men's Class 1. They'll be coming out after men's Class 8. But on the line, you're going to be stuck with me still, I'm afraid, because we're going back to the third and final round of qualifying of the Ram Developments and Kelly Recovery sponsored men's Class 3s. 4 races to come your way. Don't forget, we are just looking now for the top 8 in men's Class 3. Anybody unbeaten yesterday? The question? Yes, the answer. Ryan Power in Yorkshire Dales 98 and Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. Both of those sitting on 110 points. We're going to be seeing Ryan in the first of these races, joined by Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9, Russ Tinker in York 4, Lee Almond, he had a good day yesterday. He's currently on 100 points in North Wales 27. Ocean Hughes in TA 22. Andy Pipe in North Shropshire 205. Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. Mark Proctor in Scarborough 67. So Martin Gould, mixed fortunes, I think it's fair to say, yesterday. Picked up a black flag and a race win. So he's currently on 55 points. So he's probably going to need a heat win. Right, we've got a runoff in Class 2 as well for the final place in the semi-final. So Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93 and Corey Paisley in Penhow 8. If you're in spectator land, we need you in the pits ASAP, please. So for the final qualifying position in semi-final 2, Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93 and Corey Paisley, Penhow 8. And we've got time to do the other semi-final. Yes, you have, Gareth. So there we go. You've got time to... I won't steal your thunder on Class 2, and also it means I can steal a biscuit. So there we go.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, we've got hot off the press the top 16 after 3 rounds of qualifying of men's Class 2s. 3 men go into those semi-finals unbeaten with 3 maximum points. They are Ashley Robinson in Sporting 43, Bradley Thomas in IK 55 and Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. That win in the 3rd round of qualifying means that Tom Stevens in Ludlow 55 goes into those semi-finals as your 4th qualifier on 155 points, ahead of Paul Mealy, Swansea 1, your 5th qualifier on 145 points. I think we're back to the important stuff, so it's back over to Mr. Langley.
I hadn't finished my biscuit, so there we go. Mickey and I were having a conversation as to whether it was all right to dunk our biscuits in your coffee. But there we go. He talked me out of it. Right, here we go then. Race 1 of the Class 3s away from the line. And as they come back round towards us, it is Andy Pipe in North Shropshire 205. Oh, Martin Gould's not going to want to see this, is he really? So the old Martin Gould machine is about 2 cars in front of the new Martin Gould machine at the minute. But in between cars is Lee Almond in North Wales 27. This one's a bit of a good heat, isn't it? Russ Tinker in York 4, also coming through. Ryan Power, unbeaten yesterday, but currently running in 5th place. Everything to play for in this one as they come back round towards about 4 abreast. Russ Tinker on the outside in York 4. He's enjoying this raceway. Andy Pipe in 205. Yorkdale's 98. Ryan Power in that 3rd place. Gouldy in 343. On the inside, back in about 5th. Apologies to TA 22 and Mark Proctor in Scarborough 67 towards the back of the pack. But this one's a bit special at the head of affairs as Russ Tinker comes round once again in York 4. On to the last lap they go. Ryan Power on the inside now in 98. North Shropshire 205. Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9. Problems and a little bit of a coming together on that top bend with TA 22 and also Mark Proctor in Scarborough 67. And that brings out red flags on that one. And Russ Tinker sort of gets a bit overexcited on the top bend as well in York 4. So we are just going to clarify the position on that one. But yeah, coming together on that top bend. Right, sorry Gareth, do you want to go back to your semi-finalists?
Yeah, we will do. And I'll tell you one thing, Ryan Powell came up from about 6 to lead the way just before the Reds came out there. So super drive there from Ryan Powell behind the wheel of the Yorkshire Dales 98 machine. But we're going to go back to Class 2 qualifiers and semi-finalists. We read down the list to your 5th qualifier. That was Paul Mealy on 145 points. 136 points scored across the 3 rounds of qualifying for Chris Hall, your 6th qualifier. In Scunthorpe 227, Jay Alberton, 126 points, means that he's joint 7th with Ash Farrow on those 126 points, so 2 seconds and a third for that pair. Simon Overty is your 9th qualifier on 121 points, a win, a 2nd and a 5th. He qualifies ahead of George Cresswell, and the Scunthorpe club once again is going to be well represented in the semi-finals as Scunthorpe 127, 2 seconds and a 4th and 118 points. Stephen Heath in Pennine 65 is your 11th qualifier on 117 points and 110 points. Maximum set of points from yesterday for Sam Doddridge in 515F. He is your 12th qualifier, and the remaining qualifiers then are JD Farrow, Jack Bromley, 13th overall on 109 points. 15th is Jack Hodson. That win this morning makes him book his place in the semi-finals on 106 points. And then the runoff between Graham Holmes and Corey Paisley, North Shropshire 93 and Pennow number 8. And they will come out a little bit later on to fight it out for the final position in semi-final number 2. So they're your semi-finalists for Class 2. So the first semi-final is going to read as Ash Robinson, Spalding 43, Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126, Paul Mealy in Swansea 1, Jay Alberton in Scunthorpe 156, Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18, Stevie Heath in Pennine 65, JD Farrow in Scarborough 17, and Jack Hodson in Yorkshire Dales 104. And your second semi-final reads as Bradley Thomas, IK 55, Tom Stevens, Ludlow 55, Chris Hall, Scunthorpe 227, Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249, George Cresswell in Scunthorpe 127, Sam Doddridge in Forest 515, Jack Bromley in IK 130, and then the winner of that all-important runoff, it's either going to be Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93 and Pennow 8. And just looking down the list, then you can see how competitive club racing must be up in Scunthorpe, because I think 6 of the 16 are from that Scunthorpe club. And CGTRO League, and I think there are 4 under reserve allocations at the Nationals in Class 2. So yeah, the league, a very strong league, and a fair representation from the Scunthorpe club in those Class 2 semi-finals, which will be coming up a little bit later on. But Dust Repellent makes its way down onto this Monkland Raceway, and I think Russ Tinker's machine has been recovered, so they're just making a little bit of adjustments to the fence over there towards turn 1. But more Class 3s down there on the line. So to take you through the remaining races in this third round of qualifying, it's back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. We'll just go back to race 1. As we suspected, then there is going to be a result taken on that one. The lead cars had taken the last lap flag, so we can take a result. And that result is, it is a heat win for Russ Tinker in York 4. Yorkshire Dales 98, Ryan Power in second. Third place goes to Andy Pipe in North Shropshire 205. Fourth goes to Stuart Moore in Ludlow 9. Fifth will be Martin Gould in North Shropshire 343. Sixth, Lee Almond in North Wales 27. And seventh, Ocean Hughes in T8 22. And unfortunately excluding Mark Proctor in Scarborough 67. So that's the official result on race 1. So looks like we are doing, as Gareth quite rightly says, a little bit of track repair work up there on the top part of the circuit. So I'll tell you what, Mickey, he didn't say we couldn't dunk our biscuits in his coffee, did he? He didn't say no.
Share and share alike, isn't that the phrase?
that was absolutely Mr. Barker's phraseology, teamwork and all of that. So yes.
No, I thought Steve would be mischievous, right? There's you merrily commentating away, and he was inches away from putting his nice biscuit. There are other forms of biscuits, by the way. Another product placement.
Other biscuits. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yes, we're back to advertising. I can't tell you two. You left on your own, and yes. So hold on. Do you want me to hold the bourbons up close to the camera so we can see them? So, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, just to let people know what we're being tempted by.
Oh, no, don't. No, don't. Sally's watching.
Oh, no.
Oh, Mr. Barker. Oh, thank you very much indeed.
The right-hand side is all Steve's, by the way. He's put his initials and thumbprints over them, so we can't have them. Me and Gareth have just been left. Well, you know, first
so look,
in, eh?
I go home. Are you hungry, dear? Yes. Oh, right. So.
I'll tell you what, they're talking about biscuits. I've got a little funny story. Is that many years ago, we built a synthetic diamond factory down in Oxford. So I lived away for about 6 months. And in the hotel, you got back from the site and you went for a bit of a swim. But dotted around this hotel were like coffee stations. And next to the coffee station, you know those little mini packs of biscuits. You know what we had at Stroud? Three packs. And my mission every night was to try and cram as many in my pockets as I could and take them to site. And it was really, I felt a bit like James Bond, you know, like kind of undercover, getting round there and some bourbons in his pockets and custard creams there, a few suggestives.
And you went home and Julie was thinking, what the hell's that bulge in your pocket?
Well, I did scare an old lady once coming down the corridor. Right?
I'm just in staggering. I think I need to have a word with my workplace. They book you into a hotel. I went for a swim after work, so I'll tell you what. And I know other brands are available. In my place, you're lucky if you get a travel lodge.
No, but Steve, when I say I went for a swim, I mean it was with some koi carp.
So, yeah. If you haven't gathered it, we do like some bit. Oh, good blimey. So, hold on. It is definitely going to go quiet now. Thank you very much.
So, Steve is now being tempted by... oh, my life. What's this? Barra bread. Is this some kind of local delicacy, is it?
Local.
Ah. Is this Welsh bread, is it? Oh, homemade by...
Sorry, we do appreciate they've still got the
Emma
cameras on us, and we're all just here. We're all just here filling our faces.
Emma, it's like being on MasterChef, isn't it? You know, like when bring it up to the front now. Let's just have a little taste. Seasoning right on cue. That's lovely. Could have just done with a bit more butter. All right, but
I will just say I think you're more Greg Wallace than John Rhodes.
Yeah, actually, you're right there. Right? That's lovely. That is.
So, it is a hard live commentating, just in case anybody was concerned. So, no, thank you very much. They do look out. Well, everybody looks after us very well, but they are looking after us very well here. So, thank you to everybody concerned on that one. And we're here jovially filling our faces and everything, and the track repair crew are out there working extremely hard to rebuild the fence. So, yeah.
They're all career decisions that you've made. Some right, some wrong.
Yeah, they talked about career decisions. So, there we go. So, seemed a good idea at the time. Right, talking of good ideas, I tell you what, let's go back to some racing. And second race of the final round of qualifying of the men's Class 3. Ryan Power, we will have seen, has lost his unbeaten record comfortably into the final, 2 wins and a second. Keith Kelly, the other unbeaten car, is on the line in Mallow 247, joined by Trevor Cusack, Viv Cole, Matt Lloyd, Richard Northway, John Price, Dean Guy and Paul Stevens. That's a fair lineup for a Class 3 race. And as they come back round towards us for the first time, it is Keith Kelly from Paul Stevens, Matt Lloyd in C85 in that third place slot. Then, yeah, looked quick yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't have a finish in run 1, so needs a good run in run 3. Eddie, if you're watching, though, in Australia, yeah, the boy's done good. But certainly doing well. It is Mallow 247. Keith Kelly comes round from Paul Stevens, Matt Lloyd. Viv Cole runs 4th in Carmarthen 4. Trevor Cusack in CK25. The Penhow 119 car then is John Price, and Richard Northway in Scunthorpe 306 completes the lineup. But Keith Kelly, national champion, and you can see why just about, if he hasn't already, I think going to be crowned BAS champion in 2:47. Ludlow 69. Matt Lloyd in C85 using every bit of power. Dare I say on the limiter as you came past us, Matt? No, but don't tell your dad. As they go down that far side, then it is Mallow 2:47. Keith Kelly that's going to be greeted with the sight of the last lap flag. Oh, sorry, the checkered flag. 3 wins out of 3. Keith Kelly in good form in 2:47. Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69. Matt Lloyd, I think, has gone and broke 85. Carmarthen 4 comes across the 9 next. Then Trevor Cusack in 25. Penhow 119 is John Price. And limping round is Matt Lloyd in Cumdy 85. I reckon he enjoyed that. Obviously, he wouldn't have enjoyed the last bit, but hopefully the rest of it he will have enjoyed in C85. Race 3 then on the line. Neil Corbett in Evesham 56. Bob Matthews in SR 55. Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71. Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99. Gary Wickham in IK 13. Rich Lee in SC 700. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. And Vernon McKenzie in Cambridge 442. Rich Lee had a good day yesterday, joint 6. So there we go. Thank you to everybody that's watching on BAStv at the moment. So yeah, we're getting some good viewer numbers on that one, so appreciative of all of you. But I tell you what, there is nothing like being here. As IK13 overcooked that one. Vernon McKenzie in Cambridge 442 comes around the outside and says, yeah, thank you very much, and getting very much in the mix. And we get red flags on that. It was all messy in turn 1, was it not? So race 3 ruins the third round of qualifying record, and there we go, it's back to the rerun lane. But fast and furious class 3 racing, absolutely, as always. Rich Lee is the car that's come to a halt on the top part of the circuit in SC 700. Mickey has got radio glued to his ear, so we'll keep you informed and let you know just as soon as basically we do, is the bottom line of it. I think we're all up to date with semi-finals and things like that. Just to remind you of the planned race order. After men's class 3s, then we got the third round of qualifying for men's class 5, class 7, class 8, somewhere in there, and I suspect sooner rather than later there is going to be the class 2 runoff that Gareth will take you through. Because after men's class 8s, we've then got the semi-finals for men's class 1, the semi-finals for men's class 2. It's then third round of qualifying for stock hatches 4, 6 and 9. And the junior saloons will then come, and then F600s and men's class 10. Then the semi-finals for class 8, and then the third run for junior specials. And then into ladies in what I think is the normal order. So that's the plan for Heat 3. But you drivers, can you stop tying on points, please? We could do without the runoffs. Right, here we go then. As well, that looked a bit horrible and messy, didn't it? But there we go. So somebody went, stopped, and right. Well, we're racing is about the positive thing I can say. So coming round then, it is Evesham 34, Phil Holloway. That's the first one to show. On the outside then, Senna Proctor in Scarborough at 57. Right, we're hearing unfortunately that messy start has resulted in Paul Gillard in Cumdy 41. Going to pick up a black flag for a jump start, but Evesham 34 then it is. Phil Holloway that comes round, joint 23rd. Not sure it'll be enough. Scarborough 57, but he can do no more than win it. Tom Hall having a much better run this time round as well in St Neots 12, just tucked behind him. Nigel Edwards in Tivy 11. Paul Gillard comes next in Cumdy 41. Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. But as I say, we are hearing that C41 is going to be excluded for a jump start. Last lap flag goes out. 1 to go for Phil Holloway in 34. Senna Proctor in 57. St Neots 12 and TA 11. That's the lead in 4. Getting a little bit closer at the head of affairs, but the Evesham 34 machine, Phil Holloway. Obviously, Naomi has sorted the car out for Phil as Evesham 34 comes round for the final time, takes a checkered flag, takes a good win. Evesham 34, Senna Proctor, Scarborough 57 in second, Tom Hall third in St Neots 12, Tivy 11, Nigel Edwards comes across in fourth. With the greatest, politest thing, I think Paul Gillard can be ignored. And then Jeff Gibbs in Hereford 1. So that completes race 4. 1 in the rerun lane, but the rest of them successfully completing, and hopefully we can carry on that pattern, i.e. successfully completing 5 races coming your way in the final round of qualifying for Class 5s. And to take you through, it is the man to my right. He's finished all of his food, Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. I will try and aspire to your standards as we go to men's Class 5. Heat 3, Race 1. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor, and Jabers Graphics, our weekend sponsor. So coming into this weekend, Lodgy had 1,014 points under his belt. He's added 100. Then Jaber Smith, 894. He's added 57. Ian Thorndike came on an 868, added 110. He's on 978, so he's just jumped above Smith before we do the drop-in of worst 4 scores and doubling up. Colin Chilvers added no points this weekend, and Ryan Jones came in at 754, added 100. He's on 854. So on paperwork, Ryan has leapfrogged Colin into the final trophy position for end of season. But again, it's all on count back on dropping worst 4 rounds. And if you've had worst 4 rounds and you didn't score any, e.g. non-finishes or black flags or whatever, then you don't actually drop the points. And I've just been looking at that on some of the other classes, and there are some drivers that their worst rounds they're dropping are without any points, so they stay where they are. So it's going to all be interesting. We will sort all of that out for you, by the way, when we get to the final times. It's all in the computer. All the algorithms are there ready to work it all out for us. But here we go then. Race 1 brings out Neil Jones, lane 8. Riley Diaper in Wessex 255 out of lane 7. Chris Winnell, Breeden Hill 66. Jenny Shepherd, equal 6 at the moment coming into this one, so in the top 8, no semi-finals in 5s. The Italian Stallion, Typhy 451, Lewis Richards coming out of lane 2, equal 9th, so he's just outside that top 8. Tony Holland, Seven Valley 67, out of lane 3, and then Darryl Reynolds in Carmarthen 14 out of lane 1. So really, highest point scorer after 2 rounds, Jenny Shepherd in that South Somerset 99. A top 2 finish should give you a place in the final later this afternoon. But just to let you know, we have got 1 heat where we've got 3 of the drivers all on a win and a second, and that is going to be race 4. I'll let you ponder who's going to be in that, but that's a cracking lineup as well. And one of the guys as well is just outside the top 8, so we'll be driving hard as well. And I'll let you a little snippet. That one is Jeff Bateman. So we know that car's quick because Sarah there won the ladies' nationals with it. So here we go then. We are starting to pick up the revs. Bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. Another great start there for Lewis in the Richards in the Italian Stallion machine. Typhy 451 then. Round turn 1 he comes, but as he drifted out a little bit wide, he's left the door open. Chris Winnell goes for it. Jenny Shepherd in the South Somerset 99, looking for a real tight gap coming round turn 3. But the Italian Stallion gets his foot down out of that start gate turn, climbs the hill from Jenny Shepherd, Chris Winnell, as the rest of them are starting to pick up pace and follow him. I think Neil Jones may be trying to close up in the pack as well. But round we go, and Richards back into the lead from Shepherd, from Jones, from the Riley Diaper machine, and then Chris Winnell. Winnell looking for the cutback as well. Oh, we just clipped a comb coming round there from Jenny Shepherd, but PAC 74, Neil Jones, follows that same outside line that Richards has been taking, and it's paying dividends because he moves up into that second place, or has he? He's left the door open as there's a challenge coming through. 1 more lap to go on this one. Lewis Richards from Riley Diaper, from Neil Jones, from Jenny Shepherd, from Chris Winnell. That is how they're running. Look at this coming out of turn 3. Start gate turn, near enough 3 abreast, but they sort themselves out, but still leading it and slowing it down. Typhy 451. Round turn 1 for the final time. Turn 2. It's checker flag. It's the Italian Stallion from Riley Diaper, from Neil Jones, from Jenny Shepherd, from Chris Winnell. There's your top 5. Then we go down to Carmarthen 14, Darryl Reynolds, and that final place goes to Severn Valley 67, Tony Holland. Wow, excellent stuff there. And at one moment I thought he was going to lose it, but he came back hard, and he's taken that real impressive on. I think we need to have some vehicles moved ASAP, please. So they're blocking the ambulance, so if we don't get these moved, then we will be stopping racing. It's a Volt VW SG58 UXS. WN13 LMX, it's a Mitsubishi, and SR10 KCV. And that's a K19. So here we go then. Oh! Contact. Oh! Bish bash bosh. That's going to cost some dosh. It's a Kia. K19, it's off Doctor Who or something. So, right, OK, so the VW is the priority, SG58 UXS. If that's your vehicle, please move it ASAP. It's blocking the ambulance, and we can't have that. If you don't shift it, I'm sure the guys will... they will move it because of the importance of it. But as we saw there, with a bit of action coming round, there was a bit of contact there. York 44, Jordan Bloor come round, and he kind of square-wheeled it. And then there was another one that just didn't stop at all. And I tried to put on the brakes, didn't he? I think that was Liam Wallina in the PAC 98. But... all drivers out their cars and just having a look around. No doubt just a bit of panel damage on there. Hopefully they will be able to be taken back into the pits. Gareth is listening intently on the radio to hear if there's any decisions or exclusions, or whether or not it will be a case of all back in. But we'll let those guys sort it out. That was race 2, so I haven't lived up to the standards of Steve Langley, have I? At the moment, I'm on a 50% record. 1 tick and a 1 RR. So while we've got a moment and the guys come and bring some more water on the track and they collect these cars up out of the turn of turn 2, we'll go to race 3 then, and it brings out a man who's had 2 wins out of 2. Just before then, a couple of messages.
No messages at all. We've got 2 cars down there on the line. They're fighting for the final position in the Class 2 semi-finals. And those 2 drivers are Graham Holmes in North Shropshire 93 and Corey Paisley in Penhow number 8. And from here, it looks like Graham Holmes is going to go from grid 1. Corey Paisley's opted to go from grid number 2. So we're just going to slot this run off in between the races of men's Class 5s. And these drivers will be looking to join Bradley Thomas, Tom Stevens, Chris Hall, Ash Farrow, George Cresswell, Sam Doddridge and Jack Bromley in the second semi-final. So that's what's at stake for these drivers, the 2 drivers that are down there on the line. Picking up a 2nd, a 3rd and a 5th in their 3 rounds of qualifying, and they both tie on 102 points in the Fleet Care Services and the Border Counties Motor Racing Club sponsored Class 2 this weekend. Jordan Bloor's York 44 machine then just getting a little bit of attention, and unfortunately it looks like it's going to need a lift on the Mani 2 back to the pits. So possible drive or transmission problems on board the York 44 machine. 110. And well, I'll tell you one thing, they'll be frantically around that car down in the pits to make sure that Nicola's British Autograss Series campaign isn't going to finish on a sour note. So they are lifting the York 44 machine now, and it's going to go back, we assume, to the track centre just for 1 race, and then we'll be making our way through the remainder of the 3rd and final round of qualifying of men's Class 5s. We are at the peak end of this year's championship. We are also at the peak end of this year's season. Just a couple more weeks to go. Of course, the Winter Series will be held at Nottingham, and there will be other meetings coming our way as well. The Grand Prix down in the Southern League is another well-attended meeting. I think that's on the 8th and 9th of October. And the rescheduled Yorkshire Dales meeting, I think, is next weekend. And also the rescheduled Alf Cope Memorial. And that's one of the most prestigious meetings within the MAP League. I think that's being held next weekend as well. And the Worcester Championships, if I'm right, at the Radford venue will be the following week. So plenty more racing to come before the season does draw to a close. But as far as the British Autograss Series is concerned, then it's just today left to go before we crown our 2022 Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series champions in all classes. And we reckon that the presentation probably going to be taking place in Q1 of 2023, and we still await the official announcement of venues and hosts for next year's British Autograss Series. But we're back onto the racing, and it's side-by-side action as they go into turn 1. And grid number 1 looks to have paid off for Graham Holmes, as he's the one that leads into turn 1, but it's getting very messy, and just a little bit of a love nudge from Corey Paisley. He switches to the outside in Penhow number 8 as they make their way through the start gate turn. Oh, Graham Holmes has got it all wrong in North Shropshire 93. Has he picked up a puncher, or is there some problem on board? Did he pop out of gear momentarily, maybe? And if he does, then that certainly brings his chances of a semi-final to a close. No, there's certainly something wrong with the transmission on the North Shropshire 93 machine, and he pulls into the infield. So this time round then, it's 1 lap shorter than he needs to do, but the winner of this runoff is going to book his place in semi-final number 2, and Corey Paisley in Penhow 8 is going to be joining the other 7 semi-finalists in the second semi-final, and they're going to be taking place after the men's Class 1 semi-finals, which are going to be coming after the Class 8s. So that does bring to a close then your qualifying stages of men's Class 2s this weekend. Fleet Care Services and Border Counties Motor Racing Club, your sponsors. Graham Holmes, unfortunately, ending his weekend, ending his British Autograss Series in a way that nobody wants, and that's behind the quad being towed back to the pits. But we've got more pickups down there on the line. We got more mini saloons down there on the line. We got Class 5 machines. We're back over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Voice of an Angel. We are into race 3 of the men's Class 5. Hey, what a treat this one is. Ian Thorndike then, IK22, 2 wins out of 2. He's going up against Cumdy 3, Ryan Jones, a win and a second. And then we've got 2 guys, Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9 and Jordan Stead, Border Counties 33, both equal 6. They've accumulated 83 points, and only the top 8 can get themselves into the final. No semis for men's Class 5 this weekend, so it is about accumulating your points. So this is going to be a competitive one. It's Dan Hollingsworth and Joe Doddridge and John Wild are also out in this one. Bungee lifts, we are off and racing already, and another good start there from Charlie Holloway in that Evesham 9 car. He brings them out of that turn 2 as the chasing pack come with him from Jones, from that Border Counties 33 machine of Jordan Stead. Stead under pressure from Wild, just tucked in behind him. Ian Thorndike running down in 5th place at the moment. He probably knows that he doesn't have to do anything mad or crazy because he's got 110 points under his belt. So a top 5-6 finish gets you there. But he's a competitor, he's a racer. He wants to go for as many points as possible as they exit that start gate turn. Holloway then from that's Cumdy 3. Ryan Jones on 100 points. This will be good work and get him into the final as well as they bring it round again. Down the hill, Holloway from Jones, from Thorndike, from Stead, from Wild, and then the Joe Doddridge machine and the North Wales at 53. That's Dan Hollingsworth, the last man to show. As again, they've all been past the last lap flag, and already checker flag being waved, and it is Evesham 9. Charlie Holloway takes it. Whoa! Side by side. Jones, I think, from Thorndike, from Stead, from Wild, from Doddridge, and then North Wales at 53 of Dan Hollingsworth. So I thought that was going to be a good Class 5 race. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor. Jaber's Graphics, our weekend sponsor. Right, let's go into race 4. Now, I told you, didn't I, that it was 3 of these guys that have had a win and a second. So it brings out Danny Lodge, Scunthorpe 212, Baxter Pargetter in Nottingham 45, and Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10, all sat on 100 points. Equal second coming into this. Jeff Bateman, equal 9th. So Jeff needs a top 2 finish. What's going to happen on this one? It's going to be... That's it, yeah. I mean, Bateman knows he needs to be up there, and he's looking for that tight inside line. It's all got a little bit tight and personal, but they come out of turn 2, and it's Godfrey from Jaber Smith, from Pargetter, from Bateman, as they bring it up there as well. Adam Brown looking for a gap, couldn't find it. Lodgy goes on the outside, out of that Stargate turn. He's made up 2 places. Is he going to make up another one as they bring it out of that turn 1? The dust flicking up off the track, but round the turn 1, and they're going to go down the hill. Woohoo! From Godfrey, Pargetter, from Lodgy. Then we go Jaber Smith, Bateman, then Adam Brown, and that final car, that PAC 16, Brian Neal, just drifting away at the back of the pack, but we go back to the front. The top 3 make it up the hill. Round 1 and 2. Oh, it's getting close, but it's still Godfrey from Pargetter, from Lodge, from Jaber Smith, from that Bateman machine, Brown, and then Neal. Round 3, out of Stargate turn, Lodge has found the gap. Lodge has gone up the inside, climbs up the hill, Scunthorpe 212, Baxter Pargetter up into the second, and then that Godfrey machine drops in a third. Checkered flag, Lodgy takes it from Pargetter, from Godfrey, Jaber Smith, Bateman, Brown, and Neal. Well, and I think I might kneel just to say well done, guys. That was top draw racing, and well worth the entrance fee for the men's Class 5s. So race 5 then, and it brings out, well, the highest points tally in this one is Wessex 15, Chris Tudgay, equal 9th, Tom Ellis and Ian Jones, equal 12th. So all I'm going to say to you, Tom Ellis and Ian Jones, if you get a win, there's a chance. But we are off and running already. No stopping, no John Gaffney. Bing bong, he's missing. So round we go, and out of that turn 2. Oh, Jonesy having a look up the inside, but it is the Houlihan machine that takes him down the hill into turn 1 for the first time. Jones up close and personal behind him as well. Donovan's up in the mix as he looks to close the gap as well. Round up the hill they go, out of turn 1. This is all close and personal racing in the Class 5s, but it's Houlihan still leading it in the West Waterford 188 as Tudgay looks for the outside line. He's going for it. He's not put any brakes on. He's just gone, wow, I'm going for a mission. And the mission has paid off because he's going to pop out in first place. But Houlihan comes back up the inside out of that turn 1 and turn 2. Houlihan then picks up, and oh, Tudgay are back up the inside of him. Jones holding that 3rd place. Round they go. Houlihan back at him as well from Tudgay. Jones, can he pick up the pieces? If anything goes wrong, they're climbing up the hill for the final time. Donovan's royal at the back of it now, but the top 3 cars racing and chasing for the checkered flag. It's a cut back up there for, wow, Tudgay from Houlihan, from Jones, from that Gloucester and District 19 machine of Penny Smith, and the Donovan machine IK72 finishing off the men's Class 5s. I tell you what, brilliant racing there. And what a battle going on up in that top 2 positions. Well done there to Chris Tudgay, Patrick Daly in that 188. I called him Houlihan, by the way, but Patrick Daly, because, yeah, it sounds the same, yeah. Well, from the same part of the country. So, men's Class 5s, we've got 1 rerun to come. But we do make it into our Class 7 Super Saloons. So just while we've got a moment, coming into this weekend, we had Mr. Holtby, 953 points, Cameron Mills, 905, Liam Evans, 893, Archie Bentley, 820, and then Phil Barliman, 736. So they were your top five. So what's happened so far this weekend? Well, Andy Holtby has had 2 wins, so it takes his points tally. This is before we drop the worst 4 and do your double up. Although the double up points based on your best round at the moment are in these. He's got 1,063. Cameron Mills, 905, and he's had the win in his first heat. And then if you remember, the engine just kind of failed in him, and it means that he's got 960 points. Liam Evans came in at 893. He's had 2 wins, 110. That puts him on 1,003. So on points tally, he's now jumped above Mills up into that second place. Archie Bentley added 38 points to his tally, and he's on 858. And Phil Barliman added 56, and that's 792. So top 4, you know, looking like Andy Holtby with Liam Ellams, Cameron Mills, and then Archie Bentley. There, that is potentially where it could be. But until all the permutations been worked out, all could change. But we do know, and I know Andy Holtby, when we spoke to him on Friday night, he knew what he needed to do this weekend, come out and just win his races, and then no one else could do anything about it. And he's going about his business exactly as we would expect him to. So let's have a quick look up on the line. And in race 1, it brings out Lee Dodd, Craig Bagley, Lewis Woodruff, Jack Shanahan, Brendan Ellison, Anthony Booth, and Alfie Smith. Alfie Smith coming out of grid 1. He's equal 12th with Lewis Woodruff and Craig Bagley 11th. So they're your highest point scorer in this one. And it is about finding a way to get those maximum points, and fingers crossed if you get into the top 8. But it is that Cumdy 2. Craig Bagley takes them down there as the Lewis Woodruff machine. Oh, Alfie, he's done well to hold on to it there. Thought Alfie Smith was going to sling that back end round and lose all that momentum, but he has kept hold of it and kept it going. But he's dropped a couple of places, but he's fighting back, and he's made up 2 places already. Bagley away with this one. Knows that only a win will do. Anthony Booth in second, then it's Alfie Smith as they bring it down in the hill. Lewis Woodruff looking for the cutback up the inside as well. Lee Dodd in that North Wales 16 machine, trying his hardest as well. Brendan Ellison in York 219 up into 4th place as they come round. It's last lap flag, 1 more lap to go on this one. Whoa, I tell you what, Cumdy 2, Craig Bagley, all 4 wheels off the ground coming past commentary, but it hasn't slowed him down. Look at him go, he's on a mission. Alfie Smith up into that second place, and it's Boothie from Ellison and the North Wales 16 Lee Dodd, but already taking the checkered flag. Craig Bagley, wow, flames out the back of the car, my life. So Alfie Smith takes second, Booth in third, then we go Ellison in 4th, North Wales 16. Oh, we're on fire, 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 fire. And the Mallow 59 across the line, Jack Shanahan. And that final place going to White Rose 72, Lewis Woodruff. So I tell you what, he was on fire. That's how quick he was going. He literally went on fire, and now he's smoking. So well done there to Craig Bagley. He came into this one, sat 11th on the points. So 11th on the points. As I'm just getting people giggling at me here. 65. So that brings him 120 points. I'm telling you, that win will put Craig Bagley into the final. Hope I haven't given him commentator's curse. And hopefully that car, whilst it was flaming out the back, it was a bit like Burger King. That can go back to the pits, get repaired, and see him back out. But 120 points would see you into the final. Right, here we go then. Let's go race 2. And runners and riders are down there. Who's your top point scorer in this one, Mickey? Well, Andy Graney, currently running 7th. So he's in that top 8. But there we've just seen Craig Bagley jump from 11th into the top 8. So Andy knows that he can't afford to do anything less than top 2, top 3 possibly, and see how it goes. White Rose 20. Yesterday morning, Rhys Griffiths came out in it and tried it out and got a second. And Ian Stevenson back behind the wheel drove it as he normally does. And I think it's Stevenson who is back behind the wheel. He's currently equal 8th. Coming into this one, so he's right on the cusp of the final. Jake Lee, Scunthorpe 12, equal 12th. Simon Hawthorne's in this one. Archie Bentley, Clive Williams and Andy Kelsey. There's your runners and riders as we go racing. And a great start there. I think the Stevenson machine has just had to ease off a little bit though, as Archie Bentley goes for a move and puts the power down right round the outside. Bentley then takes up the running from Stevenson, from Graney, from Lee in that Scunthorpe 12 machine. 4 of them breaking up there. Simon Hawthorne in the Radford 176. Clive Williams in Typhy 113. He's made up 1 place. Can he make up 2 places? He's going out wide. He's going into the woods. Come back. Archie Bentley then still leading it down the hill. Whee! From the Ian Stevenson machine. From going through the Graney. Graney looking for a cut back up the inside there. Then the Williams machine. Then we drop back down to Jake Lee in that Scunthorpe 12 as they climb back up the hill. And round that turn 2 they go. Stevenson now looking to try and close him down. But Bentley is on a mission with 1 more lap to go. They exit that start gate turn. And then they're enough side by side. Stevenson trying to get the power down. And Bentley just keeps it. The pedal right to the floor, and round he comes. Checker flag. Stevenson looks for the cut back up there. Has he got him? Stevenson gets Bentley on the line. Lee 3rd, Graney 4th, Simon Hawthorne 5th. 6th goes to the Typhy 113, Clive Williams. Is it? Oh, and I've just been known that Clive Williams, Typhy 113, he's a birthday boy. So happy birthday, Clive. And good racing there, and Stevenson showing all his experience, just biding his time. Right, we're going to go race 3 then. Bill Bradford, equal 5th in Border Counties 15. Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 383, 91 points. So up in that top 3. Top 4 position for Dan Johnson. Gould out on this. Jack Houlihan now is out in it. Gareth Roberts, Liam Roach and Matt Manning. And I think we've got one of these cars missing already, but it's Johnson who looks to take the running alongside Houlihan. Side by side they go there. Roach on the power as well. He's looking to cut back. There's 4 abreast coming out of turn 3 and start gate turn. Gouldy's up in the mix as well as he gets a little bit of contact from Manning from behind. Misses round the gum, turn 1 and turn 2. Wow, Johnson still leading it from Manning. And Houlihan now alongside Gouldy as Roach is now down into that 5th place. Bill Bradford running surprisingly down the back of the pack, but not too far away from the action as he puts the power down. He's up past Roach. I think Roach's race is done. He's out. He's on the outside of the track as we get 1 more lap to go. Manning now takes up the running. Evesham 152 out of that turn 3, out of start gate turn. Gouldy goes with it. Johnson back on the power. Coming out of start gate turn, they climb up the hill. Houlihan back in that 4th place, and then Bradford in 5th. But round the final turn, checker flag at the ready. It's going to be Matt Manning. Evesham 152, Gouldy in North Shropshire 34. There we go, Johnson, Houlihan and Bradford. So did not finish, and here he comes. It's CW 160. And that is Liam Roach. Hadn't had been his weekend, really, but he will have better days, I'm sure. So, race 4 then. And Colin Reid. I tell you what, he's had a brilliant season. He's running equal 5th coming into this 3rd heat. Mike McKenzie. Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120, 110 points, 2 wins. Andy Holtby, 2 wins out of 2. All my life, Cameron Mills is in it as well. Jodie Faulkner, Darren Adams. Darren Adams equal 8th. Well, Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. This one could be exciting as we sail from the line, and Cameron Mills then first to show. Had the disappointment yesterday of engine failure as he came round that turn, but he's going with it, and it's Mills from Holtby from Liam Evans. There's no surprise, is it? 1, 2, 3. Mackenzie tucked into that fourth place as they climb up the hill. Cameron Mills then, he's been absolutely storming it, really. He's been super brave and normally taking a bit of a wider line. This time he's looking to take a closer, tighter line as we get hit by a stone now. Oh my life. But Scunthorpe 61 then, Holtby then holding that second, Evans still in third, and that Mackenzie still fourth. That's how they're running. The next one to show, Jodie Faulkner in that Severn Valley 6. They're picking up the last lap flag. 1 lap to go. It is Colin Reid in that 5th place and Faulkner in that 6th place. But look at this. I think you just need to put your hands together, really, for putting Cameron Mills round this track. He has entertained. Whether or not it's going to be enough, I don't think so. But Cameron Mills takes it from Holtby, from Evans, from Mackenzie, from Reid, and Faulkner in that final position. Hey, there you go. And I'll tell you what, if Cameron Mills' engine hadn't have stopped coming out of turn 2, the final turn yesterday, and he had picked up a few points, we might have seen him in the final as well. But 110 points, I don't think is going to get you there. But you have entertained us, I must say. It's been brilliant to watch. Andy Holtby then adds another 45 points to his tally, so it takes him over 1,100 points earned through the season. So that's a brilliant effort, by the way. And I think that near enough is going to be, just say, Andy Holtby becoming the Super Saloon National Champion. But it all is to be confirmed. Right, race 5 then brings out Paul Johnson, another guy that over the last few seasons really has entertained and been on his form. He's had a bit of misfortune with a massive role that he had. But he's come back from that, and he's come back from it strong. 100 points, a win and a second. Really, anything in top 4, I would say, for Paul gets him into the final. Jake Roberts, PhD 72, back just getting into his Class 7 again. Great to see him back out on the track, as the youngest national champion. And going back a number of years now, he's getting a bit long in the tooth and he's getting a bit older, as we all are. Matt Richards, currently sat 10th on the points in Evesham 555. Now, Matt, all I can say to you, win it, and I think you could be in it. That's Darrell Heath Bayard, Stroudon District 103. Ayrton Ellison in York 14. PAC 47, J. Ran Lewis. And Kerry Pope in Spalding 82. There are your runners and riders in the Smack Sport and XC Works sponsored Class 7s. And, I tell you what, that was a good old start, wasn't it? As we come up there, Ayrton Ellison in the 14 machine is the first one to show. And, we've got one pointing towards Mecca on the exit of turn 2. Oh, he gets it going. Good. I like that. That means yellow flags held aloft. And we keep the running going. It was Evesham 555 who's further down the pack, and commentator's curse. So York 14 then. It's Ellison leads it from Roberts, from Johnson, from Pope. There your top 4. Then there's that little bit of a gap. The PAC 47 has got a bit of work to do because he's the one that spun out. And then we go Darrell Heath Bayard and then the Richards machine. So J. Ran Lewis, he's out of this one. He's going back to the pits. But it still is that Ayrton Ellison machine, York 14. Now, he's putting down a bit of a statement there. He wasn't in the points. I don't think this win will do anything to get him closer to the final. But I think he's going to sign off his BAS series with a win, and he does. Well done, Ayrton Ellison. York 14 takes it from Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 41. From Jake Roberts, third in PhD 72. Spalding 82 is that Kerry Pope machine. Next one to show, just to finish off, it's Evesham 555, and that is Matt Richards. And that's not going to be enough for you, Matt, but you gave it a good effort, didn't you, my friend, as PAC 47, J. Ran Lewis across the line. I thought York 14, Ayrton Ellison was coming for a lap of honour. Just to say, that's me. I'm signed off now for the 2022 BAS season. And what a way to finish off. So men's class 5s, 5 races of super action, close, fast racing, no red flags, nice and clean all the way through. And looking on the line, we are switching back to men's class 3s. It is the rerun of race 3, and it's over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Mickey B. So, yeah, this will be the last race before we sort out our finalists. Just before we go into Class 3, though, we do have the quote of the day, I think, that came through. Isn't the red tractor pretty? No, I can't tell you who it came from. Or can I? No. Can I? No, I wouldn't do that to you, Becky, and say that that's what your mum had messaged you. So, there we go. Cracking Class 5 racing, cracking Class 7 racing, and we have, oh, isn't the red tractor pretty? So, so there we go. Not that I like to embarrass people, do I, Gareth? So, there we go. But no, it's all good fun. Right, Class 3 then, unfortunately running without Gary Wickham in IK13. The lap scoring ladies will soon learn that if I'm sat in there with them, then you need to keep your mouth shut. So, or it gives us plenty of fodder. So, no Gary Wickham. We got Neil Corbett in Evesham 56, Bob Matthews in SR 55, Steve Woodruff in White Rose 71, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, and Vernon Mackenzie in Cambridge 442. So there we go. No Neil Corbett, no Steve Woodruff. Gareth spotting down there on the line. What I can tell you after that cracking Class 7 stuff is, unfortunately, we already know that Cameron hasn't done enough. So even as we stand, then he's sitting 1 point outside qualifying. At the minute, there is another race to process. But yeah, unfortunately, which is such a crying shame, it really is. Because, yeah, I'm going to say if nobody else does, he is far and away the quickest Class 7 round this raceway. But yeah, you just got to have that bit of luck on your side. And yeah, that seems to have deserted Cameron for 2022, doesn't it? So it'll be back for 2023, I'm sure. And hopefully he very much will be as well. So these Class 3s then, looks like the water carts are just about making their way off. And then, as I say, after this, then we can hopefully get the top 8 qualifiers for the Class 3 final. So, yeah, that other water card is just going up. Haven't forgotten, whetted your appetite and promised you we will be hopefully announcing 2023 British Autograss Series venues in a short while. But away from the line then, we are racing, and who gets the best of the start? It's just about Adam Saint on the outside. On the inside, making it Cambridge 1-2, it's Vernon Mackenzie. And 4-4-2 though, sideways in turn 1. And Adam Saint motors on in Cambridge 1. We're looking at Marshalls, and I have a horrible feeling that we're going to get flags of the deep crimson colour coming out. But no, we are indeed. So Vernon, would you want to be sat there? No, nor me. So we will sort out what's going to happen on that exclusions or not or otherwise. But what we can tell you is that race 3 goes back very much to the rerun lane, and we look to what's coming up to the line. And I think it is Class 8 coming to the line, is it? So for the first time today, then it is going to be over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. So, second time today. I had the ladies' Class 8s earlier on, and they were brilliant because they behaved themselves. So I'm going to hold out hope that the men can do exactly the same thing in Heat 3. We've lost a few of them, as you can imagine, after yesterday's events. We started off with 10 grids. We're now down to 8. So 2 races short, but less work for me. But I'm sure they're going to be equally as problematic as they would be if there was 10 of them. So 8 grids then to come your way. We've got 7 drivers all tied on 2 wins out of 2. And I can say now that a couple of them meet throughout the 3rd round of qualifying. One of those drivers that sits unbeaten after 2 rounds is Dan Thomas in PhD 47, and he is scheduled to come out in race 1 as he should be in lane 3. I can't see him, but I can't see the first 3 lanes. But now I can see him because he's emerged out in front as the bungee gets up and Class 8 get away from the line. So Dan Thomas looking to make it 3 out of 3 and book that place in the semi-final a little bit later. 47 it is. Talbot runs second, third. Oh, it's anyone's at the minute. I think Popey's on the inside, Talbot's on the outside, and Dance is through the middle, and it's Dance that gets the best of it in Radford 62 as he emerges, but Popey fights back in Spalding number 8 as he takes up second place. Thomas is away and gone already in 47, 2 more to go. Dance from Pope, Talbot and Beresford battling it out for second, third and fourth. Matt Stratton then is running just behind in Evesham number 15, Spencer Mills and Harry Liversidge, but look at this race for second as Talbot now moves through in Solway number 6. As all this goes on, your race leader is away and clear in the PhD 47. 3 wins out of 3, he's looking to make it, and it doesn't look like they're going to catch him. The race on for second still as Beresford now occupies that second place position. Dance up to third with Talbot relegated to 4th. Stratton and Pope battling it out for 5th, but it's going to be checkered flag. It's going to be Dan Thomas, 3 out of 3 and booking his place in the semis. Second's Beresford, third. Oh, I'm not splitting any of them lot. I think Stratton from Dance, Talbot and Pope, but that's completely unofficial because they come past, all 4 of them were so closely tied together as they finished the line. Spencer Mills was next in the Ludlow 5 and Harry Liversidge in Yorkshire Dales 90, but a brilliant race there from UN's Class 8s, and Dan Thomas becomes the first driver in the Class 8s this weekend to go into that semi-final unbeaten. We've got 6 more drivers unbeaten. We'll be seeing them very shortly, but we've got Class 5s down there on the line. We've got 2 of them, so I don't know if it's a runoff or a rerun, but regardless, it's going to be over to Mickey.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, this is race 2 of the Class 5s. After that bit of a coming together in coming out of turn 2 there was 3 of them that all had a bit of bish-bash-boshing. So 4 left in it, and it is the South Somerset 7, Tom Evans then, that takes up the run-in down the hill. Lee Cox having a little nibble up the inside of Adrian Hathaway. Hathaway defends his second place, though, as they climb the hill up in towards the woods. And around that turn 2, another lap under their belt, and still that South Somerset 7. Tom Evans then leading that way down the hill. Hathaway got Cox all over the back of him. That's CW 37, Sean Lambert running in 4th, and Lambert just closing that gap on Cox as they come out of that turn 2 again. Penultimate time, 1 more lap to go, and South Somerset 7 looks like going to finish off a good rerun on this. Tom Evans equal 12th at the moment. 55 points on top of that. That's going to make it interesting. So he knew he needed to do it, and you've done it. Well done, Tom Evans. He takes the win, South Somerset 7. Second goes to Lee Cox, who got up in front of Adrian Hathaway in 3rd. 4th is that CW 37, Sean Lambert. So that is your lorryinsurance.co.uk Class 5s and Jabers Graphics Class 5s done. Oh, hold on a minute. We've got a 3-way runoff for the men's Super Saloons. Bill Bradford, Border Counties 15. Ochaidanoo, Colin Reid in Central Scotland 21. And Andy Graining, Pennine 8. 2 places on offer. 3 of you have got to go at it hard. Back over to Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So back to Class 8s then. We're going race 2, which is down there on the line, but it's off the line now as they get away and go up the straight and into that top turn for the very first time. Cooper gets the best of the brakes in Evesham number 2 as he leads them round for the first time. Hathaway going round the outside in Breednill number 1. Linehan and Lewis running 3rd and 4th. Where's Emily Gill? She's down the order, 2 seconds yesterday, so she needs a good run to get into that semi. She's down in about 5th or 6th, so a lot of work to do do. But at the front, Cooper it is, holding on to this lead as he pushes on out wide, blocks off the path of Hathaway, who has to take avoiding action. But Gethin Lewis now is up the inside in Border County's number 40, makes it work as they go into that Stargate turn. Hathaway right round the outside in number 1 as he finds the speed. Back up into second he goes as Cooper runs third, Linehan runs 4th, Emily Gill up to 5th. Is that going to be enough? She's still got work to do, but at the front, look at this battle going on for first and second. On to the final lap they go. It's going to be Wes Hathaway up the inside in Breedno number 1 and Gethin Lewis on the outside in BC number 40. One more corner to go as they go into that top turn for the final time. Lewis back up the inside, but Hathaway holds on. Lewis takes second, Cooper third, Linehan 4th, Emily Gill in 5th, Barnard 6th, Carl Burns in Breedno 18 comes across in 7th. And then we go to the Hereford 26 machine. Finishing it all off at the tail end is Garen Groves. But brilliant stuff there once again from your men's and the lady Class 8. And Emily Gill, 2 seconds yesterday, so that would have sat her on 90 points. And 5th in that, so what's that, 111. So, that's going to be very tight. I don't personally think that's going to be enough. But hopefully for Emily it is. But she will have to wait and see with the points. As I said, we've had 7 drivers unbeaten, 2 of them coming out in this, Mitch Wells and Anthony Ross. We'll pick up the rest as they get away, but looks like it's a completely different race because none of them are out there and Whitehouse is, so they're going to change the order up a little bit, but it's going to be the Carlo machine that leads them round. Anthony Coyne then as Jonesy running up the inside in Border County 69. Has he got the speed? Not this time as they go down there. Is it Bishop running third? I think so, in the Ayton Sudbury machine. So race 6 this is as they come past us. Jonesy's at the inside, Coyne runs out wide, Bishop third as we go to Lee Tolbert, who runs 4th in Sturton 187. But the race really heating up at the front. Look at this between these 3 drivers. It's Anthony Coyne, Adam Jones and Matt Bishop that are all in contention as Jonesy trying to keep it tight but trying to keep as much speed as possible. Tolbert's round, Wyeth collects him and the rest of them all make contact. Whitehouse has got it up in the air and that means we're going to be seeing red flags after the race heating up so much at the front. Unfortunately, is going to come to a premature halt. We had 4 cars that all got stranded. I think Lee Tolbert got it round in the Sturton machine. Reese Wyeth collected him in the Wessex 19, and Dan Smith was involved and Stu Whitehouse in Trent number 5, and it was just a case of one of the cars got it round and the rest of them really had nowhere to go and all collected each other. So we're going to listen to the radio and see what happens in terms of exclusions, but it was really heating up at the front to see what was happening. As I said, Bishop Jones was battling it out, and Anthony Coyne in the Carlo 80 was mixing it in with the best of them. And the good news is we get to see it again because we think it's going to be rerun a little bit later on. Of course, I think they were on the last lap, but after the melee that we had, then we can confirm that it is going to be rerun. So not sure on any exclusions. I could probably take a wild guess, but I'm not going to. Well, I'm going to, but I'm not going to tell you. So we'll let you know once we get the official confirmation. But it is going to be rerun then of race 6. Not too sure why race 6 come out, but it did. And as I said, the good news is we will get to see it again. No good news, unfortunately, for Reese Wyeth, who finds himself square wheel, just having a look around the car now. To the left of us here in commentary. I think he was the one who initially made contact with Talbot as he got it round, but as I said, it was unavoidable. The car's going into that top turn with such speed, and a last-minute decision, he couldn't exactly back out, so he slammed on the brakes and made contact. I think problems with the wheel by the looks of things, because he is having a play about with it out there. So hopefully nothing too serious, and if he's allowed back out in the rerun, then hopefully he will make it. Whitehouse then being taken off into the pits in Trent number 5, and I think Lee Talbot in Sturton 187 is looks like he might be able to make his own way back into the pit. So we're going to have a slight delay, but we can look to the line. This is definitely race 3 that is down there, so the one we thought was coming out. So this is the one then. As I said, that brings out 2 heat winners from yesterday. I say two heat winners, two heat winners, if that makes sense. 2 wins for both of these drivers then. Anthony Ross in Sturton 77 and Mitch Wells in Invicta Kent 356. Of course, Mitch Wells is not just fighting for a place in the semi-final later on, he's also fighting to win this British Autograss Series. He led it as they come into this round, and I don't think anything's changed between first and second, because Mitch was leading, Tom Lewis was second, and both of them have had 2 wins, so the points remain the same in terms of the gap between the two of them. So Mitch knows what he's got to do. He knows he's got to go out and get into that semi-final and get into that final and win it in order to secure that BAST title. And I'm sure he's going to be absolutely sending it big time in this race. He's coming out of lane 2. So one of the inside grids. Anthony Ross then, as I said, another one who took 2 wins yesterday. He's coming out of lane 6. So keep your eyes on him. Graham Bennett's down there in the Forest Dean number 7. He had a heat win yesterday and then picked up a 3rd in his second round of qualifying. So again, Graham is certainly in contention with getting into that semi-final spot a little bit later on, a 1st and a 3rd. So he probably needs at least a 4th in order to get him into that top 16. Because as I said, the points, I think Class 1s, I think Steve said it was 121 points to get you into the top 16. And we had more Class 8s than we did Class 1s. So you're looking at, I think I said yesterday about 125. And I think it's going to be somewhere around that mark, because ultra competitive. Speaking of Class 1s, we can see them gathering in the holding lanes for their semi-finals to come your way. I think they're coming straight after the men's Class 8. And of course, once we get these Class 8s done, then we can tally up the top 16 point scorers and get them into their semis a little bit later on. So we've mentioned 3 of them that are down there then. Graham Bennett, Anthony Ross and Mitch Wells. Who else have we got? Tyler Heath-Byard, I'll tell you what, absolutely on a mission yesterday in his second heat in the Shriden District 102. Didn't pick up any points in the first round. Second round, come out, won the race, got excluded, had a rerun, come back out, and managed to pick up second, but unfortunately only on 45 points after day 1. So even a win won't be enough to get him into the final. But if he's on the same form he was on yesterday afternoon, then he's certainly going to be mixing it in with the best of them. Mark Barker will be joining as well in Evesham at 25. Dave Watkins in Hereford 282. Aaron Cavigan in Yorkshire Dales number 5, and Tyler Priest in Cumdy 27. So an ultra competitive heat as usual from your men's Class 8. We've just got a little bit of track work going on as they look around the circuit. So we've got finalists here. So we've got Class 5 finalists. I don't know if Mickey's about, but if he is, then he's going to want to have a look at these. I won't read them out. I'll leave it to him, because I'm sure Mickey will be excited to see the list for himself. But we've got Class 5 finalists. For those of you that missed it then, Mickey did say earlier, we do have a runoff for Class 7, so if the drivers missed it, then Bill Bradford, Border Counties 15, Colin Reid in Central Scotland 21, and Andy Graney in Pennine at number 8. If they missed the announcement the first time, then they need to get down to the pits ASAP, get to their cars, because they've got a runoff for that final place in the Class 7 final a little bit later on. What did they need? 111 points to get in to the Class 7 final. And 2 drivers they're missing out by 1 point, so I'm sure they'll be bitterly disappointed with that. But as I said, 110 to get you in a Class 7 final. 110 won't even get you in a semi in Class 8, so I don't even think it would be close. So what are we waiting for? We've got a bit of track work going on, a bit of water going down, and the JCB, I think, just grading the top of this surface as well, as we don't want any stones and things flying, and these Class 8s do tend to kick up a little bit of speed, which we seen yesterday, and putting on probably the best racing of the weekend. Not that I'm biased or anything, but I think Class 8s were absolutely brilliant, not just the men's but the ladies as well. Even this morning we seen some good racing from the ladies Class 8. And obviously we'll be seeing them later on. But Class 8's obviously such a spectacle, and it's all to play for at the top of the table in terms of BAST points, because as I said, Mitch Wells led it and Tom Lewis was second, and it stayed the same because they both had 2 wins. Mitch is out in this one. I think Tom's actually in the race behind by the looks of things, because I can see him in grid number 7 or 6 by the looks of things. So it'll be interesting to see what both of them do. And as I said, coming into the meeting, we had a three-way battle for fourth, as three drivers were all tied on the same points. And I think Ash Howard was running fifth, and he was only like 3 points behind making the trophies. So it goes to show how close it is. And of course, we will have the Bass Dinner return, not this year, but the start of next year by the sounds of things. I think they said the first quarter of 2023. And I know it's been sorely missed by a lot of people for the last couple of years. And obviously we'll be making this return. So the trophy winners from the Bass will all have a chance to shine. They obviously will get to dress up nice and smartly rather than wearing their overalls to pick up their trophies, and certainly not to be missed. Obviously, once more details are out, then they will be posted on Facebook, probably on the Bass Facebook page and things like that. So certainly worth keeping your eye out, because that is something you don't want to miss, especially if you finish in the top 4 of your respective classes. And I, for one, personally can't wait to go back and enjoy the spectacle. Not that I've got a trophy coming my way or anything, but if there was a trophy for the commentator who has the most reruns over the course of the year, then I'd be brilliant. So unfortunately, that's not the case. But we're not going to have any reruns, are we? Because we look like we're getting ready to go racing with race 3. Tyler Heath-Bayard, Mitch Wells, Mark Barker, Graham Bennett, Dave Watkins, Anthony Ross, Aaron Cavagan and Tyler Priest are the ones that are coming out. Wells needs the win, and Wells leads them into turn 1 in the Invicta Kent 356. Someone pushing on there as Bennett comes through on the inside in Forrester Dean number 7. So Spanner looking to throw a spanner in the works in terms of the Bass points, but Wells holds on. Where's Rossi? He's down in 4th. Is he going to go up to 3rd? No, as Tyler Priest fights back round the outside. In come D27 and looking to find some extra speed, but Wells goes out wide and Spanner's on a mission, but he's not going to make it work this time with 2 more to go. Tyler Heath-Bayard then running on the outside line of Anthony Ross as Tyler Priest gets forced out even wider in the come D27. Rossi knows a 3rd will be enough in order to get him in that top 16. The top 3 drivers, I think, will all be in the semi-finals if things stay the same, as Mitch Wells looks to join Dan Thomas unbeaten. Oh, Bennett, has he blown an engine in the Forrester Dean number 7? It's all gone wrong. A cloud of smoke emerges from the back of the car. Mark Barker's got it round in front of us as well, as it's all gone very dramatic. Big disappointment for Graham Bennett, but red flags are going to come out just as Mitch Wells was about to cross the line. So 356 it is, a shake of the fist there. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with that, whether they're going to take a result or whether they are going to indeed rerun it. But it all went wrong. Graham Bennett, a 1st and a 3rd yesterday, and looking like he was setting himself up in good shape, running 2nd, mixing it in with Mitch Wells, and looking to book a place in the semi. And next minute, the car just imploded in front of us, and a big cloud of smoke come out of the Forrest Dean number 7 machine. And Graham will be bitterly disappointed, I'm sure, as he gets out. He's out of the car just having a look around. I think if anyone knows anything about Class 8 engines, then it's going to be Graham Bennett. So, like I said, he'll be absolutely devastated after running so well yesterday and so well in that race as well, until it all went wrong. But again, we'll wait to see what happens with race 3. Like I said, they were on their final lap. Mitch Wells was literally just going into the top turn and looking to make it 3 wins out of 3. But unfortunately, the red flags come out just before he could do that. But here we obviously be hoping that the race will stand, because that will set him then as your top point scorer going into the semi-finals a little bit later on. But as I said, we will wait and see. So Graham then is making a move away from the car. I think doesn't want to look at the damage anymore, to be honest. So he's made a move, and it looks like the recovery truck is going to take the Forrester Dean number 7 into the pits. But as I said, Graham will not be happy. But I'll tell you what, he's only done... when did he come back? I think it was North Shropshire Bass, where he come back into the Class 8s, and I think made the final at his first meeting back in the British Autograss series. And Stroud was running well. Don't think he made the final at Stroud, but was running very well. And as I said, doing the same again this weekend. But you never know what's going to happen with Graham. I would say he's got next year, but you never know if he's going to sell that car and build a new one or bring something else out. Because obviously Graham does build a lot of these Class 8s. But, yeah, disappointment for him as the Forester Dean number 7 gets taken up and dragged into the pit. So we're going to go then with race 4, which is down there on the line. Hopefully we can get further and run this one to a completion. Race 4 then, as I said earlier, brings out Tom Lewis in Border Counties 55 with 2 wins yesterday, second in the British Autograss series, and he's just seen Mitch Wells do his thing, so Tom knows he needs nothing less than a win in order to stay in contention to get his hands on that first place trophy, and I'm sure he'll be giving it everything as he comes out of lane 7. Joining him, Sam Matthews in Cambridge 427. Alex Potts in North Wales 323. Barry Ashmore in ARC number 2. Paul Lockwood in Scunny 92. Paul unfortunately ended up on his roof yesterday in Scunny 92, but just looking at the camera, I think he is back down there. So good to see Paul returning in the Class 8 and ready for action. Connor Jones is next to him in North Wales 115. Craig Pyle in Wessex 666 and Sean Wright in Scunthorpe 71. So they're the runners coming out in the race 4. Heat 2 of your men's Class 8, of course. Beresford Chassis and Components and Rowan Land Rover Specialists, your very kind sponsors for the course of the series and the weekend as well. So a very big thank you to them. And Rowan Land Rover Specialists getting the honour to sponsor the best class. So we're looking like we're going to get ready to go back racing. Race 4 is on and off the line as they get away. Oh, Tom Lewis didn't have the best of starts in Border Counties 55, so he's already got a lot of work to do. As I said, he needs a win as they get away. Sean Wright being pushed out. Oh, it's all going wrong. Lockwood's climbing cars again in Scunny 92. It's not his weekend at all as he faces the wrong way, but gets it going again. Are we going to keep the race going? It looks like it. Matthews it is. That takes up the running then after all of that in Cambridge 427, lifting up the front end as he leads them past us for another time as Lewis runs second in 55 as a stone slams into commentary, but it's going to be Matthews and Lewis there, you 1 and 2. Third is Connor Jones in North Wales 115. Then I think we're going to the North Wales 323 of Alex Potts, who rounds out the top 4 with ARC number 2 tucked in just behind as Ashmore looks to make a move, but it's last lap flag and Tom Lewis is making ground in Border Counties 55 as he's got just under a lap to make a move to get that first place position as Matthews keeps the power down in 427. Lewis following him into the bend. He's up the inside. Has he got the speed? He needs this win, but he's not going to get it. Matthews holds on. Tom Lewis takes second in 55. Connor Jones takes third. Barry Ashmore fourth in ARC number 2. Third is Alex Potts in the North Wales 323, and I think he's going to be your final finisher as he comes across the line. Well, that's going to shake things up at the top as Tom Lewis then looks like he's dropped 10 points in his pursuit of Mitch Wells, but obviously we've still got another heat. No, we haven't. We've got a semi-final and a final to come your way later, so things could change, but Tom Lewis will still be in that semi-final. 2 wins and a second for him will set him in good stead to be in that top 16. Right, we're going race 5. 2 unbeaten drivers, Daz Mullen and Dave Newby. We'll get the rest as we get away as Mullen leads him into turn 1. Where's Newby? He's on the inside line trying to keep it tight. Is it going to work as they get away from the first bend? It's Mullen, but I tell you what, Bryn Powell right round the outside in Ludlow number 4, not to be excluded from this one as he's looking to find some speed down that back straight, but it's Mullen and Newby. There you 1 and 2 as Powell runs third right round the outside. Nichols runs fourth in YD number 7, looking to switch his line and make it tight as he moves up a position. Who's running 5th? Max Lewis in 71, Owen Lloydell, Tim Russell and Thomas Browning in 141, but Mullen is looking to make it 3 out of 3 and book his place in that top 16. He loves this track and he's showing it as he goes into that top bend for the penultimate time. Newby though is still looking for a way through in York 811. These 2 clear from the rest of the pack as Newby makes his move. Up the inside he goes, but Mullen fights back on the outside with the speed down the far straight. Up into that top turn they go for the final time. One of these drivers is going to go in unbeaten. Which one? It's going to be Daz Mullen, winding 37. Newby takes second in 811. Nichols third. Then we go to Powell in 4th. Max Lewis, Thomas Browning, Owen Lloydell in the Victor Kent 28. And Tim Russell finishing it all off in Invicta number 19. Right, moving away from Class 8 just for the time being, we've got some information for the Class 7s. We did have a runoff between Bill Bradford, Colin Reid and Andy Graney. I don't believe that's going ahead now because they've all made the final because unfortunately Craig Bagley in Cumdy number 2 for one reason or another has had to pull out. I think he caught fire, didn't he, in his last heat, so it's probably something to do with that. So Craig unfortunately not able to get the car back out for the final. So Bill Bradford, Colin Reid and Andy Graney were expecting a rerun for 2 places, but now there's no need. All 3 of those will go into the 7th final a little bit later on. Right, back to Class 8s. We're away. Wheelies off the line as they head up into that first turn for the very first time. And who's going to be the first one to show? Mackenzie looks quick in 44, and it is Mackenzie then. That's going to head them round as they come past the CA44 it is. He's gone back to the old colours, and they're bringing him luck as he storms down the far side. Tolbert running just behind him in Solway number 2 as I think the other Solway machine tucked in just behind. Who's going around the outside? Is that Abbott in 45? It could well be, but McBride's at the inside of Solway number 4 as they come past us once again. Mackenzie, though, is away and gone at the head of affairs as he goes down the far side for another time. Solway number 4 of Kevin McBride tucked in just behind. Tolbert running 3rd. Abbott running 4th in the York 45. Last lap flag out already this time. Who's out of the top 4? It's going to be Solway 8, Central Scotland 12, North Wales number 9. And the one with the door to do is Callum Woodward in Athelston 83. But the race is on for 3rd. Tolbert and Abbott going side by side as they go down the far straight into the top turn. Dan Mack, though it is, that's going to book his win in Cambridge 44. McBride 2nd, Abbott 3rd, Tolbert 4th. Solway number 8, Paul Sharp, Central Scotland 12, slamming on the brakes as he crossed the finish line. Then it's Callum Woodward in the Athelston 83 that completes it all and rounds off race 8. So changing the order once again, we've got race 7 then, the final race scheduled from your men's Class 8s, which are down there on the line, but they're not coming out before we have some water go down on the track as the Class 8 boys kicking up the dust and a bit of dust repellent then going down on this circuit. So race 7 brings out who we got. Ash Howard, a 1st and a 2nd yesterday in PhD 21. So Ash knows a top 4 finish should be enough to get him into that semi-final spot a little bit later on. He's joined by Steve Mills in Cumdy number 10. Dan Ray in Yorkshire Dales 52. Peter Bilbling in York treble 8, Callum Barker in Scarborough 50, Matt Owen in C115, James Bow in Pennine number 9, and Mark Weeks in Invicta 117. So that's the lineup for your final scheduled race of your men's Class 8. As I said, top point scorer then Ash Howard, a 1st and a 2nd for Ash in the PhD number 1. We've already seen him go quick today because I tell you what, he sprinted up this straight earlier on after Ella John unfortunately took her tumble in the ladies Class 7s. But we'll be seeing Ash come out, and as I said, he'll know that a top 4 finish will be enough, or should be enough. I don't want to speak too prematurely, but should be enough, I'd imagine, to get him into that semi-final spot. But I tell you what, if he is in the top 4 or top 3, he's not going to settle there. He's going to be going for victory because obviously we are looking for the top 16 and then obviously go into the semis, and then points go out of the window by that point because it is literally just finishing the top 4. So that's when I'd imagine you might settle and take a top 4 finish. But as I said, in this one, I highly doubt it because obviously the top point scorers do get pick of the grids as well. And it does make a massive difference. I mean, yesterday, I think lane 8 was the one to be in the Class 8s. I think we had 4 drivers that had wins and then all come out after each other in lane 8. And 3 out of the 4 of them took a win. I think, ironically, the one who didn't actually take a win was Ash Howard in PhD 21. But he'll be looking to avenge that. What grid's he in this time? He's in lane 7. So he's moved inside from 1 position. So he'll be hoping that it does work. But where's the water gone? That's the question. I think the inside line seems to have taken the water, which shouldn't affect these Class 8s because I don't think any of them use the inside line. They are watering the outside on this bottom bend, and they are watering about 30 foot off the start line. So it might catch a few of them out, but I'll tell you what, it's nice and warm, so the water won't take long to soak in. And these drivers have got no excuses, because this track is more than big enough for them to find some sort of dry line around it. It's absolutely massive, and obviously that first corner is one of the most unorthodox corners in autograss racing, but I'll tell you what, I wish every corner was like that, because you don't see anyone brake as they go into it. As you'll see with this race, we're away, race 7 of your men's Class 8. Who gets the best of the brakes? Callum Barker was quick, but Dan Ray's quicker in Yorkdale's 52. Him and Howard go out wide as Barker looks up the inside, but it's Ash Howard that takes up the running in 21. Dan Ray, though, is right on his tail in Yorkdale's 52. Third is Matt Owen just in 115. Barker runs fourth, but James Bow goes right round the outside. Mills is down the order, along with Peter Bilbley in York treble 8, and I think Mark Weeks in Invicta Kent 116. But Ash Howard looking to book his place in that semi-final a little bit later on. Yorkdale's 52 of Dan Ray is still running there in second. Is that going to be enough for Dan to get him into that top 16? As I look at the points, 28th in the points, so a second might not be enough, but he's going to be gunning for victory, but he's got just over a lap to do it, as Howard it is from Ray. Owen runs third, as James Bow moves up to fourth, Barker fifth. Oh, Bilbley hits the arm cut, I think, as York treble 8 at the back, as Steve Mills makes up a position from Mark Weeks in the Invicta Kent machine, but it's going to be checkered flag. 2 wins in a second after 3 heats. Into the top 16 he goes. Ash Howard it is that takes the win. Dan Ray, I don't think that'll be enough, but here have to wait and see. Matt Owen, James Bow, Callum Barker, Steve Mills in Cum D10, very uncharacteristically down the order. Then we're going to go to Peter Bilbley in York treble 8, and Mark Weeks in Invicta Kent 116 comes across to complete it all and give me the exact same success rate I had yesterday afternoon. So 2 reruns to come your way. Mind you, that was out of 10 races yesterday. There was only 8 today, but I'll still take that. So 2 reruns to come your way. Big thank you then to Beresford Chassis and Components and Rowan Land Rover Services for their kind sponsorship. We'll be seeing the Class 8s fairly shortly, I'd imagine, for their rerun, because they want to get them done to get the top 16, because they need semi-finals. And speaking of semi-finals, we have one assembled on the line. It's Class 1s, and it's Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Liam. So, yeah, indeed, semi-final 1, Tivy 16, Connor Griffiths, 10F, Riley Diper, TA211, Connor Urquhart, C1, Craig Bagley, NS2, Josh Fowler, SC25, Ian Ullathorne, NS443, Ben Gould, and SN164, Alex Hill. We want 4 out of this 8, and it is semi-final 2 that's come out first. Well done, Pits Control. Cambridge 295 then, Carl Dyke Whitfield. It is the race leader going down that far side. Swansea 2, Adam Jones, unbeaten in, he's running in second place at the moment there, but top 4 will do. Carl Dyke Whitfield comes round then. Cambridge 295, your race leader. Swansea 2 in second place. Will Henry runs third in 19. South Somerset 44 then. Scott Atkins in that all-important 4th place at the moment. It's not going to happen for Craig Conway, unfortunately, in SC122. Coming together then on that bottom bend, SS44, the one that lost out. But motoring on and coming, and red flags on that one. So we are seeing a black flag raised there for somebody. We'll just await official clarification. So we'll let you know just as soon as we can. Right, so that was semi-final 2. Looking to the line, it's more Class 1, so it is going to be semi-final 1 coming this time round. So once again, Connor Griffiths, Riley Diper, Connor Urquhart, Craig Bagley, Josh Fowler, Ian Ullathorne, Ben Gould and Alex Hill. They are the ones looking to go through, and we just want 4 out of the 8. So we're looking from race 1. I think we've got 2 black flags coming out of race 1. Unfortunately, Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403, and also Carl Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295 picking up black flags. Right, we want 4 out of this 8. Hopefully this one will run better. It is Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16 that is the first one to show, being challenged around the outside, but he won't mind that too much. As I say, providing you finish in the first 4, that's all you need to do. Josh Fowler tucked into 3rd place in North Shropshire 2 at the moment, but Conor Griffiths it is, TA16, your race leader. Riley Diper 10F, NS2. On the outside then is the 443 car of Ben Gould. That is their current top 4. Getting right in amongst it though, Craig Bagley in Cum D1. Conor Urquhart runs next in TA211. A bit to do for Ian Ullathorne in Scunthorpe 25, and also Alex Hill in St Neots 164. But bringing the field back round towards us, it is Tivy 16 now. Conor Griffiths leading the way from 10F. North Shropshire 443 and North Shropshire 2 locked absolutely neck and neck, but they are running 3rd and 4th. That'll be good enough. The one that needs to improve at least one position is Craig Bagley in Cum D1. He currently sits in that 5th place, and we are looking for the top 4 as the checkered flag gets made ready already, and it is Tivy 16, 10F, NS443 and North Shropshire 2. Those are the 4 cars that will be going through. Unfortunately, the other 4, well done to you for getting through to the semi-final, but you're not going to be progressing any further. So bad luck there, but good stuff from semi-final 1. And as I say, semi-final 2, which came out first, we will be seeing again very, very shortly, I'm sure. But in the meantime, we move on to a rerun of race 3 of the Class 3s. And once this one's been successfully completed, then we should be able to get some finalists in Class 3. Depleted lineup. So from our original 8 starters, we think we're down to 5 from what we were given. That is Bob Matthews in SR55, Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99, Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700, and Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. But lots of rapid crossing out going on my sheet. So we've got no Bob Matthews in 55, so I think we're down to 3. Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99, Rich Lee in SC 700, and Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. Those are the only cars that we can see down there on the start line. So very depleted lineup for this Class 3, Ram Developments and Kelly Recovery, your sponsors. And it's Adam Saint in Cambridge 1 that is the first one show on the outside. Rich Lee, though, comes through on the inside in SC 700. So SC 700 it is, Cambridge 1. Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99 tucks into that 3rd place as they power around the start line turn once again. Rich Lee, he's had a good weekend in SC 700, Cambridge 1, and North Wales 99 still the race order. So at worst, somebody's going to pick up 36 points in this one, but Rupert Lomax wants to pick up 55. He comes through on the inside in North Wales 99. Rich Lee on the outside in SC 700. I'll tell you what, there's only 3, but that's close. Class 3 racing. Cambridge 1, Adam Saint on the inside of Rich Lee. Rupert Lomax has taken up the running, though, in the North Wales 99 machine as he comes round for the penultimate time. Yellow flag with the black cross goes out. 1 to go then for North Wales 99, 1 to go for Cambridge 1 and SC 700 Rich Lee. Those 3 all onto their final circuit. I'll say the 3 all onto their final circuit, and it is Rupert Lomax, I think, that's going to sort this one as North Wales 99 climbs the bank for the final time, comes round, takes the checker flag, takes a good win. 2nd place is going to go to Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, Rich Lee 3rd in Scunthorpe 700. So that completes the Class 3s. Looking to the line, then we're going back, I think, to Class 2s, which means it must be semi-final time. So top 4 from each semi-final. To take you through runners and riders, it's over to Gareth.
Thanks very much then, Steve. Yeah, we're going to go back to the first semi-final of the Class 2s, and semi-final number 1 is down there on the line, but once again we're going to go with semi-final 2 first, just to confuse things a little bit. Down there on the line, all the way out on the outside in IK 130 is Jack Bromley. On his inside shoulder is Sam Doddridge in Forest 515. Inside the Forest machine is another Gloucester League machine. That's the Pennow number 8 machine of Corey Paisley, the winner of the runoff. And he starts in lane 6. Also up there on the line, starting in lane 5, George Cresswell in Scunthorpe 127. Then I think it's Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249 that's going to start in lane 4. On his inside and coming from lane 3 is going to be Brad Thomas in IK 55. And the two cars then occupying grids 1 and 2. The Ludlow 55 machine of Tom Stevens, who's going to start in lane number 2 and coming from lane 1. It looks like it's possibly going to be another Scunthorpe machine, but we'll pick that out as we get ready to go. No, it's the Scunthorpe 227 machine of Chris Hall. That's your lineup then for the first semi-final. As always, top 4 will book their place among the top 8 to qualify for the big final, the actual ultimate final. That's going to be coming up when it's finals time a little bit later on. So 2 grids of the Class 2s down there on the line. The 2 semi-finals just waiting eagerly. They'll be looking forward to book their place in the final, I'm sure. 102 points needed across the 3 rounds of qualifying to book your place in the top 16 in Class 2. We started yesterday with 8 runs and we were down to 7 for the 3rd round of qualifying. So good strong showing of men's Class 2s here again at the last round of the 2022 Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust sponsored British Autograss Series, and we are coming towards a climax here at round 5 here at the hands of the Border Counties Motor Racing Club. Yellow flags then shown down on the track exit. That means that we wait for the yellow flag to be shown on marshal post number 1. On cue, it is shown, the bungee brakes, and away we go. And it is Brad Thomas then, IK55, and Scunthorpe 227, Chris Hall. They're the first 2 to show. Corey Paisley in pen 08 looks towards an outside line as somebody tries to cut back towards the inside. I think that's the Scunthorpe 127 machine. But it's 227 that leads down the hill then for the first time in this Class 2 semi-final. He's followed in through the start gate turn by Bradley Thomas, who's just about to be undone by Jack Bromley from the same club in IK 130, who's now just got his nose into that 3rd position. Corey Paisley in pen 08 leads the chase in pen number 8. So it's 227 and Chris Hall that continues to lead. Paisley towards the outside in pen 08, and there's still a battle for the IK machines for 3rd and 4th, but they don't need to fight too much. They just need to sit there and hold back the challenge of Sam Doddridge in 515F and Ash Farrow in Scarborough 249. That's your 1, 2 and 3, 4. Ash Farrow just giving Bradley Thomas a little bit of a love nudge on the back end as IK55 just looks up the inside of the Jack Bromley machine, but already it's last lap flag time. Chris Orlan, we got messed towards the tail end of the field, but I think they just take each other out of contention as they go through the start gate turn for the final time. Doesn't look like your top 4 has changed, or indeed it has, because going through into that 3rd spot, and we get red flags on the semi-final as the Ludlow 55 machine of Tom Stevens just facing the middle of the track there on the exit of turn 2. Somebody is going to pick up a black flag, and we'll just await to pick up a number on that one. Is it the Scunthorpe 127 machine of George Cresswell? We'll just wait to see as Tim Jones is here poised with his pen ready to listen in on the conversation that's taking place amongst the marshals. So we're going to leave the Class 2 semi-finals for now. We're going to go stock hatch racing, and we're going to go straight over to Mr. Tim Jones. And thanks, Tim. Just before you come in to take us through the stock hatches then, Scunthorpe 127, George Cresswell, confirmed as a recipient of the dreaded Ninja. But the other 7 go again. Over to you, Tim, to take us through the stock hatch.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. So, okay, heat 3 of the stock hatches. SGS Gases and MC Light Haulage is your very kind sponsor. 2 races are coming your way. As no sooner said, the first race is away from the line, and it's the Solway 90 machine. Paul Harrington had a good day yesterday and looking to carry on where he left off in that Solway 90 machine, but somebody right round the outside, Yorkdale's 95, that's Paul Lickley, and Hereford 182. That's Richard Williams in the wheel of that one, but Justin Hardy also in the mix as well. And so Somerset number 8, that's the top 4. As once again, down the far side we go. It's still the Solway machine that leads away. Paul Harrington into turn 1 for another time of asking. Paul Lickley in that Yorkshire 95 machine in absolute hot pursuit. For 182. So Somerset number 8, then comes Alan Hawkins in Forest number 20, looking to get in on the action as well as they once again go through the start gate turn. And down the far side, and also Leon Cook also in as well in Scarborough 65. But as we come back round towards it, it's still the Solway car then. Paul Harrington, that's going to lead them on to the final circuit. Solway 90, Hereford 182, York Sales 195, South Somerset 8 from Scarborough 65. Alan Hawkins, Kieran Vernals, haven't given a mention yet in that C76 machine, and he battles at the tail of the field with, I think that's Paul Woodward in Atherstone 183. But back to the leader, he's made the break and he's going to make this another win, and a 55 points on the board. Solway 90 then, Paul Harrington that takes it from Hereford 182. Justin Hardy, I think, just ahead of Paul Lickley in York Sales 95. Then Scarborough 65, C76, Alan Hawkins with a puncher on board in the Forest 20 machine, and the completion all that will be Paul Woodward in Atherstone 182. So that's race 1 done and dusted of the SGS Gases and M&C Light Haulage sponsored men's stock catches. So looking down towards the line, I think we're going back to Class 2 for semi-final number 2. Back into Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much then, Tim. Semi-final number 1 on paper down there on the line, but semi-final number 2 on track. 8 cars, 8 drivers poised, ready and waiting for that yellow flag to be shown up on entry to the Woodland Turn. The bungee about to break, and on cue it breaks. So, cars from the first 4 grids then towards the inside bunch up as they go into turn 1. But it's Ashley Robinson in Spalding 45 that takes up the run, and Paul Mealy goes with him in Swansea 1, and it's Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126 just having a little bit of a dabble then, a little bit of a love nudge with his club mate. That's Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18. They battle side by side as they go through the Startgate turn for the first time. Paul Mealy just missing out in Swansea 1. He finds himself going back from 2nd to 4th, but it matters not to your race leader, Ashley Robinson, looking to make it 4 out of 4 in Spalding 43, and he's the one that brings the pack back towards us then for the second time. From Craig Conway, Scunthorpe 126, just shutting the door on Paul Mealy's Swansea 1 machine, and he finds himself just out of contention at the moment, because through on the inside goes the Yorkshire Dales 104 machine of Jack Hodgson and also Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18. So at the moment Paul Mealy's the first of the losers, but on to his last lap goes the Ashley Robinson machine, the Spalding 43 Fenton League car from Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. They are 1 and 2 as Robinson then makes his way up that far straight for the final time, about 8 car lengths clear of Craig Conway, but tilting towards the inside shoulder, and Ash Robinson takes the win. Spalding 43, Scunthorpe 126 from Jack Hodgson in Yorkshire Dales 104, and in that 4th spot then, and rounding it all out, Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18. So just missing out then Paul Mealy, Dan Heath, Jay Alberton and J.D. Farrow. So we'll see Ash Robinson, Craig Conway, Jack Hodgson and Simon Overty in the final later on. More Class 8 machines down there on the line. Quickly back over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, cheers, Gareth. So have we got time to go through what I want to? I don't think so, but I'm going to try it. We have still got trophies then that need to be collected from the 4th round of the British Autograss series, of course, held by Stroud, I think, I don't know, what was it, 3-4 weeks ago. So we've got the drivers then that need to come down and collect their trophies. So Ian Thorndike, Andy Hornshaw, Ben Gould, Craig Bagley, Jabez Smith is down there as well. So they all got to come up. The driver of YD86. Who's YD86? Is it Ryan Power? Allenson, that's it. I knew it was a Class 3, Gareth. I was close enough. So Allenson needs to come up, and for the ladies then we've got Claire Horner who needs to come up, and Michelle Barrett as well. So we have got your trophies for BAS, so if you would like to come and collect them, then please do. We get away from the line with race 6 of your men's Class 8 as we get a rerun, and I'll tell you what, the man who was leading it at the first attempt has spun out at the second attempt. Anthony Coyne well down the order now in the Carlo machine, but Jonesy with no problems at the front in Border County 69. Whitehouse runs with him. Bishop running 3rd in the 8 in Sodbury machine, looking on the outside line as they look to book their place in the semis. Reese Candy, Reese Wyeth then is tucked in just behind, and Smith in that Ludlow machine. As I said, Anthony Coyne after spinning out on turn 1, playing catch up with the rest, but it's already last lap flag. Adam Jones in Border County 69, looking to book a place in that top 16. Bishop should have done enough getting third, but he's not going to be happy with it as he looks at the inside of White House in Trent number 5, occupying that second place position. But for how much longer, I don't know, because it's down the back straight for the final time. One more bend to go. Adam Jones untouched. At front is BC 69. That takes the win. White House holds on for second. Bishop takes third. Reese Candy from Reese Wyeth in fourth and fifth. Then we go to the Smith machine. Ludlow 44 is the next one across. And Anthony Coyne, well, he made up a bit of ground in the Carlo machine, but not enough to mount a challenge on the rest. And unfortunately, not the result he would have wanted in his third and final round of qualifying. So that concludes 8 for, well, I was going to say for the time being, I've got 2 hours next to race 3, but I've not actually seen them go into the holding lane. So I might take a guess that race 3 could have stood because they were on the final lap. And as I said, haven't seen them come into the holding lanes or the rerun lanes, but we will wait and see. So we're going to move away then from Class 8 for the time being. We're going stock hatches once again, which are down there on the line. And to take you through, it's going to be back over to Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. So, okay, back on with the stock hatches. Race 2 is already assembled and waiting to go. And down there then, we shall have James Holmes in North Shropshire 931, starting towards the inside of the grid in lane 1. Bill Hemesey in IK 98, then also should be down there. So should Jack Schaefer in Solway 91. Stephen Brooks also is there in the Radford 197 machine, the very distinctive KA, and he's there in lane 4. John Petrie, that's the other machine that's down there in lane 5 in Radford 59. Rob Seal in Hereford 38 starts in lane 6, and that's starting towards the outside of the grid. Last but by no means least, Chris Patterson in Scarborough 64. So that's your lineup for race 2. So before we go with the stock hatches, I've just been handed the men's Class 3 final, and one unbeaten man in this weekend, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, goes through a top qualifier, 165 points. Ryan Power also joins him in the Class 3 final, 155 points and 2 wins in a second for the Yorksdales 98 machine. And he will start our second qualifier. Rest Tinker makes the Class 3 final in York 4. So he will be there with 146 points. 136 gets Rupert Lomax into the Class 3 final in North Wales 99. Paul Stevens in his new machine, Ludlow 69, will also be there, also with 136 points. Rich Lee, good to see Rich making another Class 3 final in Scunthorpe 700, and he'll take his place as 6th qualifier. Adam Saint also will be there in Cambridge number 1, 118 points, saw him into the Class 3 final. And last, but by absolutely no means least, Senna Proctor makes a return to Class 3 and gets himself into the final in Scarborough 57, 117 points then, and that's your last qualifier of men's Class 3. So that's going to be some sort of Class 3 final, isn't it? Keith Kelly, Ryan Power, Tinker, Lomax, Paul Stevens, Rich Lee, Adam Saint, and Senna Proctor. That's to come a little bit later on, but we're going back to stock hatches and on to race 2 as away from the line then we go. And it's Petrie who's quickest away in Radford 59. Holmes goes with them though in North Shropshire 931 into turn 1 we go. So's IK 98. Bill Hemesey also in the mix as well as they go round turn 2. Petrie is though at lead 59 931. Then it's Patterson also in there as well in Scarborough 64, but just goes wide into the start gate turn and loses a bit of ground as Hereford 38 then Rob Seal gains a place. But back to the leader still, John Petrie. That leads them into turn 1 once again with James Holmes in North Shropshire 931 as once again back round towards us. There you go, the good battle going on for that third place. That's Solway 91 going through Jack Schaefer and the Bill Hemesey car in IK at 98. These two still locked side by side round the bottom part of the circuit we go. Hereford 38, Rob Seal in that 5th place slot as they climb the bank once again as they come back round as the laps continue to count down. We're on to the last lap. This time, Radford 59, 931, Solway 91, IK 98, Hereford 38. Chris Patterson looking to gain ground from his early mistake in Scarborough 64, and also going through Stephen Brooks in Radford 197. So everybody safely onto the final lap then at this time, but it's John Petrie that's going to lead them round with just one more corner to go and take 55 points on the board. Radford 59 takes it. North Shropshire 931, Solway 91, IK 98, Rob Seal in Hereford 38. Radford 197 of Stephen Brooks and Chris Patterson. Will completed all in Scarborough 64. So we leave the stock hatches for now. We'll see them next time in their final, but we're moving onwards and ever upwards. Muck Junkie and James Heselton are your sponsors for men's class 4. Heat 3, race 1 already down there on the line, and looks to bring out the top point scorer them. Alan Henley in York treble 7. He's joined by Graham Whittingham, Hugh Jones, Jamie Williams, Aidan Murphy, Dan Grasby and Andy Williams. Away we go, and it's Grasby once again quickest away in the Impenisham 220. So once again round the corner we go. Took a 6 this morning, we 6 in the points rather, so looking to make some ground on that one. Jamie Williams in Mountain 58 looking to go right round that outside line in the 58 machine as they go down the far side. Henley just dropping back a little bit in York treble 7, but he's there in that fourth place slot at the moment, but back round towards us they go. Jamie Williams, Mountain 58 it is from Grasby in Eastern 220. Then comes the CW 46 machine of Aidan Murphy from Alan Henley in York treble 7, and rounding all out that's Graham Whittingham in SR 61 as Henley then looks up that inside line down the far side into turn 1. Not quite the room there this time around, but while that goes on, the Uno just gets further away. Jamie Williams, Mountain 58, 220, 346. Then comes Alan Henley in York treble 7 and Graham Whittingham in SR 61. But just pulling further and further away. And with the checkered flag then, this time it's going to be a win. This will certainly get him into the final. Mountain 58 then takes it. Down Grasby leaves in 220 from Alan Baldwin, CW 346. Henley in York treble 7 and Graham Whittingham in SR 61. Right, before we go on with race 2, we've got a Class 8 runoff. We need the drivers are Richard Cooper and Matt Stratton. You've got a runoff for the last place in the semi-final. So if you're in the spectator land, you need to get yourself back to the pits and back to the car. That's Richard Cooper, Evesham 2, and Matt Stratton, Evesham 15. Right, that's the Class 8 done and dusted. So we're moving on to men's Class 4, race 2. And already away from the line we go. And it's Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434 that's second in the points. Oh, it's all a bit messy round turn 1 and 2, but Gouldy still holds on for the lead. Radford 47, then comes Ashley Littlewich in North Shropshire 112. Gouldy then is second in the points. So once again, this should see him in the final quite nicely. As down the far side then we go. Laura Blancaster in Radford 47. Ashley Littlewich running in third. As once again another lap gets completed. No change then in the top 3. PAC 71 going through. That's Edan Lewis in 7th place slot. And Colin Atchell right on the cusp of the final then in Isha in IK 272s, but needs to get himself a bit further up if he wants to get himself into the final. And Mikey Jones in Hereford 31 and completes Class 4. But Gouldy then looking to book his place in the final. I think certainly will do so in North Shropshire 434. Then comes Lancaster in Radford 47. Edan Lewis moving through the third in the PAC 71 machine, just ahead of Ashley Littlewich and Colin Atchell in IK 272. But already we're on to the checkered flag then this time. We'll see in the final, Gouldy. 434 it is from Radford 47. Then comes the Edan Lewis machine, PAC 71. North Shropshire 112, I think just ahead of Colin Atchell in IK 272. And Mike Jones will complete it all in Hereford 31. So Class 4's done and dusted. Next time we'll see them is in the final. But we're moving back down to Class 1. So the rerun of the semi-final. So to take you through that once he's got his paperwork and everything all sorted, it will be over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Tim. So, yeah, this is a rerun of semi-final 2. Only 6 cars, so we want 4 out of 6. So there's going to be 2 unhappy ones. But coming round then, the first one to show is Adam Jones in Swansea 2, ARC 304. Luke Fairhurst tucks into that second place slot. It all then gets very close. South Somerset 44. On the inside, Scott Atkins runs in third. Will Henry, that all-important 4th place in the SR19 car, but he's looking to put a bit of a buffer between himself and the danger zone as their race leader comes round. Swansea 2, ARC 304, SR19, SS44. On the inside then, Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 122 and Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26. Those are the ones with a bit to do at the moment, but it's everything to play for 3rd, 4th, 5th as they go down that far side. Our race leader slowly but surely though inching his way clear, and coming round it is Adam Jones in Swansea 2, ARC 304, Luke Fairhurst. They're looking safe and sound for a place in today's Class 1 final. It's then a brave man that would pick 2 from this lot. Will Henry on the inside in SR19. On his outside, Scott Atkins in South Somerset 44. Those are the important positions at the moment. As coming around there for the final time, into the final, we will see Adam Jones in Swansea 2, Luke Fairhurst in 304, Scott Atkins in 44 and Will Henry in 19. Missing out, unfortunately, will be Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 122 and Jordan Robinson in Spalding 26. So, excellent stuff from the Class 1s. And coming up to the line then, Class 6s it is. So that means it's going to be over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, Steve. So, yeah, men's Class 6s for their 3rd run. Elite Racing Transmissions is your very kind sponsor. As we look towards the line there, race 1 then brings out Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, Jordan Tinker in York 35, Alan Bolger in CW 143, Carl Proctor in York 77, Adrian Brown in PAC 37, James Armstrong in Scarborough 76, Darren Rees in Typhoon 95, and James Sinnott in CW 174. So that's your lineup for the first run, or race 1 of the men's Class 6s. Best of the bunch then. And the top point scorer in this one, James Sinnott, who sits joint 3rd overnight. So say it's all really, really close up the top. Certainly the top 7 are all separated by literally just a handful of points. So just 2 men and unbeaten so far. This from the Class 6s, and believe it or not, they go absolutely toe-to-toe in race 3. Andy Russell, of course, is the one, and Jack Brown is the other. So, loads and loads to play for. So, James Sinnott sitting in pretty healthy in joint 3rd overnight. So, Alan Bolger just on the edge of the final in 8th. John Tinker, joint 10th. Darren Bryan, always quick wherever Darren goes in that Scarborough machine, joint 13th overnight. So, again, a win and a bit of a prayer, and you never know, you may get yourself into the final. But water going down on the far side of the circuit, as also doing by the start line as well. So I think, well, there's a bit of watering on. Mickey, do you want to read the Class 5 finalists?
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. Yeah, Class 5 finalists, and, well, 136 points is what you needed to get into the top 8. That's, I think, probably one of the highest totals through the season. But let's take you through top of the shop, Danny Lodge. Scunthorpe 212. Has that done enough for Danny to take that title? Well, yeah, we'll let the computer sort it out, but he's done a fair effort this weekend thus far. 155 points, 2 wins and a second. Ian Thorndike, IK22, going with him on 146 points. Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45. Ryan Jones, Cumdy 3. Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9. The Italian Stallion, Typhy 451, Lewis Richards. Cambridge 10, Dan Godfrey. And the final place, Chris Tudgate in Wessex 15. And it is Lewis Richards, Dan Godfrey and Chris Tudgate all got 136 points. So Tom Evans on 119. I thought you might have sneaked in there, but no, you were 17 points adrift. Right, back over to Tim.
Yes, thank you, Mickey. And crazy, 136 points for the Class 5 final. So there we go. Right, okay, Class 6s then. Let's see if we can get this one to completion and get some finalists for you. As then heats race 1 already sat there waiting to go. We're looking for track clearance. The yellow flag is raised. Bungee lifts, away we go. 6s are away. Who's quickest? Tinker it is from the inside line, but Darren Bryan also goes with him in Scarborough 41, right from lane 1. Stinnett just throws it into turn 1 as we get a bit messy round turn 1 and 2 with a fleshy water track, but Stinnett makes the best of it. So does Tinker in York 35. That's the 1 and 2. Bryan fights his way back to third in Scarborough 41. Somebody coming through the middle. That's PAC 37 of Adrian Brown. But as we climb the bank once again, Jordan Tinker it is with joint 10th overnight. This will do his chances no harm whatsoever. York 35 is your race leader. Sinnott runs second. Then it's the Irish machine, another Irish car then. Alan Bolger in CW 143. Just been loosed out by Proctor in York 77. Brown's in there as well. So's Darren Bryan looking to gain ground in Scarborough 41. Gains 1 place as hits the brakes. Car just gets all sorts of sideways and just tucks on the inside of Proctor, trying to gain ground, but back round towards us to go. Stinker still leads then. 35, 174, 77. Darren Bryan in Scarborough 41, PAC 37. And also James Armstrong in Scarborough 76. I've given him a mention yet. He's going through ahead of Darren Rees in time for 95 and problems on board. The Irish machine, Alan Bolger, his race is run this time around. But Tinker it is, it's going to bring him round. And Bookie at 55 points on the board. York 35, CW 174, York 77, Scarborough 41, PAC 37 from James Armstrong in Scarborough 76. And Darren Rees in TA 95. So, and hopefully if we all come round, just to pick up a few British Series points in. Alan Bolger in CW 143. So that completes race 1 of the Class 6s. Race 2 then, already assembled on the line. This brings out Mickey Manning in Evesham 5. Kai Williams in Typhy 121. Jamie Lee in North Wales 12. It's Class 8 runoff. I was just explaining behind, Gareth. I knew there was like. So we've got a Class 8 runoff before. So I don't know if Liam is around somewhere. So Class 8 then away from the line, and obviously we're just looking for 1 place to go into the final, and it's Evesham 2 then of Richard Cooper and Matt Stratton in Evesham at 15, and it's Cooper that leads it at the moment. Matt Stratton in Evesham at 15, as once again down the far side we go into the top turn. Coops leads it at the moment though in Evesham. Number 2, Stratton still chasing hard in Evesham 15 as back round towards us to go. Another lap gone. Evesham 2 it is from 15. So, but once again, it's still Richard Cooper that's got it at the moment. Matt Stratton, no answer at the moment in Evesham at 15. But as the laps continue to count down, we got 1 more to go then. As Stratton got an answer on to the last lap, they go then. Richard Cooper in Evesham 2, Matt Stratton in Evesham at 15. As We got about 3/4 of a lap to go then. Cooper still your race leader. Down the far side from Matt Stratton in Evesham at 15. And into under the trees we go then. We'll see you in the final. Evesham 2 it is that takes it from Matt Stratton in Evesham 15. So back to Class 6 then we go. And as I say, Mickey Manning, Kai Williams, Jamie Lee, Paul Bailey, Andy Johnson, Andy Lewis, Adrian Lewis, and your current leader of the series and took a third this morning, Dolt Thomas in Carmarthen number 8. That's who we got on the line as the Brenju lifts. And away we go. Dolt's quick then from the inside grid in Carmarthen. Number 8, who goes with him? Manning it is in Evesham 15. So's Adrian Lewis in PAC number 7. Oh, contact out of turn 2, but it's Manning that takes up the running. Dolt Thomas and Jamie Lee. That's your 1, 2, 3. Johnson, oh, smart driving around the inside line in Scarborough at 16. Takes up the running, but just being passed by Mickey Manning as they go down the far side. Johnson fighting back though on that inside line in Scarborough at 16. As once again somebody on the inside, Jamie Lee also not out of this either in North Wales number 12. Johnson takes up the running. Manning, Lee, then comes Dolt Thomas in Carmarthen at number 8. These are all just broken away from Kai Williams in Typhoon 121 and PhD 85, H99, and Adrian Lewis in PAC at number 7. But back to the leader, it's Andy Johnson in Scarborough at 16, was 10th overnight. So this will do his chances no harm whatsoever. We're hearing that Jamie Lee, North Wales 12, picks up the green flag, so he'll go back 2 places. But Andy Johnson certainly won't go back anywhere. He's your race leader then from Jamie Lee in North Wales number 12. Dolt Thomas in Carmarthen 8 and Manning in Evesham 5. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. As a checker flag then it goes out. Johnson we'll see in the final. Scarborough 16, Andy from Dolt Thomas. From Jamie Lee, of course, who's go back 2 places. Mickey Manning in Evesham 5. Typhoon 121, Andy Lewis in PhD 85. And coming round to complete then PAC 7 of Adrian Lewis. And we've lost Paul Bailey in the middle of the track in all the action in Hereford 99. Right, all action-packed stuff from race 2. Race 3 then, that brings out your 2 first-round heat winners then. That's going to be Andy Russell and Jack Brown, IK 64 and Mallow 182 respectively. They're joined by Mark Gilder in Radford 161, Neil Reid in Typhoon 221, Stephen Parsonage, who sits joint third of after the 2 rounds of qualifying in North Wales 146, Ollie Sol in Sydney at 668 and Jamie Newman in Hereford 53. So that's your lineup for race 3 of the Elite Transmissions sponsored men's class 6s. Quad bikes into the centre of the ovals race of the Monkland Raceway as we look for track clearance then as the bungee lifts. Away we go. Parsons is quick away, so's Russell on the inside, so's Brown on the inside as well into turn 1. Oh, there's contact. Russell and Jack Brown absolutely side by side. Brown into the Armco as we keep racing out. Neil Reid it is in Typhoon 221 with Russell recovering 9K 64. Parsons also in there as well, looking to get in on the action. Moving through the second he goes in North Wales 146. Brown rejoins though at the tail of the field in Mallow 182. But well, all this is happening. Neil Reid it is in Typhoon 221 that picks up the pieces and is running away with this one. Parsonage 146. Andy Russell hits the brakes and into turn 1 we go. IK 64. More carnage down the tail of the field as well. Jamie Newman and the Gilder machine in Radford 161. But we keep racing as we also Ollie Sol with problems as well in Sydney at 668. So all this then leads on Randy Russell in IK 64. Also problems for your race leader as well in Typhoon 221. So while all that is happening, Andy Russell then is your new race leader. Jack Brown, I think the most fortunate man on the field through to second place as they come back around towards us. A scrappy race this one, but Russell won't mind you. Takes 3 wins out of 3. IK 64, Mallow 182, Parsonage 146. Then comes, I think, the Gilder machine in Radford 161. And I think the last finisher in action-packed and really scrappy Class 6 race, that one, wasn't it? And that'll be Jamie Newman in Hereford 53. So that's the provisional result. That's as we hear it or as we see it. But as I say, all subject to change from what the marshals say. Right, while the recovery team gets Ollie Sol's car hitched up and back to the pits, we got the Stock Hatch finalists. So your 8 finalists then will consist of John Petrie, who's top qualifier with 155 points in Radford 59. Paul Harrington also makes it in Solway number 90. James Holmes makes the Stock Hatch final in North Shropshire 931. Justin Hardy also makes the final with 136 points in South Somerset 8. Richard Williams also will make the final in Hereford 182. Bill Hemmersley in IK 98. Paul Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95. And completing it all then, the last qualifier, 91 points is what you needed. And that's what Jack Schaefer got in Solway 91. So that's your 8 finalists. So that's a fair lineup for a Stock Hatch final. But we'll wait to see who joins the rest of the Class 6 boys in making the final then. At race 4, already assembled on the line, Jay Colgate, Glyn Bailey, Tom Pike, Martin Canning, Charles Farrow, Richard Jones and Dave Gilder. That's who we've got. Bungee lifts and away we go. It's Pipey that's quickest away in North Shropshire, number 5 from lane 4. Canning goes with him though into 91, just the slightest contact. Somebody gone awfully wide. I think that's Gilder in Radford 61. Richard Jones also in as well. Bailey looking to get ground, but just drift wide in Scunny at 33. But Pipey it is that takes up the running from Colgate in North Wales 20. Down the far side then we go with Canning looking to on that inside line. Richard Jones in the big Alpha Cumdy 279. Bailey in Scunny 33 also in there as well. But Pipey it is that just about leads away. Colgate in North Wales 20 looking to go right round the outside as they go around the Stargate turn. Jones is now through the third in 279, just ahead of Cannon in Isham at 291. Then comes Glyn Bailey in Scunny 33, just been challenged on that inside line by Martin Canning. Already 1 lap to go. North Wales 20, North Shropshire 5, Cumdy 279, Scunny 33, Isham 291. Then comes Charles Farrer in the Scarborough 349 machine, and Gilder pulls off. His race is run this time around in Radford 61. But back to the leader, we got a change as into turn 1 we go for the final time. It's Colgate that's going to bring him round and take the win. North Wales 20, North Shropshire 5, Cumdy 279, Scunny 33, Isham 291 of Martin Canning. And the last one to come round, that will be the Scarborough 349 of Charles Farrer. So just hearing over the radio, Tom Pipe, North Shropshire 5, picks up the green flag. So apart from that, apparently the race was clear. And just been handed, thank you Mickey, just been handed the Class 4 finalists. So I think while the Bowsers are going down and Waters put down on the track, let's run through who's made the Class 4 final. Top of the shop then, nobody unbeaten this weekend, but 146 points was what you needed, and was the top qualifier. That goes to Ben Gould in North Shropshire 434. Jamie Williams also makes the Class 4 final, 145 points was the Mountain 58's accumulation, and he goes through as second qualifier. Adam Henley in York Treble 7 makes the another Class 4 final. Get it right in a minute. So he's out in third. Rob Lancaster in Radford 47 also makes the final. So Darren Grasby in Evesham 220. Elan Lewis makes the Class 4 final in PAC 71, and he goes through as sixth qualifier. Hugh Jones makes possibly his last Class 4 final in Carmarthen 7 as just 83 points, but that got him into the final. And just squeezing into the final, Colin Attrell, another good final for Colin in IK 272, and he goes through on 77 points. So that's your lineup for your men's Class 4 finalists. So Ben Gould, Jamie Williams, Adam Henley, Rob Lancaster, Dan Grasby, Elan Lewis, Hugh Jones and Colin Attrell. So once we get the Class 6 finalists, we will certainly let you know. But a bit more water going down on to the track. So, say, a bit of track work going on as well. So we're going back down to line. We're going Class 2. We're going in rerun mode again. We're going to Gareth Jones.
Yeah, we're looking for another 4 then to join Ash Robinson, Craig Conway, Simon Overty and Jack Hodgson in the Class 2 final. So down there on the line, we have 7 drivers poised, ready and waiting. We're going without, I think it was George Cresswell, who is excluded from this rerun. So down there on the line, we do have JD Farrow. He starts in... no, we don't. We don't have JD Farrow at all. We have Jack Bromley in IK 130, who starts on the outside in IK 130, and he's the one that has 2 marshals just stood either side of his Class 2 car. Also down there, we have Bradley Thomas. He's going to start once again in lane 3 in IK 55, and on his inside we have the Scunthorpe 227 machine of Chris Hall. He starts in lane number 1. Joining Bradley and Chris Hall down there on the line, we've got another 5 drivers, but we're already up and racing. Ash Farrow then quick out of the blocks from the middle of the pack. But it's Bradley Thomas that just leads into turn 1, and he's going to pop out to turn 2, and he's going to have race control as they go down the hill for the first time. Farrow and Paisley towards the outside in Penhow number 8, and that's your 1, 2 and 3. Oh, someone comes from about 4th to look up the inside and challenge for the race leadership, and that was Chris Hall at Scunthorpe 227, but Bradley Thomas has fought it back in IK 55. So it's 55 that leads from Farrow in 249, Chris Hall in 227, and Sam Doddridge at the moment rounds out your top 4 and is the last finalist as things stand. It could all change. I don't know why Farrow's pushing too much, because he's not going to gain anything by winning this one, but he's there looking on the inside of Bradley Thomas's IK 55 machine. But your 1, 2, 3 and 4 automatically qualify. It's all changed further downfield, because Ludlow 55 is there in that 3rd spot, and he's made it through from about 6th. And that's Tom Stevens behind the wheel of that one. So the first loser at the moment is the Sam Doddridge machine, 515F, just losing ground and looking towards the outside of the Scunthorpe machine, and he's losing power, losing momentum, and we'll see Bradley Thomas, Ash Farrow, Tom Stevens rather, and Chris Hall rather, in the Class 2 final later on, but unfortunately we will not see the rest of the runners and riders there in the Class 2 final. But we have specials down there on the line. They look a bit like Class 10s. So we will go to the 3rd round of qualifying of Class 10s very, very shortly. And when we're back up and racing, then it'll be Russ Thompson taking you through the 3rd and final round of qualifying of men's Class 10.
So here we go then, we are off with men's Class 10s. ProLinks and KS Coal Farming are sponsors, and who's going to take up this running? Ludlow 80 comes on that outside. So looking at this Ludlow 80, and not on the sheets, so there we go. They're Class 9s.
We're into Class 9s, that's why. And it is the Trent number 9 machine then that brings the pack back towards us. Sam Middleton it is that takes up the run in from the Jimmy Smith machine. Ludlow number 80, that's your 1 and 2. They race ahead of the Reese Wetherick machine, IK 99. He's there rounding out your top three ahead of Fred then in North Wales number 4. But already it's that last lap flag time. And it's Trent number 9 that's going to move on to his final circuit. Colgate looking up the inside of the 99 machine. A little bit of contact there for 3rd and 4th. But it's Trent number 9 that leads the way on to his last lap. They're all bunching up behind him. Jimmy Smith looking towards the outside in Ludlow 80 from Colgate in 19 and Rhys Weatherick in 99. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4 as they make it into the top part of the circuit for the final time. Problems on board the Weatherick machine, but it's a win for Middleton. Trent number 9 takes the win from Chris Colgate in 19 that takes second. Jimmy Smith takes third from Alan Roberts in North Wales 4. The rest of the lineup then followed through in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. And that's race 1 done and dusted. I think that's Sam Middleton's first win of the weekend. And we're hearing that across the radio airwaves that race is clear. 6 cars are down there on the line. Grids 2 and 4 are unoccupied, so that means we're going to start without Graham Moore in North Wales 96. But down there we've got Adam Robinson, North Wales 88. He starts in lane 8 alongside Jamie Dodd in North Wales number 8. Martin Jones had problems on board this morning, but we're glad to say that the Hereford 55 machine has been repaired and he starts in lane 6. Phil Cooper, ARC number 5, starts in grid number 5. Andy Hornshaw in York 78 starts in lane 3. Rob Seal is going to start in grid number 1 in Hereford 133, and away from the line they go. And it's Hornshaw versus Cooper as they go into turn 1. Hornshaw on the inside hitting that bump, Cooper on the outside in ARC number 5, and he's the one that's already got clear distance as they go through the start gate turn for the first time. About 8 car lengths clear of a side-by-side duel going on between Adam Robinson and Andy Hornshaw for 2nd and 3rd. It's 88 versus 78, but it's Phil Cooper that continues to throw the car sideways across the woodland turn in ARC number 5. 88 now makes it a Northwestern League 1 and 2 as Adam Robinson slides into that 2nd position from Andy Hornshaw, who rounds it all out in that 3rd spot. 4th is the Hereford 55 machine of Bernie Jones, but this time round it's going to be a familiar sight. Phil Cooper is going to see that yellow flag with a black cross, and he's going to move on to his final lap. Another win in this one makes it all come down to the final a little bit later on, but it's ARC 5 with about half a circuit to go. 8 car lengths clear of Adam Robinson, who's still not out of it in North Wales 88, but left in the front end as they come back towards us. Phil Cooper makes it 3 from 3 in ARC 5 for North Wales 88. Andy Hornshaw 3rd in York 78. Bernie Jones 4th in Hereford 55 from the North Wales 8 machine of Jamie Dodd. And that rounds it all out for race number 2.
So just a quick one before we go. There is going to be a runoff for the men's class 6. Scarborough 16, Andy Johnson against York 35, Jordan Tinker for the final place in the men's class 6 final.
Yeah, information hot off the press there by Mickey B. Down there on the line, we've got race 3. Once again, the 2 PhD drivers go side by side out of lane 1 and 2. But this time it looks like it's Phil Rogers that's already got the momentum and got the bit between his teeth, because it's number 2 that leads through turn 2 for the first time. From Stuart Taylor, IK 121 slots into that 2nd position from Aidan Llewellyn, who's there on the inside in PhD number 9. York number 6 is James Bow, who rounds out your top 4 as Aidan lifts the front wheels there of the PhD number 9 machine. Mark Backer's through to 4th. He now leads the chase on PhD number 9, but it's another PhD machine at the head of affairs, and it's the man that's known as Billy as they go down into the start gate turn. It's PhD number 2, who's got about 10 car lengths clear now of Stuart Taylor, still there in that 2nd position. But it's number 2 that's going to see that yellow rag with a black cross, and Billy comes across the top part of the circuit for the penultimate time from Stu Taylor in 121. 26 and number 6 then round it all out for 1, 2, 3 and 4. Somebody taking a wide line through that bottom turn. That is Aidan Llewellyn in PhD number 9, who's looking to make it a 3-way tussle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, but away and gone and making it another 3 wins out of 3. It's Phil Rogers. Billy in PhD 2 takes the win from Stu Taylor. James Bow takes 3rd in York 6 from Aidan Llewellyn. The rest of the field then as Marcus Mills just rounds it all out for race number 3. So we are exactly where we were when we started on Friday night, well, Saturday morning, with Phil Cooper and Phil Rogers split by the same amount of points. So they both will qualify as top qualifiers for the Class 9 final. And it is going to boil down to, I think it's going to be 4 3/4 laps of what's going to be an enthralling Class 9 final later on. But meanwhile, the last race of 4 is down there on the line in this third round of qualifying of Class 9s. This one brings out Sean Roberts in North Wales 17. He starts in lane 8. Tony Wilson isn't there, as Spalding number 10 and lane 7 is empty. Dave Palmer is there though. He starts in lane 6 as he lights the wheels then on the tail end of the ARC 31 machine. But the quickest one to show is Lee Waldron in Forest number 4. Dave Palmer just crosses in front of him in ARC 31, but it's Forest 4 that leads down the hill and past us for the first time. Palmer pushes on ever so slightly as they go through the start gate turn in ARC 31. That allows the other 31 machine to pop through on the inside. That's Josh Morgan in Gloucester and District 31. So the two 31 machines go side by side across the top part of the circuit for the second time. While this battle hots up, that allows Lee Waldron to pull ever clearer in Forest number 4. Sean Roberts in North Wales 17. He's found a turn of speed. He's looking to go right round the outside as they go through the start gate turn, but the momentum not with the 17 machine as he has to hold on to 4th behind the two number 31 machines. But it's Forest number 4. Lee Waldron then that brings both the pack back towards us with one more lap to go from Palmer, from Roberts, from Morgan, and Powell then at the tail end of the field, I think ahead of Thomas Lloyd in TA 42, but they're all safely on to their last lap as Lee Waldron then lifts the front end as he exits the top part of the circuit for the final time. Forest 4 takes the win from Dave Palmer in ARC 31. Josh Morgan takes 3rd in Gloucester and District 31. I reckon then 4th was Sean Roberts in North Wales 17, ahead of Maurice Powell in North Wales 92 and Thomas Lloyd in TA 42. And I think that brings to a close your X-Tracks and Bodyworks Racing sponsored Class 9s. Junior Saloons down there on the line. So to take you through the Junior Saloons third and final round of qualifying, I'll hand you straight over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Just before we do that, we have got the Class 7 finalists. So as you heard earlier, the Cumd 2 Craig Bagley car, after it caught fire, not able to come back out. So the runoff that we were going to have between Bill Bradford, Colin Reid and Andy Graney doesn't take place. They've automatically then all qualified for the final. But Andy Holtby comes in 155 points, Scunthorpe 61. Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120. Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 41. Then it's the White Rose 20. Rhys Griffiths, by the way, just had confirmation that he has been driving it all weekend. And wow, I'll tell you what, he's taken that like a duck to water, isn't he? Brilliant. He's qualifying in 4th place in the final. Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 383. Next in qualifying position number 5. Then we go down to Bill Bradford, Border Counties 15. Okay, Idanu, Colin Reid, Central Scotland 21. And Andy Graney, Pennine 8. That makes up your finalists. And just missing out by 1 point, 2 drivers. Ayrton Ellison, York 14, Cameron Mills. Oh dear, if we could have just pushed Cameron round that final 100 yards over the finish line, final place points would have been enough to get you into the final. But you'll do it all again, I'm sure, Cameron. And again, a couple of points further back after that was Alfie Smith, who's had another good weekend. So up on the line, we are going over to the juniors for the third heat. It's over to Mr. Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So just going back to what Mickey was saying about the Class 7s, Rhys Griffiths, I think the process, the thought there was taking the car out. He said initially on the Saturday to see what it was like. He's thinking of buying it. He said, I'm only going to take it out on Saturday. I'm going to take it steady, not do any damage to the car. He's ended up racing it all weekend and getting into the final. So I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Steve-O will be watching that final with his fingers crossed, I'm sure. But we're going juniors racing then. Shropshire Designs and Tudors, your very kind sponsors for the series and round. We're away with the first race of the 6 scheduled, and it's Reese Tipton in Ludlow, number 1, That's going to lead them round for the first time. Grace Williams, though, right round the outside in the Toyota Yaris in Cambridge 142. Gets the speed, but Tipton's going to fight back up the inside as they go down the far side at 4 another time. Lewis Middleton it is. That's running in third in White Rose 21. Looking to gain an advantage and make some ground on your 2 at the front, but not working at the moment. But I'll tell you what, he looks fairly safe in third because the race is on for 4th with Lily Chapman in the Forest Dean number 10, battling it out with Kieran Ross in Hereford 28. And the 2 at the tail end are Travis Markeel in PAC number 9. And Lucas Salis in Ludlow number 20. But at the front, Grace Williams it is in Cambridge 142. That leads them round. She's taking the wider line as Reese Tipton is looking to hug the tyres as they move on to their final lap. Has Reese got an answer at the head of affairs? It doesn't look like it at the moment. But down the far side into that start gate turn they go for the final time. Middleton now coming under challenge. He's drifted out wide. And Lily Chapman moves through into third. And Middleton's got to be careful because Kieran Ross now is looking to capitalise as well and move through. But at the front, it's going to be Grace Williams taking a win, and that should be enough to see her in the final a little bit later on. Reese Tipton, Lily Chapman, second and third. Lewis Middleton, just, I think, from Kieran Ross. Then Lucas Salis in Ludlow number 20 and PAC number 9 of Travis Markeel rounding it all off.
Yeah, just a bit of news on the Class 6 finalists. When we said there was going to be a runoff between Andy Johnson and Jordan Tinker, Andy Johnson is not coming out in that runoff, so Jordan Tinker makes up the final place in the men's Class 6 final. Over to Gareth.
Yeah, and we got Class 9 finalists hot off the press. You needed 110 points to make it through into the top 8. We're not going to have a lot of time to give you the full rundown, but your finalists are Phil Rogers, Phil Cooper, Stuart Taylor, James Bow, Dave Palmer, Lee Waldron, Aidan Llewellyn and Chris Colgate. They're your top 8. Junior saloons down there on the line. Back over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Gareth. Race 2 on and off the line as they get away. Your national champion out in this one from the outside grid. But I'll tell you what, he's not going to head them into turn 1 because it looks like it's going to be the Evesham machine of Brandon Young that's going to head him in. Reese Davis getting it all wrong in Typhoon number 9. We've lost one as well as Finley Robbins comes to a standstill. And it looks like we're going to carry on racing. So there we go. Remain optimistic, Liam. So Brandon Young it is then in Evesham 28. That takes him down for another time. But Jack Owens, your new national champion, is looking keen up the inside in Typhoon number 5. He come into this meeting second in the Bass, so he knows that he needs the points. He's up the inside he goes. The 2 micros then are leading the way, but Typhoon number 7 of Will Evans is running there in third. And as I say that, looking right round the outside and making a move up into second. Brandon Young fighting back, but has he got the speed down the far side as we got the PhD machine sat in just behind, and Reese Davis in the Typhoon number 9. Reese had a win yesterday, but at the back in this one, last lap flag goes out. Jack Owens now looking to pull away from Brandon Young and Will Evans in second and third. Typhoon number 9 and Reese Evans is up. PhD 58 is the one behind Molly Ann Mosley, and PhD number 5 is the one with all the work to do at the tail end of the field. But Jack Owens, not a lot of work to do for him because he's going to take yet another win and book his place in that final a little bit later on. Typhoon number 5 it is that takes the win. Typhoon 7 second, Brandon Young third. Then we're going to go to Reese Davis in the Typhoon number 9, Molly Ann Mosley in PhD 58, and PhD number 5 rounding it all off. So the reason Molly Ann Mosley didn't do too well is because I didn't manage to shout out before that her grandma actually wished her good luck. She did send a message, but obviously didn't get time to put it in there. But hey, she done well nevertheless. So that is race 2 done and dusted with. We can make time, Gareth, I'm sure. So we're going to race 3, which is down there on the line of your junior saloons. There's a big gap down there, so I think 2 grids are missing out from the middle, but the ones we should have should be Jay Jones, Layla Arthur, Charlie Durcock, Amber Powell, Toby Jenkins, Mile Collins, and Rory Jones. They're the one that are scheduled. Charlie Durcock it is. That's the first one out of the gate as they head up into turn 1 and out of it as well up the hill. But I'll tell you what, Charlie Durcock getting it all wrong there, and that allows Amber Powell to come through in the North Wales machine. She takes up the run in a black flag going out to someone there. I'm not going to speak too prematurely, but it looks like it was Charlie Durcock because he's the one pulling off in PAC 181. So disappointment in this one, but no disappointment for Amber Powell in North Wales 52. She heads them up the hill and into that top turn for another time. 2 more laps to go for North Wales 52. PhD 48 of Layla Arthur running there in second. Cumdee number 70 in third of Toby Jenkins. Then we're going to go to Rory Jones in Cambridge 32. As we've just got the 4 of them left running because we've lost another one over on the far side. So a bit of a carnage race, but we carry on nevertheless, and it's going to be last lap flag. Amber Powell won't have a care in the world what's going on behind her because she's the one leading the way in North Wales 52. She slows it down into that bottom bend and makes her way round. The race could be on for second here though because Layla Arthur is coming under very strong challenge from Toby Jenkins in Cumdee number 70 as Toby looks to make a move down the far side. Up the inside he goes. He found a gap and looks for a way through as they ride the bumps into the top turn. I think he's going to make it work and take second. Amber Powell it is though. That's going to take victory. Jones machine does come across in second from Layla Arthur in third, and fourth and rounding it all off is Rory Jones in Cambridge 32 as Rory picks up 28 points in that one. And as I said, we lost someone, I think Miles Collins maybe, over on the far side in the 48 machine. So I think then just here in the black flag, obviously we did say went out to Charlie Durcock at PAC 181. I said he had a good start. He had too much of a good start because he jumped it. So hence why he was so quick out of the gate and hence why he got the black flag as well in that race. So disappointment for Charlie, but rules are rules. I know that there was a post on Facebook prior to this meeting saying that the drivers are responsible for the cars on the start line. If there is any bit of movement, then obviously we will see some flags. We have seen some flags. It's caught a few of the drivers out, but obviously all down there on the line, so keen to get away. But we're going to go racing with race 4. We're halfway through. That's 3 out of 3 done. So just waiting to see what the next 3 can do. Race 4 brings out Ben Hughes, Evesham 127, Bo Chamberlain in Forest Dean 22, Leston Jones in Typhy 15, Emma O'Riordan in Mallow 37, William Hill in Severn Valley 29, Stephen Davis in Typhy 29, and Freddie Neville in Gloucester and District 63. That's the lineup for this next race. What are we waiting on? Because I can't see anything out there on the track. That's why, because it's just out of my view. Gareth said the JCB is going off. Must have made his way off because the cars are off the line. So we're away and racing with race 4 of your Shropshire Designs and Tudors sponsored junior saloons as they get away from the line. Leston Jones, it is then the first one to show in the Typhy 15 machine as he heads them into turn 1 and out of it as well. Who's running second? Evesham 127, Forest Dean 22 of Bo Chamberlain round the outside, but not making it work at the moment as they lie third. And then who's going to be the next one? Typhy 29, Stephen Davis it is in the Yaris rounding out the top 4. Emma O'Riordan in Mallow 37 is running just behind in 5th. Then we're going to go to the Severn Valley machine of William Hall and then Freddie Neville in Gloucester and District 63, but problems for the Severn Valley car as he pulls off, I think just about making contact with the marshal's post, but your race leader unfazed by everything as Leston Jones has gone down the far side. It was too good to be true, Liam. Of course it was. Red flags are out on race 4. I was doing so well, but unfortunately I think William Hall in Severn Valley 29 ended up getting it all wrong, ended up in the marshal's post. I don't think that we're going to require the ambulance. It does seem to be okay. I don't think it was too much heavy contact. But don't forget, these drivers are all aged between 10 and 16, so we just have to wait and see what the verdict is on that, because the race, as far as I was concerned, seemed to continue and get away, but don't know if William Hall was pushed or anything. It didn't seem to be, but obviously not my place to make a decision. Oh, well, there we go. So he wasn't pushed because he's been excluded from the rerun. So William Hall, Severn Valley 29, unfortunately won't be back out in the rerun. So not too sure why they're even bothering having a rerun. But as I said, not my place to say, as who'd want to be a marshal. So we will have a rerun of race 4 of your junior saloons. We got race 5 down there and race 6 assembled in just behind, but a bit of water going to go down on this circuit first. The inside line on this top turn has taken a bit of a battering with the water. We was just saying earlier, you can see now on this track a few bumps starting to appear on the track, and you certainly notice it. I noticed it in the Class 6s especially. I think when they were coming past us, all four wheels were coming off the ground as they were hitting the bumps, but that is to be expected. As I said, don't forget, this track was only raced on 2 weeks ago, and they had 3 days worth of racing on it, and I think at the festival they were pulling like 400, 500 odd drivers then for the 3-day meeting, which is virtually a BAS round in itself. So obviously this track has had a hammering over the last few weeks, and of course all the racing we had on it yesterday as well, and still plenty more to come your way. But it is making it a little bit trickier for a few of these drivers, and I'm sure the water probably isn't going to help them, but like I said, plenty of space on this track. If they can find any sort of dry line, then they will make it work. So we got race 5 down there on the line. Someone's phone's ringing. Is it mine? It is mine. Who's ringing me? So I'm being rung by someone that's on track, and
Yeah, so while we got a bit of downtime then, a big happy birthday to Sian Wyeth, for the daughter of Ray and, oh my God, I've had a blank and I can't remember Sian's mum's name. Oh my God, how bad is that? No, it's not Cheryl. It starts with N, I'm sure. I'm sure it starts with N. But Sian, if you're out there listening, happy birthday to you. The last birthday as Sian Wyeth, because next year you'll be Sian Smiley, and that's going to be an awesome event, I'm sure. But have a really good day, and happy birthday from all of us.
Extended invite.
I'll try and Facebook stalk your mum now and remember her name.
I tell you what, you know, when you get a bit of a mental blank, Karen, you know, it's Nikki. I tell you what, I was helping you though, wasn't I? I was going through the alphabet. I was like, kind of, hey, we nearly got there, but yeah, Nikki, she's going to be the mother-in-law. Do you reckon she'll be a good mother-in-law or? Huh? Oh, no, but the bloke she's marrying, it's going to be the mother-in-law, yeah? So, what is she? Is she a bit of a feisty one, or is she a nice, soft and cuddly and gently?
Nice, soft and cuddly, yeah.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice then.
He'll be fine as long as he remembers her name.
Right, I'm back over to Liam.
honestly, you can't leave these two alone for less than 2 minutes, I tell you. So we are edging closer to going racing. What was I saying about race 5? There we go. So getting disturbed and losing track there, but race 5 is down there on the line. Who's coming out then? Harry Berriman is in lane 1 in the Scarborough number 1 machine. Lane 2 is Neil Tivy in West Waterford 144. Molly Bubb is in Evesham 146. She's coming out of lane 4, meaning that there is a gap in lane 3, which we can see down there on the line. Then lane 5 is Will Hadley in Severn Valley 107. Bo Bennett in lane 6 in Breedon 33. Pip Melly in Swansea 2 coming out of lane 7. And Fraser Brown in York 88 coming right from the outside grid in lane number 8. So a bit of water then going down on the track, as we were saying. And I think that from where the junior made contact with his marshal's post on turn 1, I think they're just trying to secure the post back up. So obviously may have hit it with a bit of force. So I think just strengthening the post to make sure that it does stay up. Of course, the marshals will be open, it does. That's their protection out there. So I think once all that is sorted out, then we will be ready to go back racing with the junior saloons. Just looking in the holding lanes, I think I can see the Class 8s coming down for their semi-finals, and I don't know if we've read out the semi-finals. I haven't, so whilst we've got a bit of downtime, I'm going to do it now, because as I said, they are making their way down in the holding lanes. So 2 semi-finals, of course, to come your way for the men's Class 8s. We started with, how many did we start with? I think it was around 78 or something, but tied on points, so it's not going to give me an exact number. It was over 70, put it that way. So we've got it down to 16. So semi-final number 1 will be coming fairly shortly. That will have Mitch Wells in Invicta Kent 356, Daz Mullen in Yorkshire 37, Ash Howard in PhD 21, Tom Lewis in Border Counties 55, Matt Bishop in Yate and Sodbury 73, Wes Hathaway in Breeden Hill number 1, Gethin Lewis in Border Counties 40, and Stuart Whitehouse in Trent number 5. That will be semi-final number 1. Have we got time to go for a semi-final number 2? Maybe very quickly. Number 2 will bring out Dan Thomas in PhD 47, Sam Matthews in Cambridge 427, Anthony Ross in Sturton 77, Dave Newby in York 811, Adam Jones in BC 69, Dan McKenzie in Cambridge 44, Matt Owen in C115, and the winner of the runoff, Rich Cooper in Evesham at number 2. So there are your 2 semi-finals coming for your men's Class 8 very, very shortly. I said you're looking at about 120 to get into that top 16. You needed 117 points in order to get in, and that was occupied by Rich Cooper and Matt Stratton, who both tied on points and obviously had the runoff, which Rich Cooper was victorious in. So 117 points to get into the top 16. Emily Gill, we seen go out earlier. She finished 5th. If she had finished 4th, she would have made it, but unfortunately missing out by 6 points. So we'll be seeing the 8 semis very shortly, but we're going to stick with the juniors for the time being, because race 5 is on and off the line and heading into turn 1, and the Waterford machine getting in all sorts of sideways as Harry Berryman looks at the inside of Bo Bennett making contact in Breeden Hill number 3. They think their stock hatches the amount of dooring they're doing as they come past us and into that bottom bend for the very first time. I tell you what, Neil Tivy up the inside, he's really going for it. Berryman was forced out, and Bo Bennett is the one that moves through, so a scrappy first lap, but they start to separate themselves, and it's 33 that's going to lead them up into the turn and past us for another time. Molly Bubb running 2nd, 3rd is Harry Berryman, Pip Melly running 4th, but Neil Tivy up the inside, and York 88 of Fraser Brown is the one at the tail end, and I don't know where he's going. I think he's heading towards the beer tent, so gets it all wrong as he square wheels it back up and gets going again, but Bo Bennett it is that leads the way in Breeden Hill 33. Last lap flag is out this time. Molly Bubb is still there in 2nd. I'll tell you what, she's looking menacing because she's right on the tail of the Breeden Hill car, and Harry Berryman's not out of it yet either in Scarborough number 1. Neil Tivy looking to fight back in West Waterford 184. Pip Melly in Swansea number 2, and the Fraser Brown machine of York 88 at the tail end, but it's going to be checkered flag. I think Bo Bennett's done enough to hold on as the gap gets wider, but I'll tell you what, Molly Bubb looked up the inside, she left it late, it's all gone wrong. Bennett takes the win, Berryman 2nd, Tivy 3rd, Molly Bubb comes across in 4th with Pip Melly in 5th in Swansea number 2. So a bit of a scrappy finish as they come across the checkered flag, and Fraser Brown in York 88 comes across to complete it all. But Molly Bubb, she went for a last-ditch move, and needless to say, it didn't pay off because she ended up, I think, just taking a little tap and getting it all out of shape, and unfortunately coming across in the end in 4th. So a bit of a messy race from juniors, but certainly providing enough entertainment for us, put it that way. Right, we got one more race scheduled. Of course, a rerun to come your way a little bit later on as well. But we got race 6. Meg Parsons, Ludlow 19. Lexi Owen in North Wales 97. Rio Sheehan in PAC 33. Hannah Hadley in Severn Valley 147. Alex Seal in Hereford 37. And Shay Fuller in the PAC number 20. So Alex Seal then had a very mixed day yesterday, had a win and a last in his 2 heats, so he'll be looking to improve on the second run and do what he did in heat 1. So the juniors riding the bumps, Lexi Owen right into the door of the Ludlow 19 machine. Meg Parsons taken out. Guess what that's going to bring out? I bet you can guess. There we go, red flags on Junior Saloon. So they were doing all right, but in the end, unfortunately, race 6 comes to a stop on turn 1 as Lexi Owen just ploughed into the door of Meg Parsons in Ludlow number 19. Both drivers are okay. They get driving and making their way into the pits for the rerun. I've got a feeling one of them might not be back out in the rerun because you can imagine. But we'll wait and see then. 2 races to come your way a little bit later on of the Junior Saloons. 2 reruns are outstanding. So I think that seems to be my unlucky number this weekend, 2, because I had 2 reruns in Class 8s, 2 reruns in juniors yesterday, and 2 reruns in juniors today. So I will be waiting for them to come back out, and I'm sure it won't be too long until we see them. We've got F600s on and off the line, so it's over to Russ.
Yeah, thank you very much. And away we go then. SGS Gases and KP Thomas & Son, your very kind sponsors. 4 left from the 5 original starters. Now, starting 11, Andy Godfrey. But Trevor Frost it is, the one who leads and doing what he needs to do to try and take this title. Of course, he's got no drop scores. And he was chasing Jamie Smith. And Jamie once again made a slower start in the Yorkshire Dales 103. But leading the way then, it is that White Rose 400, the Ludlow car running strong this time around. Ashley Bradford in that second position. Jamie Smith back up there in 3rd place, and the Penhouse 600 is Aaron Spriggs, and it's his turn to be at the back of the field. So it's all spreading out a little bit with these 4, and will anything change in the final lap? It's not looking likely. Trevor Frost in command here in White Rose 400, and then Ludlow 16, Yorkshire Dales 103 and Penhouse 600. Just the 4 of them. It'd be nice to see a fuller grid, hopefully next year. But for the time being, we have what we have, and you've still got a race for the wins and the points. And White Rose 400 picks up 55 this time around. Trevor Frost, then Ludlow 16, Ashley Bradford home 2nd, Yorkshire Dales 103, Jamie Smith in 3rd, and Aaron Spriggs, the final finisher. So that completes a clean sweep of heat wins for White Rose 400 in the F600s, and will he make it a full clean sweep in the final when we get to it? So we move on to Class 10, then 3 grids of cars. ProLinks, your series sponsor, and KS Coles Farming, your meeting sponsor. This is Heat 3, Race 1, and we should have 6 cars down there, although Gary Morris was missing from his second heat this morning and he's missing again. So no come D28, 5 cars leave the line. Wes Tinker it is, then York 40, who leads the way, but he's gone wide. And Lee Seagreaves goes through the open door, or does he? No, Tinker hangs on there. Lee Seagreaves look hugely quick this morning in the second heat. Andy Hornshaw likewise, who goes to the outside of the ARC car. Now it's York 1-2. Will the 1-2 switch between them though? As Hornshaw goes very wide this time around. Wes Tinker in command. ARC1, Lee Seagreaves. Hornshaw right up by the Armco. Still not giving anything away. Trying to go that long way round. He's back up to 2nd. Then he goes down to 3rd. Then he's back up to 2nd. What can he do about the leader though? It's a lap and a bit to go. Oh, there's contact. And Tinker goes round. Hornshaw goes round. And that's left York 40 parked up. ARC1 with 1 to go. And the red flags fly. And that was pretty much understandable there. And it looks like Fink will go for a rerun on that unless somehow a decision can be made. But that affected the whole outcome, really. So we'll leave it to the marshals to do their duty. So word from the marshals is the black flag is going out, and it will go to York 7, Andy Hornshaw then for the contact on York 40, Wes Tinker. That's a shame because it was a really good race that for the first run of Class 10s. Let's see what happens in race number 2. So down there should be Paul Coles, South Somerset 166, Lee Dodd, North Wales 18, Phil Peat, Yorkshire Dales 63, Barry Seal, Hereford 254, Chris Ellis, South Somerset 6, and Liam Evans in North Shropshire 3. So Liam then pretty much on the title. He's just got to get through the racing, but he's not first away. Chris Ellis beats him out the gate and beats everybody out the gate in South Somerset 6. Leads past us for the first time. It's a Southern 1-2 as Paul Coles goes round the outside in 166. Evans boxed in there in that third position, back up to second, down to third. Coles, he goes round the outside of Ellis, and Evans takes up the lead. Can he keep the momentum going? He's out wide. Ellis there on the inside, well, in the middle, because Evans looks up the inside of the pair of them, but not got the traction to get out the turn that time around. It's still with Coles now, who leads it up from Ellis, and Evans looking up the inside. Evans up to second in NS3. Can he do anything about the other Somerset car as they go into turn 1 through turn 2 onto the finish straight? Sees the last lap flag. It's Coles and Evans on their way. Ellis now has faded back down in third. Then we've got Hereford 254 of Barry Seal and Phil Peake, and problems for lead on in North Wales 18. Evans up the inside of Coles for the lead. It's going to be close. I think Coles has gone too deep, and Evans comes through. North Shropshire 3 takes the win. Paul Coles is second in 166. Chris Ellis third in number 6. Then we go Barry Seal, Superstar Class 10 driver Phil Peake in Yorkshire Dales 63. And we lost Lee Dodd, who toured round just with a lap to go and headed back to the pits, choosing not to complete his race. So that ends that. So that was race 2. We've got one more race to go. It looks like a depleted lineup. There's only 3 cars down there. They've got plenty of space on the grid. On the outside is Ben Herdman in Radford 207. Luke Bennett is there in grid 6 in North Wales 62. Phil Young is missing, and so is Mark Pascal. Or is it? No, that is Mark Pascal. Sam Burbage is missing. That's a surprise. No Sturton 40, so where's he gone? But anyway, 3 of them race for it, and Mark Pascal, Luke Bennett it is. And Luke then looks up the inside and just about takes up the leadership. Pascal fights back though. North Wales versus Hereford. Ben Herdman just watching closely. Radford 207, and Ben hasn't had the cleanest of weekends, but he's looking to improve now. He pops a wheelie just for show, and Luke Bennett it is, then pulls out clear. Mark Pascal made a mistake, and Herdman had to anchor up. That's cost him valuable ground as he falls back, but Luke Bennett is away and clear now. North Wales 62, and he's going to come through, and is he with 1 lap to go? He's gone a bit wide, and Pascal could close in here. Don't want to make any more mistakes like that as they go through, but it remains with Bennett then, clear of Mark Pascal and Ben Herdman, just the 3 of them. Good race here, quick stuff from them as well, and Luke Bennett's going to come through. North Wales 62 takes up the win. Second goes to Mark Pascal, Hereford 250. Ben Herdman third in Radford 207. So that completes ProLinks and KS Coles Farming sponsored Class 10s for now. We've got 1 rerun to appear, and that is race 1. I believe it is going to be rerun. But I'll be back. Can't remember now. Have we got junior specials to go again for their 3rd round of qualifying at some point? But we've got a bit of downtime, and then we will go with the first of 2 Class 8 semi-finals, where this is important for a few of them involved, because the result of this could have some big implications on who is crowned champion at the end of today. But to take you through who's in semi-final number 1, hopefully it's number 1 that's lined up first, it's over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers Russ. So semi-finals then, appearing from the holding lanes and gathering down there on the line, and I'll tell you what, we're in for a treat if we manage to make it all the way to the finish. So we've got the first semi-final down there on the line. They'll be absolutely buzzing to see the water tankers going down on the track, I'm sure, just to make the conditions a little bit more tricky for them as we look to the line. I think Russ jinxed it, because I think that's semi-final number 2 that's coming out on the line, because that looks like Dan Thomas in PhD 47. So they've changed it up a little bit. We're going to go with the second semi-final then. That is going to go first. So coming out in this one, Dan Thomas in PhD 47. Dan, obviously 3 wins in the heats. But how often have we seen in semi-finals drivers taking 3 wins and then finishing 5th in a semi-final? Here be hoping he doesn't have that luck for this. So Dan Thomas is down there. Sam Matthews in Cambridge 427, Anthony Ross in Sturton 77, Dave Newby in York 811, Adam Jones in BC 69, Dan McKenzie Cambridge 44, Matt Owen in C115 as we get a messy start from the line. Jonesy's lost out in BC 69, but Dan McKenzie it is that leads them into turn one. But are we going to be seeing some flags? Yes, we are. Red flags right straight away on your Class 8 semi-finals. So that didn't last too long as they slow it down. I'll tell you what, Dan McKenzie early on the brakes there, and Matt Owens shot straight past him in C115, but red flags out inevitably on your Class 8 semi-final. So unfortunately, we will have to wait and see. Gareth is sat with the radio in hand, so once we get any confirmation of exclusions, then we'll let you know, obviously due to the start line infringement before the start of the race. Now, what's going on down there? Because Mitch Wells, so just here and then, Dave Newby, unfortunately, in York 811, storming throughout the heats, but not enough because he's picked up a black flag from the semi-final, which means he won't be going into that final a little bit later on. So disappointment there for Dave Newby. Can we get any further with semi-final number one? Mitch Wells has literally just left the track, gone around the holding lanes and come back to take his place on the grid. So not too sure what the problem was there, but we're going to try with this one. Mitch Wells in Victor Kent 356, another one of the drivers who was unbeaten throughout the heats, along with Daz Mullen in Yorkshire 37. Both of those two on 3 wins out of 3. They're joined by Ash Howard, Tom Lewis, Matt Bishop, Wes Hathaway, Gethin Lewis and Stuart Whitehouse as they get away this time. Is it going to be cleaner as they go up into the first bend as 7 cars appearing? So who's missing? Mitch Wells, though, gets it all wrong as he goes into turn one, and he's got work to do. He did this at the last pass, but he did it in the final and had to fight back. He's now got to do it in the semi, all the way from the back. He needs to make top 4 to get into that final because he's leading the BAS, and he cannot miss out on this final this weekend as they get away. Daz Mullen and he's clear in Yorkshire 37. Wes Hathaway and Matt Bishop occupying 2nd and 3rd, and Ash Howard in that all-important final spot. Gethin Lewis clipping the Armco as he comes past us in BC 40. That allows Mitch Wells to close the gap, but I tell you what, Mitch Wells needs to pull something out of the bag here because at the moment he's going to miss out on that final place in that final a little bit later on. One more lap to go. Mullen, Bishop, Hathaway, they look safe. 4th rather is now Gethin Lewis as he goes round the outside of the Ash Howard machine, and Mitch Wells is looking stronger and stronger as he switches his line up to 5th. He's got one more corner to try and do something to salvage his British Autograss Series hopes. He's up the inside, rides the bumps. Mullen's in the final, Bishop's in the final, Hathaway and Wells from nowhere comes back, takes that final 4th place position to book his place in that Class 8 final. A little bit later on, he could see the title hopes disappearing in front of him, and I tell you what, he pulled it out of somewhere and managed to get into 4th to book his place in that Class 8 final a little bit later on. So we've got 4 drivers then which will be in there. We're obviously looking for another 4, but we won't be seeing them until a little bit later on when they come out in their rerun. As we look to the line, we are, speaking of reruns, going back to the junior saloons, which are down there on the line. 2 reruns scheduled to come your way. I think both of them are assembling, are they? As one of them's on and off the line anyway. So we're going to go with the rerun of race 4 for your junior saloons. Shropshire Designs and Tudors, your very kind sponsor. Emmett O'Riordan had a good start, but there's a bit of contact as they go into turn 1, and the first one to appear is going to be Leston Jones in Typhy number 15, as Emma O'Riordan running 2nd in Mallow 37, but for how much longer, I don't know, because Typhy 29 then of Stephen Davis looking up the inside, making a move as Emma drifts out wide in Mallow 37, so she's got work to do in order to fight back, but not a lot of work to do for Leston Jones just here, and then Emma O'Riordan, unfortunately, could be seeing a black flag in Mallow 37 as she jumped the start from what we're hearing, and there we go, we see it given out on track. So big disappointment for Emma in the Mallow machine, but she will be excluded from the result when it runs to its conclusion. Leston Jones, though, is unfazed. He's away and gone. Stephen Davis runs 2nd in Typhy 29. 3rd now is obviously going to be Evesham 127 of Ben Hughes, and then Bo Chamberlain in 4th in the Forest Dean 22. Last lap flag goes out this time as they all start their final circuit. Emma O'Riordan has now seen the black flag and has pulled off to the outside as the Gloucester and District 63 of Freddie Neville is the one playing catch-up. But at the front, he's led from pretty much the word go as Leston Jones it is into the top bend for the final time. Is he going to hold on? Yes, he is. So Typhy 15 it is that takes the win. A Typhy 1 and 2 as Stephen Davis comes across in second. Forest Dean 22 then is Bo Chamberlain comes across in third. Ben Hughes in Evesham 127 in fourth. And rounding it all off, Freddie Neville in the Gloucester and District 63 machine rounds off race 4 of your junior saloons. I said we've got 2 reruns to come your way, and race 6 is assembled down there on the line and ready to go. So hopefully they can follow in the footsteps of race 4 and go through straight away now at the second time of asking. Then obviously we can tally up all the points and give you the top 8 that will make it into that final a little bit later on. So this time we got Meg Parsons, Ludlow 19, Rio Sheehan in PAC 33, Hannah Hadley, Severn Valley 147, Alex Seal, Hereford 37, and Shay Fuller in PAC 20, running unfortunately without Lexi Owen after making contact in the first attempt. But we've only got 4 of them down there as they get away from the line, and it is Meg Parsons. She led it at the first attempt and she's going to lead it again. She already looks to pull away from the rest of the pack as Rio Sheehan running in second in PAC 33, and Severn Valley 147 of Hannah Hadley running third. And the mixed luck continues, I think, for Alex Steele as he's square-wheeled over on the far side. The weekend started off so positive, but unfortunately it's all gone downhill after Heat 1. But not going downhill for Meg Parsons. She looks to take 55 points and add it onto her points tally. She gets away. Only the 3 of them left running. They're all very well spread out now as well. So it looks like all their positions are all but secured, barring any major difficulties or mechanical faults, but I'm sure they'll be hoping that they can all stay the same for one more lap. Meg Parsons it is then that starts her final circuit in Ludlow number 19. PAC 33, Rio Sheehan still there in second, and third is the Hannah Hadley machine, Severn Valley 147. So the 2 micros then head down the far side, up into the hill for the final time. Meg Parsons is going to be the one that takes the win, takes 55 points, and looks to book the place in that final a little bit later on. Ludlow number 19 it is that takes the win. Rio Sheehan in PAC 33 comes across in second, and third and finally, because as I said only the 3 of them left running, Hannah Hadley in Severn Valley 147 comes across to complete the race, because as I said unfortunately lost Alex Seal over on the far side in Hereford 37. So that does round out the juniors then. So Shropshire Designs and Tudors, your very kind sponsors. Next time we'll be seeing the junior saloons, at least we'll be in the final a little bit later on. But we are going to be seeing more juniors, because I think we've got junior specials which are down there on the line. I think we had 5 or 6 grids of them to come your way as they start assembling down there. I'm sure they're probably going to throw the class 8s in between as well, just to mix things up a bit. But we've got junior specials. So from the saloons to the specials, it's Liam to Russ.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's looking pretty close for the junior specials as they go into their third set of qualifying heats. Tia Reese is the only one unbeaten in PAC 21, but then we've got 2, 4, 6 drivers joint for second on a first and a second each. And at the moment, the top 8 sees you needing 91 points, but obviously you're going to need a few more than that to actually make the final. As this competitive lineup, the first of the grids gets underway, and it looks like it is Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 2, who leads the way. Neil Tivey runs second in the West Waterford 142. Nathan Bowes has made a good start in York 33, slotting into third ahead of Glenn Hodgkins, who's in Ludlow 40. The Grasby machine is next. The Evesham 120, that's Dylan at the wheel of that one, ahead of Breeden Hill number 2. Lucy Hines, I think it's Sky Pascal at the tail end of the order on this occasion in Hereford 50. But Kirsten Bartlett it is who leads the way. Kirsten then 11th in the table, a first and a fourth, looking for another win. This is going to be close on points, I think, by the end of this. But Kirsten also trying to fight for that 4th place in the British Autograss Series Junior Specials Championship. But But she can do no better now than win this one ahead of Neil Tivey. Neil, a round winner earlier this year, remember, winning at round 2 in Westward of a 142. And Neil is joint 8th at the moment, a 3rd and a 1st, so that will make things tight as Bartlett looks to come through, take the victory. South Somerset 2 it is, West Waterford 142. York 33 just holds on from Ludlow 40, then it's Evesham 120, Breeden Hill number 2, and Hereford 50. So just looking at that, looks like Kirsten Bartlett is on 138 after 3 heats. Neil Tivey is on 136, so that's close between the pair, with Neil Tivey then a 1st, 2nd and a 3rd. And Kirsten Bartlett 2 firsts and a 4th. Oh, 138, sorry, for Bartlett. So 2 points separate them at the end of it. I can see a runoff appearing for these juniors, but we'll wait and see. Race 2. Don't think this brings out any heat winners from this weekend, so it's all to play for here. And away we go, and leading the way is one of the Bradfords. Is it Sean in 117 or is it Will in 115? We'll wait and see. At the moment it's Will in 115, Tom Cosgrove, Cian Lewis. Then it's Sean Bradford in the 117. They're the top 4 going through here. As Sean looks up the inside of Cian Lewis for 3rd, but door closed on him then. At the back, Rio Sheehan in PAC 44. And Tom Ayres in York 23. Forest Treble 7 just gets going again. James Smart after a little mistake. As 115 it is, then leads the way. Will Bradford, Tom Cosgrove looking to find a way past. Where are they in the table? Cosgrove is down in 16th, so needs to win this one, really, to have any chance. The border count is 115, just trying to find on the points list, and not found him yet. But anyway, 1 lap to go. Will's had a black flag and a 4th, so not a good weekend for him. He's not going to make the final, but wants to actually go out with a statement made and a heat win. James Smart, sadly, parked up on the centre green, and Cosgrove's up the inside of Bradford for the leadership. Is it going to be a successful move? It's a dash to the line. It's going to be close, but no, Cosgrove takes it, and that could secure his final place, although he's down in 16th, so it's a win and a prayer for him. Bradford takes 2nd. The rest of them come through, was focused on the lead battle, but Sean Bradford, Cian Lewis, Rio Sheehan, and then the last finisher is the York car of Tom Ayres in York 23. So Diggett Plantire, your series sponsor, and Liam Evans Tyres, your kind sponsor for this weekend's meeting for the Junior Specials. So we'll move into what should hopefully be race 3, although I think this isn't race 3. I think this is race 4 we've got next. As I can see Corey Mumford down there on the line. So I think this is race 4 for the Junior Specials. Race 3 is going after, because I can see Denver Whitehouse, who's in race 3. But this is race 4, which leads the way then. Tia Rees unbeaten, and she goes up with... sorry, that's race 3. Corey Mumford, we go in this one, but Corey's not made the best starts. He's out wide, and he lets through the North Shropshire 16, or does he? NS 16 looking up the inside, and that is Harvey Evans, but Mumford it is now, slots back in front and starts to quickly pull away. Problems for Evesham 121 then, just going past a struggling Liam Grasby. But the rest of them squabble away. Alfie Ross is up to 2nd now in Sturton 717. And Alfie on a 1st and a 2nd. Corey on a 1st and a 2nd. So that's how tight it is. Then we go to the IK71. Harvey Donovan also on a 1st and a 2nd. I think Harvey's got a puncher. He has on the outside rear of IK71. That's going to dramatically slow his progress, and he loses places. Problems for Tilly Clark, parked up. 1 lap to go for Corey Mumford. 1 to go for Alfie Ross. Then Harvey Evans in North Shropshire 16. Rosie Russell in IK 165 passes her clubmate. Then Harvey Donovan, who's cruelly losing out here. And there's absolutely nothing he can do. But doing everything he can do to go in another final is Corey Mumford, your points leader. Your national champion takes the win. Alfie Ross is 2nd, should be good enough as well in Sturton 717. Harvey Evans and Rosie Russell, I'm afraid that's your weekend complete. But well done on your results this weekend. And that is it. Harvey Donovan, sadly, non-finishing in IK 71. That puncher on board has robbed any chance of him making today's final. So disappointing there. That's what it means. You need the luck on the day if you're going to make it through. So that was race 4. We're going to go back to race 3 then. And this one does see Tia Reese on the outside line in PAC 21 unbeaten this weekend. She goes against Owen Bradford in BC 116, Denver Whitehouse, Trent 6, Tom Williams, Tyvee 44, Igo Evans, Tyvee 6, Lewis Middleton, Whiterus 37, Cara Blaber, Avelston 213. So Owen Bradford currently 12th, needs to have a good result here, but it's Igo Evans looking up the inside of Tia Reese. There's a bit of wheel banging going on, and Reese just about survives it. Tyvee 6 in second then of Igo Evans. Igo also joint 12th with Owen Bradford, so it's all to play for. Denver Whitehouse in problems, right just past the finish line, and surely can you coast it to the infield? No, we're going reds, so red flags on this one. That's a shame, as Lewis Middleton made his way up to second. Right, okay, just while we've got some downtime before the next Junior Specials race gets underway, we've had a pair of glasses handed in. I'm not really familiar with glasses, I don't wear them that often, but they're just a pair of glasses. If anybody has lost them, we have them here at commentary. Come let us know if they're yours, and we'll rightfully return them. The tankers doing their duty once more. We should be going to race number 5 now. I can see Aaron Richardson down there on the start line in Pennine number 1. So they're on the line. So we're going to look at race number 5 then. Who we got down there? We've got Aaron Richardson in Pennine 1. Aaron joint 12th with, like a few of them are, on a third and a second. Also down there, Jesse Jones in Swansea 6, joint 12th on a second and a third. Ellie Brown is down there in Carmarthen 49. Ellie not going to make the final. Consistency with 2 6th places. I'm sure she'd like to have a good run in this one. Ben Ayres in York 22 is also down there. Ben's not had the strongest of results either, unfortunately. Lily Rose Pratt, York 76, constantly improving. 4th and a third. She's a joint 18th, so would need to win this one, and really hope fortune goes her way. Harry Russell is down there in Victor Kent 65. Harry joint 2nd on a 1st and a 2nd. And Max Holtby in Scunthorpe 6, also on a 1st and a 2nd. So you would think to the form book, it's Harry Russell versus Max Holtby, then Aaron Richardson and Jesse Jones. But anything can happen, anything can change. On a freshly watered track, it's possible. Away we go. So far, clean break. Harry Russell nosed in front. Max Holtby looks up the inside. Will they slip and slide? Oh, there's a big bump there. And Jesse Jones comes through in Swansea 6. So it's number 6 which leads the way. Then Harry Russell round the outside goes Aaron Richardson. Oh, Max Holtby nearly interlocks with the Invictus Kent car. But Russell found some daylight from somewhere to get through up the inside and take the lead. IK 65 it is. Scunthorpe 6 looking to chase through now. So as said, the form book is they're the 1 and the 2, but Jesse Jones certainly trying hard. Aaron Richardson slots up to 4th now, getting round the outside. And then we've got the Ayres machine in York 22. Ben at the wheel of that one as Richardson goes sliding sideways. Lily Rose Pratt next in York 76. And then it's the Carmarthen 49, Ellie Brown with it all to do at the back of the field, but it's Harry Russell, a first and a second. And looking good for this one, holding off Max Holtby. Scunthorpe 6. Has the Gold Machine got any answer to the one in front at the moment? No, 1 lap to go. Swansea 6 third, Pennine 1. Still sideways, I think, scrubbing off far too much speed with every sideways moment and losing out to those ahead. But they're starting to space out now. A little closer between the 2 York cars further back. But it's Harry Russell then, 2 wins and a second. That's him in the final. Max Holtby should be there as well, a first and 2 seconds. Jesse Jones third, and then Aaron Richardson fourth. Ben Ayres, Lily Rose Pratt, and then Ellie Brown. I think all of your weekends are completed as far as on track is concerned. But well done, juniors, and you can go back to the pits. And all being well, we'll see Harry Russell and Max Holtby for their final. We go to race number 6 then. Lewis Farrer, Yorkshire Dales 42, joint 8th on a third and a first. Dale Hodgkins is there in Ludlow 39. Dale down in 35th. Millie Lane, Archie Carter's up there joint 2nd. On a first and a second. Alex Hines, Vince Pascal and Troy Holtby in Scunthorpe 161. Troy is also up there, joint 8 for first and a third, but it's Archie Carter then who leads the way in Scunthorpe 17. Lewis Farrer looks to challenge up early doors. Alex Hines is up there into third. Troy Holtby back in fourth in Scunthorpe 161 as the rest of them go slip sliding through the turn. Vince Pascal then just finding conditions a little bit tricky there as we go into that turn, but down the start straight once more, or the start curve as they get on track. It's certainly not much of a straight, but it's Archie Carter who leads. Lewis Farrer, Alex Hines, Troy Holtby. Is there going to be a challenge on that third? Holtby needs to make a move now if he's going to have any chance of staying in that top 8. Okay, so up there then, Scunthorpe 17 it is, holding on. Yorkshire Dales 42. Then we go to Breedon Hill 5, Scunthorpe 161 now. Red flags come out. It came over the radio, but no flags were shown, but now they do. And I think an issue on the start straight as they left the line. But unfortunately, that one then comes to a premature halt. And I think we've got damage on board the Hereford 450 of Vince Pascal on the back end. So we'll need... So that brings an end to the junior specials for the time being. Diggett Plant Tyre and Liam Evans Tyres, your sponsor. And we'll see the reruns along with the Class 10 rerun that I've got as well sometime soon. Hopefully not too far away. See ladies making their way down to the holding lanes as well now. But for now, we've got a Class 8 semi-final ready to go. This is the second one, I believe. Don't think it got very far. There's a gap down there, so it's down to Liam to tell you who's missing.
Yeah, thank you, Russ. So Class 8 semi-final number 2 is assembled and ready to go. 7 cars, as Russ said, that are down there. So we're going to try and pick out the ones we think we can see. I think Rich Cooper is on the outside in Evesham number 2. Dan Thomas is down there in PhD 47. Then I think we got Matt Owen in Cumdy 115. Lined up next to him, I think, could be Ash Howard in PhD 21. Then Adam Jones is down there in Border County 69 and Anthony Ross in Sturton 77, meaning that by process of elimination, in fact, I think that's actually Dan McKenzie down there in the Cambridge 44. So who are we missing? We're missing Dave Newby, of course we are, he got excluded. So York 811 then, unfortunately, not running in this one, but the rest are down there. So this will be interesting. We've already got 4 finalists. We've got Mitch Wells, Daz Mullen, Matt Bishop and Wes Hathaway in that Class 8 final a little bit later on. And as I was quite rightly reminded, we obviously seen Mitch Wells book his place in that final, but in that race we didn't see Tom Lewis in Border Counties 55. So Tom obviously not in the final, which I think is now safe to say, because Tom was the only person that could catch your series leader. I don't think anyone else would, and he has had 3 wins. We can safely say that I think Mitch Wells in Invicta Kent 356 is now currently your new British Autograss Series champion in Class 8s. As I said, I don't think anyone else could have caught him, because he was doing so well, and obviously done so well throughout the heats today. 3 wins in the 3 heats, and booked his place in that semi-final. So Mitch Wells, a very well-deserved title for him as well, because I tell you what, he's really had to battle it out with the 100-odd Class 8s that we've had signed on over the course of the series, and to remain consistent. Obviously, you do get, I think, 4 races that you can drop, and you double 1 or 2 or whatever it is, but you really do have to remain consistent, especially in a class as big as Class 8s. But he'll obviously still be going for glory in the final, but we need 4 more people to get into that final. We need 4 out of this race. We've got Dan Thomas, PhD 47, is down there. We haven't got time to go through the rest, I don't think, because we look like we're getting closer. Dan Thomas, though, did have 3 wins out of 3, so he's also on a maximum at the moment. Can he do it in the semi? Obviously, a top 4 finish is what you're looking for. Points go out the window as they get away from the line. Mackenzie's quick. Into turn 1 they go as they ride the bumps, as Owen goes right round the outside in 115, but I'll tell you what, it's worked for him. As Jones it is then, that takes the inside line in 69, Mackenzie through the middle in 44. Dan Thomas running in that all-important 4th place spot with Sam Matthews, Rich Cooper and Anthony Ross all tucked in behind, but Jonesy leads it in Border County 69. Matt Owen right round the outside still in 115. Mackenzie taking the wide line, but he might have gone too wide because they're all coming up the inside. Dan Thomas, as looks like Rossi now is sneaking through in Sturton 77. Keep your eyes on the green machine as he looks to move his way through. It's going to be last lap flag. Adam Jones looking to book that place in the final. He's away and gone, but the race is really on for the rest of them, as Thomas it is that runs second, Rossi up to 3rd. Who's going to take 4th? Mackenzie on the outside, Owen on the inside, as those 2 have switched lines from their early race. Sam Matthews and Rich Cooper look like they're out of contention as the checkered flag's out. Jonesy's in the final, Thomas is in the final, Rossi's in the final, and I'm not splitting them 2. So Mackenzie and Matt Owen side by side as they came across the line. I'm going to nip next door and find out who got that, because there is no way that I'm going to attempt to try and split them 2, because it was so close. But brilliant stuff from your men's Class 8s once again, and we have another 4 finalists. I couldn't tell you who all 4 of them are, because I don't know who the last one was, but I'm going to go find out and see who took that 4th place position. We're going to go, I think, a Class 10 rerun, which is down there on the line, so it's going to be over to Russ.
Yes, thank you. This is race 1. We're down to 3 from 6. So, is there 3? No, there's 4. So, no, we've got 4. We've got the black car on the inside, haven't we? It's a bit difficult to see. No, so we got 4. We had no Gary Morris appearing at the beginning of it, and Andy Ornshaw picks up a black flag for contact on Wes Tinker. Let's hope no ill effects on the cars left involved. Lee Seagreaves makes a good start. Wes Tinker on his outside. Oh, he's got it well out of shape. Picks up the front wheels, and he's got work to do now. And it's Lee Seagreaves, a much more reserved approach to that turn, and that's work for him, and leads the way. ARC1, Andy Bishop in second, then in Yayton Sodbury 37. And then it's the Cumdee treble 6 of Carl Morgan. Tinker, can he fight back? Not got many laps to do so, and he's got distance to gain. ARC1, though, continues to lead. Lee Seagreaves on his way. Andy Bishop, then, good run in second place for him at the moment. Carl Morgan remains in 3rd in that Cumdee treble 6, and Tinker still with it all to do. So just these 4 left in this Class 10 run. 1 lap to go. Lee Seagreaves on his way. I think 2 wins to his name this weekend, looking for 3 out of 3. Andy Bishop then still in that second place. 3rd and 4th could change hands yet, and Wes Tinker looks up the inside of Carl Morgan. No way through. Got 1 corner to make a move. But at the moment, it's not going to happen. Lee Seagreaves is the winner. Andy Bishop second, Carl Morgan 3rd, Wes Tinker subdued in 4th. after that error on turn number 1. So that completes ProLinks and KS Coles sponsored Class 10s. We've got a couple of junior specials reruns to go in due course, but for now we're going ladies racing, is it? For their third round of qualifying with Class 1s. So a bit of downtime at the moment, a bit of track watering. There are a couple of holes forming here and there though, so it's making this track very tricky to work out. And obviously these ladies were sampling the circuit earlier today. A lot of racing has happened in between their second and third heat, so conditions could be a little bit different. And if they had a dry race, they're very much different for the Class 1s last time, because this time it's a freshly watered surface. With the whole width of this raceway getting the watering treatment. So, as said, we'll be seeing how these ladies tackle the track. Obviously, still many of the classes left to be decided for championship honours. And it's going to be close for some of these ladies. Raced hard through all 4 and a bit rounds so far. This obviously being round 5, the final round, where champions will be crowned. Will we have new names going to the titles and the history books, or will there be repeat winners? Well, that remains to be seen. We are waiting on the repeat for the return of Steve Langley, but he's just a bit busy, as is the case when so much is going on here. We've had a little children's wallet handed in. So if your young one is out there and they're missing it, please check with them. We have it here. It's not empty. There is, I think, a few coins and other bits and pieces in there. So if you have lost it, please head to us to commentary. We'll gratefully return it. But for now, it's ladies Class 1s and 4 races scheduled to come your way. And to talk you through it, it's back to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Russ. One unbeaten car and driver yesterday, Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2. And we are going to see Sophie out in race 1. She's joined by Nicole Kingsley in Invicta Kent 90, Angela De Croo in PAC 181, Jasmine Cusack in Mallow 5, Larry Fionn-Jones in North Wales 6, Gail Davis in Ludlow 77, and Sarah Lovett in IK 37. Those are the cars. We're just looking round, and I think we're very close to getting track clearance. So top 8, just to remind you, to go through. Harryford Bounce and Slide and TBR Race Engines, meeting and series sponsor respectively. Sophie Lewis wants to book her place in the final on maximum points in Athelston 2. Problems there. I think Jasmine Cusack gets it sideways and then corrects it very nicely in Mallow 5. A2, your race leader. Invicta Kent 90, Nicole Kingsley in that second place slot. Larry Fionn-Jones on the outside in North Wales 6. Jasmine Cusack goes through on the inside in Mallow 5. Gail Davis comes next in Ludlow 77, Invicta Kent 37, and we get red flags on that one. So I imagine connected to the first bend problems there. And we are seeing, yeah, unfortunately, Gail Davis in Ludlow 77 then picks up a black flag, so will be excluded from the results. That was short, not particularly sweet for the Class 1s. We're back to, I think, junior specials, which means we're back over to Russ.
Yeah, sorry, Steve, to shuffle that race in between. It breaks up the rhythm slightly, but hopefully we'll get this rerun completed this time around. I think this one is race 3, is it? With Tia Reese on the outside in PAC 21. More water coming out by the look of things. The tanker obviously not satisfied with the amount of water put down last time around, so they're going to try again now. If this is race 3 then, so I think Igo Evans I can see down there as well in tie feet number 6. Right, so I've got the expert on Welsh names here next to me, Garrett. It's Iago. So there we go. Apologies on once again, but I am learning. We're always learning, and eventually we get it right. Most of the time we get it wrong. Right, junior specials then make their way out, and I can say Tia Reese's name correct, hopefully, as she leads then with Iago Evans in tie V6 ahead of Lewis Middleton in White Rose 37 then, and Middleton looking up the inside of the Evans machine in tie V6 then, so they look to change positions. Problems, Cara Blaber slowly around the first lap in Athelston 2-1-3, but it remains then Tia Reese, but she's out wide, and Lewis Middleton looking to steal that leadership away. So where's Middleton in the table? That's the important question. In White Rose 37, has he got a chance of making it through his 17th? So needs to win this and nothing else to have any chance and hope. But I think it's a bit too far to make, but at least going out on a good result if that's the case. 37-1 to go. Tia Reese will be in the final if she stays where she is with 2 wins and a second. Iago Evans is there in tie V6, remains third. Tom Williams ahead of the Border Counties 1-1-6. Owen Bradford, that's the remaining runners in this one. So checkered flags out and good race this one. Lewis Middleton takes the win. Tia Reese is second. Third, Iago Evans is next. Then it's Border Counties 1-1-6 had made the move past Tom Williams, who was relegated to the back of the pack. And that's how it resulted. So race number 3 is completed. I should have a race number 6 at some point. I'm not sure where that is, but not in the holding lanes as of yet. So we'll keep you posted on that one. I think there's still a bit of discussion going on, so we'll get back to it soon. But anyway, we've got Class 1s. Let's hope race 2 gets a little bit further than what race 1 did. Over to Steve.
Yeah, let's absolutely hope so, Ross. Elizabeth de Croo in PAC 48. Rebecca Owen, North Wales 397. Caitlin Seal in Hereford 37. Rachel Hadley in Severn Valley 147. Imogen Morris in Cumdy 1. Tia Morgan in Swansea 10. And Larry Davis in TA2. Those are the cars away from the line. And first one to show is just about Imogen Morris in Cumdy 1, but coming up through on the inside is the tie V2 machine of Larry Davis. Severn Valley 147, Rachel Hadley tucks into third place. A couple of cars then racing together. I think we've got a couple of non-starters in this one. North Wales 397, Rebecca Rowan racing with Elizabeth de Croo in PAC 48. So no Tia Morgan in Swansea 10. As they come up, or Caitlin Seal in Hereford 37, as they come back round towards us. Tivy 2 it is, Severn Valley 147, Cumdy 1, that's still the 1-2-3. PAC 48 then just getting the better of the battle with Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397. The field begins to spread itself out though, as they go down the far side once again and back round towards us and back round towards the last lap flag, and it is Larry Davis in Tivy 2 that's going to take that last lap flag as the race leader. Rachel Hadley in Severn Valley 147. Imogen Morris in Cumdy 1 still runs in third. Rebecca Owen fourth in North Wales 397. Elizabeth de Croo in PAC 48 completes the lineup, but it's going to be another 55 points for Larry Davis. That will put her on to 145 points and will certainly book her a place in today's Ladies Class 1 final. TA2 takes the win. Severn Valley 147 in second. Imogen Morris third in Cumdy 1. Rebecca Owen comes fourth in North Wales 397, and completing it all is PAC 48. So that's race 2. Race 3 on the line. Nia Jones in TA 352. Jade Dyke Whitfield in Cambridge 295. Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95. Emily Polly in Cambridge 136, Laura Henry in SR19, Bethany Emblin in North Shropshire 443, and Tracy Short in Ludd 200. So Claire Compton and Emily Polly both on 100 points from yesterday. Emily Grayson sitting on 91 points, Laura Henry sitting on 83 points. So all of those currently in the top 8 at the end of Heat 2. So let's see what Heat 3 brings to the party as they just all go a little bit wide and sort themselves out round turn 1. But Laura Henry finds the nice tight line in SR19 and comes through as the race leader. It was Emily Grayson the one that lost out the most on that one in Scarborough 95, and also Cambridge 295, Jade Dyke Whitfield. But your race leader, it is the SR19 machine, coming out of that top bend and back round towards us. Tivy 352 still tucked into that second place. On the outside then, Bethany Emblin in North Shropshire 443. Racing on her inside is Emily Polly in Cambridge 136. And Emily Grayson trying to get back in touch in Scarborough 95. And over on the far side, the 295 car of Jade Dyke Whitfield just pulls into the middle of the circuit. Last lap flag then goes out, and this will certainly be enough for Laura Henry to book a place in the final in SR19. Nia Jones in TA352 goes through into that second place slot, or holds on to that second place slot, racing ahead of Emily Polly in Cambridge 136, Bethany Emblin in North Shropshire 443. Checkered flag time it is, and it's going to be a win for the lady from the Star Club. Laura Henry in SR19, TA352. Emily Polly in Cambridge 136. North Shropshire 443 slows right down as Scarborough 95, I think, just gets to the line ahead of her, and Tracy Short comes through then in Ludlow 200. So that completes race 3. Race 4 on the line then. Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951, your series leader at the start of the weekend, currently on 100 points after 2 runs, so it's all going quite nicely for Claire at the minute. Rachel Compton in North Shropshire 159 is also there. Chloe Ray in Border Counties 150, Charlotte Hart in Wessex 20, Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 122, and Maisie Bowers in Stroud 62. So Jess Conway doing all right in Class 1, sitting at joint 4th at the minute on 91 points. And Chloe Ray, 11th on 72, so certainly in with a shout of a place in today's Ladies Class 1 final. As we look over on the far side for track clearance, and we are away racing then with Ladies Class 1 Heat 4 in this final round of qualifying. Don't forget, we do have one in the rerun lane, but WS20 it is, Charlotte Hart. That's the first one to show as they come past us. Again, I think we've got one non-starter. 951 comes next, then Chloe Ray in 150, North Shropshire 159, and Stroud 62. I think Jess Conway, then it is a non-starter in Scunthorpe 122. So one of the ones sitting in the top 8. Unfortunately, I presume there must be some mechanical problems aboard the Scunthorpe 122 machine. WS20, it is then Charlotte Hart, your race leader from Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. Chloe Ray still runs 3rd in Border Counties 150. 159 is Rachel Compton, and Maisie Bowers still completes it all in Stroud 62. So once again, the field getting quite well spread out as our race leader comes round. It is Charlotte Hart that's going to take the field onto their final circuit in WS20. Claire Compton within striking distance in North Shropshire 951. Border Counties 150. North Shropshire 159 and Stroud 62. So all the cars now are on to their final circuit, but checkered flag time it is. It's going to be a win for Charlotte Hart in WS20, 66 points plus 55. I think we could see her in the final. North Shropshire 951 in 2nd, Border Counties 150, Chloe Ray in 3rd. Problems over on the far side for Rachel Compton in North Shropshire 159. So that's our only finishers, basically. That is Ladies Class 1, Heat 3, 1 to come. So looking to the line, what we got there, it is Ladies Class 2 for their 3rd and final round of qualifying. So for that, it's back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, and Steve. The 3rd round of qualifying of the Fleet Care Services and TBR Racing sponsored Ladies Class 2s are down there on the line. The good news is that 17 drivers that signed on yesterday morning, first thing, have signed on for their 3rd and final round of qualifying as well. So still going to have 3 lineups of these Ladies Class 2s coming your way in this 3rd and final round of qualifying. But there is one car that's blocking the trailer park, and that does need to be moved ASAP. It's a Mitsubishi, and the registration number is DS66RWZ. That needs to be moved ASAP. And also, if anybody has a Oppo phone charger, then I'd be really grateful if I could borrow your charger just for about half an hour, just to give my phone a bit of a new lease of life. But we're looking towards the line, up down there on the line. We do have the runners and riders from race 1. We have 6 scheduled drivers. They are all there poised and having taken their position down there on the line. Sam Morris in BC64 starts in lane 2. That's the yellow Nova that starts on the inside of this lineup. Also there, Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126, who's just jumped out of the Class 1. She's strapped herself into the Class 2, and she's looking to take another win this weekend behind the wheel of the Scunthorpe machine. Also down there, Jenny Booton in Radford number 80. She's joined by Linda Thomas in PAC 91. Missy Fowler in Radford number 3, and Leanne Hushka in Severn Valley 23. They're your runners and riders for race number 1 of this third and final round of qualifying. Fleet Care Services, your series sponsors for 2022. TBR Racing, your sponsors here locally this weekend. We still await official announcements of the venues and dates for next year's British Autograss Series. That's been hidden well under wraps, and an official announcement due to be made a little bit later on. But ladies Class 2s are down there on the line. More water being put down across the start line as well, about 40 metres in, and that's probably going to be done a couple of times because a fair bit of a sprinkling being put down closer to the start as well. So the two Bowsers look to be making their way now off the circuit. And then we'll be going racing with ladies Class 2. So we've given you the runners and riders of the first race, and like we say, 17 drivers signed on in ladies Class 2 this weekend, so 3 heats going to be coming your way in this final round of qualifying. Race 1 down there on the line, and I'm sure that we'll manage to fly through these Class 2s with no problems whatsoever. So as we look towards the line, we await track clearance. That yellow flag on Marshall post number 1 is shown the Brungy brakes. Unfortunately, Samantha Morris in BC64 is left stranded on the line, but it's Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126 that leads into turn 1. Linda Thomas goes with her in PAC 91. But the South Wales League driver has left the door open for Jenny Boulton in Radford 80 to slide through to now lead the chase on the tail end of the Scunthorpe machine. Jess Conway continues to lead from Radford 80 PAC 91, and back there rounding out your top 4 is Leanne Hushka in Severn Valley 23. Oh, the Radford 80 machine of Jenny Boulton just gets all sorts of sideways, and everybody manages to avoid the contact, but she finds herself demoted back from 2nd to 4th in the MAP League machine. But it matters not to your race leader. That's still Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126, who's got about 15 to 20 car lengths clear now of the rest of the chasing pack, and she's the one that's going to start her final circuit as she sees that yellow rag with a black cross. Going across that flag in 2nd position is Leanne Hushka in Severn Valley 23. She races ahead of Jenny Boulton in Radford 80, who's about to be put under some pressure from Linda Thomas in PAC 91, as Linda now opts towards an outside line on the top part of the circuit. But 126 takes the win, makes it 3 heat wins out of 3. Leanne Hushka takes 2nd in Severn Valley 23 from Jenny Boulton in Radford 80. PAC 91, Linda Thomas takes 4th. Missy Fowler in Radford number 3 then rounds it all out in the first race of this third round of qualifying of the Fleet Care Services and TBR Racing sponsored ladies Class 2. So the BC64 machine of Samantha Morrison gets towed off the start line back to the pits, and we have 5 cars down there on the line. So I think we're possibly going to go without Pam Horgan in Mallow number 2, because certainly down there and starting in lane 8 is Lara Jones in TA17. Claire Boland's there, that's that little red Toyota Aygo starting in lane 5. That's Claire Boland behind the wheel of that one. The Vicky Robbins machine, St. Neots 34, starts in grid number 4 next to Caitlin Newton in Stroud District 99 and Leanne Lewis in Swansea number 1. And Caitlin Newton, she's been stricken with Samantha Morris-itis because she's been left on the line as well in the 99 machine. But it's Vicky Robbins, the first one to show in St. Neots 34. And she's the one that leads down the hill for the first time. Oh, but she's got it all wrong. And she's taken herself out of contention, as does the Mallow machine of Claire Boland. They both face oncoming traffic. That allows Lara Jones in TA17 to lead the way up the far straight for the first time of asking from Leanne Lewis, who makes it a South Wales League 1 and 2 in the Swansea number 1 machine. Caitlin Newton is there in third in Stroughton District 99. She rounds out your 1, 2 and 3 ahead of the Southern Ireland machine of Claire Boland, Mallow 117. And at the tail end of the field, and with it all to do at the moment, is Vicky Robbins in St. Neots 34. But into the Woodland turn then, I think this time for the penultimate time, goes Lara Jones, TA17, looking to make it 3 heat wins out of 3 in her 3 rounds of qualifying as she goes past us and down the hill for the final time onto her last lap. Keeping a nice and tight, neat inside line. She's fairly unchallenged at the moment, but Leanne Lewis not out of contention in Swansea number 1. And Caitlin Newton back there in third in Stroughton District 99, but a steady drive across the top part of the circuit, and Lara Jones books her place in the final on maximum points in TA17. Leanne Lewis takes second in Swansea number 1. Oh, she's got it all wrong after the checkers. Caitlin Newton in Stroughton District 99 takes third. Fourth place will go to Vicky Robbins in St. Neots 34. Look at that front end, it's looking a little bit sorry for itself, isn't it? And fifth place then on track will go to Mallow 127 of Claire Boland. So the 5 starters all finish. We hear from the marshals that race is clear. We've got a depleted lineup down there for race number 3 because it looks like we're going to go without Michelle Hall in Scunthorpe 227. So left down there we have Nicola Bettany in Radford 92, Laura Addis in Cumdee treble 2, Jane Morgan in Cumdee 13, Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15. And I reckon that Nicola Bettany is going to take a win in this lineup. So she's going to start out in lane 7 representing the MAP League machine in Radford 92. The West Midland League representation with the 2 Cumdee cars of Laura Addis starting in lane 5 and Jade Morgan starting in lane 3. And then the Shropshire League representation of Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15, but away from the line they go. And Nicola Bettany doesn't have the best of starters. Jade Morgan that leads into turn 1 in Cumdee number 30. She leads out of turn 2 as well. Oh, Laura Addis, don't know where she was going, but through the infield goes the Cumdee treble 2 machine. And I think that could possibly lead to a flag, but we won't say too much on that at the moment because it is Jade Morgan in Cumdee 30 that continues to lead, about 5 car lengths ahead of Jess Owen, who's there in that second position in North Shropshire number 15. Nicola Bettany is up to third in Radford 92 as Laura Addis gets demoted back to fourth in Cumdee treble 2. But as you're watching the live stream, you can see how spread out these first 3 cars are, but it's still Jane Morgan in Cumdee number 30 that continues to lead the way across the top part of the circuit. Reeling her in ever so slightly is Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15, just about a car length and a half now as they go on to their final circuit, as 30 continues to lead from 15 and 92, and the Cumdee treble 2 machine does pick up a black flag and pulls back towards the start line, but exiting the top part of the track for the final time and taking 55 points from round 3 of qualifying. Jade Morgan in Cumdee 30 from Nicola Bettany, who takes second in Radford 92, and then Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15. Cumdee treble 2 gets a black flag for racing on the infield. That's Laura Addis, and she had pulled back into the pits on the previous lap. But that's 3 races done and dusted for the 3rd round of qualifying of ladies class 2s. What have we got on the line? It's a rerun of the junior specials. So for that one, I'll hand you straight back over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. So one outstanding rerun for the Diggett Blantyre and Liam Evans Tyres sponsored junior specials. Away we go. And this one was due to a start line infringement. So that one was red flagged, but away we go. And it's Archie Carter once again, Scunthorpe 17, who leads. Troy Holby makes a better start, but he's there in third behind Lewis Farrer in Yorkshire Dales 42. In fact, with Farrer, who led, I think, the first time round before it was stopped. Oh, spin there. Ludlow 39, Dale Hodgkins goes around, and let's hope he gets it going and We Keep Racing. He's got it mobile and rejoin. So well done there, We Keep Racing. Archie Carter it remains with then. Scunthorpe 17, Troy Holby's up to second in Scunthorpe 161. Can he do anything about the race leader? Then we go to Farah. Who's that next? It's Alex Hines in Breeden Hill 5. And then it is Millie Lane in North Wales 78. And Dale Hodgkins rejoins, obviously, after that spin earlier on. But 1 lap to go already, and it's a Scunthorpe 1-2. And looking to see both these boys in the final. I think it's going to be very close on points, though. 42, Breeden Hill 5, and North Wales 78 all onto their final circuit. Just 1 car left to take that last lap flag, but it remains 1 and 2, Scunthorpe 1 and 2, but it's 17 and 161, and I think that's how it's going to stay, or is it? Carter goes out wide, Holby looks up the inside, it's going to be closer, run to the line, and Troy Holby has snatched it, Scunthorpe 161. Crucial mistake there for Archie Carter in Scunthorpe 17. Then we go Yorkshire 42, and Breeden Hill 5, North Wales 78. So there we go. Racing is not over until the checkered flag falls, and it just showed there. And a vital mistake from Archie Carter, maybe a lapse and a relaxation, and it all changed with Troy Holby taking the win. So that completes that. We've got Class 3s on the line for the ladies. Not sure what's Steve's doing, but we'll keep talking if he's not ready. But yeah, ladies Class 3s are on the line. So away we go then, and straight here, Steve Langley. In a moment, anyway.
Thank you very much then, Russ. So yeah, the first of the 2 races coming your way for ladies Class 3s, and it's Becky in North Shropshire 343 that was just about the first one to show, then hit some problems in that corner. So it's Jade Russell takes up the running. Yorkdale's 86. It's Jade and Becky, I think Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1 that are battling it for the British Series title, and it's the Yorkdale's 86 car that comes round as the race leader. Erin Almond in North Wales 27 right in the mix as well. But Border Counties Treble 1 it is that's trying to find a way through the inside of Jade Russell in Yorkdale's 86. North Wales 27, they're in 3rd place. North Shropshire 343, Becky Smith, and then Gemma Fullard in Radford 70. But coming round with 1 lap to go, it is Jade Russell in 86 from Becky Shaw on the outside, then in Border Counties at Treble 1. Erin Almond in North Wales 27 looking to go through on the inside of the Border Counties car. Radford 70 and North Shropshire 343. I think this will take the title right the way to the wire as a race leader comes round. She's going to pick up 55 points. It is Jade Russell in 86. Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1 in that 2nd place. North Wales 27, Erin Almond even. Radford 70 is Gemma Fullard, and completing it all then is Becky Smith in North Shropshire 343. So that, I think, keeps ladies Class 3 wide open as they make their way back to the pit. And race 2 is down there on the line. Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3. Naomi Davis in Evesham at 34. Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4. And Nicola McKenzie in Invicta Kent 13. The cars that we're expecting, and we can see 4 cars down there on the line. Naomi Davis certainly impressive in Evesham 34. She had a cracking run this morning in the 2nd round of qualifying. Nicola McKenzie in IK 13 certainly in the mix for trophies in the British Autograss Series as she comes round as the race leader. Then Naomi Davis in 34. Catherine Bynon goes through on the inside in Carmarthen 3. Donna Brown on the outside in the Carmarthen 4. So I know there's an Evesham number on one of those cars, but that's actually a 3-way South Wales League battle going on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But in Invicta Kent 13, Nicola McKenzie is your race leader. Drifts a bit wide on that top bend though, and allows Catherine Bynon to get a little bit closer in Carmarthen 3. She still races ahead of Naomi Davis in Evesham 34 and the Carmarthen 4 of Donna Brown. But getting a little bit more spread out as they go down the far side. 3-4 car lengths between each position as Nicola McKenzie is going to bring the field back around towards the yellow flag with the black cross. 1 circuit to go for IK 13, Carmarthen 3, Catherine Bynon, Naomi Davis in Evesham 34 and Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4. So all the cars onto their final circuit. Not sure we're going to see any change in position, providing all the mechanics hold together on these cars. And I think they're going to. Nicola McKenzie is going to take a good win. Invicta Kent 13 comes round and does just that. Catherine Bynum second in Carmarthen 3. It's going to be close for second for third, and it's going to be Carmarthen 4, Donna Brown, just ahead of Naomi Davis in Evesham 34. 9 of them signed on, which is always unfortunate. We will see 8 of them in the final in a little while. Right, you're stuck with me though, because we are on Class 1 rerun. So it's a rerun of race 1. Get your hands off those cakes, Barker. Oi! So,
thank God you said Barker then, because I reckon 99% of the audience would have thought you were talking to me.
Oi! So I tell you, oh, yeah, I daren't have any. I tell you this. I told you I was going to get some grief last night, so I was not wrong. So there we go. But no, they're certainly looking after us very well here. Right, we are getting closer to. Hopefully, we're going to have a short interval before the finals. We will be using that to announce the rounds. I think it's the world's worst kept secret in it, but we're going to announce it officially anyway. The rounds for 2023, or the venues for the 2023 British Autograss Series. We will also, prior to the finals, and we ask you to join in this and show your respect. I'm sure you will. We will be holding a 2-minute silence in memory, obviously, of the late Queen, and also anybody that's out there that you know that unfortunately is no longer with us. And so we will be holding a 2-minute silence, as I say, in memory of the Queen. But yeah, use it for your own thoughts, and that will be happening just prior to the finals. I think we are having an interval. So are we going to get this interview done, Mr. Jones, that we've been promising everybody for three rounds? You'd forgotten all about it, hadn't you? Come on. So, can we do it tomorrow, did you say? No, we can't do it tomorrow, Gareth. Sorry, I've got earphones. I've got earphones on. I haven't got the best of hearing anyway. Look. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Sorry, I don't think Caris... Sorry, yeah, if you're wondering what on earth these two are on about, then you're probably wondering that every time we pick up a microphone. But yeah, we did promise you, I think, probably back at round 3, and time was contrived against us at all of them, to do an interview with the girls behind A We Crazy. It's the 10th anniversary of A We Crazy, and they do so much good work and raising money. So it's Caris and Fiona Thomas. We don't think, or Gareth doesn't think, which absolutely then it's going to be right. Caris isn't here, unfortunately, we don't think. But hopefully Fiona is. She's going to be down there racing, I would imagine, now. Oh, right. So there we go. She's resting on her laurels. Don't blame her. So she's trusted Connor with the car for the weekend. I'm not sure that's the words I'd use. But there we go. But yeah, Fiona, if you are around, hopefully, as I say, we will be having a short interval before the final. And it would be lovely if we can, and Gareth, have a chat with you about everything that A We Crazy is all about and all the excellent work that you do. That would be really good. Right, here we go then. This is ladies class 1s away from the line. This is the rerun, and coming past us then, it is Athelston 2 that is the first one to show. That's Sophie Lewis at the wheel of the Athelston 2 machine. The only unbeaten car yesterday, 2 wins out of 2. And she's looking to make it 3 out of 3 as they go down that far side. Tucked into second place is the Mallow 5 car of Jasmine Cusack. Jasmine didn't have the best of days yesterday. I don't think, unfortunately, is going to make a place in today's final. A little bit of gap then back from Jasmine to the North Wales 6 car. That's Lowry Freon-Jones. Invicta Kent 90. Nicole Kingsley, as the rest of the field gets quite well spread. In fact, all of the field gets quite well spread out. But that won't concern Sophie Lewis. Athelston 2 climbing the bank for the penultimate time, because there's the last lap flag. 1 circuit to go for Athelston 2 as she comes round. Mallow 5 in that second place slot. Running in third still is the North Wales 6 machine. Invicta Kent 90 of Nicole Kingsley is the next one through. PAC 181. Problems there for Invicta Kent 37, Sarah Lovett on that top bend, and we get red flags on that one. What I will say, and I'm not going to preempt marshals because that's not why we're here at all, but given where we were in that race, I would be a smidgen surprised if we don't get a result that stands. But not my decision. I don't do decision making. It only gets you into trouble. I've learned that one many years ago. So there we go. Yeah, we are going to take a result on that one. I thought we might. So didn't make a decision, but got to the right place. That's the secret of life, I think, and it don't make the decisions, but get it right. Right, talking of getting things right, I'm sure the man's, Mickey B, yeah, I'm sure the man's going to do that. Ladies Class 5s on the line. Which cake shall I have?
Thanks very much, Steve. Yeah, ladies class 5. So lorryinsurance.co.uk and Matt Richards are sponsors. Coming into the weekend, Sandra Jones came in and won 814 points. She's picked 91 up. Nicola Jessie's stuck 100 points onto her 786. Sarah Chilvers only 36 points. Rhiannon Smith 72 points, and then Michelle Ellis 100 points. At the moment, there's been a switch round in position 3. It's all to do, though. We are off and running. Nicola Jessie, good start. Rhiannon Smith goes with her as well, and that's South Somerset 36. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10, looking wide, coming out of turn 2. Here we go then. Nicola Jessie, Rhiannon Smith, Michelle Ellis up there. Ellis looks for the cut back up the inside, follows the back of Rhiannon Smith. Nicola Jessie took the wider line as that paid off as she comes out of that start gate turn. Kirsty Godfrey, then it's Sarah Bateman, surprisingly down in 5th place at the moment as round they come again. Another lap under their belt, and this time still Rhiannon Smith, but Kirsty Godfrey looking to try and get a place through up the back of Nicola Jessie. Has to hold on to the 4th. Jessie in 3rd, Ellis in 2nd, but Rhiannon Smith still leading the way, climbing up the hill for what is going to be, she square-wheeled it, scrubbed off some pace. Michelle Ellis closed up on her, but it's allowed Nicola Jessie to come back up into that 2nd place as they come round onto this last lap now. And red flags? Why have we gone reds? SV 67, it was at the back of the pack, by the way, is going to get a black flag for dangerous driving off the start line. And the DD off the start line, and that goes to a rerun. So that's a shame, isn't it? I thought we were going to take that one through to completion, but hey ho, no problems there. So go back to that. Sandra Jones, sure they got a drop for their worst scores, and then get their best double up. Sandra Jones still leading the pack at 9.06. Nicola Jessie was on 8.86. Rhiannon Smith has moved up in at 3rd on the 8.45. Sarah Chill was 8.15. And then Michelle Ellis on 7.81. The only thing with Sarah Chilvers is that if she drops her worst 4, I don't think she's moving too many points away from that 8.15. So it's all going to get tight. Right, here we go then. We are off and racing. Sandra Jones then, the first to show in Cumdy 31. 91 points already under her belt. Ruby Emerson and Lindsay Pittman. Ruby in 8th. And Lindsay in 9th, but it's that's Cumdy 31 then. Trent 121, Ruby Emerson then must have been listening to me. Oh, there's a little bit of door tapping going on down there as it's the Hereford form. Natasha Gibbs has got a problem on board. She's not on the pace and near enough half a lap down on these lead cars. So Sandra Jones then from the Emerson machine. Then we go down to that Gloucester and District 119. That's Gail Morris and South Somerset 7, Lindsay Pittman. And it is a green flag going to that Gloucester and District 119, Gail Morris. So she's going to get docked 2 places. But last lap flag, Cumdy 31, Sandra Jones. This will put you in the final. As we got already seen, Gail Morris is on the green flag, so she's running 2nd on track. She'll finish in 4th, but just to add, rub salt into the wound, Trent 121, Ruby Everson back up to 2nd herself as the top bunch of cars. Oh, my life. I think that green might go to a different colour, by the way. Cumdy 31 then. Sandra Jones takes the win. Yeah, I thought so. Gail Morris, Gloucester and District 119, picks up a black flag. Yes, it has. Yeah, it went green to black in quite quick succession. So I should imagine that they'll probably take that result from the lap prior, excluding the Gloucester and District 119. Yeah, so we're just hearing there. Sandra Jones then takes up the wing. Ruby Emerson in Trent 121 will come through into that second place. Third would have been, I think, Lindsay Pittman and the South Somerset 7. Gloucester and District 119 out, which means that Natasha Gibbs, Hereford Ford, didn't have the best of runs, does pick up some better points. So the sun has got its hat on, as they say. Right, so we move out of ladies class 5s into ladies super saloons. Already crowned our champion coming into this weekend with Julie Hawthorne Fernie Ho. She's coming out in race 2. But the battle and chase is on for that second, third and fourth. At the moment, looking down on the points, I think Michelle Barrett maybe holding second. Lindsay Allen in third, and fourth is Alice Bevans. Shamel Gadsby trying her hardest to close that gap, running in fifth. But race 1 brings out Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44, Sue Herdman, York 57, PhD, well, very much doubt that will be back out. I was going to say Ella John, as we saw this morning, over the fence, a massive roll in that class 7. And she's due to come out of lane 5. And we think we're looking at lane 5, unless they've switched it. It's grainy. Let's have a look at where... yeah, Samantha Graney's coming out of lane 5, sorry. Ella John was lane 6. Yeah, so, Ella, we didn't think your car would be out after a bit of spectacular stuff. Kesney Adams, who's out, coming out of lane 2 in Border Counties 26. Equal first, 91 points coming into this third heat. Sarah Allmack had a flying start in her second heat and went on to win. She's running third on the points in that Yorkshire Dales 19. Lee Wynn in CK8 running 10th. So Lee needs a win and a second. And, well, that might get you into the final. As I say, Samantha Graney out of lane 5, equal fourth. Sue Erdman's 8th, so she's on the cusp of the final. We know that Sue can be quick in that York 57, so a top, I'd say a top 3, and that gets you, I think, gets you in there. But again, all to play for in this Max Sports Series sponsored Ladies Super Saloons. XC Works, our weekend sponsor down here at the final round of the British Series down at Border Counties. I think Bowsers are off, engines are revving, bungee lifts. Let's go racing then. And again, a good start there from the Kesney Adams Border Counties 26. Sarah Allmack looking to take that tight line coming up there as well. As I think Sue Erdman just got it out of shape a bit. So it's Adams then from Allmack. But tell you what, coming around the outside, Nicola Gibbs in a Hereford 44. Is she looking to get a slingshot coming out of that start gate turn. Allmack defends that second place. But look at this, Border Counties 26. Kesney Adams is away with this one. And showing us round turn 1 and 2 like Billy No Mates on her own. And down the hill she goes. Followed by that Hereford 44, Nicola Gibbs, then Sarah Allmack, then Samantha Graney, Sue Erdman in York 57, CK8. And that's Lee Wynn. And Lee, as I said, came into this run in 10th. And needs bigger points than this. This isn't going to see you into the final as they bring it round already. The last lap flag being shown. One more to go on this one then. And it is Border Counties 26. Kesney Adams then from Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44. Sarah Allmack in third. Yorkshire Dales 19. Sue Erdman, York 57. Sue Erdman, oh! She makes contact with Sarah Allmack. Oh dear, and we've got Nicola Gibbs out of shape as well, coming into the turn on start gate turn, and all got a bit messy. I'll tell you, we didn't know anything about it. Kesney Adams, Border Counties 26, takes the checker flag. CK8 Lee Wynn across from Samantha Graney. from Sarah Allmack, and then Sue Erdman in York 57. Nicola Gibbs spun it round and is facing towards the marshals. So Y57 is going to get the black flag. Looking at that then on the result, Kesneyhausen obviously definitely takes the win. Are they going to put Sarah Allmack then in second in the Yorkshire Dales 19? Yeah, so I think we're just hearing over the radio. So we're going to take it a lap back, which means that it will benefit Sarah Allmack and Nicola Gibbs as well. Here we go then, we're into race 2. No time to take you through, but I think Michelle Barrett, York 12, already 91 points, equal first. She needs maybe a top 2 or 3, but Lindsay Allen's right on her tailpipe as they come out of that turn 2. Allen looks for the cut back up the inside. Barrett going out on wide. Then Mackenzie right out there as well in the Cambridge 12 machine and pushing up the hill and going a little bit wider. There is a bit of a bump there. Is that going to catch anyone out as they bring it round this time? No. So it is Michelle Barrett from Mackenzie, from Allen, from that Julie Hawthorne-Fernio. Then Gadsby there in the Spalding 31 and Alice Bevans, PAC 53. Just looking for the cut back there, and she does make a place up the inside of Gadsby there as it all slow it down coming into turn 1. Michelle Barrett there says, well, I'm not going to leave a gap on the inside. I'm going to defend that line. One more lap to go from that Cambridge at 12. Emily Mackenzie holding second in Cambridge 12. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio up into that third place. She's already won the championship, so doesn't have to do anything crazy on this one. Lindsay Allen dropped back down into that 4th place. Alice Bevans a place further back, and then that Shamel Gadsby. But checkered flag. Here we go then. Michelle Barrett takes it from Emily Mackenzie's. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, Lindsay Allen, Alice Bevans, and Spalding 31, Shamel Gadsby. So race clear on that ladies class 7s. We've taken the result on class 1. So next time we see the ladies 7s, it will be in the final. 1 rerun on ladies 5s to come. Right, now we go over to ladies class 8, and it's over to Liam Williams.
Right, yeah, cheers, Mickey. So, ladies class 8s then, down there on the line. Beresford Chassis and Components and Bennett Built, your sponsors. We're away, change to the running order. We're running race 3, 4, 1 and 2. So, don't be surprised if you get caught out, but we are away and racing with race 3 of your ladies class 8s. Claire Horner then the first one to show in Melton 62. Claire come into this weekend second in the BAS as she's seen Josie Tompkinson do her bit, so Claire needs the points, and that's exactly what she's doing. She heads them down the far side. Shelby Oman runs second, Sue Nichols third, Ellie Hines in 4th, in Breedneil 14, but Ellie pushing on and going out wide. That allows Jade Russell in, no it's not, it's the Carlo number 2 machine that comes through with Taylor Jade Pascal in Hereford 350 at the tail end, but Claire Horner knows she needs 55 in order to keep in contention at the top, and she's doing everything she can to hold on to this lead. Shelby Oman then is there in second, a third and a second for Shelby in heat 1 and 2, so a second might be enough to sneak her into that final along with Claire Horner in Melton 62. The rest, I think Sue Nichols might have done enough as well with a third in Yorkshire number 7, but unfortunately the other 3 probably not quite enough points in order to get into that final a little bit later on, but Claire Horner would definitely be there. Melton 62 kicks off with a win as she comes across the line. Shelby Almond, I'd imagine that's enough. Carlo number 2 from nowhere up to third. Sue Nichols and Ellie Hines side by side across the line, and Taylor Jade Pascal in Hereford 350 comes across to complete it all. So race clear then of race 3 of your ladies at class 8s. We're going race 4, which is down there on the line. As I said, a slight change to the running order just to keep me on my toes. I think testing to see if I've been down to the beer tent. They should know it's Sunday. I don't drink Sundays. So looking then to the line Not even on bank holiday weekend, Gareth, no. See, I'm well behaved now. I'm a grown-up nearly. So we're going racing with race 4 of your ladies' Class 8s. Lindsay Mullen then the one to watch in this in Yorkdale's 37. And she's proven my point as she's the first one to show and taking it very wide. But she's found the speed as she comes past us. Hope Godfrey runs second. Terry Mumford third. Rosemary Glover fourth. Charlene Hankey fifth. And Sharon Barker sixth in Evesham 25. But look at the race lead that Lindsay Mullen has pulled. Yorkdale's 37. She's going to take some beating as she looks to book her place in that final a little bit later on as Terry Mumford just riding the bumps there in the Forest of Dean 158 and getting the car up in the air, back down, but it's done her no favours. She runs fourth, but round the outside of Rosemary Glover she goes in White Rose number 2 as Rosemary getting relegated to fourth. Charlene Hankey and Sharon Barker just behind her in fifth and sixth. But it's last lap flag. Lindsay Mullen unchallenged, unfazed, unbothered at the front of the pack in Yorkdale's 37. Hope Godfrey now coming under challenge from Terry Mumford. Terry looking to make a move into second after getting the car on 2 wheels. She's on an absolute mission as she heads them down the far side for another time. Lindsay Mullen it is looking to book her place in that final a little bit later on. As I said, she's going to take some beating. 37 it is that takes the win. Hope Godfrey second, Terry Mumford third, Rosemary Glover fourth in White Rose 2, Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2, and Sharon Barker in Evesham at 25 comes across to complete it all. That rounds off race 4. Now, I thought they was going to go race 1, but they confused me again because that's race 2, which is down there on the line. So we're going race 2, which is down there. Who's coming out in this one? We've got some big point scorers. Vicky Appleton, first and a second for Vicky in Scarborough number 2. So a good run will put her in the final. Likewise with Abby J. Bennett in Forest Dean number 8. They're joined by Ruby Emerson, Cassie Gunn, Jodie Glover, Sophie Morgan, and your national champion, Jennifer in West Waterford 158. We get away from the line. Jennifer's the first one to show in the West Waterford machine. Oh, there's contact. We got cars facing the wrong way, but they keep it going as Cassie Gunn has come to a standstill. Vicky Appleton then looking to take the wide line right round the outside of everyone in Scarborough number 2, but the race continuing as Cassie Gunn gets it going, but it's Sophie Morgan that leads the way. Jennifer runs second. Third is just about Sooty now as she goes round the outside. Emerson up the inside of Bennett in the Forest of Dean number 8, but Emerson getting it all wrong, square wheeling it almost as they come past us once more. It's going to be red flags because Jodie Glover is square wheeled in Scunthorpe 71. And as she was yesterday, I think, over on the far side. But unfortunately, not able to get the car moving, which brings Class 8 to a premature halt. So that is race 2 then. So a rerun to come your way, but it's going to be without someone because I think Gareth is writing down something. So we'll let you know. We're going to go racing with race 1, which is down there on the line. The final race scheduled, which should have been the first race scheduled, but they put it out last, if that makes sense. So race 1 down there on the line. Josie Tompkinson, your series leader. We get the rest as they go, but Josie's the one to watch in Scunny 52 as she knows she needs a win. She knows that she can win the BAST this weekend, and she knows this track, hence why she leads them in and out of turn 1. Where's her sister? She's down at about 5th. Alice Bevins then quickly out of the 7 and into the 8 and running in second in PAC number 2. Third is anyone's Claire Cockrell, just about got a nose in front, and in fact Claire's not happy with that. She wants to go 1 higher as Kelly Matthews looks round the outside in Cambridge 427, but Josie Tompkinson it is looking to edge closer to winning this British Autograss series. Kelly Matthews, Alice Bevins and Beth Tompkinson are the ones that run just behind, with Claire Cockrell, Sinead Thomas and the IK19 machine at the tail end of the field. But at the front, Josie Tompkinson, this could well be enough as she looks to edge closer and closer to the British Autograss Series title. And I'm sure Beth running there in 4th will be cheering her on from the inside of the car, despite racing in the exact same race. It's 52 that leads them round for one more time. Kelly Matthews there in 2nd, but no answer at the moment with Alice Bevins 3rd and Beth Tompkinson rounding out the top 4. It's checkered flag. Is that win the win that kicks things off and rounds it all up at the top of the BAST? Kelly Matthews takes 2nd, Alice Bevins 3rd, Beth Tompkinson from Jade Russell, Claire Cockrell in PAC in the IK machine. So, Sinead Thomas, your final finisher. Just going back then to the race 2, where we've got a rerun. We've got 2 black flags. So, Abby J. Bennett, unfortunately, picking up a black flag after she made contact with a cone and gained an advantage. And, of course, we know that the rule now is obviously if you do make a place up, then, unfortunately, it is a straight black flag. So, not the best of luck for the Bennetts then in heat number 3. And also, Jodie Glover is going to be excluded from the rerun. Right, we've got a runoff for ladies class 8, ladies class 1s. So we need Emily Grayson then at Scarborough 95 and Imogen Morris in Cumdy number 1. They're both tied on 119 points. We need them, I presume, into the pits ASAP to come out and have a runoff. So Emily Grayson and Imogen Morris, a runoff for the final place in that Class 1 final a little bit later on. We've got loads of time by the looks of things because we've got all things going on, and we've got some finalists. It's Class 2s, so who's in it, Gareth?
Yeah, we've got the best 8 out of 17 drivers that signed on yesterday morning. And you need 106 points to book a place in the ladies Class 2 final. Just making it into that top 8 has been Jade Morgan in Cumdy number 30. She goes with Jenny Booton, your 7th qualifier, Radford 80 on 108 points. Linda Thomas in PAC 91 is your 6th qualifier, a win, a 3rd and a 4th, and 119 points for her. Leanne Hushka and Jess Owen make it into the final as your joint 4th qualifiers with 2 seconds and a 3rd and 126 points. Just 2 points ahead was Vicky Robbins, your 3rd qualifier in St Neots at 34. And both sat on a maximum set of 165 points. Your top qualifiers, Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 127 and Lara Jones in TA 17. So we got ladies class 4s down there on the line, and jumping in to take you through this one, it's over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yeah, thank you, guys. So, yeah, already away and racing. Ladies Class 4, Heat 3 then. Mutt Junkie and Hobby Motor Repairs is your sponsor. Away we go. And Compton it is that leads past us for the first time of asking. And she's top of the shop as well in the points. So this will certainly do her BAST tally no harm whatsoever. North Shropshire 434, it is then that leads. Come on, the 7, Gwen Reeves, going to the form book, 2nd in the points as well in the last weekend for the car. The car is actually sold, as I said before, but they certainly want to go out on a high in that 2nd place. So IK at 272, Kelly Weatherick now running in 3rd, just ahead of the stock hatch. That's going to be Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. The other Class 4, that's Claire Herman in Radford 47, and the other stock hatch already the stock hatch champion, then Michelle Petrie in Radford 59. But coming past us once again, still Compton is still your race leader. North Shropshire 434, Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen 7. These two have just pulled away from Kelly Weatherick in IK 272, who's all on her own some in that 3rd place slot. But Claire Compton it is that comes round and takes 55 points on the win. Carmarthen 7 runs 2nd. Kelly Weatherick in IK 272. Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. From Radford 47, Claire Herman and Michelle Petrie in Radford 59. So that's the ladies Class 4 Heat 3 done and dusted. As I say, Mutt Junkie and Holtby Motor Repairs is your sponsor, and SGS Gases is your sponsor for the stock hatches. So onwards and upwards then to ladies Class 6s. Again, just the one heat. Elite Racing Transmission, of course, is your sponsor, and your meeting sponsor is Phil Young. So thanks to Phil, of course, driver of Evesham at 23. So we look to the line then. We've should have Nicola Olsen, Jenny Brown, Ellie Bailey, Hannah Thomas, Emma Cannon, and Leanne Hushka. So Hannah Thomas, top of the shop then, and leading the standings with 110 points, and I think leading the overall series as well, I think, from memory. But we'll see what happens as the bungee lifts then. Bailey's quickest away, though, in Scunny 33, and Thomas goes with her in Scarborough 16. These two go absolutely locked side by side. Look out for the inside line now. Hushka looks to hook up inside the tyres in North Wales 20, and slots into 3rd. Canning runs in that fourth place on Isham 291 and Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47. But Bailey's got it at the moment. Your current Class 6 ladies champ, of course, in Scunny 33. Thomas, looking at that inside line. Just cut straight across the nose, but just drifts awfully wide. Bailey looking up that inside line end to regain the lead ends. 33-16. Husker going through, still in that third place slot with Emma Cannon in Isham 291 and Nicola Olsen battling through into that fourth place slot in Carmarthen 47. But once again, down the far side and climbing the bank for the penultimate time, because the last lap flag then goes out. Ellie Bailey in Scunthorpe 33, Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16, Husker going through in North Wales 20, then Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47, and completing all then Emma Cannon in Isham 291. But the car's gone sick. Hannah Thomas just dropping places all the time, and that's going to see your race leader then, Ella Bailey in Scunny 33, your race leader and your race winner, Scunny 33, North Wales 20, Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47, Isham 291 of Emma Cannon, and not to be this time, and that's certainly not going to do her best chances any good at all in Scarborough 16. Hopefully they can get the car sorted and back out for the final. Of course, all these ladies go through to the final anyway, but say that's drop point, but I'm sure the team will get that sorted and back out for the finals. So problems also for Leanne Husker in North Wales 20. She's come to grief as well, so some work to be done by the mechanics to get the car sorted for the final, but we'll see them a little bit later on as we go looking towards the line. We're going with open wheels. There's possibly Class 10s. So, yeah, Class 10 it is. Back over to Russ.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. So we're going to try very quickly announce the junior specials finalists if they've not been done. They're towing Leanne Hushgroff and Hannah Johnson. So very quickly, 3 drivers, top of the points, 2 wins in a second. Corey Mumford, Harry Russell, Tia Reese. Also in the final, Troy Holtby, Scunthorpe 161. Max Holtby, Scunthorpe 6. Alfie Ross, Sturton 717. Archie Carter, Scunthorpe 17. And Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 2. That is your 8 finalists. 138 points was needed. Neil Tivey missed out by 2. I think he's finished 9th in both saloons and specials. That's a shame. But we go racing then with ladies Class 10s. And F600 still got the 5 cars competing. That's great to see. And it's Jill Grasby then who leads from the Pascal machine. Jodie Pascal in Hereford 250. Becky Faulkner, who's had 2 wins so far, right on the outside in North Shropshire 6. We've still got the 2 F600s, Hilary Frost and Donna Evans in Whiterus 400 and Hereford 16 respectively. But away we go then. A couple laps more left. Jill Grasby then spun out in her last run. Now she's leading the way. Faulkner, can she make the outside groove work? She's got 2 cars to pass if she wants to win this race. Obviously all of them are going to make the final, but these ladies racing for it because points mean everything still. And coming through with just over a lap to go then. Evesham 122, it is leading the way. Grasby it is. Pascal Faulkner now goes for it. Leaving it late in North Shropshire 6, takes a long line round. And status quo at the moment with the F600s, no changes there, but it's all down on Faulkner. She's the only one looking to make a move, trying to go for second. It's a long way round in any car, in any class, but Jill Grasby's your winner, and Faulkner does indeed take second from Pascal. Then the F600, he's too close, and I think Donna Evans has just snatched that one. Almost a repeat of yesterday. First heat as Hereford 16 and Whiterose 400. So there we go. And so that completes that one. So it looks like we've got a rather depleted Class 9 lineup on the grid. So that will be over to Gareth when he obviously gets to switch jobs from the radio to this next one. So ladies Class 9s and over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andres. Yeah, we're going to go straight into the straight run of the 3rd round of qualifying of ladies Class 9. Chloe Richardson's down there starting in lane 8. Coming from lane 5 is Sharon Barker in Evesham 26. Kelly Wetherick starts in IK 99 from grid number 3, and Jade Dyke Whitfield in Hereford 150. Somebody goes left, and I think that was Kelly Wetherick in IK 99, but it's Jade Whitfield Dyke that takes up the running down the hill for the first time from Chloe Richardson in Pen 95. That's your 1 and 2 as they go through the start gate turn. for the first time. They're followed by the IK99 machine of Kelly Weatherick, who's there in third, and at the back of that running pack is the Evesham 26 machine of Sharon Barker, but lifting the front end as they come back towards us is Jay Dyke Whitfield. Hereford, number 150, makes her way through the start gate turn for the second time. Chloe Richardson's still there, about 8-10 car lengths down on the race leader, who makes it up into that woodland turn for the second time. Hereford 150 continues to lead the way then from number 5, 99 and 26 as 1, 2, 3 and 4 make it on to that last lap. But it doesn't look like too much is going to change. The battle for second and third looks to hot up, but Chloe Richardson puts the pedal to the metal on that far straight and pulls just a little bit of daylight between herself and Kelly Weatherick, but it's Jay Dyke Whitfield who takes the win. Penline 5 takes second from Kelly Weatherick and IK99, who takes third, and Sharon Barker takes fourth, and rounds it all out for your qualifying stages of ladies class 9s in Evesham 26. So down there on the line, just two cars appear. They are the Scarborough 95 machine of Emily Grayson and the Cumdee 1 machine of Imogen Morris. So we've got a ladies class 1 runoff, and I think if Steve is next door, then he'll be taking you through that one when we are set to go racing. So away from the line they go then, and Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95 is the one that makes the initial best break, and she's the one that leads up into that woodland turn for the first time. So it's the Scarborough League machine that leads past us and down the hill for the first time. The West Midland League machine of Imogen Morris, Cumdee number 1, then slots into that second spot. They have been nothing has split them across the 3 rounds of qualifying, both tied in that 8th position, and only space for one in the final. And it's the Grayson machine then that leads towards us for the second time. Scarborough 95 with about 5-6 car lengths clear now of Imogen Morris in Cumdee number 1. So there you two as they make it up that far straight, and I think this time they'll see that yellow rag with the black cross, and they'll move on to their last lap. But it is Scarborough 95, and we're doing an extra lap, I think, because it's 95 that makes her way down the hill once again ahead of Imogen Morris in Cumdee number 1. So there your 1 and your 2, and if anything, Emily Grayson is opening the gap between herself and Imogen there in that second position. But this time round, that yellow flag with the black cross will be shown, and Emily will move on to her official last lap in Scarborough 95 from Imogen Morris, who's still there in Cumdee number 1. But with just the one place at stake in the ladies class 1 final, it looks like, barring any major mechanical issues, then Emily Grayson has got this one in the bag as she makes her way across the top part of the circuit for the final time. She exits turn 2 for the last time, and Scarborough 95 we'll see you in the final a little bit later, Emily, and Imogen Morris unfortunately in Cumdee number 1. That's the last we'll see of that car in ladies class 1s in the British Autograss Series of 2022. We have got ladies class 5 machines down there on the line. So to take you through that one, I'll hand you straight over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Voice of an Angel. We are going to lorryinsurance.co.uk, series sponsored ladies class 5. It is the rerun of race 1. It didn't really go too far, and no Nicola Jesse in this rerun as well. Well, that's mixed it up a little bit as Rhiannon Smith takes him down the hill for the first time. Michelle Ellis, Stroudon District 33, goes with her. Michelle, that Sarah Bateman machine, looks for the cut back up the inside, coming out of Startgate turn, climbing up the hill. That's Stroudon District 45. She's applying the pressure to Michelle. Can she withstand it? There's a bit of a bump there, isn't there, coming out of turn 2. But at the moment, it's as you were, but saying that, Sarah Bateman is up in front of Michelle Ellis now and carrying on the charge, chasing down that Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, and Rhiannon Smith currently sat 4th on the points. A good finish, but I tell you what, she's gone from 1st down to 3rd as Michelle Ellis now back up, taking up the running down that Startgate turn. They exit, up the hill they go. Sarah Bateman holding 2nd, Rhiannon Smith looking for a move on the outside there. Kirsty Godfrey, Cambridge 10 running in that 4th place as they bring it round this time, and it is checkered flag, and it's going to be Stroudon District 33, Michelle Ellis from Sarah Bateman, Stroudon District 45, South Somerset 36, Rhiannon Smith, and Cambridge 10 of Kirsty Godfrey. So that is your ladies for Class 5s done and dusted. All 3 heats done. Next time we'll see them is the top 8 in the final. So looking up on the line, we're just waiting for Class 8 to come to the line. So Class 8, there's only one man who's going to take you through that. And it is a rerun of Class 8s. You've done not too bad this weekend, Liam, by the way. And it is race 2. So back over to Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. So I believe the only outstanding rerun that we have before concluding the 3rd round of qualifying, and a fitting tribute that it would be me to have the last rerun of the heat. So we have got cars assembling down there on the line, as I think there was all a little bit of a confusion with this race. I think they had said it wasn't being rerun, then it was being rerun. We know if it is being rerun, it's going without Jodie Glover in Scunthorpe 71, and it's going without Abby J. Bennett, we've been told, in the Forest of Dean at number 8. So just looking to the start line to see who is making their way up and who isn't. So the ones we should have then, Ruby Emerson in Scunny 199 coming out of grid 1. She's not down there yet, but it looks like she's now making her way. Cassie Gunn in Pennine number 9, she'll be coming out of lane 3. Jennifer, West Waterford 158 in lane 5. Vicky Appleton in lane number 6 in Scarborough 2, and Sophie Morgan in lane 8 in Radford 71. So what we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars that are assembled. And down now, as I said, this the final race then from the 3rd heat. I think that's Jodie Glover making her way to the start line. So goes to show you shouldn't listen to a word I say, because I was told she was excluded, but obviously managed to claw her way back into the rerun, as that is definitely her car that's making his way down. But no sign of Abby J. Bennett in Forest Dean number 8, so I'd imagine the exclusion for her is still standing. So once this is out the way, then that is all the heats done. We'll have all the points tallied up and have all of our finalists and be ready for the finals. I think we are having a short break. We've got the Hey We Crazy gang here in commentary now. Carison for you, not Hey, A. I put an extra H in there just for good measure. So we're away and racing with the Class 8. So Jennifer, it is then your national champion that heads them up the hill and down the far side for the first time. Sophie Morgan running 2nd, Appleton running 3rd in Scarborough number 2, Jodie Glover 4th in 71, Ruby Emerson and Cassie Gunn battling it out for the minor places towards the tail end of the field, but it's your national champ that's heading them round as Sophie Morgan hitting a rut in 71. It's done her no favours whatsoever. She's still getting it sideways as Sooty moves through to 2nd in Scarborough number 2, a 1st and a 2nd in her first 2 heats, so a 2nd will definitely get her in that final. Jennifer needs the win in order for her to be boosted up into that top 8, and that's what she's doing as she leads them round for another time. 1 more to go, 158 from number 2, 71 then Sophie Morgan running 3rd. 4th now is Ruby Emerson in the Scunny 199 as Cassie Gunn moves through, and Jodie Glover, after getting herself back into the rerun, picks up problems in Scunthorpe 71. But at the front, there's not going to be a change, I don't think, and I think that should be enough as Jennifer books her place in the final in West Waterford 158. Sooty's going to be there too in Scarborough number 2. Sophie Morgan takes 3rd, Cassie Gunn 4th, Ruby Emerson 5th, and Jodie Glover unfortunately not finishing. I think problems on the back end of the car in Scunny 71. But that concludes your Bennett Built and Beresford Chassis and Components sponsored Ladies Class 8. That concludes the 3rd round of qualifying, as everything has been done. The next time we see a race coming out, unless there is a runoff that they want to sneak in there, is going to be the finals a little bit later on. So obviously now you have a chance to do your various bits and bobs, but don't get going too far because, as I said, we've got special guests arriving in commentary. So for those of you then watching on the live stream, Gareth's doing a great job at blocking me off there. So if you could stay there, Gareth, that would be brilliant. Where's he been all weekend when I've needed him? So obviously then, for those of you watching on the live stream, you can see that we've got a very crowded commentary box. We've got two people hiding. So Karis Thomas has come to say hello. Fiona reluctantly coming to make an appearance. So I believe there's going to be some sort of interview. Is it going to be you taking it through it, Gareth?
Unless you want to do it.
I've got a tent to drop. I've got a lot to do. So that's my excuse anyway. And I don't speak Welsh, so that might not help. So I think we're going to give you to Gareth, and we're going to have a conversation with A We Crazy, not Hey We Crazy, as Karis and Fiona are here. So it's over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, John Liam. Yeah, I'm joined. Not often I'm joined by two beautiful girls in a commentary box, but today we're spoiled for choice. And yeah, I'm joined by Caris and Fiona Thomas. They both come from my part of the world. They're both part of the Tywee Autograss Club. One is a new Class 1 national champion, the other yet to find her form in Class 6. But over the last 10 years, I'm sure that the majority of you sat around this field and watching at home will have heard of the A We Crazy campaign. So girls, 10 years ago, what was the inspiration to kickstart off your fundraising?
Well, it sort of started off when we were making little music videos in our bedrooms on YouTube. They're not available online anymore, please don't look. And then one day, one of our cousins just ran past the camera and said, "Hey, I'm crazy!" And then it just stuck. And then we brought the camera racing, started filming people. People started saying it very reluctantly. And as time went on, people were coming over to us asking to do it, and
can I say "Be crazy, please"? We were like, "Yes, of course you can."
Yeah, so it just sort of stand from there, really.
So was it mostly at night time in the beer tent, or did you make a run through the pits? And like, how did the editing and the putting together of the videos actually get formed?
Well, not in the beer tent to begin with, because, what was it, 10 years ago we would have been 14 and...
16.
It wouldn't have stopped you.
So, no, it was sort of around the pits to begin with.
There was like a gang of us, like 20
Oh, Tywee trouble.
just like going around.
Tywee trouble, they're going back in time now.
The kids like, "Could you say "Be crazy, please"?
Yeah, and then I remember one year Diane Tompkinson dragged us around the beer tent with our collection pot, and that night we raised over like £100, which was crazy for us. It was a lot of money, sort of throughout our first few years to raise in one night. And she dragged us around saying, "This is the A We Crazy Girl, say it now," and people were just doing it then.
So for those that are listening trackside and at home then, over the last 10 years, A We Crazy gone from strength to strength, but who are you actually raising money for? And over the course of those 10 years, what's your total amount that you've raised to date? And how are you raising the money when you're not publishing videos?
Raising money for the Teenage Cancer Trust, just with our charity pot. We've tried to make some fun fundraising along the way.
Yeah. We've had a few raffles along the way where we had the prize was a hoverboard that was, well, 2 of them were donated to us. We sell our A We Crazy jumpers, t-shirts, and even baby grows now. We're expanding the business, where all the profits go
Fiona,
to
you haven't been racing this weekend. Have you got any news to share with us?
I've been banned from the Class 1 because Connor wanted to win fast. You calling me fat?
No way. How dare I say that?
Dare you?
And your overall amount of fundraised money then, how much have you raised over the last 10 years?
We're going to make a tally now at the end of this season and put it on Facebook and everything.
Okay, and how do people get to know about A We Crazy then if they're not involved in Autograss?
We're on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. So just type in A We Crazy and our faces pop up.
Minus the H, is it?
No H.
Yeah, no H.
EYY. We Crazy.
And have you been continuing that this weekend, or have you taken a bit more chill time this weekend?
Well, Karis was at a wedding yesterday, so I've solely been filming, and it's hard because Karis normally does most of the filming, bless her.
Yeah, so if this video isn't as good,
we know who to blame.
National champion.
A little bit of sass there from the younger sister. So is there anything else about your fundraising over the last 10 years that you'd like to say? Is there anybody you want to thank, or...?
Just thank everyone, really, for coming along for the ride, making it as much fun. It's been lovely.
For not telling us to go away when we walk up to them with a little money pot on show.
And where do you see A We Crazy in another 10 years' time?
Gosh. Hopefully still going. Maybe less shaky videos and Maybe a bit quicker turnaround on the videos,
Yeah.
maybe. We'll see.
That's the trouble when you grow up. The priorities take over, don't
Yes, when we were in school, it was much easier to make a
Yeah.
video after school, but now we're both full-time
Full-time
work. It's a bit more difficult.
they? Making
life.
mega money.
Adulthood is a trap. Don't grow up.
So, yeah, unless you girls have got anything else you want to say, or...
Just if anyone wants to order any of the jumpers, the t-shirts, just message Are We Crazy. They are made to order because it's all for charity and we don't make any profit off it. It all goes to charity, so it is made to order. So just give us a message.
There we are then, girls. And if you enjoyed that, then when the girls walk back towards the pits, then just go up and shake their hand because they've done a superb job over the last 10 years of just bringing another dimension to an Autograss meeting and doing a fair bit of fundraising at the same time. So yeah, da iawn merched. Well done, girls.
Joch Gareth.
Cheers. Escape.
So, yeah, we have seen the marshals have made their way then off the circuit. If you're joining us still on the live stream, then you've got a cracking view of the priority parkers up there on the top of the hill. Yeah, marshals have gone up just to have a sandwich and a cup of tea. And the finalists are shortly going to be called down to the line. And on cue, we can see Josh Fowler in All Shropshire 2 and Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 making their way down to the holding lane. So, unofficially, I think Keith Kelly has done enough to be crowned your 2022 British Autograss Series Class 3 champion. But like I say, that's very unofficial at the moment. And we've got a couple of other qualifiers also making their way down to the holding lanes. Down there, they will decide what grid they want to start from in order of qualification. But if you've been sat at home joining us on the BAStv all day, then thank you for bearing with us. And it's been a cracking weekend so far. And as we reach the climax of finals still to come, and it looks like Mr. Langley has got an important announcement to make.
Right, there we go. This could be the world's worst kept secret. But have you got your diaries handy? Whether you're here with us on the venue or you are listening to us on BAStv at home. We are now in a position to announce the dates and venues of the 2023. We're hoping it will be Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust. That's going to be finalised as well, I'm sure it will be. British Autograss Series. So, I can tell you that round one of the 2023 series, we are going to be kicking things off over the water. And we're going to pay another very, very welcome return back to Mallow on the 13th and 14th of May. So our friends from Ireland are across here with us very, very frequently. We're going back across to see them. There's a lot of discussion about it, I will be truthful. We are conscious of finances, etc., and all the other difficulties. But the consensus is that Mallow deserve to host a round. As previously, and details of this will be announced, there is a ferry deal that has been negotiated by the team at Mallow on behalf of the British Autograss Series. But final. So did none of that come out then? Right, you good people, then hopefully you have got your diaries somewhere to hand, whether you're here at the venue or you're listening to us on BAStv at home, because I am now very pleased to say that we can confirm and announce the world's worst kept secret, I think, but the venues and dates of the 2023 Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. Everything kicks off on the 13th and 14th of May. Oh, they've all come on screen on once, so there we go. Where we're off to Mallow. Our Southern Ireland visitors come across to us very, very frequently. We're going across once again to visit them. When we've been across previously, we've had a cracking time over there. I'm sure next year is going to be no different. We are very, very conscious of the financial circumstances and everything at the moment. There was a lot of debate with regards to going to Mallow. What I will say is the team at Mallow have worked very, very hard behind the scenes to secure a ferry deal, final details of which will be announced early in the new year. Don't go booking your ferries yet, because there is going to be special deals and special codes and things like that to use to help you to get across to Mallow. 13th and 14th of May. Round 2, we're back down to South Wales, minus the sea mist. 24th and 25th of June, once again, to that cracking Red Roses venue. We're very, very pleased that they're back on board, or they're on board for 2023 for round 2. Round 3 will see us heading up to Yorkshire Dales, venue of so many excellent meetings, of course, nationals, previous BAS rounds, etc. 15th and 16th of July. So round 3 up to Yorkshire Dales we head. 19th and 20th of August for round 4. Then we're off to Blighton Airfield, home, of course, of Scunthorpe. So Russ is here. We'll be seeing you in August on home ground then, Russ. So 19th and 20th of August, Scunthorpe for round 4. 16th and 17th of September, it says South Somerset. I think it's going to be under the Southern League. But either way, the 2023 series is going to be decided down there at the cracking Bearley Raceway. Haven't been down to the Bearley Raceway for a few years with British Autograss series. That was actually sorted out today. So big thank you to Reese and the team down there for a lot of hard work. We sort of like approached them quite late, I will be truthful, and they've been really good and put a lot of work in securing the date and making sure it can all happen. So we're looking forward to that one. If you want to go and test the venue, of course, get down there 8th and 9th of October for the Grand Prix this year, and you can see what a cracking venue it is, as if you need me to tell you. And the reserve date, if it's needed, and it's not going to be, because that's only because of bad weather, is going to be the 30th of September and the 1st of October. So, 2023 British Autograss Series dates: 13th and 14th of May, Mallow; 24th and 25th of June, South Wales; 15th and 16th of July, Yorkshire Dales; 19th and 20th of August, Scunthorpe; 16th and 17th of September, the Southern League. It is a British Autograss Series. I think we're proving it next year. No, there's a bit of travelling involved, but by Jove, it's going to be worth it. We look forward to seeing you all there.
Yeah, cracking venues, and it will be nice to go back to some of those. And as we can see, we have marshals making their way back onto the centre of this Monkland Raceway as we reach the climax of this season's Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. Now, I spoke to Raymond Rees on the way back to the camper last night. He said he'd given Blobby a piece of paper with a for sale on, and that it hadn't been done all day. And I've just remembered about it now. So, yeah, the for sale is an extreme roll-in chassis for Class 9. There's also a Sedev ST90 gearbox to suit specials, or a front-wheel drive Class 6. They're both available, and if you're interested, then we have Raymond's number here in commentary. So if you are interested in either, then make your way over, and we'll gladly give you his number so that you can contact him and make the deal. So Marshall's back on track. We will be racing very shortly with your Class 1 final. They're gathered down there in the holding lanes. But as the marshals make their way back onto the pits, a few of the juniors making their walk of honour and doing their track walk as well, and a bit of maintenance being done down there on the start line. But we will be back with you very, very shortly for an important 2-minute silence in honour of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, well, the late Queen Elizabeth, and the rest of this weekend's action.
So, as we say, we're getting ever closer towards the finals. Just to let you know, those retro grasser stickers are still on sale at BP Grassing. All the proceeds go to West Midland Air Ambulance, so only £2, and they really are good fun stickers. I'll show the people at home if you want to put your order in online. send it through to the voice of an angel. He'll sort it. He's very good like that. Only £2, and I say goes to the West Midlands Air Ambulance. And we said yesterday, didn't we? You never know when you'll need that kind of urgent support. So always well worth. For those looking at home and thinking that those glasses look a bit strange, Mickey, you're quite right. These are still the wife's glasses. But they've enabled me to see this weekend, which is handy. Not very well, because Tim looks like he's got a full head of hair. But as we say, no product placement in this call is Specsavers. That's it. 10% discount if you go online now. Quote, Autograss 2022. This time next year we'll be millionaires. So there again, I've got a lottery ticket I haven't checked. So when I get home tonight, at whatever time that will be, I don't know. I'm going to scan it on my phone, and if it pings up and goes, you know, I could be the next millionaire. I must admit, though, in Autograss, there has been a couple of lottery winners, isn't there? I won't tell you their names because you know what people are like. They like to go around with a begging bowl and stuff like that and say, "Oh, my Aunt Susie needs an operation and I need to raise 10 grand." Any chance? Say a little bit of a tickle, no. Yeah, a couple of what the experience. There was a guy in our village who won the lottery, and he came round and he was one of these. He's not with us anymore, but he was just like he told us about when he got the numbers and went back into the shop to get them checked. And he come and sat back in his works van. And he said it was like a scene out of Only Fools and Horses. You know, go, Rodney, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. You know, and he said the van was rocking. The dog next to him was like looking at him as if he had gone crazy. Oh, we're crazy. Yeah, I think he won about, he shared. So he got, I think, about 3.6 million. So that was all right, wasn't it? Nice. A bit of life-changing stuff. No, I did see him, by the way. He came past the village and stopped and I said, "Here, Tell, you've had a bit of good news." He said, "Yeah, Mickey, it's, I can't believe it myself." I said, "I need a new coach." You know, at the time I was running a half-size coach that had been fitted out. It wasn't the best, but it was a bit of fun. But I did ask him if he could get me a new one, but apparently not. I stopped talking to him and all of that. I didn't hold a grudge at all or anything. But more work going down on the track. So you can see that a bit of rolling, a bit of grading, and a bit of watering. And I tell you what, I must admit that the level of watering that these guys have done on the track has just been right, hasn't it? It hasn't felt like it's been excessive. They know what they're doing. As I think Liam was saying, it's had plenty of racing over the course of the last 4 or 5 weeks. Put the 3-day Border Counties meeting in on top of a BAS. I think the track, to be fair, has held up pretty good. And we are racing on natural surface, aren't we? So there is always going to be a few bumps and dips and grooves that are formed in it, either off the start line or round the corners. And sometimes you just have to race to that. I mean, when you look back at some of the retro videos, you see that when Russ does that on his Wednesday night, and you see some of those tracks, my life, if my dad raced, his false teeth would fall out. I mean, I'm not saying they were that rough, but they were a bit bouncy, weren't they? I think we are looking forward to what is going to be a cracking set of finals and a cracking way to finish this 2022 British Autograss Series down here at Border Counties. We started all the way down round 1 down in South Wales. It's a nice part of town. It only seems like yesterday because I remember going down there on the Thursday. On the Friday, we had a bit of like the chill day, where you walk down the big hill. Some people, you lazy sausages out there that just got the coach. We walked down the hill. My life, it's easier walking down than coming back up. And they had I think the hot rods were down there at the same time that weekend. And they were all getting scrutineered and everything like that. So it's really good. I'm just being told, wow, we've got, before we get into the finals, we are going to have I'm looking at the ones are going to come up to the line. I'm being told that we've got a Class 7 ladies runoff between York 57 Sue Herdman and Nicola Gibbs in Hereford 44. So there you go. If you're sat out thinking you're just going to watch the finals, Sue Herdman, Nicola Gibbs, you're in a runoff for ladies Class 7. So as you probably heard, is just before we go and start racing for the finals, then we will be honouring and taking a moment of reflection for memory of our Queen that served us so graciously for over 70 years. So just to lead us into that, I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Mickey B. Yes, as we're all gathered here, and as Mickey quite rightly says, then in memory of a lady that gave so much to the country, I think, you know, whatever, and I do appreciate people have different views on the royal family as an individual, then that lady served absolutely tirelessly for 70 years plus. And I think everybody would like to take a moment of reflection and almost silent thanks for everything that she has done for this country. The drivers are going to line up for the first final of the day, and then I think they are going to be getting out of their cars. And as I say, thoughts with regards to the Queen and all of her family, everything that they are currently going through and having to go through it in the public eye as well. And I think, again, lots of dignity being shown ahead of tomorrow's funeral. But also an opportunity possibly for people on a personal level to also think and remember people that may be personally close to you that are no longer with us as well. So as I use the opportunity of, we're going to have 2 minutes silence and reflection to just reflect, as I say, on everything that has happened. And as I say, memories very much of Her late Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth II. So just looking down to the start line, I think we do have drivers out of cars. I think we've stopped all machinery that we can. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're at home, then very nicely if you can join in as well. But here on the raceway, please, then can I ask you for a respectful 2 minute silence in memory of dear departed people, but particularly our late Queen, Her Royal Highness Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you very much. Rest in peace, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Right, time for finals. So, the first final then, down there on the line. This is the last men's Class 1 final of the 2022 British Autograss Series. After this, then there'll be loads of points adding up by the computer, I have to say. And we'll hopefully get to declare British Autograss Series winners. But we can tell you the 8 cars down there: Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16, Adam Jones in Swansea 2, Riley Diper in 10F, Scott Atkins in South Somerset 44, Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304, Josh Fowler in North Shropshire 2, William Henry in SR 19, and Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443. Sponsors: Shebden Plant Hire, SBD Motorsport, Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust, British Autograss Series sponsors for the season. We thank them very, very much indeed. TBR Race Engines. So big thank you to them. Obviously, we're just giving time for the Class 1 drivers to get back in safely and all belted up in their cars. They will have had choice of grid positions based on their qualifying. And qualifying, of course, very difficult. They had to go through not only the 3 heats, but the 69 cars also had to go through the semi-finals, runoffs and all sorts of things involved. Class 1 qualifying, always close. This weekend, absolutely no different. Right, Connor Griffiths will have had first choice. Eagle-Eyed Jones is here. I tell you what, there is nobody any better at spotting cars on the start line and identifying which ones they are. Connor Griffiths will have had first choice. He's going to come out of grid number 1. Adam Jones is coming out of grid number 2 in Swansea 2. Riley Diper in 10F would have had third choice. Scott Atkins, I think Riley Diper's gone 4, Scott Atkins has gone 3 from what we can identify. So obviously favouring the inside line advantages. So Josh Fowler, Will Henry, Ben Gould and Luke Fairhurst towards the outside of the grid. But we'll see what happens as the first final of the final round of the 2022 Kent Cam Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series gets underway. And coming back towards us, it is Adam Jones in Swansea 2 that is the first one to show. On the inside, Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16. Tucked in behind him is the North Shropshire 443. That's Ben Gould at the wheel of that one. Riley Diper runs 4th in 10F. On the inside then is Scott Atkins in South Somerset 44, but Jonesy is the one they're chasing. Swansea 2 back round towards us. Tivy 16, North Shropshire 443, 10F. North Shropshire 2 racing then just on the outside of South Somerset 44. Will Henry with a bit to do at the minute in SR19. Your current back marker Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304, but going down the far side it's the 2 South Wales league cars. It's Adam Jones in Swansea 2. It's your current national champion Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16. That's the 1 and the 2. Ben Gould still runs 3rd in 443. Riley Diper in 10F. North Shropshire 2 then just coming up through. Josh Fowler on the inside. Problems for Luke Fairhurst. Not to be for him this time round in ARC 304. Making a move though on the inside, Connor Griffiths in TA16. Just enough of a gap there left by Adam Jones, but he goes for the cutback. TA16, your race leader, as they go into that start line turn once again. Swansea 2 now back on the inside. TA16 on the outside. North Shropshire 443 to pick up all the pieces. Riley Diper runs 4th in 10F. North Shropshire 2. But looking at this battle for the lead, I tell you what, it's turning into a 3-way battle for the lead as the last lap flag goes out. Adam Jones in Swansea 2. Connor Griffiths on the outside in Tivy 16. Ben Gould there in North Shropshire 443. And Tivy 16 looks for that gap on that bottom bend and says thank you very much. The cutback absolutely superb there from Connor Griffiths. Is there anything that Adam Jones or indeed Ben Gould can do on this final top bend? The answer is Adam Jones goes for it in Swansea 2, but it's going to be Connor Griffiths in Tivy 16, North Shropshire 443, Riley Diper, Adam Jones. Then comes North Shropshire 2, South Somerset 44, Will Henry in SR19, and Luke Fairhurst in ARC 304 comes across the line and completes what I reckon was a pretty good Class 1 final. If they all carry on like that, we're going to be all right. as we go through these finals. And looking to the line, then it is Class 2 that is coming your way next. We are running to the order that we've been running all weekend. So men's Class 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8 is what we're looking at. So to take you through Class 2, it is over to Mr. Gareth Jones.
Yeah, thanks very much, and Steve. The Fleet Care Services and Border Counties Motor Racing Club sponsored men's Class 2 finalists are down there on the line, and your final qualifier, Yorkshire Dales 104, Jack Hodgson, has been left with grid 8 on his inside shoulder. This Scunthorpe 18 machine of Simon Oberty. We'll pick up the rest of the runners and riders because the bungee's broken. And away we go. Bradley Thomas had a good start from grid number 2, and he's the one that leads into turn 1. They all bunch up behind him. A man that's been unbeaten in his 3 rounds of qualifying is Ashley Robinson, and he's there leading the chase down the hill for the first time in Spalding 43. Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126 rounds out your 1, 2 and 3 all. Gets knocked a bit sideways by Jack Hodgson and Simon Overty in Scunthorpe 18. And the Scunthorpe pair then battle for that 3rd and 4th spot. From the Farrow machine, Scarborough 249 towards the outside, but he's falling further downfield. Not much splits, these 8 Class 2s at the moment, but it's Thomas under challenge as Robinson now moves up on the inside in Spalding 43. Bradley Thomas leads the chase in IK 55 as he tries to cut back on that inside line as they exit turn 2 to round out another circuit of this Monkland Raceway. It's 43 from 55. Overty's there in 3rd. In Scunthorpe, number 18, racing ahead of the Chris Hall machine. Scunthorpe 227, Craig Conway falls back to 5th. In Scunthorpe 126 ahead of Jack Hodgson. In Yorkshire Dales 104 from the Furrow machine, Scarborough 249, and Tom Stevens in Ludlow 55 towards the tail end of the field. Your 1 and 2 are away and gone, but they battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. And it's Craig Conway on the inside line to Simon Overty as that battle for 3rd hots up. But this time round, they'll see that yellow flag with a black cross, and the man from the Fenland League will move on to his last lap. Spalding 43, looking to make it 4 wins out of 4, and a maximum drop round this weekend in Spalding 43. Bradley Thomas in IK 55 is losing a bit of ground, but he's there in a very strong 2nd position and challenged for that 2nd position at the moment in IK 55. But exiting the top part of the circuit for the final time, Spalding 43 takes the win from IK 55. Craig Conway makes it back up to 3rd in Scunthorpe 126. The rest of the field then cross the line. They round out your Class 2 final. Somebody loses a bumper. The marshals from the centre of the track quick to collect them on this finish line straight. But that concludes your men's Class 2 final, your men's Class 2 campaigning for the 2022 Ken Cams and Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. That's men's Class 2s done and dusted for the year. Men's Class 3s down there on the line. And to take you through that final, it's over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. Yeah, so Kelly Recovery, our meeting sponsor. Ram Developments have been our sponsor all season. We thank them very much indeed. Your qualifiers, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247. Unbeaten this weekend, we reckon. The British Autograss Series champion, but we'll get that confirmed after the final. Ryan Power is there in York Dales 98. Russ Tinker in York 4. Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99. Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69. Rich Lee in SC 700. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. And Senna Proctor in Scarborough 57. 117 points required to get through to the Class 3 final this weekend. Keith Kelly, as I say, sat on 165. That's 3 wins out of 3. He's had such a cracking season. And as we were saying earlier on, if you want to go and see Keith, and of course you do, on home territory next year, then you'll have the opportunity at round 1 of the British Autograss Series. As we look down, so Keith will have had choice of grid position. He's fancy in the middle of the grid, I think, looking at it, because I think he's come out of grid 4. And next to him, just on the inside, Ryan Power, who had second choice, is coming out of grid 3. York 4 also, Russ Tinker coming out of 5. So it's fancied the middle of the grid for these Class 3 machines. And it is Yorkshire Dales at 98. Ryan Power then, the first one to blast into that first corner. Stevens looking to come through on the inside. Kelly, as he has done all season, looking to come right round the outside in Mallow 247 and just throws it absolutely sideways. On a real wide line is Russ Tinker in York 4, but Keith Kelly just almost overcooks it, and that allows Ryan Power in Yorkdale's 98 to go up through on the inside. Paul Stevens runs in that third place slot in Ludlow 69 as they come past us. It is Power though from Kelly. Senna Proctor having a good run in Scarborough 57 right on the outside. Adam Saint looking to go through on the inside line in the Cambridge 1 machine, but he gets it all sideways. Rupert Lomax has to take avoiding action in North Wales 99. Rich Lee got a bit to do in Scunthorpe 700, but he's looking to come up through the field. But whilst all this goes on, Ryan Power motors on in Yorkdale's 98, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247, Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69, Senna Proctor in the Scarborough 57 machine. Those are your 4 trophy winning positions at this weekend. Bit of a gap then back to Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 700. York 4 coming through, but we've got red flags on that one. It was going so well. Wasn't it just? So we're awaiting official confirmation. We are hearing, unfortunately, there is going to be a black flag, and unfortunately it looks like it is going to be going to Rupert Lomax in North Wales 99. So we'll see the men's Class 3 again very shortly, but all poised and ready to take you through. All the finals just going to be superb today. You just feel it, you really can. And this one absolutely no different. Men's Class 5s, Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. Lorryinsurance.co.uk and Jabers Graphics are our sponsors. Coming out on men's Class 5 then. Danny Lodge, Ian Thorndike, Baxter Pargeter, Ryan Jones, Charlie Holloway, Lewis Richards, Dan Godfrey and Chris Tudgay. So coming out on their grids and their favoured choice. Here we go then. We are off and running. Lodgy takes them up into turn 1. Who's going to come out and follow him? Is it Thorndike behind him? No, it's not. It's Baxter Pargeter. Then it's the Italian stallion. Lewis Richards coming round the outside, coming through the dust. Lodgy then leads them out that Stargate turn. It's all got a little bit messy there. Baxter Pargeter is crawling at the back now. So there must have been a bit of contact going into turn 3 as they bring it out of turn 2 and down the hill. Woohoo! Lodgy then from Thorndike, from Jones, from Tudgay, from Lewis, from Godfrey, from Holloway. That's how they're running on this one, and we've gone red. Dear me, I thought we started off so well, and then we started to go downhill a little bit, literally. I'll tell you what, I could see Baxter Pargeter was obviously on the pace coming down through the dust. We just kind of lost him for a little bit. The next thing you know, he's crawling out of that turn of 3 into Stargate turn, and I think there's obviously something that's gone on. We've got Gareth listening intently on the radio, and as soon as we know, we will let you know. And coming around up on the line then, while we've got a moment of time, it is the men's Class 7 Super Saloon Final. Max Sport, our series sponsor, XC Works, our weekend sponsor. And to be fair to the men's Class 7s, not jinxing it, you know, they have driven really well this weekend. Not many red at all. So Andy Holtby then, Scunthorpe 61, is our top point scorer. Hold on, I've just got to stop.
Yeah, we've had our official first full set of British Autograss Series trophy winners for men's Class 1s. And somebody's been working the points out rapidly. 4th place then, after not the best weekend he's had so far in the series. TA4, Jonathan Jones, picks up a 4th place pot in Class 1 in the British Autograss Series. Ian Otherthorne, Scunthorpe 25, picks up that 3rd place trophy. Tom Powell, Evesham 82, he hasn't had the best of weekends either, but he's done enough over the course of the year to claim that 2nd place pot. And your first British Autograss Series official champion this weekend in men's Class 1s. He's coming back down to our neck of the woods. And your crowned British Autograss Series champion of men's Class 1 is Connor Griffiths in TA16. So over there on the far side, we are going Super Saloon Racing. So we're straight back over to Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, so alongside Andy Holtby, Liam Evans, North Shropshire 120, Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 41. Riding out in White Rose 20 all weekend, it has been Rhys Griffiths. Both Rhys and Ian were signed on, but Rhys has really been showing the quality that he can pedal that car round this track. He qualified 4th into the final. Dan Johnson, Scunthorpe 383. Bill Bradford in Border Counties 15, Colin Reid, Ogaidanu in Central Scotland 21, and Andy Graney in Pennine 8. Hold on to your hats, here we go, we are off and ready. It's a bit messy off the line, and Evans not got the best of the starts as they bring it up into there, and it's Griffiths looking for the gap coming through. And we go red. Slow it down, lads, slow it down. Oh, dear me. You know, when there's a bit of dust flicking up, you're thinking, hopefully they can see. I tell you what, just like my missus, short and sweet, and didn't last very long. So, yeah, there we go. It looked a bit messy off the line there. We're listening on the radio. We still haven't heard anything on the 5 yet. Oh, there we go. So that's not what we wanted to have. But there is a discussion going on about an exclusion for a start line incident. So while we've got that, up on the line, we are going Class 8s, and it's over to Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. Hopefully I can do a little bit better than you just did. But look at that, we're away already. Beresford Chassis and Components and Rowan Land Rover Specialists, your sponsors for the series and the weekend. Your champion has been crowned, it's Mitch Wells, but he wants to go out with a bang as he leads them round for the very first time in Invictus Kent 356. Rossi, though, up the inside in Sturton 77, doesn't find a speed, but look at Jonesy in Border County 69, right round the outside, and finds the grip and makes it work as he slots into that second place position. But it's the champ that leads, Mitch Wells in Invictus Kent 356. Adam Jones is running second. Mullen runs third in 37 with Rossi up the inside, rounding off the trophies in Sturton 77 as Bishop running just behind him. Matt Owen, Wes Hathaway and Dan Thomas well down the order in PhD 47, but the race is on for second and Mullen's on a mission in YD 37 as he moves up into that second place. But has he got an answer to Mitch Wells? Jonesy's gone, is he? As he takes it very wide, pushed on as he went into that bend, and 69 finds himself well down. He looks like he's doing a joker lap over on the far side, but not going his way, but going the way of Mitch Wells. But can he hold on? A couple more to go with Mullen over the back of him in 37, Rossi in third. Matt Bishop now is up to fourth in Yates and Sudbury 37. Owen and Hathaway battling it out for that place. Jonesy with problems aboard along with Dan Thomas in PhD 47, but it's going to be last lap flag, and this is why he was leading the BASt. This is why he's a winner, because he drives like this and it's working. But Mullen is there in second in YD 37, and Mullen will not quit. He will push him all the way to the end to try and make a move, but you just feel like Mitch Wells might have this one in the bag, ready to take another BASt win, the final BASt win of the year in Invictus Kent 356. If it wasn't already confirmed, it most definitely is now. Wells takes the win, Mullen takes second, Rossi third, Bishop comes across and rounds out the trophies in fourth. Hathaway takes fifth, Matt Owen in sixth in C115, and big disappointment then for the two pink machines, Dan Thomas in PhD 47 and Adam Jones in Border County 69, having a chat there as they come across the line side by side with luck not on their side in that one. So Class 8s then, done and dusted with. The one down, I got one to go, but it's over to Gareth for a minute.
Yeah, thanks very much, Liam. Yeah, we have another set of the trophy winners. Men's Class 2 went to completion. That means that we have our second official champion of the weekend, picking up a fourth place pot after 5 gruesome rounds of racing is Jack Hodson, Yorkshire Dales 104. Over the course of the series, he picked up 884 points. Bradley Thomas in IK 55. He is third overall after 5 rounds of the British Autograss Series. after picking up 985 points. Your runner-up for 2022, he's had a cracking weekend this weekend. He's had 4 wins out of 4, and that man is from the Fenland League. That's Spalding's Ashley Robinson in Spalding 43. And your Class 2 British Autograss Series champion for 2022, I guess there's no surprises really. It's Craig Conway in Scunthorpe 126. Back to you, Liam.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. So looking then, we're going to have a bit of water go down, so that gives us a chance to tell you who's on the line. We're going racing with the Junior Saloon final, and the juniors put on a good show this weekend. We've had some very, very close racing, and obviously battling it out now for the BAS title, and of course, as I said yesterday, also battling it out for the Young Guns title as well, sponsored by Power Max. But a big thank you then to Shropshire Design and Tudors for their sponsorship of the Junior Saloons. We've got Lestin Jones in Typhy 15, Amber Powell in North Wales 52, Jack Owens in Typhy number 5, Bo Bennett in Breednill 33, Stephen Davis in Typhy 29, Grace Williams in Cambridge 142, Reese Davis in Typhy 9, and Bo Chamberlain in the Forest of Dean 22. That's the lineup for your Junior Saloon final. 127 points is what you needed to get into it, but it's not going to go much further, is it? Because it's been a very messy start. I think the Bo Bennett machine and Amber Powell getting tangled up. Jack Owens is facing the wrong way as well, so red flags are out on the Junior Saloons as they didn't even make it the length of the straight. So they know it's bank holiday tomorrow. They got no school, so they can stick around as long as they want. That's their thought process. So the juniors then, unfortunately, making their way into the rerun lane. So that's ended my weekend on a sour note because that's my last race. So I was hoping to get through it. We'll pretend it didn't exist and we'll say I ended on the Class 8s. So yes, that is me done then. I've got to get back, otherwise I'm not getting home till Tuesday. So I'm going to make a move and leave you in the very capable hands of the rest of the team. Very big thank you to Tim and the team for having me this weekend. And as I say that, he's just walked in, so thank you, Tim. So, brilliant weekend. Well done to Border Counties for running what is a very fitting way to end the 2022 British Autograss Series. So, on that note, I think I'll be seeing everyone next year. Happy Halloween, happy Bonfire Night, happy Christmas, and see you all in about 6 months' time.
Yes, thank you, Liam. So, OK, on with the stock hatches. So SGS Gas is your sponsor. We should have John Petrie, Paul Harrington, James Holmes, Justin Hardy, Richard Williams, Bill Hemmesey, Paul Lickley, and Jack Schaefer is your qualifiers. 155 points was the top point scorer then with 2 wins and a second. That went to the Radford 59 machine as they leave the line. As into turn 1 we go, it is Petrie that leads in Radford 59, but the Solway machine, Paul Harrington on that inside line in Solway 90 that brings them round for the first time of asking. Lickley then runs second, then comes Petrie in 59. James Holmes looking on the inside line in the North Shropshire 931 machine as they go round the start gate turn. Justin Hardy also in there as well. Oh, a bit of a mess at the back. That's the Radford 59 machine facing the wrong way, but we keep racing. Solway 90 it is though. Paul Harrington that's going to bring him round once again. Problems also for the other Solway machine that's parked up against the fence. Jack Schaefer in the Solway 91 machine as the go down the far side once again, but it's the Solway machine that still leads. Paul Harrington from Lickley in at 95. Justin Hardy now finds himself up in that third place slot, running just ahead of James Holmes in North Shropshire 931 as they come by us once again. Then comes the Hereford 182 machine of Jumbo Williams, and the IK machine then goes through. That's Bill Hemmesey. But it's the Solway machine then still extending the lead all the time. Paul Harrington came in a second qualifier in the Solway machine. 146 points was what he amassed from the qualifying, and he leads the way in the final. Solway 90, Yorkshire Dales 95, then Justin Hardy in South Somerset number 8, then Graham Holmes just been challenged by Richard Williams in the Hereford 182 machine as they go round the start gate turn once again. And the IK car going through. That's Bill Hemmesey. But I think it's the last lap flagged in. This time, one more to go. Yes, it is. Solway 90. On to the final circuit he goes. Yorkshire Dales 95. Hardy running in third. Then comes North Shropshire 931. Jumbo Williams in Hereford 182. And IK at 98. Nearly rounds out the race order because that goes to John Petrie in Radford 59 as he comes through to start the final circuit. But we're going back to the leader. And we get red flags. Red flags. Right, so we are here in the IK 98 then. Bill Hemmesey is the one that gets the black flag and excluded from the rerun. I think it was probably to do with the incident with John Petrie in Radford 59. So, we'll wait for official confirmation, but I think that's probably what's going to happen. Men's Class 4 is what's on the line for their final. Top of the shop then, 146 points. Nobody unbeaten this weekend. Ben Gould in North Shropshire for 34. Jamie Williams joins him in Mountain at 58. Alan Henley in York treble 7. Rob Lancaster in Radford 47. Darren Grasby also there in Evesham 220. Elan Lewis in PAC 71. Hugh Jones in Carmarthen 7. And last qualifier, and certainly by no means least qualifier, Colin Attrell in IK 272. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have another set of official British Autograss Series results. This time they're for men's Class 8, and Liam was pretty convinced that Mitch Wells had done enough to win the championship this year. He has won it by 77 points. Darren Mullen in Yorkshire Dales 37 picks up the second place spot. So as they cross the line in the final, that's your 1 and 2. Tom Lewis in BC 55. He's had 2 wins and a second this weekend, 155 points, and he is going to claim that third place pot. And the smallest pot of the 4 is going to go back down to the South Wales League. Ash Howard, PhD 21, is the winner of the 4th place in this year's British Autograss Series Men's Class 8 campaign. Back over to you, Tim.
Wonderful, thank you, Gareth. Yeah, so well done, Mitch, for the BAS win. So moving on then, and to men's Class 4, as I say, Mutt Junkie, your series sponsor, James Heselton, your meeting sponsor. Water's gone down on this Border Counties Raceway, and we've got all 8 finalists then assembled on the line. Ben Gould, James Williams, Adam Henley, Rob Lancaster, Darren Grasby, Elan Lewis, Hugh Jones and Colin Attrell. Water tankers out of the way. We look for track clearance. Bungee's going to lift. Away we go. And once again, Grasby super quick out the gate in Evesham at 220 as Goldie, though, goes with him in 4.34. Henley, where's Henley? He's back at about 4th or 5th in York treble 7, but it's Grasby that brings him round for the first time with North Shropshire 4.34. Lancaster also in there as well as Goldie then hugs the tyres. Grasby's gone wide. Henley's through. So's Jamie Williams in Mountain 58. Grasby just dropping back in Evesham at 220, but it's the Gold machine then 4.34 that's going to lead them round once again. Rob Lancaster in Radford 47. Then comes Henley in York treble 7. Jamie Williams in Mountain at 58. Then comes Elan Lewis in PAC 71. Dan Grasby in Evesham 220 and Colin Attrell in IK 272. But Goldie it is. It's going to lead them down the far side once again. North Shropshire 4.34 from the Lancaster machine in Radford 47. Then Jamie Williams still holding third in Mountain 58. It's back round towards us. They come once again. 4.34, 47, 58. Henley still chasing on in York 77. Darren Grasby in Isham 220. Colin Natural in IK 272 just gains a place ahead of Ian Lewis in PC 71 as Natural looks up that inside of Grasby, going down that far side, but not quite this time around. But Ben Gould it is. It's going to bring him around once again, but Lancaster just reeling him in all the time. Radford 47. Jamie Williams still holding third in 58 ahead of Henley in York treble 7. Grasby still holding that's a fifth place slot in Isham 220 with Colin Natural and Elon Lewis bringing up the rest of the Class 4 finalists. But back round towards us they go then. Last lap flag this time around. Ben Gould it is. North Shropshire 4:34. Lancaster running second. Williams still running third. Henley fourth. That's the 1, 2, 3 and the 4 as Jamie Williams then looking to close on Lancaster as they go down the far side for the final time. These four absolutely just broken away from Darren Grasby in Isham at 220. Colin Natural and Ian Lewis are the rest of the runners arise. But here he is, your BAStv champion then. Ben Gould, North Shropshire 4:34. Lancaster runs second. Jamie Williams third. Adam Henley fourth in York treble 7. Isham 220 of Darren Grasby and Ian Lewis in PAC 71. And problems on the last couple of corners for Colin Natural, but he comes across the line and finishes in IK 272. Okay, good clean stuff from men's 4s. Let's see if we can do the same with men's 6s. Elite Racing Transmissions, your very kind sponsor, and only one man unbeaten this weekend then in the 6s. Andy Russell, IK 64. He goes with Jack Brown, Colgate, Dalt Thomas, James Sinner, Stephen Parsonage, Glyn Bailey and Jordan Tinker. Away we go, and it's the Irish machine that leads the way then. Jack Brown second in the points in Mallow 184. Oh, a bit of contact with the Colgate machine and Sinner, but everybody stays as though we're top qualified. And Andy Russell then towards the back of the field in IK 64. Parsonage also in a 46, but as they go down the far side, Jack Brown it is that leads the way. James Sinnott running second at a Colgate in North Wales 20. Tinker running fourth in York 35 as they come back round towards us once again. 182. Sinnott still running second. Colgate. Then it's Tinker who's gaining ground in York 35. Your current series leader then, Dalt Thomas in Command 80. He's back in about fourth at the moment, just ahead of Parsonage in 146. Andy Russell down the order in IK at 64. As there's contact between Dalt Thomas and Jay Colgate in North Wales 20. But Sinnott then looking up that inside line as they come past us. We still keep racing with Colgate stranded on the entrance to turn 1, and we go red flags. So we wait to see what the marshals say. Obviously, there may be a flag or two involved somewhere along the line. Gareth's got the radio glued to his ear, so as soon as we know anything, we will tell you. So, as usual, Never's going to go the distance first time, was it? But Class 6 is always fast, always furious, and especially when you get the quality lineup we have in any Class 6 but the final these days, then obviously incidents are not going to happen, but more likely than not, then things obviously will happen. So as they make their way back to the rerun lane, still no official confirmation, but Jay Colgate's machine then is hooked up to the quad bike and back to the pits, then they will go. So we're looking down towards the line. So no decision as yet. So anyway, we'll see what they say. Back to class, I think it's a class 9. Is it Gareth? Yeah, he's all in the right way. Class 9's back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, and Tim. We haven't got the time to give you a full list of the runners and riders, because I think we're already pretty much under starters orders, yellow flags waving around the Monkland Raceway. This is the one race shootout then between Phil Cooper and Phil Rogers, and they both make the best break from the line. Coops is going to lead into turn 1, but has he got problems on board as he slows down quite a bit on entry to turn 1 in ARC5. But it is James Bowen, York number 6 then, that leads down the hill past this for the first time. Oh, Aiden's over. And there was contact between the two fills as well, and just Aidan Llewellyn there just hit in a rut, and over and out he went in the PhD number 9 machine. Marshall's quickly out to him to make sure that he is A-OK. And unfortunately for Aidan and Team WL Race Fab, then PhD 9 will probably not be able to take part in the rerun. That's going to be coming up a little bit later on. Have we got another set of official results?
Yeah, just hot off the press then. We only just saw the final, but the points have all been added up. And your official Class 4 then champions for the British Series for 2022 are as follows. 4th place goes to Jamie Williams in Mountain 58 with, just follow the line across, with 774 points. 3rd place then goes back to my club then, Mikey Jones. Well done, Mikey, in Hereford 31 is another good BAS trophy going back to you. 2nd place, you saw him take the final win. That really did stick the car up in the points. And Ben Gould finishes 2nd in his first season in the North Shropshire 434 machine, and he takes home the 2nd place. But going out on a high is, they say it was his last meeting with the car, and he can do better than that. He is the current, or he is the new Class 4 champion, and Hugh Jones takes the top spot in Carmarthen 47 with 1,043 points. So going out on a high, and well done, Hugh, for taking the BAS men's Class 4 title. Right, we are here, and we have got official confirmation. Then going back to Class 6, then Jay Colgate in North Wales 20, one of the top point scorers, unfortunately picks up the black flag and is excluded from the rerun. Everybody else then obviously is as per race permutation before. Okay, so they've got Aidan Wayne Welling's car sorted. Bit of track work going on. We're going back to I think Formula 600. So to take you through there, who's there and who isn't, over to Russ.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. So here we go then, Formula 600s. Also making up the 2022 British Autograss Series, and I think we might have 5 back on the grid. So yes, we do. So Andy Godfrey is, he only did the first heat, but he's back there now. KP Thomas & Son, your meeting sponsor for the F600s and the series, the British Autograss Series, the class sponsored by SGS Gases. We thank both parties for your support. Here we go then with it. Trevor Frost is the one to beat in White Rose 400. He was battling with Jamie Smith going in the points into this, but Frosty has had the upper hand all weekend, really, it must be said. And away we go, and Frosty makes the best of the starts once more. And it's the Ludlow car, Ashley Bradford, who goes with him in second position. The Ludlow 16, Jamie Smith slots into third. In Yorkshire's 103, looking for the way up the inside, slip and slide through the turns onto the straight. Aaron Spriggs goes past us in the Penthouse 600 car, and Andy Godfrey in Sturton 11. Only did one race yesterday, hasn't been in the other heats, but he's there. But a fair way back already. New car, so maybe some teething issues on board. But it's White Rose 400 leading the way. And pulling further clear goes Trevor Frost. I think on his way to the title if it's not already won. Ludlow 16 second. Smith sits there in third in the Yorkshire Dales 103. Aaron Spriggs has had a mix of results this weekend. In the Penthouse 600, he started very strongly and has just gradually worked backwards, unfortunately. A couple of laps to go then for Frosty. White Rose 400 it is, on his way. About half straight clear then over Ludlow 16 and Yorkshire's 103. The rest being dropped. Penthouse 600 and Sturton 11 continuing on. As said, almost half a lap down now on the race leader. So it goes back to Frosty then. White Rose 400 comes through with No, we haven't seen the last lap flag yet, so this race certainly feels a bit longer. Ludlow 16, Yorksdale's 103, Penhouse 600, just losing touch ever more on those ahead. The battle is on for second and third. Can Jamie Smith find a way past in the Yorkshire Dales 103? He's got that Bradford machine up ahead of him, looks up the inside, there is an open door. Can he walk through it? Or no, he can't. The door eventually closed because he took too long for that invitation. And he has to settle back down in third position. But Frosty is away and gone, isn't he? White Rose 400. And I'm pretty sure your 2022 British Autograss Series Formula 600 champion as well. SGS Gases, KP Thomas & Son, your sponsors. And Trevor Frost crosses the line, the winner. Second, it was close in the end. Ludlow 16 just takes it from Yorkshire Dales 103. And then we go Penhouse 600. Aaron Spriggs, somebody I've not seen before racing, so I hope has enjoyed it. And Andrew Godfrey, the last one to complete, then in Sturton 11. So there we go. Mickey's just trying to work his score sheet down of which races are a success and which ones are not. So we're halfway there so far. So at the minute, it's down to me to keep the percentage on the right side and not the wrong. But, you know, we've got Class 10s next, so what is going to happen here? Not the biggest field of 10s this weekend for ProLinks and KS Coles Farming, but still very competitive. 100 points, though, got you in. Away we go, and Luke Bennett has made a disastrous start. Is there problems on North Wales 62? Now he gets going, but it's Wes Tinker who leads then. Going out wide, Lee Seagreaves looks up the inside. Mark Pascal's there as well. Liam Evans having a better start than he did in the 7 in North Shropshire 3. Then it's Paul Coles there. Wes Tinker looks up the inside of Seagreaves. It's going to be a race between these. So look at the wheelies going there from the first and third place cars. Seagreaves back up the inside in ARC1. Liam Evans there in third ahead of Paul Coles and Mark Pascal, Chris Ellis, Andy Bishop and Luke Bennett. That's the running order. And it's Seagreaves on the wide line. Coles goes following that suit as well. Look at the slingshot out of the Stargate turn. ARC1 on his way. York 40, North Shropshire 3. And there is notes coming down here of a jump start and a penalty, and that's Andy Bishop in Yate and Sudbury 37, but it's not affecting Lee Seagreaves. Wes Tinker switches line, goes to the outside, following the ARC1. North Shropshire 3 looks up the inside, lifts the front wheels up off the ground. No way through at the moment. Paul Coles in that fourth place trophy position. The battle goes on for 5th and 6th between Mark Pascal, Chris Ellis and Luke Bennett for the minor places and points, but it's Seagreaves with a couple to go. Tinker, Evans on the inside. Coles, oh, what's happening further back here? Luke Bennett and Mark Pascal come to grief, and the cone goes down. Chris Ellis also held up there, and the leader comes back through. 1 lap to go as Andy Bishop makes his escape and leaves the field. ARC1 it is. York 40, North Shropshire 3 still applying the pressure. Then it's South Somerset 166. The top 4 way and gone. Then it's Hereford 250. North Wales 62 will be ruining that poster. Oh, who else has gone? Tinker's gone in York 40. He's out of it. Now the battle for 5th becomes the battle for 4th place trophy, but Lee Seagreaves is your winner. ARC1. Liam Evans, I think that means he's secured the title in North Shropshire 3. Not a bad year for him. Paul Coles, oh, who was 4th? Absolutely no idea there. So Gareth says Luke Bennett, but we'll wait and see. But that was fast and furious. And congratulations, Lee Seagreaves, your final winner. But I think with the shake of the fist, it means Liam Evans will add the Class 10 British Autograss Series title to his Nationals awards. So well done there, Class 10 ProLinks. KS Coles Farming, your sponsor. Good to see the sponsor himself, Paul Coles, getting in amongst it and winning a trophy with his own name on it, so that must feel good. So to my left, lap scoring says that it was Luke Bennett who just took the fourth place in that one, yes. So well done there. Shame Wes Tinker dropped out. I'm not sure what happened there. Right, the points have come through for the Formula 600s. We can confirm it was a runaway in the end, wasn't it? Trevor Frost is your champion for 2022 White Rose 400. 1,043 points totaled there. Ahead, well clear in the end of Jamie Smith, who ended up on 886. Frosty had to go for it, though. He had no points to drop because he didn't do round 3. So all of his scores, I believe, will count and that's meant the healthy margin there. Harrison Barnbrook didn't race this weekend. He only did 3 rounds out of the 5, ends up a distant third, 793 points. And Andy Godfrey, he raced, and he ends up with 4th in Sturton 11. Right, junior specials. Now, this will be competitive, won't it? Look at the level break we have there in the mid-pack. But just going through is that Tia Reese, just ahead of Corey Mumford. But it's the national champion, Mumford, who leads the way. Forrest 161. They jostle for position. Harry Russell shadows Mumford through in Invicta 65. Troy Holtby third. Alfie Ross slots into 4th. Reese has gone backwards in PAC 21. Then we go Max Holtby on the outside in Scunthorpe 6th. The 2 Holtby boys come into this race 1 point apart as they make a bid for 4. Oh, there's contact. Alfie Ross is round. Reese goes airborne. Kirsten Bartlett and Archie Carter make contact. And I thought we was doing well, but in the end, we get the red flags on the junior specials. That's a shame. Sorry, Mickey, that is a cross next to that, or however you are marking it. Rrr, that'll do. So, yeah. So, well, I got 2 races done out of 3, so I didn't do bad. I have got 1 more to go, so technically, I'm still on 50% myself. So that's a shame. We'll wait on deliberation and confirmation on what happened there. As commentators, we can only say what we see, like Catchphrase, that popular game show, which some of us used to watch. But that's the art of commentating, isn't it? We just say what we see. Sometimes we say the wrong thing, sometimes we say the right thing, but no matter what, we say what we can see happen. But yeah, that one stopped. They'll go to the rerun lane. We've got Class 3s on the line for their rerun. They was having a good race, weren't they? But it looks like there is a gap on that outside grid. Not sure if Steve is ready. So as normal, we'll keep talking. The tanker doing its duty. And confirmation from the junior specials. Alfie Ross, unfortunately, will be excluded in Sturton 717. The rest will go. So Class 3s are just about ready to go. Tanker's made its way off. Away we go then. And Class 3s blast out of the gates. Keith Kelly and Ryan Powell racing it. Now it's over to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Russ. So yes, indeed, it is the Mallow 247 car that comes back round towards us as the race leader. On the outside though, Senna Proctor in Scarborough 57. Russ Tinker right in the mix in York 4 as he has been all weekend, and a little bit of coming together then over on the far side. We'll see what everybody makes of that as Mallow 247, Keith Kelly powers round though as your race leader. Russ Tinker gets York 4 back going again. Yorksdale's 98, Scarborough 57, Paul Stevens runs 4th. In Ludlow 69, Rich Lee 5th in Scunthorpe 700. Russ Tinker though having to play catch up in York 4, which is a shame because he's looked quick all weekend. But Keith Kelly, Mallow 247, what a season this man's had as he comes back around towards us. Ryan Power, Yorksdale's 98, Paul Stevens, Senna Proctor right up against the Armco in Scarborough 57 and catches the Armco, and we get red flags on Class 3. So, oof, that was close. So there we go. Well judged, Russ Tinker. I'm going to be generous. So there we go. Oh, Class 3 never fails to excite, does it? And that was absolutely no different. So there we go. Senna Proctor just right on the power and just overcooking it, coming around the outside. So Class 3s will go back to the rerun lane. What we got on the line? Mickey B's poised and ready. So we think we're going back to Class 5 for... we've got a final sheet here, and you've never seen so many RRs. Oh, yeah, that's it. Put 2 against Class 3. Thank you very much. So many RRs on there. But there we go. Oh, some cracking finals through it all, though. But there we go. Hey, it's round 5, innit? That's the thing. As we look down to the line. Then Class 5 it is. We'll have another go. And for that, then, it is going to be back over to Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. I'll tell you what wakes you up in commentary is when you hear metal on metal banging. And that was, Senna Proctor coming round out of that turn 2 and into the Armco. The car taking a little bit of damage on board there. The forks are out, ready to lift it up. and take it back to the pits. The fence crew there, it kind of like a side swipe into it, so it wasn't like a full-on impact force. So hopefully that fence is not too bad. But while we've got this bit of downtime, let's just take our time to look at what is left on the Class 5s. It's lorryinsurance.co.uk have been our sponsors all the way through the weekend, and Jabers Graphics. But just before I take you through the men's Class 5s, we are going to tell you who are the top 4 in men's Class 10s.
Yeah, thanks very much, and Mickey. Just while we've got a little bit of downtime at the end of 16 gruesome races over the course of 5 rounds of this year's British Autograss Series, just 19 points split the difference between the 2 drivers that have popped out on top in men's Class 10. Wes Tinker, unfortunately, he pulled off in that last run in the final, but he takes home a 4th place pot at the overall stages of the British Autograss Series. A non-qualifier for the final, York 7, makes it a York double barrel for the trophies in Class 10, because Andy Hornshaw, despite picking up a lot of wins and some non-finishes over the course of the 5 rounds, Andy Hornshaw takes home 3rd place overall at the end of 5 rounds of the British Autograss Series. We've just seen him take a win in the final, and ecstatic he was as he crossed the line in ARC number 1. But Lee Seagreaves is your Class 10 runner-up in men's Class 10 this year, and that means that your 2022 Class 10 British Autograss Series champion, the pot's going to go back to the North Shropshire Club in the hands of Mr. Liam Evans in North Shropshire 3. Class 5's down there on the line. Back over to you, Mr. Mickey B.
Yeah, thanks very much, Voice of an Angel. We are then back with these Class 5. So Danny Lodge then, Scunthorpe 212, up on that line. Accumulated 155 points this weekend. And, yeah, what a sterling job he's done. I think he's nearly there, all bar the shouting. But he's got to get through this final. He wants to finish off strongly and take this British title back with him up to the Scunny Mafia, where we have got a Bass round next year. I think, if I recall, is it Bass round 3 or 4? I'll tell you what I did. I took a picture on my phone because I was in the dark as well of where they were going to be next year. Obviously, the trip over to Ireland is, you know, I've been over there a couple of years ago. It may have been 3 now. Obviously, with the COVID situation that we had. But, yeah, it was excellent. And the hospitality and just how friendly they are over there in the Emerald Isle is brilliant. So just having a look at on the Bass rounds for next year is Scunthorpe is the 4th round on the 19th and 20th of August. So we look forward to that. That hopefully will be in the glorious sunshine. Sunny Scunny, as we call it. The one before, 15th and 16th, is Yorkshire Dales. South Wales, a beautiful part of the country. For me, a little bit of a trek, but it's always worth filling the camper up and going down there, and then have a stroll down to the pub and having a go on the beach. And I think they were building or redoing all the museum down there. So by the time we get down there next year, it should be done and dusted. A bit of, you know, history down there as well. And then September takes us to South Somerset, where they make Sayo minus Senna Proctor in that Scarborough 57. So there we are. Right, let's finish off on these Class 5s that are going to be coming back out for this rerun. Ian Thorndike, IK 22. 146 points got him into that final. The exclusion is that Nottingham 45 Baxter Pargetter, which a shame really, because Baxter was really on that pace. He just seemed to have, well, it was a plume of dust really. I couldn't really see what happened, but he slowed all the way down, so he's obviously involved in an incident there, and he's black flagged for that. Ryan Jones, Cumdee 3, Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9. Charlie this year, by the way, has been really quick off that line. What's he going to do now? Lewis Richards, the Italian stallion in Typhy 451, is running well. Super super well. The last 2 rounds, he's been on it. Dan Godfrey, Cambridge 10, and Chris Tudgate in Wessex 15, and Chris was on that pace as well. So, you know what, when I looked at this finalist list, compared to what I've seen this weekend, any one of these drivers can win this BAS Round 5 in the lorryinsurance.co.uk sponsored Class 5. Jabers Graphics, the weekend sponsors. So, again, Jabers didn't make it through into the final this weekend. Not the best of sessions for him, really, but you know, we know he'll come back strong again next season. So a little bit of grading work just going on by the JCB, just where that impact came through. That's been he's done really well. Fair play to that driver. I've said it before. The control that he's got on that bucket and just taking that loose off the top of the circuit has been it's been really good, and it's been helpful as well. We can't stop all the stones pinging and flicking around. Some of these cars are going at a crazy pace, aren't they? But I think the introduction of the Harris fencing and that extra layer of mesh at the top has definitely helped spectators. I know a few people have been pinged at. Some have taken a few little injuries on board, but on the whole, I think it's served its purpose. So, as I say, Lewis Richards, Dan Godfrey, Chris Tudgate, all were tied on 136 points, and that's what needed to get you into this final. So how competitive has that been on the Class 5s this year? If Danny Lodge has a good, strong final, I think when we get the paperwork, I think the official announcement will be that he's picked up another title in this Class 5. So, machinery coming off track. That means we're going to go racing again with the rerun of the men's Class 5s down here at Border Counties. Bungey's going to go. Here we go then. Let's go racing. And Jones got a good start, but also Lodgy as well as he goes side by side. Evesham 9, Holloway goes with them. Round that turn 2 they go. Richards coming on the wider line on the outside of the pack. So it's Lodgy then, takes him into turn 3 from Jones, who's having a look up the inside. It's Thorndike, but there's a cut back there. Holloway cuts back coming out of Stargate turn. Wow, he's gone from 4th up to 2nd and then stands on the brakes and drops back down to 5th. And that's not the best of moves, as Lodgy says, I'm in control of this one. Jones goes with him from Thorndike, from Tudgate now, who starts to show in that 4th place. And then it's that Godfrey machine. Cambridge 10, Dan Godfrey running in 5th, just outside the trophies at the moment, but still plenty of racing to go on this one. Holloway looking to try and make another place back up there. A little bit of door banging in the low minor places, but down we go, down the hill. Woohoo! And it is still Lodgy leading it from Thorndike, but Jones looking up the inside of Thorndike there as they exit that Stargate turn. Climbing up the hill, Tudgate then from Godfrey. Then we drop back down into those minor places. Lewis Richards, the Italian stallion, he's under pressure from Holloway, but holding him off as they come out of turn 2, down the hill again. Still Lodgy, but look at this, Thorndike is starting to reel him in. Thorndike puts the power down, coming out of Stargate turn. Can he make it stick as they come up the hill for the penultimate time? One more lap to go on this one. Thorndike goes for it. Ian Thorndike, IK22, side by side with Lodgy and Scunthorpe 212 from Jones in Cumdy 3. And here's Thorndike takes up the running, coming out of Stargate turn. Lodgy comes back at him up the inside. Thorndike just drops back a place as they come up into the final 2 bends. Round turn 1, Thorndike looking for the cut back up the inside. Thorndike and Lodgy side by side. Lodgy takes it from Thorndike, from Jones, from Godfrey, from the Italian stallion. Wessex 15, Chris Tudgate. And the final place goes to Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. Wow, yeah, tell you what, well done to men's Class 5s and well done to Danny Lodge. I tell you what, he's taking the title back up to Scunny. Well done, boys. Well, the Class 7 boys, you've just been watching that on the line. Let's have the same. Here we go then, the rerun of the men's Super Saloons. Max Sport, our series sponsor. XC Works, Holtby Evans. Evans is out of it. Oh no, yes. Scrub him off the list, Mickey, because we are off and racing with the Super Saloons. Saw themselves out. Holtby looking for the cut back up there as Griffiths comes through as well. But it's Johnson from Johnson. And Paul Johnson, who takes up that running in Scunthorpe 41. And look at this then from the 383 of Dan Johnson. So the Johnson boys 1-2 as they come up into turn one. Paul Johnson, I tell you what, I've had him on the card for a while to take a title, take a win down to the Bass. Can he hold on to it there? Griffiths just running a little bit further down the pack. Oh no, I think the engine's gone. Whoa, and here Griffiths just pulling off the track there. We'll keep this one racing here as we come round Scunthorpe 41. It's Paul Johnson then from Okaidinu, Central Scotland 21, Colin Reid from Dan Johnson. Then we go down into Bill Bradford in Border Counties 15, Andy Graney, and then Andy Holtby. Wow, how far down the pack is Andy Holtby? Where we go, I think Holtby knows he's got this one championship in the bag. Maybe he's not chasing as hard, but Scunthorpe 41, it's Paul Johnson with a couple to go on this one. Round they go, Central Scotland 21, Okaidinu, Colin Reid out of that Stargate turn. He's being followed by Dan Johnson. In Scunthorpe 383, Bill Bradford in the final trophy place. In Border Counties 15, Andy Graney and then Andy Holtby. Round one more to go. Come on, Paul Johnson, Scunthorpe 41 from Colin Reid, Central Scotland 21 as they round turn 3 and out of the Stargate turn, climbing the hill for the final time. Paul Johnson then, he's got 2 to navigate. Can he make it work? He pushes out wide. He's got the power. He's going to take it. Bass round 5 goes to Paul Johnson from Colin Reid. Dan Johnson. Then we go to Bill Bradford, Andy Graney, and then crawling over the line, Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holtby. Wow, I tell you what, we've just had 2 reruns of Class 5 and Class 7. Ah, brilliant stuff. Rhys Griffiths, I know that one of the engines has just gone there, but wowie, what a drive you've put on this weekend. And discount, no, I suppose I did. So we'll get official confirmation of the winners of both 5 and 7 championships and then the 2nd, 3rd and 4th places very soon. But up on the line, we are looking up at Junior Saloons, and to give me just a little bit of a break, it's over to the voice of an angel, Gareth Jones.
Yeah, Junior Saloons down there on the line then for their final 4 of the 7 down there on the line. All hail from the Tivy Club, so come on, boys, back. Let's make it a 1, 2, 3 and 4 for Tivy. As we look to the line then, Shropshire Designs, Tudors, your sponsors for this weekend. Yellow flags are shown around this Monkland Raceway. The bungee breaks on the final for the Junior Saloons. Who's going to make the best of breaks? 22F from around grid number 5 is Beau Chamberlain, and he initially led away from the line, but it's Yestin Jones that takes up the run in. Oh, Cambridge 142 completely wipes out Jack Owens there in TA5, and then immediately we get red flags out for the 2nd time on Junior Saloons. So 2 reruns, and they've only done about half a lap each time. So yeah, Junior Saloons will make their way back into the pits. They'll come back out to play a little bit later on. But as we look to the line, the Dust Repellent comes onto the circuit once again. And onto the start line then, we've got Stock Hatch Machinery. So in just a few minutes' time, when he's ready to take you through it, it'll be straight over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Just as Tim sorts his paperwork out there, we take a moment just to get our breath back. Some spectacular 5s and 7s, water going down on the track. We have got the stock hatches up there. I can see Solway 91 coming out on that grid, 7 or 8 position. And Tim is ready to take you through the rest of the runners and riders.
Yes, yes, thank you, Mickey. So, yeah, we're going without the Bill Hennessy and IK 98, and I think everybody else is as per the race before. So we should all be well then. We should have Radford 59, the top point score then. John Petrie from Paul Harrington in Solway 90. James Holmes in North Shropshire 931. Justin Hardy, and so you can see Justin's car down there in South Somerset, number 8. Then Richard Williams in the Hereford 182. Paul Lickley should be there in Yorkshire Dales 95, and I don't quite know whether they've got that car repaired or not, because that was the other one that was started by the Armco. That's Jack Schaefer in Solway 91. So SGS Gas is of course your very kind sponsor, and as I say, going without the Bill Hemesey in IK 98. So Bowser's done the evil job once again. Off the track they go. And we're going to be looking for track clearance then very, very shortly as yellow flags raised. Bungee lifts, and away we go with the rerun of the stock hatches. And oh dear, even Stephen break into turn 1, but it's the Solway 90 machine, Paul Harrington, that just about leads the way round 1 and 2 we go from Justin Hardy in South Somerset 8. Lickley's on the outside in Yorkshire Dales 95. Then comes Jumbo Williams in Hereford 182. Just losing out slightly and dropping a couple of places towards the tail of the field. But your race leader then just starting to get away already. Paul Harrington in Solway at 90. Justin Hardy running second in South Somerset 8. Oh, Jumbo Williams straight into the Armco. Contact with the North Shropshire 931 machine and Paul Lickley. So once again, that goes to red flags, and once again over to a rerun. So obviously going to need the JCB and some recovery equipment, and no sooner said than quickly on to the scene we go. So once again, a little bit of downtime while they sort the fence out and get that sorted. And say going back to the BAS rounds end for next season, and what a fair old spread that is. And so say we go right the way the length and depth of the country. Obviously we start in Mallow. That's hopefully that's going to be the one to go and see. I'm hopefully going to make the trip for the first time, I must admit. Then of course down to South Wales, a track I know and love so well. And then we're going to Yorkshire Dales, and as I say, it's been a few years since we've been up there, but as I say, I'm looking forward to go. Then obviously Scunny, another great circuit for round 4. And of course, we're going to top it all off with, I'm sure, another super end, to which is going to be, I reckon, another cracking year of the British Autograss series down in South Somerset. So, as I say, lots to look forward to next year. Nice they've got the calendar sorted as well, so nice and early, so you can book your holidays and book everything and get everything sorted. And I think we've had some official results for Class 7. Mickey, so take it away.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tim. So, Class 7s. So, going down, we'll start in 4th place. And well done. The Border County 7, Archie Bentley, squeezes in to that 4th place. Just missing out Paul Johnson. And I'll tell you what, Paul will just be happy that he's taking a BAS win back up north with him as well. In 3rd place, North Shropshire 120, Liam Evans, 996 points. Here we go then. It's between Mills and Holtby. In 2nd place, with 1,015 points accumulated, it's Cumdy 9, Cameron Mills. So that means that your 2022 Super Saloon British Autograss Series champion is Scunthorpe 61, Andy Holtby, with 1,080 points. So well done there to the Class 7 boys. You've put on a brilliant show all the way through this season and into this final round as well. I think Andy Holtby, by the way, I think knew that it was in the bag. He knew he didn't have to do anything crazy. And I'm just glad, because I've seen how hard Paul Johnson has worked for a couple of years, and I think it's great that he's taken the fifth round, the final round of the British Series, with that win and taking it back up to the Scunny Mafia. So well done there. That's your Class 7 official points that have come through. And we now look up onto the line. And we got open wheel specials. So I would think that on the trend that we've been having a few reruns, and we're starting to do it. I think we've got another one to take you through. So it will be the voice of an angel. I know people are disappointed, by the way, Gareth, that we had been practicing our second rendition of another song, but you're going to have to wait. I think we might bring it out over in the Emerald Isle. And what about Oh Danny boy? That could be it, couldn't it?
You can hold a note, see? I tell you, I've worked wonders with you, haven't I?
I know you are a great teacher, by the way. Over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mickey. We got Class 9 machines down there on the line, unfortunately, in the initial run, and it was nothing that he could have done about it, really. Aidan just hit in a rut on the entry to the start gate turn, and that caused him to flip and roll over, and over he went. And we're hoping, obviously, that the car isn't too badly damaged, and we're hoping that Aidan isn't going to be too sore tomorrow. But we've got Lee Walden down there. He sat in grid number 7, next to Stuart Taylor in IK 121, who's sat in grid number 6. Phil Rogers in PhD 2 is there, and he'll start on the outside of Phil Cooper as they both occupy lanes 5 and lanes 4. Coming from lane 3 is the man that initially led away from the line in the initial run. That man, he's having a guest drive this weekend. That is James Bowe in York number 6. Dave Palmer in ARC 31 is sat in lane number 2. And I think as your final qualifier, he's been left with grid number 1. And that man is Chris Colgate in North Wales 19. So just a little bit more track maintenance going on the top part of the circuit, and a few posts being replaced after the rerun of the stock hatches, as Hereford 182 just went straight on into that Armco on the top bend. But it looks like possibly the track crew are disbanding. The van, the JCB, and the quads are making their way away from the scene of the crime, and JCB looks to be getting a little bit of the loose that's been taken up there to that top bend, just to put down either side of the stakes and make the posts a little bit tighter in the ground. So, as we said a little bit earlier on then, round 1 of the 2023 British Autograss Series will be held over by the very capable hands of the Mallow Autograss Club before we head to my neck of the woods for round 2, as the South Wales League proud to present round 2. That's obviously going to be in the middle of June. For round 3, we head back to Thornborough, where we had a very successful men's nationals a couple of weeks ago, but the Dales Club then proud to be putting on round 3 of next year's British Autograss Series before we head to Blighton Airfield and the capable hands of the Scunthorpe Club, as round 4, the mid-August date, is going to be taking place up at Blighton Airfield by the very capable hands of Scunthorpe. And in exactly a year's time, in 2023, the last weekend in September, or the mid-September date, we'll be heading down south to another set of capable hands as hosts, as we head to Bearley Raceway and to the Southern League, who I think run their first British Autograss Series round 3 or 4 years ago, and the round was held to high acclaim. So it will be good to head down back to Bearley, just outside Yeovil, and for those that want to try the track out, and I'm sure it'll be very different in a year's time, but to try the track out, then the Grand Prix, I think, is being held this week, next month, on October the 8th and 9th. But that's certainly one race meeting to look forward to. The team aspect of the Grand Prix, something that was introduced by Helen Richards many, many moons ago now. And she was the chairperson, I think, of the South Somerset Club. And we used to go down to the great venue just outside Burnham-on-Sea, and the Oak Tree Arena rather, and as the league amalgamated and joined forces to race at Bailey, then the home of the Southern League is now at that venue. But it's Billy, and he's quick out of the blocks in PHD2, a far better start this time round, and he's the one that leads down past us for the first time. Phil Cooper goes with him in ARC5. The two Phils then sideways through the start gate turn for the first time. Chris Colgate, your 8th qualifier, is there, rounding out your 1, 2 and 3 from Lee Waldron. James Bow, who's there back in that 6th spot, is Stu Taylor, and Dave Palmer at the tail end of the field. But we hype this Class 9 title championship up, and it's the race between the two Phils, and it's currently being led by Rogers as they go through the start gate turn. Cooper with no answer to him at the moment in ARC number 5. The two Phils then make their way up into turn 1 for the third time of asking Cooper back on the inside, but it's Billy that leads the way. He's going to use his head, he's going to control the pace, but Cooper is slowly but surely reeling in, and he's taken a wider line through the start gate turn this time. That's allowed Colgate to just sniff a gap on the inside of the Northwestern League machine. Cooper losing a bit of ground to the man they call Billy, and PHG2 continues to lead his way and make his way across the top part of the circuit, but Cooper's up on the inside, and Cooper's gone and he snatched the lead as they go down into the start gate turn with a couple of laps to go. He pushes on, that's allowed Billy back on the inside in PHG number 2, a lap and a half to go, because that yellow rag with the black cross is being made ready, and it's Billy. Oh, there's contact, and Billy's taken himself out. That's allowed Cooper to really reel him in, but it's Coops and Billy side by side as they go down into the start gate turn for the final time. It's 5 for lead from 2. This is the race we've looked forward to all weekend. Sorry to everybody else, but it's Phil Cooper that makes it into the Woodland Turn for the final time. Your 2022 Class 9 BAST champion, Phil Cooper in ARC5. Phil Rogers rather takes second in PHD number 2. Somebody goes bang in the middle of the field. I think that's Stu Taylor in IK 121. And sorry there for everyone that we ignored in the minor positions, but we really did hype that race up all weekend. The two Phils having taken maximum points in the 3 rounds of qualifying this weekend. And Phil Cooper is going to make his journey home a little bit better, and he's going to take another trophy and another pot to add to his superb collection of trophies. Ladies Class 1's machine over there on the line for that one. I'll hand you straight back over, and to catch my breath, it's over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. Well, yeah, take a breath, I would. What a cracking Class 9 final. So there we go. Right, ladies Class 1s, follow that. And they will. Right, Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2. Larry Davis in Tivy 2. Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. Laura Henry in SR 19. Emily Polly in Cambridge 136. Rachel Hadley in Severn Valley 147. Charlotte Hart in WS 20. And Emily Grayson, winner of the runoff in Scarborough 95. Those are the 8 cars down there on the line. Sophie Lewis, the only unbeaten lady through the 3 rounds of qualifying, so she's there on 165 points. So we are just looking round for track clearance. I see the Manitou making its way out. So there we go. Look to your left, Langley, and yeah, we can see one of the Class 9s there, unfortunately, coming to a halt. So looking forward to 2023 then, Mr. Jones. Now we know where we're going. Yes, put him on the spot.
Yeah, I was looking forward to 2023 anyway, but yeah, it is certainly going to make things a little bit interesting. A lot more travelling involved than this year. And yeah, we're going to 5 superb venues, and we're going back to hosts that have traditionally put on really good meetings.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Do appreciate, and we're conscious of the travel costs, but yeah, I think it is going to be well worth it. And yeah, looking forward to Ireland, as to be said. If you've never been out to Ireland before, then yeah, no, there's the ferry and all that, but it is well worth it. The welcome you get there really is second to none. So we're looking, we do, I think, have now track clearance. And we're away racing then with the ladies Class 1s. And who makes the best of the break? It's just about Claire Compton, I think, in North Shropshire 951 is the first one we can show. Tucking behind her is Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2. Laura Henry runs next in SR19. Emily Polly in Cambridge 136. On her outside is Emily Grayson in Scarborough 95. But down that far side, 951 it is from Athelston 2. That's the 1-2. The Star 19 car looking to try and come through the field, but she's under quite strong challenge on the inside from the Severn Valley 147 car of Rachel Hadley. Little bit of a gap then back to Larry Davis in Tivy 2. It's Emily Polly, the one with all to do in Cambridge 136 at the moment, as the field starts to get quite well spread out. And I think Emily Grayson's race is run in Scarborough 95 as well. But leading the way, it is Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. The only challenger really, Sophie Lewis in Athelston 2. Laura Henry looking safe for a trophy in SR19, as indeed is Rachel Hadley in Severn Valley 147, unless Larry Davis can do anything in the closing stages in Tivy 2. It's a puncture on board for Emily Grayson as she comes past us very slowly, but certainly not coming past us very slowly is Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951, Athelston 2. Then gaps back to Laura Henry in the SR19 machine. But down that far side, it's going to be last lap flag this time round. It's going to be the North Shropshire 951 car of Claire Compton that takes the field onto the final circuit. Can Sophie Lewis do anything in Athelston 2, SR19, Severn Valley 147, Tivy 2, Cambridge 136, and Charlotte Hart having a good battle there in WS20. But I think honours in this meeting, honours I think in the British Autograss Series are going to go to Claire Compton as North Shropshire 951 comes round for the final time, takes the checker flag, takes the win. Athelston 2, then Sophie Lewis in second place. Laura Henry third in SR19, Rachel Hadley fourth in Severn Valley 147, Tivy 2. Emily Polly in Cambridge 136, and then Charlotte Hart in the WS20 machine. Completes it all for ladies class 1. Well done to Claire Compton from the North Shropshire Club. That was ladies class 1. On the line then, ladies class 2, back over to Gareth.
Yeah, got my breath back, thanks Steve, and tell you one thing, a fair few of these ladies could leave me breathless for totally different reasons, but yeah, we got the best 8 out of 17 down there on the line. We've got Jess Conway, Lara Jones, Vicky Robbins, Jess Owen, Leanne Hushka, Linda Thomas, Jenny Booton and Jade Morgan. That is your lineup for this ladies class 2 final. I think when it comes down to the British Autograss Series points, I think it's between Jess Conway and Lara Jones at the top end of the ladies class 2 table, and they both have staked their claim on it so far this weekend, after both drivers have taken a set of maximum points and three wins under their belt in their 3 rounds of qualifying. So the Jess Conway and Lara Jones are your top qualifiers on 165 points. Vicky Robbins in St Neots 34 has taken a win, a second and a fourth over the course of her 3 rounds of qualifying, and goes into the final as your third qualifier on 128 points. Joint fourth, we've got Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15 and Leanne Hushka in Severn Valley 23, and they've picked up 2 seconds and a third each, and they go into the final on 126 points. 7 points ahead of Linda Thomas in PAC 91, who's taken a win, a third and a fourth, and a total of 119 points. Jenny Booton has been consistent all weekend. She's taken 3 sets of 36 points, which means that she's had 3 thirds and 108 points. Means that Jenny goes in to the final as your 7th qualifier, and I think she sat out there in grid number 7. And on the outside, Jade Morgan, a win, a third and a 6th, and 106 points for the pilot of the Cum D30 machine. So as we look to the line, we got Owen in grid 1, Conway in grid 2, Jones in grid 3, Robbins in grid 4, and working from the outside in, we've got Jade Morgan in grid 8, Jenny Booton in grid 7, Linda Thomas in grid number 6, and coming from grid number 5, it's going to be Leanne Hushka in Severn Valley 23. So just a little bit more dust repellent going down on this Monkland Raceway as we edge further closer to the end of the 2022 British Autograss Series. The series been sponsored by Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhausts, and a big thank you on behalf of the British Autograss Series to all the corporate sponsors as well that have supported each and individual class over the course of the last 12 months or 8 months, depending on how you look at the length of the season. But we have the tractors and Bowsers making their way back towards the start line. The bungee lifts on the final of ladies class 2s, and Vicky Robbins and Lara Jones are your first two to show. St. Neots 34 and TA 17. Oh, Vicky Robbins gets it all sideways. They all just about managed to avoid her, but it's Lara Jones in TA 17 that's making her way down the hill for the first time. And I tell you what, if Lara can take a win in this final, it'll make Viv dance a very, very happy man. And all the best to Viv, who is recovering after some surgery yesterday. But it's Lara Jones on the outside, as Jess Conway now looks to sniff a gap on the inside in Scunthorpe 126. But it's the TA 17 machine that maintains that race leadership and race control as they go down past us for the second time of asking. Slamming on the brakes then is Lara, and she's going to make Jess Conway go right the way around her outside if she possibly can. 126 on the inside, little bit of a love nudge there. She takes herself out of it. That allows Vicky Robbins to move through into second and put her nose in front as they go up into the woodland turn for the third time of asking. She tries to cut back towards the inside, racing on that inside line. So it's 17 from 34 and 126. Linda Thomas is there, rounding out your top four in PAC 91. From Leanne Hushka, who's now sniffing a gap up on the inside of the PAC machine in Severn Valley 123. But it is Lara Jones in TA 17. I think this could be her first win in the final if she manages to hold on, as TA 17 comes back towards us with a couple of laps to go. Vicky Robbins looking up the inside in St. Neots 34 from Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126. Down the hill they go. They're going to have to go right round the outside of Lara Jones, or are they? Because Vicky Robbins on the cut back in the 34 machine just gets the door shut in her face by Lara Jones in TA 17. But up into the woodland turn she goes for the penultimate time, because already that last lap flag gets made ready in TA 17. Lara Jones has got one more lap to go from Vicky Robbins in 34 and Jess Conway in 126. Leanne Hushka's up to fourth from Linda Thomas. Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15, Jade Morgan in Cumdy 30, and Jenny Booton in Radford 80 at the tail end of the field. But the race very much on now for second between Robbins and Conway, and they're all ganging up behind Lara Jones. But exiting that woodland turn for the final time and dashing to the line, Lara Jones takes the win in TA 17 from Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126. Vicky Robbins takes third in St. Neots 34. The rest of the pack then follow on through and round out a cracking ladies class 2 final. They make their way back towards the pits there, and I'm sure that Lara Jones has got the biggest smile of them all in the TA 17 machine. I'm sure she's been screaming to herself as well. She's probably talked her way through that final, and yeah, from one time member to another, we've falch iawn I ti Lara, da iawn ti bach. As we got ladies class 3 machines down there on the line, then we'll hand you straight back over to Mr. Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Gareth. So Ram Developments, British Autograss Series sponsor, Digit Plant Hire sponsors here this weekend. 8 qualifiers: Becky Shaw, Nicola McKenzie, Jade Russell, Naomi Davis, Donna Brown, Catherine Bynon, Erina Almond and Gemma Fullard. So Becky Shaw and Jade Russell, I think, are very much ones to keep your eye on in this one, because I think the title could rest on it. And oh, God blimey then, Jade Russell, all sorts of problems in Yorksdale's 86 in turn 1, all sorts of problems every direction you look, actually, on turn 1. So we get red flags out on that one, and we shall await with bated breath the news from the marshals with regards to what's going to happen on that. But I tell you what, I don't think we're going to have any break from Class 3 action, because it looks like it is the men's Class 3s there on the line. So none of the cars involved in the ladies' Class 3 final are actually involved in the men's version. So we can go straight on to this one. We are going to be running, I think, without a couple of cars though. But yeah, going to take a little bit of sorting out, I think, on this top bend. So I don't know how we're doing in terms of announcing British Autograss Series trophy winners. everything you've had. No, you haven't, because I got one here. So there we go. Right, we can tell you, men's class 9 sorted out. Well, they've all been sorted out this weekend, but this one went right to the wire. In 4th place in the men's class 9, Sean Power in Yoxdale's 97 on a total of 827 points. By the time you take the top 16, double up the best round, which is how it all works. So 827 for Sean Power. 3rd place will go to Dave Palmer on 880 points. 2nd place in the men's class 9 goes to Phil Rogers in PhD 2 on 1,027 points. But your class 9 Kent Cams Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series champion, another title to add to his multitude of titles in a multitude of classes. Well done, that man. 1,050 points. Your class 9 champion, ARC 5, Phil Cooper.
Yeah, thanks very much, Steve. We have got time to take you through. We've got the official confirmation of men's class 5s. So in 4th place with a points tally of 900 points, it's Ryan Jones, Cumdee 3. In 3rd place, it's a Ludlow 8, Jaber Smith, and 958 points. Ian Thorndike, IK22, 975 points, but a well-deserved champion for the Class 5s for the British Series 2022. Scunthorpe 212, Danny Lodge, 1,070 points. So there you go, your Class 5 champion, Danny Lodge.
I tell you what, I know they've battled hard all season, but I think those top 2 deserve those trophies for that final alone, to be truthful. That is one of the best autograss races I've seen for quite a while, I reckon. But yeah, well done. And well done to all of our trophy winners in all of the classes across the British Autograss Series. I say it's been 5 rounds of very hard, tough, long days, competitive racing. Started back in May. Basically around every calendar month from May through to September, and it's here at Border Counties that it's all getting sorted out and all making it all worthwhile, hopefully. Just to remind you, we did mention yesterday that the presentation for the British Autograss Series, normally held November time, is actually going to be flipped now into the start of next year. Logistical reasons, and also a lot of the clubs do hold their own presentations round sort of like November time, like to get them in the run up to Christmas. So we thought we'd take the British Autograss Series 1 into date to be confirmed, but February, March time, something like that. It will certainly be before the start of the 2023 racing season, and we'll give an opportunity for everybody to get together and a bit of a catch up over what's been going on over the winter and all of that. So hopefully the idea will work. So we will make announcements as soon as we have all the details. But if you're thinking dates for this autumn, don't. Right, Keith Kelly, Ryan Power, Russ Tinker, Paul Stevens, Rich Lee, Adam Saint. 6 cars we are expecting. 5 cars we've got. So we're missing somebody else from my list. As they come round then, we're not missing Paul Stevens because he's your race leader. Keith Kelly, Adam Saint on the inside in the Cambridge 1 machine. I think Russ Tinker, the one with it all to do at the minute, racing just behind Rich Lee in the SC700 machine. Oh, there's YD98, Ryan Power. Not sure you can give this calibre of a field that much of a head start. But coming round then, Ludlow 69 it is, that's your race leader. Mallow 247 at Cambridge 1. That's the battle going on for that second place. Rich Lee riding there as well. Keith Kelly on the outside in Mallow 247. Russ Tinker in York 4 and Ryan Power. All sorts of problems off the start line for Yorksdale's 98. But Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69 comes round as the race leader. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. Rich Lee in Scunthorpe 7. Keith Kelly, not saying he's not trying because he absolutely is, but he won't be too concerned because I think he knows that he's got the title, I think, all sorted out. As a race leader, though, comes out of that top bend once again in this Class 3 final. It is Paul Stevens in Ludlow 69. Adam Saint in Cambridge 1. Mallow 247. Keith Kelly is going to take a trophy home from this final round of the Kent Cams Simpson Race Exhaust British Autograss Series. as Ryan Power, I think, has given it up as a forlorn hope. Problems for Rich Lee over there on the far side in Scunthorpe 700. Last lap flag goes out. Paul Stevens, Ludlow 69, Adam Saint in Cambridge 1, Keith Kelly, Mallow 247. That's the 1, 2, 3 onto their final circuit. Rich Lee going round at a very slow rate of knots over there on the far side. So Russ Tinker is going to come round in 4th place in York 4. They're onto the final circuit. Only the 4 of them still running at a competitive speed. And it is Paul Stevens that's going to take the Class 3 final in Ludlow 69. Keith Kelly 2nd. Adam Saint 3rd in Cambridge 1. Russ Tinker is going to have a trophy to take back up to York, and he's battled hard for that trophy this weekend. Rich Lee, then all sorts of problems, I think, on the back end of SC 700. He will be credited, I'm sure, with his 5th place finishing points. And York 4, Russ Tinker in 4th. We can confirm the ladies Class 1 British Autograss Series results. In 4th place on 856 points, Emily Polly in Cambridge 136. 3rd place, the trophy going to the Tivy Club. Larry Davis, 929 points for TA2. In 2nd place in the series, it is Athelston 2, Sophie Lewis on 945 points. But 1,002 points is enough to actually declare that your ladies Class 1 2022 British Autograss Series champion. And well done to that lady. It is North Shropshire 951, Claire Compton. So well done to Claire, well done to all of the Class 1 ladies, giving us some excellent racing right throughout the season. Right, what have we got on the line then? We've got Class 6s on the line, so chomping at the bit and ready. Oh, Rob. YD86 picks up a black flag in ladies Class 3. Oh, so there we go. So Yorksdale's 86, Jade Russell. Black flag in ladies Class 3. That could have some serious bearing on where the championship goes to. But in the meantime, to have some serious bearing on Class 6s, it is back over to Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So, yeah, here we go then. Rerun of the men's Class 6s. Elite Racing Transmissions, of course, your coin sponsor. And we're going without Andy Johnson. Well, obviously, Andy Johnson's wasn't going in the final to start with, but I think we are going without Jay Colgate in North Wales 20, who was black flagged at the first attempt. Everybody else then, us go. So Andy Russell should be there, your top point scorer in IK 64. Jack Brown in Mallow 182. Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen 8. James Sinnott in CW 174. Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. Glyn Bailey in Scunny 33. And last but by absolutely no means least, starting right on an outside line, Jordan Tinker in York 35. So that's your lineup for the men's Class 6. So say this will be fast and furious as Andy Russell then looking to make it then 4 from 4. Top point scorer, 165 points, yet to be beaten this weekend. But he'll certainly be trying as the rest of the Class 6 boys will certainly look to spoil the party. As the water tank there makes its way off the circuit. I think we're just going to be waiting a few more minutes, or a few more seconds rather, while they get Catherine Byland's slightly damaged Carmarthen 3 machine back to the pits. So, as I say, Dalt Thomas, your current series leader, but it's so tight to the top it can all change with this one. Say Andy Russell unbeaten so far this weekend. Jack Brown second on the points, 155 points. The other good point scorer, unfortunately, is black flag. That's Jay Colgate in the North Wales 20 machine. Dalt Thomas, though, also was joint 4th qualifier. Sinnott also quit wherever he goes. Is the Irish machine, CW 174. Stephen Parsonage, never rule out Steve in the North Wales 146. Glenn Bailey in the pickup. Always, again, another seriously fast Class 6 machine in Scunny 33. And Jordan Tinker and on that outside in York 35. So as the Carmarthen 3 machine gets moved well out of harm's way, and we're going to hopefully get this to a conclusion. We're going to be looking for track clearance in a moment or so's time as we get the yellow flags. The yellow flag then will be raised on Marshall's post number 1 and bungee lifts Away we go. Sixes are away. Russell's quick. So's Jack Brown. Dolt on the inside, just getting closed out round turn one. But Jack Brown it is on the outside line. Tigger looking to come through right through the middle on the York 35. Bailey also in as well. Thomas certainly not on this either. Russell then in IK 64, but it's from the middle of the pack. Round the Stargate turn we go. Tinker on the inside, Sinnott on the outside. Oh, Andy Russell square wheeled in IK 64, so I fear that may bring out the red flags once again, and indeed, yes, it does. Dear, dear, dear. So I'll have to wait and see what the marshals say, as obviously we're going to need recovery for Andy Russell, IK 64. So while we wait for official confirmation and yet another go at men's class sixes, we're looking down towards the line. We're going with, what's this, ladies? Just junior saloons. So back over to Gareth.
Yeah, thanks very much, then, Tim. And it looks like we're going to have a little bit of downtime while the IK64 machine just gets recovered there. We have official points and official stand-ins for ladies class 2. Newly married Jess Owen, it makes her year even better. She takes 4th place overall after 5 rounds of the 2022 British Autograss Series, after picking up a total of 765 points. 888 points have been collected by Nicola Bettany, Radford 92. She's going to take home the 3rd place trophy to the Radford Club, and she's had a fair share of maximum points, 55 points across the board at each and every round this year. The runner-up in ladies class 2 this year, despite picking up maximum points this round, is going to come back to the Tywee Club and Lara Jones Dion Tebach. TA17 Lara Jones is your runner-up in ladies class 2 this year, but taking the win, a 40-point deficit ahead of Lara Jones then is Jess Conway in Scunthorpe 126. So yeah, a fair representation from all over the country once again in ladies class 2. Your title will go back to the Scunthorpe Club. Lara takes back the runner-up spot to the Tywee Club and the South Wales League. Nicola Bettany takes home the 3rd place pot to the Radford Club and the MAP League, and taking the 4th place trophy back to the North Shropshire Club and the Shropshire League is Jess Owen in North Shropshire 15. So yeah, some cracking racing throughout the course of the 5 rounds from each and every one of the ladies class 2s, but they're the 4 that have come out on top after 5 rounds of the 2022 Kent Cams and Simpson Race Exhausts British Autograss Series. We've got junior saloons down there on the line, and we've got 6 cars down there, and 4 of them from the Tywee Club. So let's hope that a couple more will be bringing trophies back to my neck of the woods. As we look to the line, then Jack Owens is there. Oh, men's class 3s, have we got the time? Yes, we have. And as we guessed and suggested yesterday afternoon, Keith Kelly in Mallow 247 has done enough to claim the title and to claim the series in Mallow 247. He is your 2022 British Autograss Series champion, and once again a champion for the Mallow Club. Keith Kelly is going to take the big pot back across the Irish Sea, back to the Southern Ireland Autograss League and back to the Mallow Club after picking up 1,070 points. The runner-up in men's class 3 this year has been Ryan Power. He has shown a fair turn of speed, taking at least 2 wins in each round except for round 2. And your Yorkshire Dales 98 machine is your runner-up in men's class 3 this season. Despite not having the best of weekends this weekend in his new car, Martin Gould takes home a 3rd place trophy to the North Shropshire Club and the Shropshire League after piloting NS 343 to a 3rd place. And Rich Lee, the best car he's ever had, he's taken a 4th overall in the Scunthorpe 700 machine. But we're away, we're racing with the Junior Saloons. Yestin Jones has been unbeaten all weekend behind the wheel of the TA15 machine, but it's your new national champion that leads the chase down the hill for the first time. It's 15 from 5, both from the Tivy Club. 22F is Bo Chamberlain. He slots into that third spot from the Stefan Davis machine, TA29, who rounds out your top 4 at the moment. But the Forest machine pushing on entry to the Woodland turn, but it's Yestin Jones that's going to lead the pack back towards us. And so Tivy 1, 2, 3 now as they go down past us for the second time. It's Jones from Owens and Davis as they go through the start gate turn ahead of Bo Chamberlain. In Forest, number 22, Rhys Davis is back there in that 5th spot. Oh, and there's contact at the head of affairs between Yestin Jones and Jack Owens, and Jack goes to new sort of Ben, goes to play a canol now, as Yestin Jones then brings it back towards us in TA15. Jack Owens still there in second in TA number 5. Through on the inside though, and looking to go through into second is Stefan Davis in TA29, and it's a TA 1, 2, 3, 4 now as they make their way up that far side. Let's keep it like this, boys, back, as Yestin Jones makes it through into the Woodland turn with a couple of laps to go. It's 15 from 29, from 5 and 9, 4 from the Tivy Club, from Bo Chamberlain in Forest, number 22, and the North Wales 52 machine of Amber Power rounds it all out as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready. Yestin Jones looking to make it 4 wins out of 4 this weekend, and he's the man that leads into the Woodland turn for the final time. He exits turn 2, and he's going to see that yellow rag with the black cross. He's going to move on to his final lap from Stefan Davis rather, in TA29. A battle between the single numbers as Jack Owens and Rhys Davis continue the battle for 3rd and 4th, and Rhys is through on the inside in the TA9 machine. But as they go into the Woodland turn for the final time, looking to make it a TA 1, 2, 3 and 4. Has that ever been done? Yestin Jones takes a win in TA15 from Stefan Davis in TA29. Rhys Davis takes 3rd in TA9. Oh, losing that accolade right at the end was Jack Owens, who's demoted back to 5th in TA5. Bo Chamberlain picking up 4th in Forest, number 22, and Amber Power rounds it all out in 6th in North Wales 52. So that's your Junior Saloons done and dusted. Shropshire Designs and Tudors of Hereford are your sponsors this weekend. Junior Specials down there on the line. So to take you through that one, I'll hand you straight back over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gareth. Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? So much. Well, in fact, I can't remember the last time that a 1, 2, 3 even came from the same club. That's fairly rare. But a 1, 2, 3, 4 would have been amazing, wouldn't it? I said yesterday, I think these Welsh kids have certainly come on the scene and providing the entertainment, and what a showing that they've done, but everybody else as well in the junior ranks, both saloons and specials, and that's what we have. The Diggett Plant Tyre and Liam Evans Tyres sponsored junior specials, their final rerun. No Alfie Ross, but Corey Mumford is there as they go nip and tuck, and once again it's Mumford leading Harry Russell. Troy Holtby looks up the inside though for second in 161. The Scunthorpe car as Max Holtby's relegated to the back. The Holtby boys and Kirsten Bartlett are scrapping for that 4th place in the series. Archie Carter got boxed in then badly, and he's dropped down the order behind Tia Rees, who holds 4th place. So it's a pair of 161s which lead Corey Mumford and Troy Holtby. They're the 1 and the 2 as they come past us once more. The national champion, and I think pretty much the British Autograss Series champion as well, leading the way. Holtby 2nd, Harry Russell sits 3rd in Invicta Kent 65, Tia Rees in 4th in PAC 21. Then it's Archie Carter, I think his last meeting in the junior specials now in Scunthorpe 17 before he graduates into the seniors. And then we go Max Holtby and Kirsten Bartlett squabbling at the back of the field. So it's nose to tail as you go with the top 4. The tail ending 3 just dropping back a little bit, but then as I say it, Tia Rees goes wide and loses ground, but then gets a bit of a slingshot out of the turn and reels in the 3rd place car once more, but it's trying to make the move and overtake. That's what Max Holtby's trying to do on Archie Carter, find a way round, but can the lead change anywhere? It's still Forest 161, Scunthorpe 161, Invicta Kent 65, then it's PAC 21. Archie Carter goes up the inside of Max Holtby, who momentarily took that position away from him and then had to give it back. South Somerset 2 watching it all from a distance, but it's 1 lap to go, and Troy Holtby trying to get on the tail end. He's missing a panel off the front of that car as he goes into the pits bend for the final time, but it's Corey Mumford, and now he's broken free. So the national champion of 2022, I think the British Autograss Series Series champion of 2022. And what a career he's had so far, and he's still got many years to go, even in the junior class. But Corey Mumford's your winner. Forrest 161, Scunthorpe 161 second. In Kent 65, Tia Reese with a late charge in PAC 21, Archie Carter, Scunthorpe 17, Max Holtby, Scunthorpe 6, Kirsten Bartlett, South Somerset 2. So there we go. Diggit Plant Tyre and Liam Evans Tyres. You got your money's worth from the juniors this weekend. Entertaining as always. Brilliant racing across the board from the juniors. And there we go. Corey Mumford. I can't give the official confirmation if he's won the title yet, but on that performance, he's got to be just about there. Right, ladies class 5s, I think first attempt, isn't it, Mickey? Over to you.
Here we go then, we are off and racing, and it's Jones got a good start with Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, always quick off that line, looking for the tight line coming out of turn 2. Sandra Jones going wide in Cumby 31, Michelle Ellis says, oh, I'm going to find the gap up the inside, and she's trying that alongside Jones as they come round her. Kirsty Godfrey's gone with it as well in that Cambridge 10 as they climb up the hill. South Somerset 36 though, Rhiannon Smith slowing it down into turn 1. She don't want to go out too wide, does she? She's tried this tactic all the way through. It seems to have paid off. Michelle Ellis chases down from Jones, from Godfrey, from Bateman, from that South Somerset 7 and Lindsay Pittman. There your class 5s out there. Chasing up the hill to go. Michelle Ellis getting up within a car's length. Whoa, nearly touching the back end of Rhiannon Smith, who misses. Round they come again. Down that turn 2. Look at this battle going on. And Sandra Jones, Cumby 31, trying her hardest, and she's found a way through up into second place. Out of Stargate turn, Michelle Ellis drops back down to third. Kirsty Godfrey up into the final trophy pot position. That's Sarah Bateman, and then that's South Somerset 7, Lindsay Pittman. But another lap under their belt. South Somerset 36 then. Can they catch her? Can Rhiannon Smith hold on to it? Sandra Jones starting to reel her in a little bit as they come out there. Michelle Ellis, the top 3 have broken away from the pack. The battle's on for that final trophy position. Sarah Bateman, your Class 5 national champion, gets her nose just in front of Kirsty Godfrey as they can bring it round. One more lap to go down the hill. Woohoo! South Somerset 36 then. Rhiannon Smith, is she going to take this win right from the start, from that bungee lift? She was at it, climbs the hill. Sandra Jones goes with her, from Michelle Ellis, from Sarah Bateman, from Kirsty Godfrey, from Lindsay Pittman. Out the final turn. Here we go then. Rhiannon Smith, South Somerset 36, takes the BAStv 5 championship for the weekend. Sandra Jones in second. Third is Michelle Ellis. Then we go down to Sarah Bateman in fourth. Kirsty Godfrey fifth. And that final place goes to South Somerset 7. Lindsay Pittman. We've got some more championship news. Over to the voice of an angel.
Yeah, and I'm certainly going to be the voice of an angel if you're a parent to any of these, because this is the official end of season result sheet for the junior saloons. Fourth place in the junior saloons after 5 grueling rounds of the British Autograss Series. Bo Bennett, Breeden Hill 33, has picked up 899 points over the course of the 5 rounds. Just 5 points more has been collected by Will Evans, the pilot of the TA7 machine, and he's going to take home that 3rd place pot back to the Tywee Club and back to the South Wales League. 919 points has been collected by Jack Owens in TA5 over the course of the 5 rounds, and he is your 2022 British Autograss Series runner-up. But officially, your 2022 British Autograss Series BAStv champion is TA15, Iestyn Jones. He's had a superb weekend this weekend. 3 heat wins in the qualifying rounds, a maximum points in the final, 220 points collected over the course of the 4 races this weekend, and 977 points having been collected over the course of this year's 5 rounds. So a TA 1, 2 and 3, and trust me, I'm very, very pleased about that one. And Bo Bennett in Breeden Hill 33, the other recipient of a top 4 trophy in the 2022 British Autograss Series campaign. We've got stock hatch machines down there, over there on the line, so to take you through that one, I think it's going to be over to Tim Jones. Oh, no, it's not. It's going to... It is over to Mr. Tim Jones.
Yes, thank you, Gareth. So we have got some important junior specials news, which Russ will bring you after the stock hatches, as once again they leave the line for their rerun. And it is indeed Richard Williams then that leads into turn one. Justin Hardy in South Somerset, number 8, just tucking in on the inside line as at the freshly watered track. Let's see if the catches some of these stock hatch boys out. Not Solway 90. Paul Harrington running in third as they go round the start gate turn for the first time of asking. John Petrie in Radford 59, now running in fourth, just ahead of the other Solway machine. Then that's going to be Jack Schaefer in Solway 91. But just starting to break away then, it's Jumbo Williams, border count in Hereford 182 from Solway 90. Justin Hardy running third in South Somerset 8, Solway 91, Radford 59, and Paul Lickley is uncharacteristically at the back in Yorkshire Dales 95, but he's looking to move through as they go down the far side. But it's still the Hereford 182 machine of Richard Williams that leads the way. Solway 90 running second, Justin Hardy running third. That's your top 3, still as close as you like, but Richard Williams then just drifts wide, and at the Solway 90 machine, Paul Harrington through on that inside line as they hit the brakes and go round the start gate turn. Once again, Hardy still running third, but just been challenged and pressed by Jack Schaefer in Solway at 91. Then Paul Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95 as John Petrie gets it all wrong and drops to the tail of the field in Radford 59. But a couple of laps to go then. Solway 90, motoring on. Paul Harrington from Jumbo Williams in 182. Justin Hardy still running in third in South Somerset, number 8, still being chased by Solway at 91 then. That's Jack Schaefer as they go down the far side. Paul Lickley also in there as well, and Yorkshire Dales 95 as they come back round towards us then for one more lap to go then. Solway 90, Paul Harrington, one more to go. Hereford 182, South Somerset numbers 8, Solway 91, Yorkshire Dales 95, and Radford 59 then completes it all as everybody then safely onto their final circuit, but with just the half a lap to go then. Paul Harrington, he come in as second qualifier in the Solway 90 machine, and he's going to pick up the Stockhouse Championship this weekend. Then Solway 90 takes it. Richard Williams in 182 with Justin Hardy in South Somerset 8, Solway 91, and Paul Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95, and completing it all then John Petrie in Radford 59. So that's all stock hatches done and dusted. As I said before, I think we got some official results from the junior special. So Russ, what's happened there?
Yeah, I hope I'm on. Anyway, I'm using a different mic. Anyway, yeah, at the end of it all, junior specials, 10 points was all it was, which separated them. But anyway, 4th place, taking that great result in the final was enough to put Troy Holtby, Scunthorpe's 161, takes 4th place in the championship. 3rd place on 994 points, the outgoing champion, Harry Russell in Invicta Kent 65. 2nd place, I thought he'd done it, but he hasn't. Corey Mumford, Forest 161, 1,050 points. 10 points clear of him, 1,060. Your new champion in junior specials, Archie Carter, Scunthorpe 17.
Here we go then with the ladies' super saloons. Off they go up that hill and around turn 1. And it is Michelle Barrett then from Lindsay Allen from that Kesney Adams. The Radford 176, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio makes another final down here at the British Series, and we go Reds. So, that wasn't very good, was it? As the cloud cover just starts to break and that sun starts to come through. Hopefully that's not going to cause too many issues, but Class 7 ladies goes to rerun. So we got some news for ladies Class 5s. This is your official top 4. I can see a black flag going out for someone. Does that look like it was Kesney Adams? We'll have a listen on the radio. I'll let the voice of an angel listen to that. But here we go then. Ladies Class 5s in 4th place. Stroudon District 33, Michelle Ellis. In 3rd place, York 44 on 871 points. So only 5 points the difference between 4th and 3rd. Then we go to 2nd place, South Somerset 36. And that is Rhiannon Smith. Sandra Jones then with 900 points, wins it by 25, is your ladies Class 5 British Autograss Series champion for 2022. Class 8's up on the line. Over to Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Mickey. We'll take you through the ladies' Class 8 Beresford chassis and components, and BB Gem Design and Manufacture, your sponsors. Not watched the 8s too much this weekend, not had time. But anyway, Josie Tompkinson was leading the series going into this final round, and top of the points, 155. She's scored in Scunny 52. Lindsay Mullen is there on 2 wins and a third in Yorkshire Dales 37, second qualifier, 146 points. Sutty is there, Vicky Appleton in Scarborough 2 as your third qualifier. As the tankers start to creep out, it looks like a bit more downtime, so we can go through these finalists. So Vicky Appleton then 2 seconds and a first, 145 points. Claire Horner is fourth qualifier in Melton 62, 2 wins and a fourth, 138 points. Sue Nichols is next, started strong with a win in Yorkshire Dales 7, then a second and a fourth, means 128 points, and fifth qualifier for the final. Shelby Almond is there, ever improving in North Wales 271. A second, a third and a second means 126 points. Your national champion is in this one, Jen Julian. Jen there in West Waterford 158, a second, a fifth and a first, but still enough to get in, 121 points. And your last qualifier then, not had a win so far this weekend, but it could all change, making the final. 109 points are quite low, but Sophie Morgan is there in Radford 71, a fourth, a second and a third. Just 1 point clear of Terry Mumford in Forest 158, who had a trio of third place finishes, so not quite making it. And Kelly Matthews, a sixth and 2 seconds, but at least you avoided one of those black flags this weekend in Cambridge 427. A couple of heat winners not making the final. Ruby Emerson and Beth Tompkinson both scored a heat win, didn't make it. Abby J. Bennett started with a win and it sort of went a bit sour after that, not making it either. So those ladies then not in the top 8 have finished their series campaign, but I hope you've all had an enjoyable one and be ready to come back again next year. But as the sun starts to go down but still beaming over the circuit, we have got the 8s on the line, and it looks like the men's Class 6 rerun will be lining up ready to go once again. And I'm not sure what's after there. The 3s are in the holding lanes. I think ladies 6s are in the holding lanes. But sunshine could become a bit of an issue here. These ladies have waited very patiently, some of them impatiently, for their final. But who is it going to be? So looking at the points after the 3 heats, Josie Tompkinson is there, 1,021 points, clear in the lead really by 33, I think I make it, over Claire Horner. So it could all change. Still, it's not all over yet. Lindsay Mullen is third on 979 points. She's got the best double score as well with a maximum. So, while we've got a bit of time still, we've got the official points for the stock hatches. And their championship, we had 18 of them take part in the series, but your top 4 then, 809 points at the end of it. 4th place for Justin Hardy, South Somerset 8. Great to see him score a trophy. 860 points. 3rd place, your national champion, Paul Lickley in Yorkshire Dales 95. Just 4 points shy of 2nd place, John Petrie, Radford 59 on 864. But your new Stockhatch British Autograss Series champion, James Holmes, North Shropshire 931. Right, away we go. Ladies 8s it is. And Lindsay Mullen makes the best of the starts. Claire Horner on the outside. Sue Nichols there as well. Where's Josie Tompkinson? She's mid-pack. Oh, somebody very slow away. Shelby Almond is out of this one, but it goes with Mullen and Horner, 1 and the 2 on this freshly watered circuit. And then Sophie Morgan there in third position, but it's Mullen who leads the way from Horner. And Appleton slots there fourth, and the pace slows down. We've got yellow flags waving with the North Wales 271 going very slowly. Let's hope the drivers see her and avoid her. It's Yorkshire 37 then leads the way. Tomkinson then up to fifth, ahead of Jen Julian. Sue Nichols, the one at the back. Appleton there is next in fourth, holding that final trophy for today. And can she do anything about those in front? Sophie Morgan was the last qualifier, but runs third. Lindsay Mullen out wide, now puts the foot down and pulls clear. And Melton 62 there. So Lindsay Mullen as West Waterford 158 goes through and Yorkdale 7. But it still remains with Lindsay Mullen. Nobody's got an answer at the moment to the Yorkshire Dales racer. And Melton 62 still there in second place. Horner just hoping for a mistake from the leader, but so far so good for your leader. 71, Scarborough 2, Scunny 52. Will anything change in the final lap? Sutty's gone wide. Appleton in Scarborough 2 lets Tomkinson through. Could that be the difference maker in this British series? Oh, Appleton looks back up the inside. Lindsay Mullen's going to win it. Claire Horner's going to be second in this one, but who's going to win the title? Sophie Morgan, then Vicky Appleton just from Josie Tomkinson, Jen Julian and Sue Nichols, and touring round from the very start with problems on board, Shelby Almond in North Wales 271. So there we go. Interesting stuff from the Class 8s. Beresford Chassis and Components and BBGM Design and Manufacture, your sponsors. Now it's a wait of bated breath over who is going to be crowned champion. So we've got men's 6 on the line. We haven't got the ladies yet. Well, they've had a stoppage, haven't they already? Have they been out? No, they haven't been out at all. But anyway, it's men's 6s for yet another go. And over to Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Russ. So, yeah, away we go. Another time of asking for men's 6s. We're going without Andy Russell in IK 64, who was excluded from the rerun as obviously the cause of the stoppage. So we're also going without Jay Colgate from the first run as a bit of a depleted lineup with 6s, but we get them away from the line and they head in towards turn 1. Jack Brown's quickest away in Mallow 182. Sinnott also going with him in 174. Thomas is in there as well. Tinker's round at the back of the field in York 35, but it's Dalton Thomas in command of the 8 that leads them down past us for the first time. Brown's right on that inside line in the Mallow 182 machine. Sinnott still running third. Just out of Parsonage in 146. Bailey also in there as well, and Scunny 33. But it's the champ then, the current series leader then, Dalton Thomas, who brings them round once again. Carmarthen 8, 182, 174. Scunny 33 and North Wales 146. It's as close as you like with York 35. The one that plays catch up, that's Jordan Tinker. But Dalt's just starting to get away. Carmarthen 8 it is from Mallow 182. Jack Brown running second. Sinnott still running third in CW 174. Parsonage running fourth in 146. Another lap gone. CM8. Mallow 182. Then comes CW 174 from Mallow from the North Wales 146. Poms for Glyn Bailey in Scunthorpe 33. As I think his race is run this time around. York 35, then Tinker just gains a place as we look towards the leader though. Dalton Thomas still holding the race lead then. Carmarthen 8, Mallow 182, CW 174, North Wales 146. No change in the top 4 as Brian just looks up that inside once again as down the Stargate turn we go and down the far side, but it's Thomas it is that still leads the way. Climbs the bank into turn 1 for the penultimate time because of the yellow flag with the black cross. This time this goes out. Brown looking up that inside line as Dole goes wide. They go past as absolutely locked side by side into the Stargate turn. Brown throws the car in sideways. Dole Thomas then slots into second. Stinnett still in that third place slot, still being chased by Parsonage in 146, but with just a couple of corners to go then, the checkered flag at the ready. He's going to win his first Bass round then. Mallow 182 takes it. CM8 from Parsonage in 146. Sinnott in CW 174. Then comes Jordan Tinker, who will complete Class 6s in York 35.
So as you look to the line then, we've got ladies Class 9 machinery. And we started with 6 yesterday morning. And we've got 4 finalists that are down there on the line. And but not for long, because we're already under starters orders, and they leave the line then, and 2 notable absentees in the hands of Heidi Dealey and Kate Adaman. But it's Jay Dyke Whitfield that leads the Hereford machine towards us for the first time. Chloe Richardson in Pennine 5. This certainly is going to change all the points in the Class 9s over the course of the British Series, but it's Richardson that takes up the run in Pennine. Number 5, Hereford 150, leads the chase in that second position from Sharon Barker in Evesham at 26. That's your 1, 2 and 3 as back towards us comes Chloe Richardson in Pennine number 5. Another lap completed for the East Midland League racer. Hereford 150, Jay Dyke Whitfield is there in that second spot, and IK 99 is Kelly Wetherick, and she just crawls down towards the track exit there on the far side. But it continues to be Chloe Richardson that leads the way in Pennine number 5. Jay Dyke Whitfield still there in that second position in Hereford number 150, and rounding it all out on the track, Sharon Barker in Evesham 26. That looks like how it's going to stay unless something drastic happens, but it's Chloe Richardson that continues to pilot that Pennine 5 machine, and it's another lap of this Monkland Raceway complete. Pennine 5 with 2 more laps to go from Hereford 150 and Evesham 26. There, 1, 2 and 3. Kelly Wetherick continues to crawl under her own steam there on the far side of the circuit, possibly hoping for red flags, but as the yellow flag with the black cross gets made ready, those red flags look more and more unlikely. But Chloe Richardson then starts her final circuit from Jay Dyke Whitfield in Hereford 150, Sharon Barker in Evesham 26. The 3 still in contention make it on to their last lap, but making her way up into the Woodland turn for the final time, and looking to take a set of 55 points in this Class 9 final. Chloe Richardson in Pennine number 5. She takes the win in the final from Jay Dyke Whitfield in Hereford 150. Sharon Barker takes 3rd in Evesham 26, and I'm sure that the patient man on the checkered flag will hold his flag aloft for Kelly Wetherick in IK 99 to come round. So that concludes ladies class 9s this weekend. We've got ladies class 10s and F600s down there on the line, so we'll hand you straight over to Mr. Russ Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. We started with 5 cars on amalgamated for both classes. We've still got 5 cars for class 10 and F600s. So it looks like we're going to go straight into this one. We do have the ladies class 8 points to announce, which we'll be reading out shortly. But for now, it's class 10s and F600s. Once again, the 10s get the horsepower advantage out the gate. And Jill Grasby leads in Evesham 122. Becky Faulkner on her outside line usually leaves the challenge late, making an early challenge this time around in North Shropshire 6. Hereford 250 up the inside. Then Jodie Pascal in this one. And at the moment, the 3 Class 10s quite close together. The 2 F600, this time Donna Evans leads Hilary Frost in the run-in. So we've got 2 little squabbles going on here. The Class 10s together, and then the F600s who have raced each other all season, and hopefully we'll get some more joining in next year. But with I think the championships are settled for both of them. But now Jodie Pascal's got in front in the Hereford 250. Becky Faulkner's dropped back a little bit in NS6. Jill Grasby now back up the inside of the Hereford car looking for the lead, but door closed on her, and Jodie Pascal it is holding on at the moment with a couple to go. So Hereford 250, Evesham 122, North Shropshire 6. And then we go to the F600 still with Hereford 16 and White Rose 400. Just a lap and a half to go for Jodie Pascal to hold on in Hereford 250. And then she's got Grasby and Faulkner right behind her. Once again, Becky Faulkner looking for the widest line to make a late challenge. But at the moment, it's with Pascal. Grasby looks to the outside. Faulkner just behind. And defensive work from Hereford 250 down the start straight for the final time. And Faulkner looks up the inside of Grasby for second. So who's it going to be? Into the turn, coming through. Checkered flag aloft. It's Jodie Pascal then takes it. Hereford 250, Jill Grasby second, Evesham 122, Becky Faulkner third. North Shropshire 6, then to the 2F600s. And Donna Evans is going to win it over Hilary Frost. Right, very quickly. Class 8 points, then top 4. Fourth place, Sophie Morgan, 853 points. Third place, Melton 62, Claire Horner, 1,005. 1 point ahead of her, Lindsay Mullen, Yorkshire Dales 37, 1,006, which means your 2022 Ladies Class 8 British Autograss Series champion, Josie Tompkinson, Scunthorpe 52, 1,021. That's me done on the mic. It's been a privilege as always. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of it. I hope you've enjoyed it. And to take you through Class 3, which follows, rightfully so, we'll hand you over to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Russell. Yes, we're going to have a rerun of the Ram Development and Digit Plant Hire sponsored Ladies Class 3s. A little bit of a depleted lineup. Looking down to the line, unfortunately running without Jade Russell in Yorkshire Dales 86. So that just leaves the 6 of them out there from what we can see. And coming back round towards us, IK13, Nicola McKenzie, Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1, Erin Almond on the inside in North Wales 27. The other one we're missing, Catherine Bynan in Carmarthen 3. But down that far side, Nicola McKenzie it is. In Invicta Kent 13, your race leader, Becky Shaw. In Border Counties Treble 1, tucked into that second place. I think that will be enough for her to add the British Autograss Series title to the national title that she won a few weeks ago. Erin Almond having a cracking weekend in the North Wales 27 car, still runs there in third. Donna Brown fourth in Carmarthen 4. Naomi Davis in Evesham 34, certainly very much impressed in that Evesham 34 machine. Nicola McKenzie, your race leader in 13. Becky Shaw on the wide line in Treble 1. 27, Evesham 34, Carmarthen 4. And not forgetting Gemma Fullard in Radford 70. Battle going on for fourth place. Donna Brown on the inside, Naomi Davis on the outside. But your race leader coming round, it is Nicola McKenzie in Invicta Kent 13, not under too much challenge, in fact not really under any challenge at the moment. Becky Shaw in Border Counties Treble 1, Erin Almond in North Wales 27. Donna Brown still gets the better of this battle that's going on for the fourth place trophy. But Naomi Davis trying to keep the power right round on the outside. Time is ticking away though because the last lap flag goes out. It was 1 to go for Nicola McKenzie in Invicta Kent 13. 1 to go for Border Counties Treble 1. North Wales at 27, Erin Almond, and Carmarthen 4. Now pulled away a little bit from Naomi Davis and Gemma Fullard. All the cars on their final circuit, but taking the Class 3 final, it is going to be Nicola McKenzie in Invicta Kent 13. Becky Shaw takes second in Border Counties at Treble 1. Third place goes to Erin Almond in North Wales 27. She looks quite pleased with that, and quite rightly so. Donna Brown in Carmarthen 4. Well done to Naomi Davis in Evesham at 34, and Radford 70. Gemma Fullard completes it all. So what we got on the line? We got Class 7 machinery on the line, which is puzzling me a little bit because Mickey B just said goodbye, see you next year.
Yeah, same here, Steve. So yeah, that's caught us unawares. But before we go Class 7 racing, we got the official result if we get time for the men's Class 6s. And I don't think we're going to have time to do it. So, OK, we'll go with the ladies' Class 7 then. As away from the line we go, I think it's Michelle Barrett in York 12 that leads them around turn 1 and turn 2. Somebody coming through in that second place is Samantha Graney in Pennine number 8. Then comes Lindsay Allen in the Pennine 37. Sarah. Then comes Yorkshire Dales 19 in that fourth place slot. Then comes your new champion then, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio in Radford 176. Then comes the Bevans machine in PAC 53, but Barrett brings them round once again. York 12, Pennine 37, Yorkshire Dales 19, Pennine number 8. Then comes 176 and Pennine the PAC 53, and the Gibbs machine then rounds it all out in Hereford 44. But once again, the field starting to just get spread out, and back round towards us they come for another lap completed. York 12 will his end. Lindsay Allen running second. Then comes Julie Hawthorne-Fernio in Radford, 176 from the Yorkshire Dales 19 machine. that goes through. That's the 1, 2, 3 and 4. But challenge going on for that fourth place slot as they go down the far side. Samantha Graney on that outside line. Not quite this time around, but all the way, all the time, your champ, your race leader, just getting further away. York 12 it is from Lindsay Allen in Pennine. 37 from Radford 176, Yorkshire 19, then Samantha Graney PAC 53 and Hereford 44 rounds out your race order. 1 lap to go then, York 12 it is. On to the last lap we go as the Hereford 44 machine just stranded right on the exit to turn number 4, but everybody pushes wide so far. Everybody manages to avoid as, they just dive up that inside line as they get it going again. But we're going to meet and greet then your Class 5 champ this weekend. York 12 it is then, Michelle Barrett from Lindsay Allen in Pennine at 37. York Snails 19 from Radford 176. Samantha Graney in Pennine 18, in Pennine 8, and Alice Bevans in PAC 53. And Nicola Gibbs will complete it all in Hereford 44. Right, so we're looking towards the line. I think we're going with, I think it's ladies class 4. I think we're moving onwards and upwards. So Muck Junkie, of course, your very kind sponsor. It looks a bit of a depleted field from where we are, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So no, everybody is there. So it's a bit difficult to see where we are in commentary, but all being well, we should have Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434, Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen 7, Kelly Weatherick IK 272, Claire Herman in Radford 47, and Julie Whittingham in SR 61. Already away and racing we go, and it is indeed Gwen Reeves in Carmarthen 7. That's your race leader from North Shropshire 434 then of Claire Compton in that second place slot. Radford 47 and Claire Herman running in third, just ahead of the 2 stock hatches. That's Michelle Petrie in Radford 59 and Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. So back round towards as they go then. Still Gwen Reeves, your race leader, but just being reeled in by Claire Compton in 434 as they come by us. Once again, Herman still running in third in Radford at 49. Then the 2 stock hatches of Hereford 182 and Radford 59 respectively. But heading back to the front, still Gwen Reeves. Remember the last, this is the last race for the car before it's sold. Carmarthen 7, so she wants to go out on a high and doing exactly that. Looking to take the title as they go down that far side. Once again, Claire Compton still running in second. These 2 have just broken clear from Claire Herman in Radford 47 and Michelle Petrie in Radford 59 and Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. So another lap gets completed then. Carmarthen 7 still holding on to the race lead. Compton still running second from Herman. Just coming in the challenge from the stock hatch of Michelle Petrie in Radford 59 and Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. But surely last lap flag this time, yes indeed. That's the yellow flag then with the black cross goes out. Carmarthen 7 on to the last lap then she goes. North Shropshire 434. Claire Compton in second. Then it's going to be Radford 47 still battling with Michelle Petrie and Radford 59 for that third place slot as the other stock hatch comes round then to start the final circuit. But this year's then your champ this weekend, Gwen Reeves, Carmarthen 7, takes it from Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434. Then taking third but first in class and already the stock hatch champion then, Michelle Petrie in Radford 59. I'm pleased with that as she comes across the line. And Radford 47 of Claire Herman. And completing all then, that will be Kelly Louise in Hereford 182. So that's class 4s and stock hatches done. We're going with ladies class 6s. We've still got the official result of men's class 6s to come your way, and I'll tell you that was tight in at the top, I will tell you, but don't think we're going to get time to give you the result. We might do. Right, okay, the official class 6 result then. In 4th place with 889 points, and Stephen Parsonage in North Wales 146. In joint second place, both on 966 points then, Jay Colgate in North Wales 20 and James Sinnott in the CW 174. But he done enough, your champ then, for another year. It's with 1,041 points. Dalt Thomas in Carmarthen, number 8. So, ladies class 6s are assembled onto the line. Elite Racing Transmissions, your sponsor. I think this may be the last race of the weekend as they blast away from the line. And it's Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16 that leads away. Somebody right on the outside line. I think that's Emma Cannon in Isham at 2.91. But Hushka it is that takes up the running passes for the first time of asking. North Wales 20, then your race leader. Thomas running second, Olsen third in Carmarthen 47. And the wide line didn't pay off this time, but she's there in that 4th place slot. And that's Emma Cannon in Isham, 2.91. But back round towards us then, in for another time of asking, Leanne Hushka, North Wales 20 from Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16. Then comes Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47 and Emma Cannon in Isham at 2.91. As once again, down the far side we go, into the top turn, still Hushka, your race leader, North Wales 20, another lap successfully in the book. North Wales 20, Scarborough 16, Carmarthen 47, Olsen a lot closer to Thomas this time as they go round the start gate turn, as Canning goes through to start another lap also. But your race leader just getting further away then. North Wales 20, Leanne Hushka, once again round towards us, 2 laps to go with Nicola Olsen now through in Carmarthen 47. Problems again, once again on board Hannah Thomas, his car, Scarborough at 16, and she loses places. She may lose a place as well. Emma Canning catching her all the time in Isham 2.91. But with the yellow flag with the black cross then, it goes out this time. It's 1 lap to go. Leanne Hushka, North Wales 20, Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen at 47. Then comes Emma Cannon in Isham at 2.91 as Hannah Thomas does come to grief in Scarborough at 16. But half a lap to go then. North Wales 20 then, Leanne Hushka into turn 1 for the final time and back round towards us. A checkered flag then at the ready. Your BAST champion then this weekend, Leanne Hushka, North Wales 20 from Nicola Olsen in Carmarthen 47. And coming round to complete and finish ladies class 6s for this season, Emma Cannon in Isham 2.91. So obviously recovery needed for poor old Hannah Thomas in Scarborough 16, and that may shake the points up a little bit as well. I know it was all getting quite close at the top, but as soon as we get official confirmation, I suppose it will be posted on the website, or even by the end of close of play, we might even give you the results. But by the looks of it, I think that is the end of the round 5 here at Border Counties, and indeed the end of the 2022 British Autograss Series. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. Thank you to all the commentary team that's been with us all weekend, and indeed right throughout the whole series. Personal thanks to obviously Gareth, Mickey B, Russ Thompson, Liam, obviously he went home early, and just everybody else that's helped out as well. Been absolute stars. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you, lads. Absolute stars, with a lot of you. And well, that's 2022 done and dusted. And well, what a season, wouldn't you, Steve? Do you want to come in and say anything? So, but what a season this has been, Steve. And I'll tell you what, I think we've got a cracking season next year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to extend my thanks to you, Tim, as well, for everything you've done. Hopefully, we will see you at the BAS presentation at the start of next year.
Absolutely, yeah. So look forward to that. That's brilliant. I'll definitely be there. Come
and help us with that, which will be really good. But to everybody that supported the British Autograss Series through 2022, big thank you, whether you've supported as an official, you've supported as a driver, or you've supported as a spectator. Then we do appreciate it. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it honestly is true. It wouldn't be the same without you. That's how it all works. To all of our sponsors, then we thank you very, very much indeed. Kent Cams, of course, and Simpson Race Exhaust, Also GB Engineering for your sponsorship of BAStv. Hopefully everybody has enjoyed that. I think it's not been a bad year, 2022. And as Tim quite rightly says, we look forward to 2023. But in the meantime, there is some race meetings to go at for the rest of this season. The rearranged Alpha Coat meeting at Evesham, the Southern League Grand Prix, so certainly take advantage of those. But whatever you're up to, then please take care, look after yourselves, and we will catch up with you in the not too distant future. But from all of us associated with the British Autograss Series, all of us here at Border Counties, thank you very much, take care, look after yourselves, and see you soon. Good night.